After playing games for 3 years, a netizen cried and asked to borrow money from you. So you transferred all the 1,000 yuan you had saved to her, but when you asked her to pay you back, she shouted, "I borrowed it based on my ability. Why should I pay it back?" and threatened that she was at Haida University, challenging you to confront her in real life if you had the ability. At 18, how could you tolerate this? Furious, you took a train overnight to her school, but when you saw the stunning school beauty with a slim waist and long legs in front of you, you were completely dumbfounded. Your name is Makabaka. It turns out that just a few days ago, you once again asked an online friend for repayment, but unexpectedly received a wave of ridicule. High school students should focus on studying. Stop thinking about playing on your phone all day. If you can get into Hainan University, I'll pay you back. Just wait. Watch me get into Hainan University and see if you regret it. You were so angry that you typed furiously, but the person on the other end of the phone became increasingly smug, mocking you with a disdainful expression. Come on. Back then, out of kindness, when she said she had no food to eat, and that her dad was a gambler with over 300,000 in debt, plus younger siblings who needed to go to school, you sent her the 1,000 yuan you had secretly saved for a new phone. To be precise, it was 1,079 yuan. With both whole and fractional amounts, that was all your savings. It was like Guan Yu in the world, righteous and chivalrous. Who would have thought she would be so ungrateful? Good night, Makabaka. After sending this last message, the netizen immediately went offline, making you hit the bed in frustration. How annoying. And you still didn't get the money back. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Haida, Shen Nianxue, dressed in a snow-white dress, smiled at the corners of her mouth. For some reason, she really enjoyed chatting with you, and every time they chatted, she couldn't help but smile. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. She didn't really think you would come to Haida. After all, your home was inland, so you probably wouldn't travel that far to Haidu. She tricked you into sending her photos, thinking you are quite a handsome little brother, and a nice person too. When she was at her most difficult time, you generously helped her without hesitation. But your temper isn't very good, always making people pay you back. She thought to herself, my family runs a company. How could we be short of 1,000 yuan? I'm doing this for your own good. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, so let's play after the exam. And she actually sent you a photo, but it was of her roommate. As soon as the results came out in June, you immediately sent a message to Makabaka. You wait for me. Let's see if I can keep my word. With a score of 623, Shanghai University is a sure thing. Seeing this, Shen Nianxue bit her lip, suppressing her excitement, thinking, if I had known you were this capable, I should have just ordered you to get into hawking from the start. What do you mean? What if I didn't get into Shanghai University? Shen Nianxue suddenly wanted to tease you. Goodbye. I won't believe anything you say from now on. Our trust has ended. Let's forget each other in the rivers and lakes. Seeing the message she sent, Shen Nianxue chuckled softly. The roommates suddenly heard the noise and looked at each other in confusion. One of the roommates said, in my experience, that laughing frequency doesn't seem like someone is watching videos. At that moment, Shen Nianxue suddenly poked her head out from the mosquito net and smiled at Su Qianxian, saying, Qianxian, I have something to tell you. How should I put this? Shen Nianxue thought for a moment, stretched her jade foot out of bed, and said, come with me outside. I'll tell you as we walk. Please don't get angry. At that moment, on the other side, Mother Guameli walked into the bedroom holding fresh fruit and said, son, have some fruit. Tomorrow, Mom will take you to buy a phone. Her maternal glow was no less than during the days of the college entrance examination. Full of love, she then asked, have you decided which university to apply to? You answered honestly, High University. High University is so far away. Guameli frowned. Aren't there good schools in the province? Why go so far? To collect debts. You pierced a piece of apple with a toothpick and bit down hard. What debt? It's nothing at all. Just feel that there are more opportunities over at Haida. I always want to go out and see the world. You waved your hand and said, besides, isn't Shinyu also going to Haida? Just right. I'm with her. So there's a companion. Hearing this, Guameli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I can be a little more at ease. That girl has always been reliable and can help keep an eye on you. I'll discuss it with your dad again. You should go to bed early and not stay up too late. What? You used my photo to borrow money from an online friend? Upon learning the truth, Su Qianxian spat out her milk tea. Shen Nianxue pursed her lips and smiled. Then he came to our university to find me for the money. A few days later, before leaving, Guameli patiently advised, be careful on the road. Don't always eat junk food. Try to stay up late playing games less. You're a boy. Take care of Shinyu on the way. Got it. You chuckled. My ears are about to get calluses. You're leaving. Your lumbar spine isn't good, so play less mahjong. sitting for an entire afternoon isn't good. It's better to go dance in the square more. You pouted and dragged your luggage into the station. Shin Yanxue was asked by Su Chanxian no less than 8 times that morning. Shue, has he come? She started asking while they were in the classroom. And Shin Yanxue couldn't tell if she was nervous or what, but she just kept asking. Ever since that night when she showed Su Chanxian your photo, she became interested and said, such a handsome junior. It's only right not to pay back the money. If he goes to another school, he'll be taken away by someone else. Don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Shue, and win him over. You really are great for having such a gem in an online romance. Shue. Shin Yanxue found her explanations particularly pale in comparison to Su Chanxian's imagination. Today, Su Chanxian even rare wore a dress. Shin Yanxue just wanted Chanxian to provide a cover. How did it end up feeling like an online romance coming to reality? Su Chanxian also asked, is this okay? Did Shue lose face? She was completely immersed in the excitement of meeting in person. Lu Siki had just returned from outside when he saw Su Chanxian dressed beautifully and fully prepared, and said, wow, you're dressed so nicely. Is it necessary to get one today? She thought Su Chanxian dressed so nicely to welcome the new students, but Lu Siki wasn't very interested in this matter and took off her shoes, preparing to get back in bed and continue lying down. Seeing Shin Yanxue also getting ready to go out, I asked, Shue, are you going too? Yeah, just taking a look. Shin Yanxue glanced at Chanxian, her face full of worry, thinking to herself that if she had known Chanxian would be so excited, she shouldn't have used her photo. Lu Siki smiled and said, then you have to be careful. Don't be mistaken for a freshman, otherwise those volunteer boys will chase after you. At this moment, Shin Yanxue's phone received a message notification, hurry over, I'm almost there. Seeing this, Shin Yanxue's lips curled up and she said, let's go, Chanxian, it's about time. Upon hearing this, Su Chanxian's eyes lit up. Okay, after coming out of the high-speed train station, all of Shinyu's luggage was being carried by you. Now that you have arrived at the school, you can see that your clothes are completely soaked. Shinyu tried to take the luggage back and said, it's okay, I'll take it to the dormitory. I promised Auntie. Can you really carry such a heavy suitcase? You've already carried it this far, so what's a little more? When you reached the school gate, you reported according to your respective colleges. You are from the School of Mechanical Engineering, while Shinyu is from the School of Computer Science, so the two of you briefly parted ways. The person in charge of registering you was a senior sister, and when she saw you, her eyes lit up. She gently guided you on how to fill out each step, as if she were afraid you couldn't read. However, you still politely said thank you, and then added a certain class group as requested by the senior, which is actually just the senior's contact information. After you finish quickly over there, you head towards Shinyu again. During this gap, you sent a message to Makabaka, where are you? Why haven't they come yet? Shinyu also received a warm welcome from the seniors. It had been a long time since the School of Computer Science had seen such a beautiful junior. Seniors asked one after another, Shinyu, which dormitory are you in? Let us take you there, and let's exchange contact information while we're at it. Junior, if you have any questions, just ask us. You appeared behind a few people and smiled. Senior, I have a lot of questions. How about adding me? Seeing this, the seniors exchanged glances. You smiled at Shinyu and said, let's go. You have so much luggage. I'll take you to the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Shinyu nodded repeatedly. Several seniors reacted from your conversation, saying, so you are together. After all this time you have a boyfriend, and it seems that guy is still with you. The newborn is really popular. How annoying. It ended before it even started. You entered the school gate, found a seat at the entrance, sent a message to Makabaka, and then waited here with Shinyu. Shinyu joked, since you helped me out, I can kick you a couple of times later. She was quite curious to see what kind of person the debtor you mentioned really was. You sarcastically replied, with those rabbit legs of yours, you can forget about it. Looking at her feet, her shorts revealed her well-proportioned calves, which didn't seem very strong. If someone catches you, you won't be able to get away. Do you want to give it a try? Shinyu wasn't angry at all, smiling as she looked at you, her feet together, stretched straight up and lifted a little. Just as the two were joking, your phone finally received a message from you haven't returned it, along with a photo. You opened it to find a picture of yourself and Shinyu. Looking at the angle of the image, the two girls were watching you from not far away. Isn't that Shin Yanxue? Why is she here? Could it be that with school starting today, Shin Yanxue is also feeling romantic? Her dress today is so beautiful. As they walked along, Su Chanxian kept pointing out handsome boys and asking questions. Su Chanxian was looking around, completely unaware that Shin Yanxue had been staring at one spot for a long time. Shin Yanxue saw a couple-like pair sitting on the seats. She recognized you at a glance, but seeing the girl next to you made her feel a bit uncomfortable for no reason. she suddenly realized that she had never thought about whether you have a girlfriend. Visibly disappointed. But Shin Nianxue still picked up her phone and took a picture to send to you. Shin Nianxue wore an elegant white long dress, and with her natural beauty, she became the center of attention in the crowd. Seeing this, your pupils dilated, stunned by Shin Nianxue's beauty, and you quickly whispered to Xinyu, "Look, a beauty." Upon hearing this, Xinyu frowned and said, "Love struck. I'm good looking myself. I'm just being honest. Look at those boys, they're all staring." Zhang Lian got up while saying, "Let's go. Go over." "It's her?" Xinyu's eyes widened slightly. "So nice? Owed money?" "The one next to her, Cynthia Su, at 5 feet 6 inches with glasses." He wasn't ugly, but he definitely wasn't good looking either. Although wearing a good looking dress, it can be seen that it is dressed up. But and by Nianxue stand together. Shinfish suddenly somehow relieved, like afraid of brothers suddenly driving a Land Rover General. Then followed Zhang Lian. "Cynthia Su? That's you, isn't it?" The four of them converged, and Zhang Lian confirmed it first to make sure everything was fine. Took out my cell phone again and looked at it twice against the picture and, well, sure enough it was right. Anan, Zhang Lian? Su Chanshan couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth, excitedly and quietly pulling by Nianshue's clothes. "It's more handsome than the picture." "Yuki, love you." Bai Nianxue pursed her lips tightly, her gaze instead staying on the girl next to Zhang Lian. What exactly is his relationship with her? What is the relationship between? This was something she very much wanted to know right now, completely not noticing that Su Chanshan was pulling on her clothes. "Anan, this one is?" Zhang Lian inquired politely and looked at Bai Nianxue. "This schoolmate really looks too good. But, having chosen to stand across from me, then don't blame me. I don't fight nobodies. If you're the helper she hired, then give your name." "She's Bai Nianxue, my roommate," Su Chanshan said according to what the two of them had been right about before. "Oh, this is my hairdresser, Shen Yu. She's also from this school, in the computer academy." As a courtesy, Zhang Lian also introduced. Hearing this statement, Bai Nianshue's heart was slightly relieved. But then again, childhood friends? The same university they still go to now. Just right. We are the computer theater. Su Chanshan laughed mindlessly, and glanced at Bai Nianxue. "How come Xue didn't say anything? Say something for me?" "Anan. Then, words are not enough. Let's step right into the topic." Zhang Lian loosened his luggage and moved his muscles. Bai Nianxue saw Zhang Lian's appearance pupils shrinking slightly. How he seems to still really come offline real. Full level of execution? Su Chanshan, huh? What? What theme? Pay back. Money. Die ding dong car. Zhang Lian gritted his teeth, his expression exaggerated, and spat out one word after another, raising his sandbag-sized fists up. Put. Bai Nianxue on the side almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, just so watery that she blurted out her unspeakable screen name. Su Chanshan was startled by Zhang Lian's sudden change, tugging on Bai Nianshue's coat corner and muttering in a low voice. "Then, I'm still not returning it? Bai Nianxue, how are you going to pay it back? Didn't even friend him and didn't have any money on him. If it's a college student's turn to spend cash these days, they must be broke." Su Chanshan thought also. He did not add Zhang Lian friend. "But, how do you feel that if you don't pay him back today, he can really beat yourself up?" Zhang Lian's eyes were glazed over, eyes covered in blood and oppressive. In fact, the main thing is that he played a little too much on the phone this vacation. Retaliation will not play the game through to make up for it. Last night, he played until 3 a.m. Bai Nianxue hurriedly smiled and changed the topic. "That Zhang Lian, first send you to the dormitory. It's almost time to eat. Treat you to dinner. The matter of returning the money. Don't worry, all in a school. How can I not return you?" This voice, how to feel a little familiar. Bai Nianxue had spent less time playing games with him on the mic before, but it wasn't for nothing. Zhang Lian had an impression, but he couldn't remember this for a while. He just felt familiar in his heart, from Su Chanshan's voice and demeanor, although the difference was huge. He just thought it was the huge gap between online and reality and didn't think much about it. Zhang Lian himself carried a bit of a joke between friends, and although he was indeed here to find her to pay her back, he was not in that much of a hurry. How can she be so cheap? Mustn't you glean a little more? It's so unfamiliar here. It's definitely better to have a senior who knows you. Since the pretty schoolmate has given her word, can she still run away? Just as Zhang Lian was about to let go, Xinyu suddenly pulled him, pulling him backward, then said to him, "Go to the dormitory first. I'm hungry. Didn't you eat instant noodles in the car you?" Zhang Lian asked with a straight face. Xinyu directly blanked out and pinched him with her hand. "Hey, it hurts. Okay. Go to the dormitory first." Zhang Lian followed Xinyu's words. "What about the Tinker car? How do I get to building 12? Let's go. We'll take you there." Bai Nianxue maintained a faint smile and said on behalf of Su Qianxian, who didn't know how to answer. Her plans were disrupted. Originally thought he would be a person to come, so that the double cooperation between himself and Qianxian, but also certainly can get along more harmoniously. Unexpectedly, it will come with a childhood friend. And the behavioral actions of this childhood friend made her feel especially bad. As if Zhang Lian suddenly changed her attitude not because of what she said, but because she was hungry. In a declaration of sovereignty like Su Qianxian, on the other hand, who had originally hit on the idea of coming to face her boyfriend on her own, now had a puzzled look on her face. How's that for being a debt collector? Also, for the ding-ding car in Zhang Lian's mouth. She looked at Bai Nianxue with suspicion and shock. The high and mighty Yuki, who usually conversed with him like this. Tinker car? So is his name Makabaka? Do the two of them usually talk to each other and say goodnight ding-dong car? Goodnight Makabaka? Seems to have found something unexpected. What started out as a sense of loss over the loss of a handsome man has now shifted to a strong soul of gossip being burned. Bai Nianxue was there to pick up those two freshmen. It looks like you know. Holy, what college is that boy from? Opening at the top. Possibly Bai Nianxue's brother? Where did Bai Nianxue get a brother? Is it possible that it's the stinky brother? Chapter 7 Launching the Offensive. Sending Xinyu to the dormitory. Zhang Lian again directly and thoughtfully carried her suitcase upstairs, and temporarily put his own suitcase downstairs. I'll do it myself, Xinyu politely said. Zhang Lian stared directly at her with a wide Khazarian eye. You're pretending to be a devil? I've carried you this far, and you come to take credit from me when we get to the end of the line? Seeing this, the corners of Xinyu's mouth couldn't help but raise, letting go again and walking upstairs. We won't go up first, we'll wait for you guys to come down, Su Qianxian said, being pulled aside by Bai Nianxue. Okay, ding-ding car. Zhang Lian wasn't polite and called it very smoothly. After all, he was already very familiar with it when he was online. With that, it followed Xinyu slowly up the stairs. Only after the two figures disappeared into the hallway did Su Qianxian hurriedly change her face to get closer to Bai Nianxue. Yuki, aren't you going to explain it to me? While saying that, she poked Bai Nianxue's thin waist with her hand. Or should I call you Tinker Car? Qianxian. Bai Nianxue's face was red with shame. She didn't expect Zhang Lian's face base to still be so casual. If he were himself, he would not be able to manage to call him Makabaka directly. Su Qianxian did not intend to let Bai Nianxue go, and continued to read like the Tang monk reading the Monkey King's mantra to the Monkey King, and Bai Nianxue covered her ears and hid. For a long time, tired of playing, Su Qianxian returned to the topic. So Xue, you actually asked me to come as a shield for you? Bai Nianxue sheepishly glanced at Su Qianxian and quickly averted her eyes again. The thought came to mind, itself is for you to be a shield. It is you who misunderstood, but an apology should be made. Qianxian, I'm sorry. Bai Nianxue held Su Qianxian's hand and said seriously, it's still true. Su Qianxian's mouth opened wide and her eyes widened. How could she not be shocked to hear such explosive news? It had already all but thrown the matter of Bai Nianxue's apology out of his mind. Well, Bai Nianxue nodded her head, then realized something was wrong and shook her head. Qianxian, don't misunderstand. I have nothing with him. Su Qianxian's eyes narrowed slightly as her mouth had changed from a large circle to an oval. Is it that you have nothing to do with him, or is it that he has nothing to do with you? Bai Nianxue was confused. Oops, he has a childhood friend by his side. Shueshue. If you, Su Qianxian made to raise her two thin eyebrows. You have to seize the opportunity. Bai Nianxue, I really didn't have anything with him. We just chatted online. Su Qianxian just pursed her lips and nodded her head in response. Well, what you say is what? Who can call it like that with you? Snowy, and ding-dong the car. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue only felt like she had a mouth to feed. Yuki, the fact that he's willing to get into Haiku University for you means that he's still for you. He is here to ask me for money. You just did not give him all urge to pay back the money. 41000 bucks to get into HIU? Do you believe that? Su Qianxian pointed out a key saying. Yuki, get a grip. Bai Nianxue looked upstairs to the dormitory and nuzzled slightly. Damn Makabaka. Not interested in the cute dinky car? Xinyu's dorm room was on the 5th floor. Zhang Lian almost didn't die of exhaustion when he brought it up. Open the door when you get to your dorm room. 3 of Xinyu's roommates had already arrived inside. They were cleaning and organizing, while taking the time to glance at Xinyu and greet her with a smile. Hello, my name is Yen Wenxin. You are the last Xinyu in our dormitory, right? The short-haired, dry, tall, slightly darker-skinned girl with one black-framed eyeglass said with a big grin. Although he spoke Mandarin, the accent couldn't be hidden. Coupled with the demeanor, it is obvious that the northern part of that boil. Xinyu nodded and brought the luggage in Zhang Lian's hand over. You go down. I won't go down first. Aren't you hungry? Zhang Lian asked. Still straight, now that everyone is sanitizing. What's the deal with her going off by herself? Everyone is doing hygiene. Let's talk about it later. Xinyu explained to Zhang Lian in a low voice. Is this your boyfriend? Yan Wenxin saw Xinyu hesitate to come in at the door, so she looked around and saw Xinyu talking to a boy in a low voice. Her nature, of course, was to say it straight out with a big grin. Upon hearing this, the other two, who were cleaning the beds and a girl who was painting the sink on the balcony, immediately craned their necks. For the girls who just got out of that place in high school, they are in the very beginning of their budding anticipation for college love, relationships and all that stuff. Hearing the sensitive word boyfriend, or their roommates for the next 4 years, of course they were interested. How can that be? No, Xinyu immediately responded with wide eyes, glanced several more times toward Zhang Lian. What's with all the speculation about that kind of relationship? The two who grew up barrast really don't have any weird ideas at all. Zhang Lian, who had always been mute and was not in that kind of relationship with Xinyu per se, naturally greeted her roommate. I'm her brother. Please take care of my sister more now. Eat candy, eat candy. Xinyu cocked her head and just watched Zhang Lian walk in, unable to even pull. Since when are you my brother? Zhang Lian naturally grabbed 2 handfuls of candy from his pocket that his mom had stuffed in his pocket when he was leaving and put them on the table. Thanks handsome. Thank you brother. The roommate is very enthusiastic about Zhang Lian, seeing that he is surprisingly handsome, or the roommate's brother, which is not delivered. Hey, you're welcome. Zhang Lian waved his hand and walked out of the dormitory again. White took advantage of Shin Fish for a while, directly put ass away. Sister take good care of yourself. Brother gone. Ouch. Bye. Shin Fish uses a stunt that she has already used countless times since she was a little girl, and it's a trick that almost every little southern girl knows. Quickly extend your right hand to aim at your opponent's waist, with your index finger and thumb forming a stranglehold, locking the tender flesh of your opponent's waist in a brief 180-degree muscle contortion, and quickly retracting it after achieving the effect, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, giving the opponent's waist up to 10,000% bludgeoning damage. The opponent couldn't even react. What a hard hand. Zhang Lian covered his waist, and the response was the closed-up dormitory door. It's chilling. Zhang Lian shook his head and rubbed his injured area to quickly go downstairs. In the meantime, Su Chanxian, but he has a childhood friend. Shue, you can't just sit back and wait. Bai Nianxue cupped her chin and frowned. This she can certainly see. So, what can I do? Attack. Shue. Su Chanxian heatedly smiled. Chapter 8 Contacts. Hey, where is she? Zhang Lian went downstairs and found that the cunning ding-dong car had unexpectedly disappeared. Chanxian, she has something temporary to do. She will come over later. Let me take you to the dormitory first. When Bai Nianxue saw that Zhang Lian was coming down alone, she suddenly felt that Chanxian's approach was a bit wise again. Oh, damn dinky car. Surprisingly ran away. Zhang Lian cursed in a small voice, and immediately smiled again as he rushed Bai Nianxue. Sister Xing, I'm troubling you. I can't believe you're so watery to play two faces? Bai Nianxue was derided in her heart, but her surface was unperturbed. Okay, no trouble. Just in time to ask him on the way what he really thinks of himself. I'll carry it for you. No need, senior sister. I just have one bag. Zhang Lian waved his hand and politely refused. With that, he walked with Bai Nianxue in the direction of the boys' dormitory. Zhang Lian did not know that Bai Nianxue was quite well known in the school. He only knew that the schoolmate next to him was indeed very good-looking, so much so that he, who had always belonged to the diplomatic bruisers, was rarely quiet at this time. Since he was a child, he contacted too many girls too much. The end of the college entrance exams are a lot of girls, and his confession, obviously in the usual playful relationship as quite good girls, suddenly engaged in this, so that he thought for a moment in what a prank. And he also has a big beauty like Xinyu by his side, who is gentle and lovely at school, but she is not merciful at all when she pinches people. It had made him almost no longer have any filter on beautiful women, but Bai Nianxue did have a real impact, and even gave him a dry back to the little boy. The atmosphere was peaceful and quiet all the way, which made him feel quite uncomfortable, and he cursed again in a whisper. Damn ding-dong cars. I wonder if it would be awkward for two strangers for her, the middleman, to leave when a friend introduces a new friend to a friend. What did you say? Bai Nianxue ears sharp, and heard him whisper crickets himself, and thought to himself, this makabaka how to make efforts to scold himself. No, nothing. Zhang Lian let out a kind smile and took out his cell phone to send the bleeding knife dynamic emoji to Tinker Car. Ding dong. Just after he sent this side, the cell phone in Bai Nianxue's pocket rang once. Bai Nianxue's pupils shook as she nervously glanced at Zhang Lian and realized that he hadn't noticed his side at all, then immediately took out his cell phone to see what message he had sent him. Makabaka, chopping you to death. where have you been? Leaving me with my schoolmate. It's embarrassing. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, took a quick glance at Zhang Lian with her afterglow, and typed a reply. Tinker car, what's wrong? Isn't it bad to walk with a pretty schoolmate? Don't thank me yet. Maka baka, you are sick. You want to use your schoolmates to cover your debt and not pay it back. Tinker Bell, what's the matter? Not enough? I'll add more. Maka baka, the schoolteacher was just sold out by you without even realizing it? Do you believe that I will tell her all about your ugly face? Schoolmate, you're playing with your cell phone. Is it because you don't want to talk to me? Bai Nianxue's sudden opening almost threw Zhang Lian's cell phone out. Ha? No, I'll return a message. Zhang Lian put away his cell phone. But just now, damn, if it wasn't school sister, you were also looking at your cell phone. You and Qianqian, you seem to have a good relationship? Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh. Isn't this gap between him on and off the line a bit too big? No, it's between an outsider and a. The gap is a bit too big. If you knew you were a dinky car, would you open your mouth to pay it back again? Good. Bull asterisk 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 ah. Zhang Lian laughed cheerfully. I came to find her to pay back the money, aha. But, it looks like you guys are on good terms. Bai Nianxue laughed slightly. Hey. Zhang Lian shook his head inside, not admitting or denying it. How many points did you get in? Schoolboy? Come up here and ask such a revealing question? Zhang Lian's eyes widened slightly. Ha ha. Can't answer? That's not true. Just 620. Zhang Lian answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. Oh, awesome. How many points did you get in? Sister? I'm almost the same score as you. Bai Nianxue smiled. Hey, so it's a turn to praise yourself. Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes and joked. Ha ha ha. Bai Nianxue laughed lightly, but in her heart she was holding back her laughter, thinking, in front of me to be so coy, so pretentious, not at all as untamed as it was online. Sure enough, there's still a big difference between acquaintances and strangers. Hey, by the way, how did you and Qianqian meet? I always hear her mention you. Bai Nianxue continued to inquire again. Ha? She mentioned me? Wasn't it cursing me? No, she complimented you. Zhang Lian didn't believe it and said offhandedly. Really? She can compliment me. She owes money and doesn't pay back the old rascal dog one. An old rascal of a dog. Rascal one. Rascal. Ahem. Bai Nianxue's heart suffered a thunderbolt. I met her in a game. She was playing too much and had to take my red. So I scolded her and she talked back. Zhang Lian laughed softly. So Long did not realize that when they first met, they actually quarreled to know each other. So funny. Bai Nianxue didn't expect him to remember so clearly, and suddenly looked at him with her eyes wide open. After the fight, it's just a one-on-one, and then I haven't fought it, and she picks a rogue Sable. But 2 out of 3 games, and when I banned Sable for her in the back, she didn't beat me. Bai Nianxue's eyes widened slightly. Unexpectedly lying? If I remember correctly, I don't think you won a single game in the first 5 games. No, to be precise, there were about 10 rounds off fighting, and if he hadn't let him win 1 round, he could have been unconvinced. But Qianqian told me that she won all? Bai Nianxue's eyes stared at Zhang Lian in a forced manner, straightening Zhang Lian's heart. Kidding, how could she possibly win against me? Impossible, impossible. Zhang Lian waved his hands, not believing in reality. Oh, so Bai Nianxue had a look of realization. She's pure nonsense. She can't be trusted with her mouth full. Ha ha. Bai Nianxue heart, good, wow. Really dishonest. Bai Nianxue, then you think Qianqian how? Ha, how about what? Just, all aspects of personality, whatever. How is it all? Bai Nianxue bit her upper lip, becoming slightly nervous. Senior sister, you wouldn't be an undercover agent sent by her, right? Chapter 9, Changing as a Face. Zhang Lian brain melon clever batch. Instantly will Bai Nianxue's idea to recognize. White Nianxue, although said is not suit Qianqian sent to the undercover, but is her own personally when their own undercover. No, I'm usually more gossipy about roommates. Bai Nianxue's eyes blinked rapidly twice, pulled her hair back, pinned it behind her ear, and looked away. Oh, that's right. Zhang Lian definitely couldn't cricket someone behind his back, not to mention that the schoolmate in front of him was also the other party's best friend. If it had been a foxy friend together, no, a genuine friend, then he could certainly have said, pretty good, except for not paying it back. Well, it's all pretty good. Bai Nianxue, what an obvious scene stealer. Here we are. Senior sister, are you going up? Zhang Lian inquired. Well, will you let me go up? Bai Nianxue asked with some hesitation. Then if you say so, senior sister, it's better to go up together. Zhang Lian lightly laughed. Ha ha, then I'm sorry. You're too kind. Senior sister. According to the dormitory number given in the report, Zhang Lian just watered down and took a beautiful girl into the male dormitory. Many of the freshmen who were also moving things in their dormitory showed envy. Whose freshmen have such a good-looking older sister with them as soon as they arrive? How come all the good things happen to other people? If I come across. For me it's not a problem to get a couple campus cards. Zhang Lian passed by. Bai Nianxue followed through, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. Then the top of the big ass in the dormitory buried in cleaning the boys' eyes round. And then will be from the dormitory one after another to reveal the head of the envious look. More boldsome. Directly up to ignore Zhang Lian to Bai Nianxue want a WeChat. Sister, I want a card too. Ah, I'm not a schoolmate who runs a card. Bai Nianxue kindly laughed. Oh, then, can you add a contact number? School teacher? Bai Nianxue hadn't encountered this kind of scene for quite a long time, and turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Brother, help me? Zhang Lian? Only to see Bai Nianxue still giving him a crazy wink. Zhang Lian did not think that the school sister actually has this side. Originally the school sister to bring themselves over, also can be considered to help their own favor. Excuse me folks, do you want my brothers? Zhang Lian had blocked peach blossoms for Xinyanat a few times, and had become skilled enough to walk up to the boys and block them in the most direct way. As always, he is very tall. He also knows a little boxing. His dad is a police officer, which is why he chose this way of blocking peach blossoms, because there is a bottom line and the most simple and rough. Seeing the situation, the freshmen who had come up with courage, just out of the desire for fresh things just out of the cage, they also left in a mood. Zhang Lian also continued to walk to his dorm room with Bai Nianxue, himself this day to the girl block, twice peach blossom. Pure tools people ah. Get the key for the door. Just one person from the dormitory arrived. A yellow hair, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She was stylishly dressed with a necklace around her neck and a bracelet on her hand. Although I can't see the price, but it gave Zhang Lian the first feeling that this is not a little rich brother, the only person in the dormitory. On the other hand, immediately jumped down from the bed and opened his mouth at Zhang Lian with a thick British accent. Hey bro. He came up to hold Zhang Lian's hand, then saw the girl behind Zhang Lian. What's up? How come I'm the one who's brown? Is that how foreigners greet each other? Hello? My name is Zhang Lian. In the spirit of politeness, Zhang Lian spoke with his hand still in his grasp. Yellow hair was obviously stunned by Bai Nianxue, looking back and forth between Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue twice. Suddenly his eyes glowed as he looked at Zhang Lian, and his hands also gripped harder and tighter. Hello brother Lian, my name is Li Yongwen. You can call me Jake 1. Zhang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. His brain looked like a progress bar was not loading. Did this English name have anything to do with his Chinese name? But eventually a polite, hello. The two shook hands and were friendly for half a day. Zhang Lian, you'd rather let me in. Bro. Introduce ah. Li Yongwen looked behind Zhang Lian in a very self-conscious manner. There's no need to introduce schoolmates, right? Zhang Lian tugged at the corner of his mouth before walking straight into the dormitory. Why do all these guys act like they've never seen a pretty girl before? Oh, so it will be fourth school sister ah. Hello school sister. Li Yongwen's eyes brightened another degree. Bai Nianxue smiled faintly, then followed Zhang Lian into the dormitory, and incidentally, closed the door behind her. Then, Zhang Lian found his bed number and put down all his luggage. Looking toward Bai Nianxue, senior sister, let's go. Bai Nianxue, aren't you going to clean up? I'll come back later to clean up just fine. Mainly don't want you to wait on the sidelines well. Zhang Lian said truthfully, always letting people wait. There will always be a feeling of indebtedness. Moreover, there's a yellow hair on the side who tugs at foreign languages and tries to attract attention in front of her schoolmates. Cleaning will get dusty all over the house again. In short, it was a physical as well as psychological double torture. He was embarrassed to let Bai Nianxue stay all the time. Who had thought that Bai Nianxue did not mind? And even put down the stool that was upside down on the tabletop by herself, and wiped it with a paper towel to sit down. That's okay, it's still early. There's no rush. She actually just wanted to see his betting nose, and what little things he would pull out. Simply curious. Just like, when boys go to a girl's dorm room, they also observe the girl's desk, and bed, or all sorts of. What's different? This is not only the curiosity brought about by the opposite sex. Naturally, there is also a little bit of white Nianxue's heart, because right now, Zhang Lian didn't even know her true identity. Advantage. A great piece. With an advantage. Expand the advantage. Zhang Lian's eyes narrowed into slits, pursing his lips in contemplation. It was the first time he didn't know how to reject a girl. Dead mouth. Why don't you say it? Why can't you say something about a pretty face? Show the courage you have to talk to other girls. Ding dong. Tinker Car sent a message. I still have something to do, so stay with my sisters and I'll treat you to a seafood dinner outside the school later. Rub. Seafood feast. Am I the kind of guy who takes the bait at the slightest bit of food? Would I have left my best friend's bestie unattended? A friend of a friend. That's not my friend. Okay, Then schoolteacher, you pay attention to the dust, haha, don't get your clothes dirty. Chapter 10, Sister wants to make the bed? Shin Yu, your brother. So handsome. Yeah, any girlfriends? In the girls' dormitory, Shin Yu's roommate was cleaning up while she began to resist the hormones bursting out of her body. He is not my brother. Shin Yu buried her head and made her bed, and her heart felt more or less vain. This guy is obviously quite scruffy, but he's just popular with the girls. This is something that one naturally feels. Oh, not your brother. That? Yen Winchen's eyes rolled. Boyfriend? Oh, nah. Where do you guys think you're going? Shin Yu said with his head straight up. So what's your relationship? Can't we be friends? Shin Yu said righteously. I grew up in the same place as him. How can there be normal friendships between a man and a woman? Cao Hongli said as she pushed up her glasses. She was a dark and thin girl with a high ponytail. Hey, you guys still from the same place? A childhood friend? Count on. Sort of. Oh, that would be perfect. Where have you guys been thinking again? The corners of Shin Yu's mouth twitched, and when she thought of staying with such a gossipy roommate for 4 more years, she couldn't help but. Married or from the same place and know the roots. When the time comes to graduate together back home, simply rent a room. 2 people's small life once. Shin Yu sighed helplessly upon hearing this and went back to organizing her things. Although it does sound pretty good, but she really doesn't have a single worldly desire for some guy who calls himself brother. I've seen him since I was a kid and I can still remember his runny nose in elementary school, and the look of being naughty outside and not daring to come home and run to yourself for a bit of shelter. Those are not cool looks. People, on the other hand, just have a filter on what looks good and automatically think that what looks good is good everywhere. It's like good-looking people just don't get along with the sloppy stuff. But really, we're all human. Everyone is the same. A rich guy in a Lamborghini collects paper shells just as well. And even the best-looking people eat 3 meals a day. Just let these 3 think about a future that doesn't exist. When Shin Yu wasn't around, Bai Nianchue did play a little better. At least, when talking to Zhang Lian, he would unconsciously tease him on purpose like he did when conversing with him online. It was a habitual instinct that she didn't quite realize herself. I just look at the leftovers next to me with envy. No need, senior sister. I'll do it myself. Zhang Lian organized his desktop by himself and refused. For some reason, he felt that Bai Nianchue's senior sister always wanted to move his box is what happened. Own chest and no gold. Always want to flip. Is it hard to believe you dropped something in there? Well, so I'll help you make the bed? Bai Nianchue said and went to his cabinet to rummage for cotton wool. Took it out and had to take off his shoes and go to bed. Ugh. Zhang Lian's hand slowed down a bit. She was about to go up. Just sit down. School teacher. I'll do it myself. This first day on campus and the pretty schoolmates make the beds themselves. This. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Oh, Bai Nianchue said with some regret as the cotton wool in her hand was carried away by Zhang Lian. Then, one can only obediently sit back in his seat again, cross his legs, and stare blankly at Zhang Lian as he begins to make the bed. Couldn't I have made a proper excuse just now? Like hurry up and clean up so you can go to dinner? Oops, why didn't I think of that just now? Hey, his bedding is black. What's that? Photo. Cynthia? Isn't that me? Sending him a picture of Sinclair? Why does he still print it out and carry it around? He won't really. Do you think he's really going to specialize in one school for $1,000? Then should I confess to him? Otherwise, he and Qianqian. What the hell? Schoolboy. You, like Qianqian very much? Anyway, it was now the perspective of a bystander. So Bai Nianchue asked simply and directly. Zhang Lian, who suddenly heard this, almost didn't fall off the bed. Here, you carry Qianqian's picture with you. Bai Nianchue pointed to the photo in the inner compartment of the suitcase. Or Qianqian sent to herself. No, you've got it all wrong, senior sister. This is. Zhang Lian struggled with how he should speak. Did you actually print this photo yourself to post a wanted notice later? Ahem. It didn't help that he always had an unsettling feeling that he wouldn't get his money back, and it always felt like the Tinker truck was full of falsehoods. It's all in case you can't find anyone back there. Bai Nianchue's eyes then looked him over expectantly and not so expectantly, both wanting him to give a reason and not so much wanting him to give a reason. Suddenly, I'm a little torn. Is this a case of being green? Don't they all say on the internet that there are the kind of girlfriends who test their boyfriends by deliberately creating a small number on the internet? This seems a bit similar, if he didn't deny it. In fact, it showed that even if he wasn't that good looking, it was good that she liked him. But then whether he likes Qianqian or himself, it's a little hard to tell. Yes. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find her when I came to this school, and I printed out a photo of the finder ahead of time. Yeah. Zhang Lian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. In front of the school sister to lose a wave of big face belongs to. Bai Nianchue didn't hold back her laughter. After all this time, it's a wanted poster for me. Am I that unreliable? How does it feel? If he had given him a picture of himself, he could have done the same thing. Definitely no mercy just because you look good. Nope, he would do that. Isn't that what he does in the game? Don't laugh. Senior sister, don't tell her. Zhang Lian still wanted to save some face. Well, it's okay. But, righteous father is above. If there's anything you want to do, just command. Zhang Lian joked as he arched his hand. We haven't added a VX yet. Chapter 11 Schoolmarm's Bare Lace Socks. What about you guys? Where are you all from? Xinyu noticed that Gan Xiaolin had been quietly organizing things on the side, but did not follow the rest of the two to joke around. She was petite, fair-skinned, cute-looking, and looked like a quiet, subtle girl. From the time she entered the door, she also said what her name was and that she should be more compatible with herself. Yan Wenxin herself didn't introduce herself much as she said graciously, "You know where I'm from even by listening to my accent, right? Gao Hongli, I'm from Jianghu. Gan Xiaolin, I'm from Chongyu. Oh, then besides Xingyu, is there anyone else in our dormitory who's off the hook?" Gao Hongli looked at the other two, having automatically excluded Xinyu from what she considered to be the single dog brigade. In this regard, Shinfish sighed lightly, also do not want to do more to explain. The more explained the more chaotic. Yan Wenxin ruffled her hair a bit and raised her chin. No, what are you doing making like you want a grand introduction? Yan Wenxin, high school is so busy. Where do you find the time? What about Autumn Woods? Ganshelin continued to organize himself in a less than kind manner, looking a little less than eager to answer the question. Seeing this, everyone acquiesced that she didn't either, and was about to continue the conversation when they saw her nod her head in a very small way. Hey, Autumn Woods has it too? What do you mean also Shinfish is helpless. Had I known that I would not let Zhang Lian help himself carry luggage. Well, Gan Xiaolin nodded her head quietly, a smile in her eyes. Come on, I thought we all had a united front in the dormitory, but it turns out that once we came here it was only me and Hongli who didn't have boyfriends. Yan Wenxin said sourly. So, Autumn Woods, where's your boyfriend from? Is he in our school too? Well, talking about her boyfriend, Gan Xiaolin's eyes were like a light. He's a year older than me. Okay schoolmarm, come on down. Stretching out a pair of jade feet from the bed, then stepping on the stairs and slowly coming down, Zhang Lian carefully supported, while putting on her shoes. By Nian Shuai urged, I put it in the corner of the bed for you to hide. Be careful, the school is not allowed to connect the plug board to the bed. It is recommended that you buy a bed curtain, that way auntie can't see what's on your bed. Ooh, good. Zhang Lian was quite embarrassed. It was the first time he felt formal in front of a girl. He was plugged into the socket at the bottom, and his schoolmate was in bed at some point. Help him get the plug board cord up. Actually, he's a bit of a neat freak, and didn't want anyone else touching his bed. At the very least, if a dude like Li Yongman got into his bed, he could definitely yank him off with one hand. But nay schoolmate on all up, and out of enthusiasm to do yourself a favor. Hey, is it okay too? Schoolgirls' bare lace socks are pretty clean. Shouldn't be dirty. Things are pretty much organized, too, and with the rest of the people still to come, there's no rush to clean up the hygiene. There's still a pretty big difference in behavior between boys and girls. Even if it's clean now, the people coming in behind it will get dirty. Solely wait for the big guys to clean up later in the day. Let's go then, Zhang Lian said with his schoolmate after giving a look to Li Yongwen in the opposite bed. Well, Bai Nianxue glanced around again to see if there was anything else she hadn't noticed. Read it before returning. Okay, let's go. Since he wasn't very familiar yet, Zhang Lian didn't ask Li Yongwen to join him. After leaving the dormitory, Zhang Lian sent a message to Tinker Car while sending another message to Xinyu. Bai Nianxue on the side received the message. The corner of her mouth raised slightly, and did not reply in a hurry, but rather inquired without meaning to. You're, Ao Mame, not going to pick her up? While cleaning, Bai Nianxue had asked very specifically about the relationship between the two, although she was still a little uneasy, but from his greatly speaking out Xingyu's shortcomings in the dormitory, the two should really be buddies, just like your online self. I don't know if he's like this with any girl in his relationship, she said. Their dormitory is having a school party tonight and won't be coming, Zhang Lian said in a calm tone to Bai Nianxue. Just typing on his cell phone began to speed up as he gave Xinyu a lecture. Xinyu finally just said, you just want to use me as a shield. I'm not familiar with your netizens. Don't come. She's never been one to get too involved in other people's parties and has a great sense of proportion. Unlike someone. Oh, then I'll ask Chanshan why she hasn't come yet either. Bai Nianxue tone up. God help me. Then he took out his cell phone and posed as Su Chanshan, who was actually Tinker Car himself, to reply to Zhang Lian. Tinker Car, you guys go to the seafood restaurant first. She can find it. I'll come by later. Makabaka? Tinker Bike, what's going on? Puzzled. Makabaka, did you do that on purpose? I've been with your roommate for hours, Tinker Car, so what's wrong? You don't like spending time with her. Ha? Then I talk to her? After sending it, Bai Nianxue's eyes quickly glanced at Zhang Lian, who was beside her with his fists clenched and tied himself like this. Qianqian will not really be beaten by him one day. Makabaka, that's not. It's not that. It's embarrassing. I don't know her well. Tinker Car, hey, didn't you always pass through all the flowers without touching a single leaf? Omega, this is something that Bai Nianxue knows firsthand. When you play games together, there will be players who are also girls. He's just as likely to snap a word hello as he is to play a bad game. There's no sexism in esports. There's only dish or no dish. Only such a player deserves to win my star. Makabaka, so you're ing doing this on purpose, right? Hangs up and hits GIF. Makabaka, Tinker Bike, no credit, but some credit, right? Makabaka, then I thank you, huh? Tinker Car, you're welcome. You guys go ahead. Have fun. After sending it, Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Something's wrong with Sin Sin. We'll go over there first. Chapter 12, a few more sittings. Good. At such a time, Zhang Lian could only reluctantly agree. In fact, in the end, he was somewhat repulsed by Bai Nianxue. The reason is, she's so good looking, putting a lot of pressure on him. Growing up, I've never been spontaneous, and I've never been under this much pressure. It's like, hitmen never like to get along with their bosses. Obviously you can do whatever you're comfortable with, but with the boss here, you need to focus on a little bit of image and stuff. Right now he was in a somewhat similar situation to his senior sister, where he couldn't do as he pleased. But if the tinker was here, he'd be more of a nag than the grannies at the end of the village. A walk along the balsam fir trees in the height of summer towards the school gates. The freshmen and also the older students passing by on the road cast their eyes, which was a big reason why Zhang Lian felt the pressure. It was hard to get out of the school. Bai Nianxue led him to the nearest subway station again. Zhang Lian is from the village. The subway, this thing, he has not sat on it much, so he can only follow Bai Nianxue's back. Bai Nianxue has a cell phone subway code. She took out the subway code for a moment and went in, leaving Zhang Lian alone at a loss for words. Zhang Lian? Originally a good face. His brain raced. Just now she should be scanning what code? It shouldn't be a payment code, should it? Is it hard to be a health code? Then he tapped on his payment code. Bai Nianxue saw him mortar and pestle in place, and took the green code in that brush not move. Uttered a laugh. Schoolgirl, your laughter is disturbing me, Zhang Lian said helplessly, disgraced to the core. You don't have a subway code, do you? Bai Nianxue re-emerged again. She had just been ill-considered. She also didn't realize that he didn't even know how to ride the subway. No, bus code I do have. Zhang Lian gave a truthful account. His hometown doesn't have a subway, but bus scanner payments have become popular. It's okay, then. I'll teach you to buy tickets. Bai Nianxue walked towards the self-service ticket machine on the side. Did not get him the subway code directly. The reason for this is that a machine to buy a ticket is more complicated than a cell phone, and he's certainly less likely to. No, there are ways to play him. Zhang Lian didn't understand it either. She just followed wherever she went and that was the end of it. It just so happens that he doesn't know how these unmanned ticket machines work and would like to learn how. Look, we're at this station in High University. Poking the big screen, Bai Nianxue patiently told him. Then tap on a couple lines and the stations come up. A completely unreadable subway map appears. Zhang Lian was completely confused. You select the destination station you want to get to, tap OK, pick a couple tickets, pay and you're done. Drop. After saying that, Bai Nianxue took her cell phone and paid, and 2 rectangular cards fell out of the ticket exit. Bai Nianxue handed one of them to Zhang Lian. See what I mean? Simple, isn't it? Ah. Zhang Lian's dull and confused eyes had already told her the answer. Bai Nianxue blinked. Where did you miss it? I can't read that map. Zhang Lian took it upon himself to operate a bit more and was confused when he clicked on the map. This one you have to look at what number line you're taking. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and patiently taught him. Just confirm what line you're taking, and you'll just order what line. Here, Bai Nianxue demonstrated again by tapping on the line 7 she had just chosen. When you tap it, all the stops about this line passing through will appear, and the map will show only the track about this line. Oh, Zhang Lian realized. Enlightened. This is the time to stop asking questions like, but I don't know what line I'm taking, right? What is cell phone navigation for? Bai Nianxue laughed lightly. Alright, let's go. Aha. Zhang Lian looked at the ticket in his hand and tucked it in to follow. After placing his card on the machine at the entrance and scanning it, Zhang Lian followed Bai Nianxue with round eyes. Bai Nianxue is afraid he just threw the ticket right into the machine. I wanted to warn him, but suddenly, a bad idea came into my head. Because it's near a school, and because of the many things that happen when school starts, the subway crowd is huge. This is the case with line 7. The 2 could only stand on the subway. and there was no longer a place for them. At times like this, Zhang Lian shielded some by Nianxue out of instinct to avoid being squeezed by people. It's not instinctive either. It's just trying to return a little kindness. This day down, the human school sister and their own is not familiar with, and instead of the ding car to send themselves to the dormitory, and to make their beds, and follow the running east and west, and directly buy subway tickets. Although subway tickets aren't expensive, a few bucks, but having only known each other for less than half a day, senior sister by Nianxue did count on herself to take care of her. And, sister so good looking, surely many people chasing, even came to accompany his own elementary school brother. Does this tinker car have something on sister to make her so obedient? Thinking of the dinky car again. Damn the ding-dong car. After stop, the crowd kept going up and down. The two of them, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, came to the inside corner. Obediently, Zhang Lian leaned towards the door. That one can't rely on schoolmate. Bai Nianxue's slight inattention almost caused Zhang Lian to lean towards the door. Ha! This door might open. Don't lean. Come here. Bai Nianxue pulled on his clothes, in a tone like an older sister taking care of her younger brother, and obediently ceded her own spot against the corner to Zhang Lian. Lean on it, this can be leaned on, she said gently. The location was only big enough for one person, so Bai Nianxue reached out and grabbed the armrest and stood in front of him. A ray of warmth slipped through Zhang Lian's heart, and his ears whooshed red. I don't know if it's because the behavior just now was too retarded to feel ashamed, or because Bai Nianxue was so careful to make room for him. Suddenly I feel that my sister is not only good-looking, but also very attentive. What's wrong? Noticing his gaze, Bai Nianxue raised her eyes to him and asked. No, I feel like a dirt dog. Zhang Lian laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Which is not. Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile. First time sitting. It's normal. Young people around them who also look like students cast their eyes. Bai Nianxue's voice is very nice. It's one of those magnetic voices that when they open their mouths, it makes guys want to see what the voice itself looks like. A couple more sittings would be nice. Chapter 13 Seafood. Get off the subway at Mianjiang Station. Zhang Lian continued to follow Bai Nianxue. He was already a bit shy, but now that he was so whole on the subway, he felt completely taken. It's a bad feeling, but other schoolmates aren't wrong. There's a sense of powerlessness in knowing too much and not being able to fight back. Then he looked at Bai Nianxue walking in front of him as if nothing had happened. Completely as if nothing had happened. Any way you look at it, you're trying to go off topic yourself. Blame it on the strange looks of those people in the car. One must have been led astray by them. As a matter of fact, Bai Nianxue really didn't think about it in any other way. In itself, it's just a matter of sitting on it a few more times and she'll get it. She just blurted it out. She's not old enough to make yellow jokes in public with her first-time elementary schooler. Of course, this first-time elementary school brother was limited to the literal meaning of the word, and from Zhang Lian's perspective, she herself was the first-time school sister. A schoolmate who makes yellow jokes the first time they meet can't be a good impression by any stretch of the imagination. After all, before this, who knows if you've already talked to many boys, seniors and whatnot. Only, in Bai Nianxue's perspective, Zhang Lian wasn't considered to be any kind of elementary school brother that he had met for the first time, so it does become inevitable that you'll want to tease him and test what he reacts to and so on. As she walked to the exit, Bai Nianxue walked a little faster, quickly dropping her ticket into the mouth of the machine before the door opened. Behind her, Zhang Lian did not focus on her at all and was still reviewing all the things that had just happened on the subway, so when it was his turn, he was once again stuck at the exit, swiped several times in a row. This door just won't open. Bai Nianxue had long ago covered her mouth not far away and laughed with her shoulders shaking. Just watch him gradually warm up not knowing how to come out. Look left. Look right. Jump in place in a hurry. How did he really get hit? Bull asterisk. You set me up by not saying anything on purpose. I don't know. Zhang Lian could only look helplessly at Bai Nianxue who was not far away. When she saw Zhang Lian looking over, her eyes were all smiles bending into a moon. Then she walked over. Can't get out of the school sister, Zhang Lian said with a kind smile. In the back of my mind, I'm spitting. Soul, you are laughing too loud. You're going to throw in that ticket. Only then did Bai Nianxue tell him the way out of the station. Oh, Zhang Lian did as he was told, and the door opened smoothly. Go. Good. I've lost more face today than all 3 years of high school combined. Alas no. Why didn't you tell me about the exit when you bought the ticket? It's broken. Why do I feel like I'm being counted? After leaving the subway station, you arrive at Mingyang Road. The street is very busy, basically surrounded by seafood restaurants specializing in Haichang. Bai Nianxue's eyes were firm. She knew from the start that her destination was a place called Zhouhai Seafood Restaurant. To be precise, she knew the owner of the store, a distant uncle who owned it, a cousin she called uncle. Zhang Luoyan, on the other hand, looked around with dull eyes, as if he had come to this city for the first time. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the first time I've been here. Traffic in C City is congested, with intersecting flyovers and endless intersections. Every few dozen meters is a crossroads and flyovers. The vehicles are so crowded that the battery car cannot be stuffed. Zhang Lian can guarantee that at this time, if the school sister left herself here, she would not be able to find the way even if she had navigation. Hey, I just walked over a couple of overpasses. Bad. Where's the schoolgirl? A certain schoolmate in hiding is peeking. Seeing Zhang Lian looking left and right without knowing what to do, ignorant and clear eyes, her mischievous mentality was strongly satisfied. What other schoolboy can be played by himself like this? Toys. You like to look around and don't follow me closely? Watch sister drop you. At this time Zhang Lian on the flyover took out his cell phone and started sending messages. Soon Bai Nianshue's side of the phone vibrated a little. A quick look at the source. And I'm surprised it wasn't even sent to myself first? Surprisingly, you still send the Tinker Bike first? Makabaka, bad. I seem to have lost my schoolmate. What? Who lost who? Good for you. You really are full of lies. It was immediately followed by the one sent to himself. Sister, where are you? Turn around and save. Bai Nianshue took another look at someone on the catwalk and beamed. For some reason, it was a little jealous, but on second thought, you're jealous of yourself? Typo, I'm coming over. Sorry haha. After typing, she then felt that it seemed like a raw relationship and deleted the words again. Torn between thinking about it and not knowing how to respond, he simply went straight back. So Zhang Luoyan, who was still in the same place and didn't dare to move, suddenly saw a bright figure under the overpass. Here, Bai Nianshue waved her hand. Zhang Lian saw it and hurriedly ran down. Stay close this time. Bai Nianshue smiled, very gently, like the morning dew bathing in the spring breeze. It gave Zhang Lian salvation. Ah, good. Zhang Lian scratched his head awkwardly, totally unaware of how many times he had already let Bai Nianshue tease him. He was still foolishly embarrassed and apologized to Bai Nianshue. I'm sorry ha schoolmarm. You see, he even thanked us. Bai Nianshue tried to restrain the corners of her mouth. There's no need to be so polite with me. There are more people themselves. It's normal to get separated. Just don't stay so far away from me. Come closer, or, you can hold me. Ha, hold? Where are you holding? Never mind. I'll hold you. Bai Nianshue directly reached out and grabbed the satchel he was carrying. Zhang Lian was pulled forward as if by the hand. The seafood restaurant wasn't very crowded. The main thing is that this store's decor doesn't look cheap. Until after Zhang Lian walked to the seafood pool and saw the price tag on it. It's not what it looks like. It's really expensive. What's the point of eating a meal like that? Oh no, the ding-dong car pays the bill? That must eat back the 1,000 bucks. Why don't you just fish for whatever you want to eat? Bai Nianshue handed Zhang Lian a plunge net and really said in a tone like an older sister taking care of her younger brother. Well, I don't know. You order it schoolmarm. I'll go sit down. It's a wimp when you really get into it. Zhang Lian has never eaten it and doesn't know what tastes good. Handing it over to his senior sister, he was completely at ease. Well, okay. Bai Nianshue agreed with a soft smile. It was only when she was walking away that Zhang Lian said quietly to her, points for expensive schoolmates. Chapter 14, Pigeonholed Tinker Cars. Surely, Makabaka has so much heart? Bai Nianshue raised her eyebrows and thought to herself. Turning his head to follow Zhang Lian's request, he ordered the more expensive seafood from the seafood restaurant. It was really just a little bit of each to taste, and by the looks of him, he definitely hadn't been to a seafood restaurant before. So anything pike, bread crab, king crab, generously whole on. She's not so bad. After ordering, he returned to his seat and ordered another bottle of red wine. Zhang Lian did not understand the price, but just sighed in his heart. The school sister is a real point. Will the tinker truck be caught washing dishes in the back room when they can't pay up later? Wouldn't that be a little too cruel to her? But Bai Nianshue just opened her mouth at this time and asked, why do you want me to order something expensive? I want to eat Ben back. Zhang Lian's honest batch. Doesn't she owe me 1,000 bucks? And I'd like to just a full dead man. Bai Nianshue was drinking water choked by his amusement. So that's how it is. Scrooge, this is hard-earned money. Okay, senior sister, you have not suffered without others. You do not know how hard it is for me to save this $1,000. Zhang Lian shook his head, remembering his own difficult years again, full of hot tears. Upon hearing this, Bai Nianshue raised her eyes slightly to look at Zhang Lian. Of course she knew where Zhang Lian's $1,000 came from. He had already poured out his bitterness when he asked for money from himself, but she didn't give it back. Wasn't it a bit much to look at him with two teary eyes like that? But school sister, you order these. $1,000 is enough. I see the cheapest one seafood are 98 a catty, and processing fee. Zhang Lian beeped again in a small voice. Well, what do you think? Bai Nianshue said mysteriously. She couldn't answer directly. She needed to know if this Makabaka guy stopped contacting her after she had begged for her money. I don't think $1,000 isn't enough, is it? You also took a bottle of red wine. Zhang Lian nuzzled his mouth, feeling that $1,000 was a bit of a struggle for fear. Then if it's not enough, don't you just eat your way back to the capital? That's what I said, but it doesn't feel good, does it? Zhang Lian laughed. A meal slaughter people 4 figures. What family are so made? This meal slaughter down. I'm afraid I have no face to ask for this money again. We'll have to avoid each other from now on. I guess we won't be able to be friends. Well, Xianxian's family is quite rich. You don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, right. I almost forgot about this. Zhang Lian remembered that her family didn't run a company. So what's the point of being pretentious yourself? Dog thief. You don't even have money to give back. I'll eat you to death. Eat my moral damages all the way back. Then go weigh 2 more pounds. Ha ha ha. It's okay to waste it later when you can't finish it. Then I'll ask the boss to get a bottle of 82 Lafite. Ha ha ha. Before long, the seafood was ready and slowly began to be served. Zhang Lian was a little fidgety, constantly messaging the tinker car. Why isn't it here yet? It's been almost half an hour. And the tinker car just told him and his schoolmate to eat first. She would come. Looking at the 4 words I will come, Zhang Lian only felt false and surprising. There was a strong hunch that this pussy wasn't going to swing for the fences. Was it? Wait a minute. Masaka? Mashed red beans? Is the schoolgirl actually A2? Sol dessen. Getting your schoolmate to bring you to an expensive batch of seafood restaurant and then letting you set yourself up? Later on, if she doesn't come straight away, it'll just be herself and her schoolmate. The school sister then with their own AA, or an excuse to go to the toilet. It's over. I've been made a heavenly bureau. Damn dinky cars. It was a damn beauty trick. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out to him and placed the peeled shrimp in his bowl. Bai Nianxue, taste it? When she finished, she peeled another crab stick, shaved the meat into a small bowl, and handed it over again. Here's a dip. It's good for dipping. Thank you, schoolteacher. Zhang Lian, I can't believe you're thinking of your sister like this. You are so inhuman. Gulping, Zhang Lian also pursed his lips and began to enjoy it. Well, while peeling it, Bai Nianxue said with a smile. It's too perfect, said Zhang Lian from the bottom of his heart. I'll pour the wine. Sister, cheers. Still speaking from the bottom of his heart, Zhang Lian felt that the talent in front of him was more like a debtor he had traveled a long way to find. He had come all this way to spend the day with someone else. This damn dinky car. And his feelings faded. Bai Nianxue laughed softly and raised her glass to clink with him. It was supposed to be a feast for 4, and somehow it became a feast for 2. After 3 rounds of drinking, the alcohol came up, and Zhang Lian's face turned red. Although Bai Nianxue wasn't much better, but she had a higher alcohol resistance than Zhang Lian anymore. Zhang Lian then began to babble, speaking from the heart to be precise. This dead ding-dong car, well at least I'm here to see her. I can't believe you're letting you come and stay with me for a day. Senior sister. Bai Nianxue continued to drink elegantly from her highball glass, the slight intoxication of her face making her look even more beautiful. What's wrong? I'm the one who accompanied you and you're not happy? Bai Nianxue propped her chin up with one hand, her pretty eyes looking him over. That doesn't. You're so good looking, senior sister, and you take such good care of me. Zhang Lian looked at Bai Nianxue and said seriously. Somewhat drunk he looked sluggish and stupid, but Bai Nianxue's eyes followed him, and the tip of her brow never came down. The heart felt like it was tugging at strings and felt like he was exactly what he thought he was. So cute. Then, school sister accompanies you. Are you happy? Bai Nianxue took the opportunity to ask. Zhang Lian instantly fell silent and looked up at Bai Nianxue, trying to open his eyes wide to see her clearly, then waved his hand and shook his head. Not happy. Hearing this unexpected answer, Bai Nianxue was also surprised. You're kind of meticulous enough to not be satisfied? Asked anxiously, but the tone was still like coaxing a child. Why? Did you do something wrong? No, you're not her. Suddenly, as if struck by Mars, Bai Nianxue abruptly opened her eyes wide. What? You are not. Chapter 15. On the first night. Who is she again? Bai Nianxue frowned tightly. She was nervous when a Xinyu popped up in the opening of this itself. How did another one of her pop up here? Don't tell her that this Haida has someone else he's looking for. Better not tell her he's got a sweetheart here. She cracked right up. It was so hard to be heartbroken for once. She has never initiated with a guy. Offered to peel shrimp for a boy. Her dad didn't even get this kind of preferential treatment. Ding 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 car ah. She a dog thing. Zhang Lian said in a confused voice. Lousy came so far over. Tay Miao came over to look at me and ran away. Don't just let her pay it back. Straight up scared and not venturing out. Hearing this answer, for some reason, Bai Nianxue heart joyful, but also a little sour. No, like a little bit jealous of Sin Sin? It's over. Isn't this just like being really jealous of yourself? Then it's normal for her to avoid you when you ask her for money. Bai Nianxue asked tentatively. I'm here for the money. Yes, but more so, because she's here. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and blinked her eyes twice incredulously. You, like her? What? How is it possible? Zhang Lian abruptly subsided, his eyes looking at Bai Nianxue listlessly. She owes me money that she doesn't pay back, and I like her? Not when she has my hard-earned money in her hands. It's like one's best buddy coming to one's house and taking one's personal money. Although he was being verbally urged to pay back the money, it wasn't really that important whether he did or didn't. The reason for rushing him is in the fact that it's his hard-earned money that he's worked so hard to save, and it's also a flirtation. But it didn't matter so much whether he paid it back or not, naturally because he was a friend and didn't have a lot of money per se, and because of this, the weight of this good brother in the heart somehow rises a bit. The reason for the uptick may also be because this pusher still owes himself money compared to the other brothers. Relationships are also more ironclad. Zhang Lian is like that. This was something that Bai Nianxue could probably understand. It's like binding that extra layer of relationship. There's a prerequisite to this relationship, though, which is that both sides are really ironclad and really don't care about each other for that little bit of money in the middle. If one of the parties really needs that money, then the relationship may not be a hardcore one, but an enemy. To understand it another way, the intermediate relationship can also be not money, but also an important item, or an event, like making a mistake and taking the punishment for your best buddy or something like that. Oh, Bai Nianxue nodded, looking at him as he huffed and puffed on the table, suddenly whispering to him, actually, I'm the Tinker Car. Ha! Zhang Lian heard his head instantly lift up, eyes wide and straight on Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue went into cardiac arrest. It's over. Isn't he drunk? Next, how could you be ah? Zhang Lian laughed and fell back to sleep like a little plopper. Tinkerbike is a four-eyed girl. Bai Nianxue, after drinking wine, the speech is relatively straight, and directly said the name he called Su Chanshan when he saw Su Chanshan's photo, though the epithet is not even uttered by him later, because said out by Nianxue really will be angry. He was still good coaxing coax her good, but the dusty epithet was accidentally uttered at the moment. Bai Nianxue frowned slightly, looking at the drunken and unconscious Zhang Lian. Although she wasn't talking about herself, she would still be angry, but barring that, he didn't mean it with this drunkenness, and it's normal for him to talk without thinking. What about name-calling? Also true. And just then, the drunken and unconscious Zhang Lian saved the day. I'm sorry don't be mad. I didn't mean it. I'll take you to the top. Don't be mad. I'm a straight talker myself. Not that you don't know that. Put, by Nianxue this time the heart is going to be adorable. I can't believe he's drunk enough to say what he apologized for when he was angry. Is this the fear I've carved into his genes? The anger went away. The clouds turned to sunshine, and even the sun came out, and I was in a good mood. Am I that scary yet? She approached the sleeping Zhang Lian and said after scrutinizing him carefully, you can remember to recognize mistakes even when you're drunk? Since it was the first day of school, he didn't know anyone, plus it wasn't good for him to go back to the dormitory in this condition after getting drunk here. So Baeknim Suet opened a hotel. On the first day of school, go to a room with the Haiku University flower, blowing up the title. But sadly, there was no show that I wanted to see happen. Oh, the male characters are drunk out of their minds, plus the males are in an inebriated state and that one can't get up. So, Bai Nianxue just put him on the bed, covered his stomach, and turned the air conditioner on ready to leave. Empty knock. Just as he reached the door, Zhang Lian fell off the bed and landed heavily on the ground. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue had no choice but to turn back again. Her strength itself is small. Zhang Lian this weight, pulling up the laborious. It was hard to pull himself up. He rolled himself on the bed twice more and then lay in a contorted position. Bai Nianxue shook her head. Next time, never again. I can't let you get drunk anymore. As he said that, he exerted his strength, and then collapsed on Zhang Lian after an unloading that didn't hold up. Up close, she noticed how long his eyelashes were, and a pretty nose, like a girl. Lips, on the contrary, are okay. The mustache hasn't grown yet either, and the larynx. She ghosted out her hand, ready to poke, only to reach halfway and suddenly wake up. What am I doing? Am I drunk too? Get up quickly. She's not thinking about spending the night with him on the first day. This is too fast. Say nothing. Even if the opportunity was in front of her now, she would never take that odd chance. Her favorites were not such things. Turn around. Take a step. Walk. Empty knock. No? Makabaka, are you doing this on purpose? Bullying me good is it? Bai Nianxue walked to the door. Zhang Lian again coincidentally fell to the ground. Chapter 16 is the first time I've ever gotten a room. Sleeping until the middle of the night, Zhang Lian woke up in a state of confusion. Not feeling very well, he propped himself up on the bed and got up, looking at his surroundings as his mind went blank. After 2.5 revolutions of a progress circle on his head, he muttered, "Where is this? Turn on the lights." Incandescent lights illuminate the entire room. Zhang Lian took his hand and pressed his temples, falsely raising his eyes, not quite adapting to the light for a short time. Then as soon as I turned my head, I saw a woman lying on the couch. A robe was worn, white in color, and it looked like the kind that was exclusive to the hotel. From the back, the woman's long, black and still slightly curly hair, soft and reflective, hangs down like a waterfall. The body was dimpled and lying on her side on the sofa. The robe outlined her exquisite figure completely. A pair of long legs slightly bent and shrunken, so white and delicate that one could not tell whether it was a real person or a dummy. This one, it almost didn't give Zhang Lian's eyes to stare out in shock. The hand reacts before the brain and turns off the light. Turn on the lights again. Still in. Turn off the lights. Turn on the lights again. Still in. Holy. After confirming it twice over, Zhang Lian covered his face and bitterly accepted this fact. Stayed out of the house on the first day of school and roomed with a girl he didn't know. If this news to Shinfish no go home and tell mom, I'm afraid that I have to eat a long time as Bloom. However, this brain also slowly and completely woke up after a short shock. Quickly it came back to me what had happened. Isn't this a schoolmate, with the older sister out to eat their own drunk? I guess the older sister is not good to take themselves back, can only choose to take themselves to the hotel. It's the schoolmarm who actually stays on the sidelines. Zhang Lian himself had felt taken care of this day, and now he was feeling especially embarrassed. Sister is also very nice, still guarding and sleeping on the couch. Zhang Lian pursed his lips, and Bai Nianshue's image naturally towered in his heart. Turned off the light again. Afraid of waking up his schoolmate, Zhang Lian got up and walked towards the toilet. He also drank too much to be woken up a bit by urine. By the way, take a shower. Itself this first day of school, walking around has long been sweating. Of course, he still made very little noise to avoid waking Bai Nianxue up. But, Bai Nianxue had actually woken up when he turned on the light twice. She was a light sleeper herself, plus the couch was uncomfortable to fall asleep on, as well as the fear of him rolling out of bed in the middle of the night again, and a little bit of instinctive girlish vigilance. Even if it is a normal boyfriend and girlfriend, girls will be more wary of this aspect, which is out of the instinct to protect themselves. And when he heard Zhang Lian quietly get up and go to the restroom, there were some clear sounds of water running. Her face suddenly held a scarlet color. One word came to her, Qingchuan stone flow, and then the sound of him turning on the shower inside and starting the shower was heard again, and her mind floated uncontrollably. When I accidentally touched his body, I could feel that his body is quite strong, not a lot of exercise. Oops, having been so ed up, she was all but sleepless, burying her head even lower trying to force herself to go back to sleep. But the heart still tugs at the heartstrings by the sound of the toilet. Zhang Lian washes quickly. It didn't take more than a few minutes to get cleaned up and then came out wrapped in a bathrobe and robe as well. Still a light hand, but this time his direction was not the bed. Bai Nianshue's eyes snapped open. Why is he coming toward me? How can you let such a kind and caring schoolmate sleep on the sofa and sleep in the bed yourself? Zhang Lian thought so, but walking up to Bai Nianxue made it a bit difficult for him. How about waking up sister? No, this just seems a bit unnecessary. That directly. Hug, that's good. If schoolmate didn't wake up, his purpose was achieved, and when schoolmate woke up, she would also add her favor value to himself? But what if schoolteacher wakes up when we're hugging later? The favorability mustn't go straight to negative? Zhang Lian fell into hesitation right in front of Bai Nianxue, scratching his head, but Bai Nianshue's feet were clenched at this point. Being stared at by a boy in such a dark environment, even boys get scared. He doesn't know what he wants to do when he's around you, he just watches you. Bai Nianshue's brows were furrowed and some cold sweat came out on her forehead. As long as Zhang Lian dared to touch her, she would definitely scream out at once. It's a bit of a crush on him, but, now this behavior was peaking at her disgust level. Hokage. Aha, Hokage, wake up? Zhang Lian ultimately chose the safe way to express his goodwill. He had only known his schoolmate for a day, and he was cuddling, still through his robe, so he shouldn't do what he thought was nice, but actually counted as greasy. I'm quite straight, although this method, in the middle of the night to call my sister to get up and re-sleep or something, it is a little straight, but it does not violate their own in the impression of my sister's persona, right? Fine-minded, but things are done with a straight face. It's called the rough and tumble. Zhang Lian spoke out first before gently patting Bai Nianshue's shoulder. This slightly soothed Bai Nianshue's tightly strung heart, but it didn't come down completely. Hesitant to pretend to wake up, but Zhang Lian looked as if he was really trying to wake himself up, shaking himself with increasing force. You'd really look like a dead pig if you didn't wake up at a time like this. So Bai Nianxue pretended to have just woken up by letting out a puzzled voice. What happened? Innocent batch. The acting is so fake. Zhang Lian could not see much of her poor acting skills in the dark. and just said softly and softly, "Go to bed, sister. I'll just sleep on the couch." Bai Nianshua's eyes widened slightly. Turns out, is this it? Turned out to be hesitant to get himself up and back to sleep after hanging around in front of him for most of the day? Not bad for you, Makabaka. But when Bai Nianshue heard him gently say this sentence, the good feeling value is an instant pull burst. The aversion value of the just speculated uneasiness went straight up in smoke. Even, a new voice was derived from within. I really did not see the wrong person. He was able to give me his entire savings straight away before. How could he be a boy who gets carried away by desire that easily? Bai Nianshue pursed her lips, happy as she was, but still pretended to laugh softly without good humor. You wake me up in the middle of the night just to let me get back to sleep. Ha, ha ha. Zhang Lian touched his wet head and nodded truthfully. Well, I'll go over there then. Naturally, Bai Nianshue was not polite, and she got up graciously and walked towards the big bed, then lifted a thin layer of covers and lay down. It's the first time I've ever been out in a room with a guy. Put. Zhang Lian organized the sofa. Bai Nianshue's sudden sentence gave him a whole choke. Says the guy who isn't out in a room with the opposite sex for the first time. Chapter 17, is someone still sending messages at this late hour? The two men were each lying down, one on the bed and one on the couch, not far apart, very quiet. For some reason, Bai Nianshue was even less sleepy after what she just went through. Zhang Luoyan, on the other hand, had actually gotten enough sleep. He checked the time, 4:30 a.m. If I remember correctly, he has been unconscious since dinner last night and should have been asleep by 9 p.m. Counting, that's 8 hours of sleep, plus a refreshing shower and a much clearer head. Just suddenly, something occurred to him. Yesterday, did Baeknim Sua tell him that she was a ding-dong car? He seems to remember this statement quite well, as it was quite a shock to him at the time, even in his drunken state. But on second thought, how could it not be? A gentle person like senior sister must have a lot of friends in her life. Good-looking, gentle, caring, talking with a good air of conversation. How could it be the ding-dong car that was cussing with him on the internet? The persona doesn't match at all. That's why what he said last night when he was drinking was a deliberate joke by his schoolmate anyhow. At this moment, Bai Nianshue suddenly spoke out, interrupting Zhang Lian's thoughts. Schoolboy, are you asleep? Zhang Lian, huh? No. There was something inexplicably soothing about the sound traveling through a dark and enclosed environment. Is it okay if I ask you a question? Bai Nianshue lay on the bed and curled up slightly. Well, of course. Zhang Lian said conclusively, without the slightest hesitation. There's an attitude toward benefactors, and there's an attitude toward dead clankers. It could be said that Bai Nianshue's care today flattered him and somewhat bent his straight male attributes. But, that was only in front of Bai Nianshue and the current atmosphere of the two being alone. I'm a little bit straight with other girls, but not ing. Isn't it normal to develop some shy and gentlemanly behavior towards a gentle and beautiful girl like school sister? Bai Nianshue rolled over, hearing the sound of the quilt rubbing clearly from just a stone's throw away. The tickling sensation felt like it had traveled out of nowhere, causing the heartbeat to unconsciously speed up a bit. Did you really get into Haiku University specifically to ask for money? Bai Nianshue actually had too many questions she wanted to understand and ask, but she couldn't think of any when he was drunk. It's the same as being in the exam room and not being in the exam room in two states. Now that Zhang Lian was awake, she thought of asking again. Well, pretty much the same. Zhang Lian answered truthfully. But what's more important is that there's a schoolmate that I know and that I talk to in all aspects. I thought it was a good thing coming. Bai Nianshue lay on the bed and widened her eyes slightly. Very chatty means? In what way? She pursed her lips nervously when she asked. For the first time, she felt how nosy she was for asking such a thing. However, Zhang Lian still answered all questions. Just talk about everything from all over the world. I've been chatting with my Tinkerbike sister online for half a day about basically anything that comes to mind, and I think that it's comfortable to get along. How can I put this feeling? It's that no matter what I want to express, she understands it, like a roundworm in the stomach. As Zhang Lian spoke, the laughter in his tone came out, like thinking of some anecdote from an online chat. Bai Nianshue listened to it and bobbed her head on the bed, like a little thief who has succeeded in snooping on other people's secrets, and was pleased with herself. She could understand what Zhang Lian meant, because she had that same feeling when she spent time with him. Zhang Lian, confidant. Bai Nianshue, knowing. Ha ha ha, that's pretty much what it means. Zhang Lian laughed. Being opened up, he went on. Originally, my grades were not good enough to get into Shanghai University, but because she said so, I got in. Thanks to her. But she even made you come and stay with me for a day. Hokage, so go back and you teach her a lesson. Bai Nianshue listened with rapt attention. Well, fine. But what if I can't beat your confidant? Can't beat. I can't fight either. Zhang Lian laughed. Her family owns a company and has several bodyguards. Bai Nianshue, oh, you actually knew that. She told me that so school sister you see, This person's family runs a company and does not pay back the money. It's simply hateful. Zhang Lian said while spitting a mouthful of saliva. It made by Nianxue laugh. Oh right, schoolteacher. She didn't come today. I'll give you the money for the seafood restaurant. Speaking of this, Zhang Lian suddenly thought that the dinner money had not yet been settled. I can't be a scoundrel when I'm talking about other people being scoundrels. No, the dinky car she gave it over. By Nianxue said with a brainwave. Ha, she gave it? Well, the owner is her uncle and knows her. Oh, that's right. Then how much did we eat? Zhang Lian asked. Mostly, I wanted to see if I'd eaten my way back. It's 3,000 bucks to eat it. By Nianxue gave a conservative figure, doubling the actual amount. That's a lot. Ha ha ha, doesn't that make Tinker Car lose out? Zhang Lian laughed out loud, and then sent a taunting message to Tinker Car in the middle of the night. Her uncle in can be discounted. Calculated. Your $1,000 to eat almost. Back to the capital. By Nianxue laughed. Also, that's pretty good. Finally, I got my hard-earned money back. Zhang Lian said with a long sigh of relief. Hey, then how much is this room? Senior sister, I'll transfer it to you. No, this room Tinker Car also paid. Oh, Zhang Lian's heart warmed up. He was still a bit conscientious, not coming and still knowing to arrange all of this. As it is, he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Tinker Car. Makabaka, there's some conscience, so I'll forgive you, Makabaka, but I don't like to be indebted to someone. How much extra? I'll transfer it to you. Just as soon as he finished sending on his side, by Nianxue's cell phone, which was placed over the sofa to charge, lit up. Seeing a flash of light, By Nianxue sidled her head to take a look and found Zhang Lian looking up from his cell phone. At the same time, his own cell phone lit up. The heart tightened. He wouldn't be messaging himself in the middle of the night, would he? It's very possible. He hadn't done it before. Bai Nianxue bit her lip and opened her eyes wide in the darkness, quietly moving her body on the bed in the direction of Zhang Lian, got a little closer and realized he was really typing. It's basically certain that it's messaging itself. And his own cell phone, still lit up. Zhang Lian turned off his screen after sending the message, and the extra bright light above his head made him get up and incline his head to check. Sister's cell phone. There are still people sending messages this late. Chapter 18 Morning. Baeknim Suet's note is Makabaka. Not a word changed. If Zhang Lian were to see it, he would definitely not be able to say anything, though confession is definitely in order. But, it's not so sudden yet. By Nianxue, that, just as Zhang Lian skimmed his head to glance at it, the cell phone screen duly went off. Zhang Lian didn't see it, but was startled by Sister Bai Nianxue's sudden loud outburst. What's wrong, schoolteacher? Pass me the cell phone for a moment. Bai Nianxue took the opportunity to say, still muttering in her heart. He didn't see it, did he? I don't think so. Ooh-hoo. Zhang Lian immediately ripped off the charging cable and threw the exquisite cell phone with the black plush phone case to Bai Nianxue. Aren't you going to bed, senior sister? It's so early. Bai Nianxue suddenly woke up with a jolt of realization upon hearing this. Yes, it's only 4:30 a.m. You should be sleeping in peace. What do you need a cell phone for yourself? Doesn't that seem, well, a bit here and there? How much does this distrust him to sleep so badly that he has to keep something as valuable as his cell phone close by? No, I'll set an alarm. Figure out the rest on your own. Don't ask me what I'm setting the alarm for. Bai Nianxue's ability to improvise when she was blindly looking for a reason was still impressive. Oh, Zhang Lian didn't ask much less think about it. Setting an alarm clock. He sets an alarm clock too. Does this thing work for anything other than interrupting people in the middle of a beautiful dream? This thing is basically just a formality, because kids who really get up don't have to set an alarm clock at all. It seems that schoolmates are also in the same boat. Bai Nianxue, who got her cell phone, decisively lay back down again, and just by lighting up the screen, she knew that it was indeed him who had sent her the message. QQ message, that big Makabaka avatar. If Zhang Lian just saw it, his own vest must have fallen. For some reason, she just felt that this vest cloak is very fun. Can decide to get a lot of his news, so for the time being, but also want to take advantage of this vest. A good deep into the enemy army to spy on some of the heart. Get under the covers and just click on his chat. Looking at the few messages he sent, he also laughed out softly directly under the covers without holding back. A very small sort of humming air laugh. She thought she was hiding under the covers and that this level of sound couldn't be heard outside. However, Zhang Lian, who was in high spirits and brushing the video, had sharp ears and heard it clearly. What kind of alarm clock can be set to make you laugh? Sister, this. I'm afraid I'm not having fun seeing who just sent her a message in the middle of the night. If you're still replying in the middle of the night, you must be a pretty important person to your sister. Bai Nianxue put her cell phone away after reading the message, reached out her hand and fumbled for half a day, then covered her head with the quilt and fell asleep. Peaceful and contented, he slept again. The following morning, Zhang Lian didn't have any sleep, and he hardly stayed up directly playing the game until morning. Looking at the time, it was already almost 8 o'clock, and seeing the schoolmate sleeping crookedly, there was no trace of the intellectualism that she had during the daytime when they were together. On the contrary, it looked kind of cute when he was sleeping soundly. He then tiptoed up and went to get a breakfast for his schoolmate as a favor to her. When Bai Nianxue woke up again in a daze, the whole room was already empty. She rubbed her eyes, looked twice at the couch and then twice in the direction of the open toilet door. The room was surprisingly quiet. It didn't look like anyone was there at all. She came to her senses in an instant. He's gone? Clothes, cell phone, bag, all gone? I'm talking about his. Bai Nianxue was incredulous and tentatively shouted towards the toilet. Zhang Lian? Schoolboy? No one answered. She sighed helplessly. Herself, so good looking, with a thin waist and long legs and white skin, would be left alone in a hotel by a boy? She was a little angry again and felt like laughing. Pick up your cell phone and be morally critical of Makabaka. Only to find that Makabaka had messaged herself again. One was a QQ message sent to Tinkercar and one was a WeChat message. This time it's a Microsoft message that precedes it. The time is 8:03, and Tinkers received the message at 8:04 a.m. That's right, receiving news from your sweetheart is just going to be so catty, paying attention to even such minute details. Although by Nianxue she also do not know what she noticed this thing. Two numbers are not their own well. But, does this mean that after this night together, one has outsmarted the dinky car that has been with them for years? Look at that. That's what's so bad about long-distance relationships. All it takes is for a better-looking, gentler, better girl to show up. Hey, I don't think Tinker Bell has ever been in love with Makabaka either, right? What am I struggling with? Scratching my head. The message from the ding-dong car was, dog thief. Not up yet? My own message was, sister, I'm going to buy breakfast. I'll be right back. Two completely different styles. You're really good at reading people's minds. Bai Nianxue couldn't help it. The same person himself. This time is really feel the worldly deviation in him. And just as she read the message, drop, the door was swiped open. Bai Nianxue looked toward the door as Zhang Lian came back carrying soybean milk donuts. At the sight of the exploding schoolmate with her hair scratched up, he pursed his lips by a very small margin, but ultimately failed to hide a smile. You're awake, Hokage. Could you laugh any more obviously? Bai Nianxue instantly understood what he was laughing at. Her ears became a little hot, and she hurriedly ruffled her long hair. It's very silky. 2 easy strokes and it's completely smoothed out for a change from the explosive look it just had. The entirety of her hair was casually teased to one side, revealing one side of her snow-white swan neck, and her entire body was renewed with confidence. With her black hair, she looked like she had just washed her hair anytime she looked at it. It's light and delicate, and you can definitely smell the scent if you get close. It's called natural beauty. Walking up to Zhang Lian, she then said, so you went to get breakfast? Ha, I thought you'd gone and left me all alone here. How could it be? Zhang Lian laughed, carefully inserting the straws into the soy milk and dividing the breakfast into 2 equal portions. I was so drunk last night and you didn't even leave me alone. Senior sister, how could I be such an asshole to leave you alone and run away? Am I still a human being? But, yeah, schoolboy wouldn't be that much of an asshole. Bai Nianxue laughed as he came back to her suddenly in a good mood. Chapter 19, Internet Addict Zhang. The two of them ate their breakfast, and the morning sunlight hit the white curtains, and a light breeze blew them to surplus, so that the sunlight spilled like milk on the tawny floor. Like a young couple who just woke up and their boyfriend went out to get breakfast and came back for brunch. I won't return to bed on the first day of school, Zhang Lian said looking for a topic. Who told you to drink so much red wine when you can't hold your liquor? Bai Nianxue replied with a smile. In fact, at dinner last night, she hadn't stopped him from drinking red wine as a beverage when she watched him stupidly drink it, just to see if he would get drunk. I drank it sweetly. I didn't realize the degree was so high, Zhang Lian, chewing and chewing, said. He'd thought it was, at best, just like the wine at home. This was the first time he'd ever been truly drunk, basically out of his mind, and he had no idea how much effort it had taken his schoolmates to carry him to the hotel last night. Do you have a favorite? Put. Zhang Lian poured a little bit of the soybean milk that he had drunk into his mouth in a perfect arc from his mouth. Why don't you change the subject so violently? Sane open hanging also not as you can spin ah. Ha 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 ha. Bai Nianxue covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her shoulders were shaking then. Do you want such a big reaction? How to suddenly ask this question ah? Good sensitive Lu. Zhang Lian hurriedly wiped himself with a tissue, embarrassed to look directly into Bai Nianxue's eyes. Just curious, after all. You brought a childhood friend to school with you, which is rare. Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows. He avoided her sight so she could look at him openly. At the same time, tentatively, he asked, are you, in fact, fond of your little green plum? Because after a day of getting along, Bai Nianxue could be more revealing at this point and ask him more intimate questions. Oops, how can that be? Sister. She hit people huge pain. I still have places on my body where she pinched purple. Zhang Lian pointed to his waist, arms, and thighs, here, and here, and we know each other too well. Bai Nianxue heard a small wave of sourness, unexpectedly being touched in so many places, not keeping the male virtues. Following up on Zhang Lian's words, he said in a serious manner, is it good to be familiarized with not being talented? Of course it's bad. Isn't there a saying on the internet? Too familiar, too embarrassed to pick your pants, can't get off. This time it was Bai Nianxue's turn to spike the soy milk out of her mouth. Put, ha 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 ha, just kidding. Schoolteacher you wipe. Zhang Lian hurriedly handed her paper. Thought you were some kind of serious reason to be so immodest. Bai Nianxue didn't get a definite answer, and her heart was still a bit upset. What she wanted was a definite, clear, affirmative answer. That's the proper reason. It's too familiar so I can't get off. Then you admit that you just like her? Bai Nianxue said a little nervously. Why are you so concerned about that? Schoolteacher? It's a bit nosy. MS. The image of greatness picks up the ground, but for the sake of your taking care of me, school marm, I'll just, so tell me I'm curious. Bai Nianxue frowned, biting her straw. No, I don't really have a favorite, just a lonely Route 3. Zhang Lian gave a truthful account. Hearing this answer, Bai Nianxue's furrowed brows resolutely stretched. Oh it's fine. The corner of her mouth lifted. What's with the upturned corners of your mouth? Sister. Zhang Lian only felt that Bai Nianxue's smile like this was like a taunt, so he asked back. So, you have a favorite, senior sister? Well, I don't have one either, replied Bai Nianxue. If he answered yes, he should probably be misunderstood by Zhang Lian. At that time, he might even make a move to go to the fire or something. After all, with Zhang Lian's walnut-sized brain, he definitely wouldn't think that he had thoughts about him. As expected, just after she replied, Zhang Lian said with a big grin, then you're still laughing at me. Ha ha ha. Generally speaking, there is absolutely no shortage of the opposite sex around good-looking people. Not to mention that Bai Nianxue was so gentle and caring, she was surely a target for many boys to chase after. After all, for a Tyrannosaurus Rex like Xingyu, there were quite a few people chasing after her since she was a child, so he didn't take what Bai Nianxue said completely to heart. Anyway, it was none of his business if his schoolmate had a favorite or if he had a boyfriend. His brain was only used to record various game data such as the time of playing the book, the refresh location of the copy boss, and the rest of the irrelevant data was deleted. After breakfast, the two of them then retook the subway back to school. Just after entering the school gate, Zhang Lian directly said to Bai Nianxue, I'll leave first then, senior sister. Because the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were in different directions, Zhang Lian defaulted to Bai Nianxue and himself going their separate ways. Cameroon. He's going to be busy typing today's book. Bai Nianxue's eyes widened slightly. This had just entered the school and she was busy breaking up with herself? Ah no. Separate? If it were a normal freshman boy, he would be eager to spend more time with his pretty sister, right? How many people wanted to send me back to my dorm room without a chance? Maka baka. Do you realize what you're missing? Okay, bye. In response, Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and actually clenched her teeth. It was Maka baka, after all, and she didn't expect the guy to snap out of it. Well, you go back to your dormitory, sister, and teach the ding-dong car a good lesson. Zhang Lian's legs were already a few steps ahead of him, and his mouth didn't forget to chatter about the hated ding-dong car. Yeah. After saying that, Zhang Lian really quickly walked towards the dormitory. Hurry up before 10 o'clock. The copies will be open soon. A quick glance at the time, 9:54 a.m. No, it's too late. So Zhang Lian changed from sprinting to sprinting. Bai Nianxue walked slowly, which made her feel at ease to tap her cell phone to message someone back using the identity of Tinker Car. After sending it, he turned his head to look at Zhang Lian's direction again and realized that he was already running wildly. What are you busy going back for? The corners of her mouth ticked. In fact, sometimes I really can't quite understand what is going on inside his head, but from what she knew so far, anything that would make him anxious would never be very significant. Most likely, it can only be a game. Chapter 20, 404 Men's Group. Back in the 404 dormitory. The people in the dormitory who didn't arrive yesterday have arrived today. One dude just came in early in the morning, and the other two are lying in bed and haven't gotten up even when the sun is up on their asses. As soon as Zhang Lian came back, he happened to be wide-eyed with Yan Wei's who was packing up his things. Yo, bro back? Li Wingman poked a turtle head out of the bed. He envied and admired people like Zhang Lian who didn't return to bed on the first day. Plus yesterday it was that pretty schoolmate who personally made his bed and sent him to the dormitory and took him to dinner. he naturally rose to Zhang Lian with the appreciation that men know all about each other. Brothers are awesome. The first day of school asked the schoolgirl out for a night out. You're on YouTube bull. Zhang Lian didn't know about Bai Nianshua's name as the school's flower girl yet, and he was too busy to get on the number. After giving a friendly greeting to Yan Wei's, who was packing his suitcase, he directly crossed Yan Wei's and walked to his own desk, and opened his computer at fire speed. Scratch. Back in the morning just to play Legends? Li Yongwen watched as Zhang Lian clicked on an unknown online game, and the outrageous drawing style inside reminded him of this globally popular game for the first time. At the same time, his respect for Zhang Lian was once again raised a notch. Dude, you're awesome. So good-looking schoolmates put not want. Come back to play games. Switching to myself. It's probably still lying on the hotel bed unwilling to get up. Yan Wei's nodded his head in response, and when he saw that Zhang Lian started playing games as soon as he returned to the dormitory, he frowned very slightly before continuing to pack up his things. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Pang Housen, who arrived yesterday, was awakened and rolled over, then got out of bed and went to the balcony to wash up. Zhang Lian took the time to look at it. It was a slightly tanned figure, wearing glasses, but despite that, compared to Li Yongwen's exploding yellow hair, his head was simple, his face was fair, and although he was a bit strong, he appeared to be dry and clean. An extra bottle of iced tea on his own table? Certainly not Yan Wei's scent. He just came. It cannot be Li Yongwen's scent. Is he scent? Certainly will say, so it can only be him. Thank you for the iced tea. So Zhang Lian verbalized his thanks as he passed by. Well, I still have it here. Take it yourself if you want to drink it. Pang Hao Xin said very generously. Zhang Lian nodded, and then buried his head in his hands again. Since he was playing Ben, he didn't have that much free time to have a mutual introduction with his roommate at this point. In fact, the freshmen get together which will engage in what mutual introduction? We directly open a game, instantly familiar with. As for how you know your roommate's name, you just oi and try to find out who doesn't know you're calling him. I'm sure we'll know anyway after we've been together for a long time. The teacher will have to point it out for roll call. After Yan Wei's finished cleaning up, he sat directly in his own seat and read a book, even taking notes. I don't know what kind of book can make a freshman so studious, but he sits up straight, desk lamp, laptop, whatever a piece of stationery is, as if he's serious. Zhang Lian also had to manually close the microphone and turn down the sound. Despite this, Zhang Lian still detected the annoyed wink he cast. No way. Really have bad roommates. Don't. I'm still dreaming of big scores in college with my roommate Chuchu. Here, have some candy. At this time, Pang Hao Xin started handing out the snacks he brought from home again, just to fill Zhang Lian's depressed mood. In contrast, Pang Housen looks much more pleasant to be around. Thank you. My name is Zhang Lian. Just call me Lian. Or, you can call me Old Zhang. What's your name? Borrowing this candy. Zhang Lian smoothly opened his words. Pang Housen. I know your name. Pang Housen replied to Zhang Lian's words while sending the candy back to Yan Wei's and receiving the other party's thanks. Zhang Lian, you know me? After the school majors divided the class dormitory, there was a list sent to the group. I checked in advance. Pang Housen said with a smile. Ooh-hoo. I'll make a dorm room group. I'll pull you guys. You're all in the class group, right? Pang Housen knew the names of several people, so this job he directly took the initiative to take. Yes. Okay bro. You pull it. After receiving the affirmative replies from a few people, Pang Housen pulled a few people into the group, and with that, Zhang Lian learned the name of the third person besides the two, called Yan Wei's. After building the group, Pang Housen sat in his seat and read a novel. Zhang Lian continued to play the game. Li Yongwen was not able to get up on the bed, and Yan Wei's worked hard to read and study. About 12 o'clock, Zhang Lian finished playing the game. His stomach grumbled with hunger, ready to go out to eat. Li Yongwen and Pang Housen made a gesture to join them. Li Yongwen, Old Zhang is going to dinner? Wait for me. Come along. You know me well enough to call me Chang? Self-explanatory. Up the side and pull away. Old Zhang, come along. Pang Housen stood up and stretched, saying as much. Okay line. After saying that, Zhang Lian glanced at Yan Wei's, who was still reading, and seeing that he didn't respond, hesitated to call him. Li Yongwen rolled right over from the bed and jumped down, put on his socks and shoes and said, Go, you haven't brushed your teeth. Zhang Lian stared in shock and watched as Li Yongwen used his hand to rake his hair twice to brush the exploding fur into place. How is there such debauched, male silver? The face isn't washed either. Similarly posing with Zhang Lian's subway boss expression, there was also Pang Housen, and from his clean and tidy desktop, it was obvious that he was also a fragrant and soft boy who loved tidiness. Just beefy. Oops, not important. Li Yongwen took the lead and stepped forward to open the door. As long as the hair is not messed up, the wind will flow freely. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth. suddenly remembering that he had been his brother yesterday. Ha! Near the door, Zhang Lian and Pang Housen glanced at Yan Wei's at the same time. Then Zhang Lian gave this task to Pang Housen. After all, he was handing out candies and drinks. The advantage of being one step ahead was there. Yan Wei's at least smiled and greeted him. And Zhang Lian was not a person who liked to spend effort on diplomacy. Not to mention the fact that Yan Wei's had shown a bad side to him from the beginning. Li Yangwen is more nervous. He on the other hand, did not consider this at all. Self-conscious already walked to the intersection of the corridor stairs, looking back to see how Zhang Lian and Pang Housen have not yet followed. After a while, Yan Wei's and Pang Housen came out of the dormitory together. Not you want to be together you move but also have to let people call you a moment. Zhang Lian listened to Pang Housen at the door and called him to eat together to go no. Our dormitory for the first time. Everyone together. He whooshed to his feet. Heart feel funny. Zhang Lian think Yan Wei's may be more or less stained with a little screwed up. So, the 404 dormitory men's group poured in for the first time. Chapter 21 Last night, by Nian Xue, who had returned to her dorm room, was blocked by Su Chanshan as soon as she entered the door. Xue, who has always been high and low and not close to men, has stayed out at night. Tinker car? Su Chanshan said with a teasing eyebrow. Turtle Dash by Nian Xue's face stiffened at the name, so embarrassed that she looked like she was looking for a hole to drill into. It's one night snowy. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Is there? Su Chanshan still watching the fun. Who let Bai Nianxue take her as a shield? Bai Nianxue peeled Su Chanshan away and sat herself down in her seat. Don't worry Xue, Tong Tong and Siqi aren't here. Su Chanshan saw this and said after her ass. After all, it was something more personal. Bai Nianxue had previously avoided the other two to speak to her alone. She wouldn't be so brainless as to sell Bai Nianxue out. Aha! Hearing that she was the only one in the dormitory, Bai Nianxue breathed a sigh of relief. Then the eyes got playful too. Hey Su Chanshan immediately turned into a lewd soybean. Did you take it? What the heck? Bai Nianxue ranted, but the smile at the corner of her mouth grew stronger. But you guys went out and got a room the first night. Su Chanshan said offhandedly. She thought the two were pretty much on the same page in their own relationship and that last night had been watered down. You? Bai Nianxue's face quickly flushed red at Su Chanshan's misunderstood words. Don't be ridiculous. It's just that he was drunk yesterday and didn't come back very well. Oh, so you're drunk too? Su Chanshan was unforgiving, pestling the table and teasing. Bai Nianxue, I didn't. Then you didn't. You took care of him all night. Yuki, you're miserable. You fell in love. Su Chanshan looked like she had eaten a shocking melon and laughed with her mouth wide open. In itself, from the time she heard Zhang Lian shout out a strange nickname like that yesterday, she smelled a strong flavor of gossip, and now it seems, gosh, I can't believe Snowy is blooming. She was a little incredulous even now. The ice flower that is usually clear and cold to everyone at school has actually opened up a long time ago and has been behind their backs for so long. Bai Nianxue herself was certain that she had a good feeling about Zhang Lian. Always had. After all, he always had a special feeling for her. But Bai Su Chanshan so naked out. Of course she refused to admit it, pouting and waving her hand. Just friends don't talk nonsense. But Su Chanshan didn't believe it and continued to joke. Quickly tell me, how far have you guys progressed? Did you confess to him? You're not going to ask me to take a bullet for you again, are you? I'm afraid he'll just grip my neck next time we meet. Su Chanshan said while patting her face. Yesterday when Zhang Lian saw her in that imposing manner, she felt that she would really be pulled up by him. No, nothing, happened. Bai Nianxue spat out her little tongue and raised her eyes to glance at Su Chanshan. Bai Nianxue, he, so Qian, no way, you'll have to help me again. Bai Nianxue said in advance to Su Chanshan. Although the next meeting with Makabaka has not yet been agreed upon, it is only a matter of time before the second meeting takes place. She hadn't figured out how to confess to Zhang Lian yet, so she chose to give Su Chanshan a good shot first. She might still need to use her at any time. Su Chanshan covered her chest. Pained, this is how I was Xue you as a tool. Sin. By Nianxue's petulance, the great power of the attack. Su Chanshan wide-eyed at the same time. Heart defense was instantly washed away. The point isn't whether I help you or not. I have a feeling he's really going to hit me. Su Chanshan wrapped her arms around herself and said daintily. By Nianxue, he won't. I promise. She was still very confident about that. He's nothing but a jokester about it. By Nianxue, and you don't owe him any money after last night's dinner, so he has no reason to. Hi Yuki, you really are. Love brain Su Chanshan deflated her mouth, both palpitating Zhang Lian and feeling that the current Bai Nianxue now looked so strange, where the old Yuki would talk about a boy in front of her. Yes, is there? No, right, I'm talking to you about business. Bai Nianxue reacted and stammered. Ugh, well, who made me the best? Su Chanshan crossed her arms and opened her hands in a posturing manner. Since Shue has said this, she is on the mountain of knives, she must also agree. Since there was no risk of being beaten anymore, she had nothing to fear. Sin is the best. Bai Nianxue reached out and hugged Su Chanxian's small waist, and Su Chanxian petted her head. It's also a scene that only happens between girls. You let two boys try this? So when are you going to confess to him? It's fine to keep this kind of thing a secret for a short time, but if it's a long time, it's a problem. She's never been in love, but she watches idol dramas. That's how all the men and women in it have misunderstandings. What? How could you hide my identity from me for so long? So you've been lying to me from the beginning to the end. I never want to see you again. And then there's a whole series of Chucky wife chase crematorium blah blah blah. She doesn't want to see Shue chasing her husband when the time comes. Oh, that Zhang Lian though. Looks like he wants to hit someone, but handsome is still pretty handsome. Otherwise she wouldn't have been a nymphomaniac. Ahem. The thought of Bai Nianshue's face to Zhang Lian will be angry to say, Maka Baka, the ding-dong car is never going to ignore you again. This kind of talk. Good stoner. Love stoner. She just wanted to be a good stoner on the sidelines. Well, I know. I'll talk to him as soon as I can. Don't worry. Bai Nianshue's heart was in the right place, and she wouldn't be able to keep cheating all the time, greening herself and all that. She had sort of experienced a bit of that yesterday. It feels weird. Moreover, she was afraid that one day Zhang Lian would come to Chanxian and confess. The 404 men's group collectively visited the cafeteria for the first time. Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen walked together, and Yin Wei's and Peng Haosen walked together. Naturally, Li Yongwen wouldn't let go of inquiring about Zhang Lian's last night. Bro, last night you and the schoolgirl. Li Yongwen's eyebrows went up and down like springs, and the thumbs of his hands gestured together in an intimate gesture motion. Zhang Lian had a whole question mark. A schoolgirl? Was there anyone else yesterday besides MS, Beck Nim Suet? He naturally knew that Li Yongwen was talking about Bai Nianxue, but he immediately vetoed it. No, I went out drinking with my hairdresser last night. Harry? Li Yongwen made a gesture of disappointment. Aha. Zhang Lian nodded. He didn't want to add unnecessary misunderstandings to Bai Nianxue, and with this kind of gossip, it would only get messy. Solely, anyway, no one knows that he and his schoolmates go out to the room. This is when the usefulness of going small comes into play. Zhang Lian. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the cafeteria window not far from the other side. Shin Fish happens to be pouring out with her roommates as well. Chapter 22, Male Troop Meets Female Troop. Fishy, that's your boyfriend. As he was in the middle of typing his meal, Yan Wenxin, who was already carrying a dinner tray on the side, noticed Zhang Lian and his party and said with a big grin. Xin Yu was dumbfounded, holding the beaten meal and solemnly saying, he really isn't my boyfriend. We just grew up together. That's all. Getting into this school was also just very coincidental. I just happened to be going to the school and he just happened to be going to the school to find someone. She had explained these words last night, but the three girls were very nosy and didn't believe a word she said. In the face of gossip, the truth as you say it is not the truth. The truth as we think it is the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll call him over. After saying that, Shen Yu directly shouted, Zhang Luoyan, it is? Li Yongwen glanced in the direction of Shen Yu. His eyes shook out two words like a slot machine, pretty girl, Epsilon, that's my hairdresser. Zhang Lian replied casually, then waved at Shen Yu and continued to line up for his meal. It's nice to look at. Li Yongwen was already tired of saying envious words in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Lian's height in his heart rose another notch. Good looking? It's just that. Zhang Lian finished and covered his waist. The moment he talked about her, the Tyrannosaurus Rex himself, his waist was vaguely painful. So you were out drinking with her last night? Li Yongwen's forehead wrinkled out 3 creases, and stayed out all night. Zhang Lian rubbed his nose. There's nothing to it. She even came to my house to live in a room during the new year. Asterisk. Peng Haosen and Yen Wei's heard it clearly in the back, and they were both men as well. How can you not be interested in pretty girls when you just got out of a freaky place like high school? Rao Yen Wei's such a screwed up nature, but also in the back of Peng Haosen took the initiative to open the mouth to ask. So what department is she in? Does she have a boyfriend? Zhang Lian replied truthfully to this. Computer. Of course I don't have a boyfriend. She never felt she could find the right one. Ahem. That. Lao Zhang ah. Look at me. Li Yongwen patted his chest and adjusted his clothes, still wearing a pair of flip-flops on the soles of his feet. Do I fit? Zhang Lian raised his eyebrows. What's appropriate for you? When they had finished the meal, the 4 boys sat over toward Xin Yu's side. It is also in the light of Zhang Lian, the first day to eat in the school cafeteria and the girls' dormitory association. 4 boys and 4 girls sat directly together at a table. Zhang Lian, we're having a class meeting tonight to receive our military uniforms, and tomorrow we'll start military training. The way Zhang Lian and Xin Yu chatted was about being spontaneous. We went to the guide's office yesterday to get it ourselves, so we could save ourselves a meeting today. Xinyu replied and clarified by changing the topic to her real purpose of calling Zhang Lian over. Are you my boyfriend? Put. With Zhang Lian taking the lead, the four boys collectively spewed. What the? Zhang Lian frowned tightly. Thick gift crab, what the heck are you talking about? You want me to die? So vicious, that Auntie Yang wouldn't necessarily do anything to me, and that Uncle Shin could know my dad so well that he could even give me the gentle greetings of the 7 wolves instead of my dad. Look, told you we're just hairdressers. Xinyu waved his hand and said towards Yan Wenshin's few people. In this regard, Yan Wenshin also confirmed it to Zhang Lian once again. Are you guys really not boyfriend and girlfriend? I see your relationship seems like it. Of course not. Zhang Lian wiped his mouth. I'm her brother. If I dare to fall in love with her, I don't want to die. Go back to not yet wait to enter the door to see their own mother. May first see a person with an iron bar waiting at the door. Oh, it really isn't. That was a misunderstanding on our part. Yan Wenshin said with embarrassment. You're not my brother either. Xinyu still needed to reiterate that Zhang Lian was even trying to take advantage of her at this point. I'm 2 months older than you. Hey, you're no big girl. Before Zhang Lian could finish his sentence, the bottom of his foot was suddenly kicked by a rabbit leg. It's a short leg and it hurts to kick. Zhang Lian was forced to mute his foot movements. The three of them, Li Yangwen, who were watching from the side, also laughed wholeheartedly at the two men's program. But since it's not boyfriend and girlfriend, that's fine. That's a precocious great uncle on the side now. Make the most of it. Not to talk about other things, if anyone wants to chase Xinyu in the future, is it still necessary to find a way to ask Xinyu to go downstairs? So what if there's an almighty great uncle like Zhang Lian? It's just a matter of words? Yan Weisai stared at Xinyu and turned back to continue eating quietly. For Xinyu's other roommates, he didn't look at any of them but Xinyu, very much in line with his choice of spouse, quiet but not lose playfulness, beautiful and with the spirit, speaking voice crisp and pleasant, body material but not thin, height is not short proportion just, and it's also a computer science department at HIU, so that means the grades aren't too bad. We can study for the exam together in the future. He had just met Xinyu for the first time, and his brain had already thought of becoming graduate students together in the future to live a small life. Because of the inclusion of girls, the originally lively group of boys naturally became restrained. In addition to Li Yangwen is still relatively generous, Peng Haosen and Yan Weis basically do not speak throughout, and the vast majority of the time during the meal, it was Zhang Lian who was picking up the girls' words. The good thing was that he had been exposed to girls quite a bit since he was a kid, and he wasn't as nervous as Li Yongman was when he said 2 words. Can't you see that he's still got an innocent streak in his fashionable image? Did you get your money back? Xinyu asked, raising her eyes. Well, sort of coming back. Zhang Lian, chewing and chewing, said. What do you mean it's sort of coming back? If Xinyu hadn't been too good to walk away yesterday, she definitely would have wanted to see that schoolmate of his again. This refers to Su Chanshan, not Bai Nianxue. But speaking of Bai Nianxue, she also already knew about the matter of Bai Nianxue being the school beauty of High University. Are we getting it back or not? It's coming back. Dinner spent. Aren't you $1,000? What meal is so expensive? Seafood, wine, hotel. It feels about right. Just last night's seafood with red wine. He felt overfed. You eat this well on your first day? Eating $1,000? I'm going to tell your mom. Xinyu felt that Zhang Lian had more or less gone overboard by splurging like this on only his first day here. Hey don't. Zhang Lian folded her hands. She's not paying it back, so I thought she's treating me, so I'll just eat back. Didn't you say you could get the money back? Xinyu kindly laughed. Of course she couldn't really sue. Gee how can I put it? You don't understand. This belongs to the unwritten rules between men. Zhang Lian felt anyway that after this meal, he and Tinker Car would not owe each other anything in the future. And relationships, too, don't come apart. The sudden seriousness and solemnity of one party when they are all joking around with each other will inevitably lead to a breakdown in the relationship. Not being clear and disliking each other is the most comfortable way to get along. Such friends, when they meet real things, are often real helpful brothers as well. What's more, Zhang Lian's verbal request for $1,000 was a fake, and coming to play with Tinker Car was actually the real thing, only needing an excuse to admonish himself. Li Wingman, didn't he say he went out drinking with you last night? Chapter 23, School Flower Sister. Li Yongwen was listening in and picked up on the law points. Xinyu, huh? Li Yongwen, oh you kid lied to me. Rub. Zhang Lian held his forehead. He said he went drinking with me? Xinyu heard a little strange implication and immediately inquired to Li Yongwen. Li Yongwen, on the other hand, knew what he was talking about, and put down the chicken leg he was holding with his chopsticks and started to add to the conversation. And Zhang Lian couldn't stop him. More than that, he didn't even come back to his dorm room last night. You shut up. Zhang Lian broke his mouth forcefully. He was still the school flower by Nianxue personally sent him back to his dormitory yesterday and personally made his bed. What did I just hear? Yan Wenxin's eyes froze. Peng Haosen and Yan Wei's also stared wide-eyed. And the two of them later had absolutely no idea whether this matter was true or not. But Shen Yu was aware of it. Just why did Bai Nianxue make his bed? And send him back to his dorm room? Shouldn't it be Cynthia Su? She looked at Zhang Lian, her eyes with surprise and a melon-eating smile, also asking Zhang Lian if it was true or not. What the hell? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Lian really didn't know that senior sister Bai Nianxue was the school beauty and on such occasions, he simply chose to play dumb. Load. Li Yongwen continued conspicuously. Yesterday, Bai Nianxue sent you to the men's dormitory but many people saw it. His voice was quite loud, and quite a few people around him heard and cast their eyes towards Zhang Lian's side. Hey! Zhang Lian cursed him as an asshole in his heart, and at the same time, only then did he react to the fact that the senior sister Bai Nianxue in his mouth was the school flower. Sister is really pretty. I didn't realize she's the school beauty. Ha! You went out with Bai Nianxue and the others yesterday and stayed out at night? Xin Yu grasped the point, her eyes fixed on Zhang Luoyan. Antigua had asked her to keep a good eye on Zhang Luoyan, so she naturally had to do her duty. The two have a relationship like brother and sister, disliking each other but caring for each other. She also had the right to control Zhang Lian, otherwise she was also responsible for Zhang Lian turning bad. Hey, I'll talk to you later, Zhang Lian explained, and then began to send out a head break to Li Yongwen, his mom's kiss. At this moment, a boy with gold-rimmed glasses who was eating not far away watched Zhang Lian the entire time and memorized his appearance. Chairman, he said Baek Nim Suet likes that boy? Laugh your ass off at. Bai Nianxue is a girl that the president couldn't even chase, and he took it down when a freshman just arrived? My advice is to export hallucinations and go to the hospital to have your brain looked at. Ha ha ha. After a meal, it's always good for a walk. Consumption of food. Xin Yu and their girls' dormitory had already strolled around the entire school yesterday, so the four of Zhang Lian bid farewell to the four girls and strolled around the campus on their own. Old Chang from today, you are my brother, Li Yongwen beautifully said, holding onto Zhang Lian's shoulder in a good brotherly look. As soon as she heard his words, Zhang Lian knew that he definitely wasn't holding back any good farts. Fruity. Li Yongwen dagger, give a contact information of your hair little man. Asterisk 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 you. Just now in front of the Shinfish to sell lousy so cheerfully, and now also want lousy hair small contact information? Want farts to eat? Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Lian cursed. 2 quick steps followed to get rid of Li Yongman's arm. The start of the school year is a 2-day period for new students to conduct check-in. Yesterday and today. After today, the official military training will be tomorrow. Anyone who isn't going to college for the first time knows to skillfully avoid this military training by intentionally reporting a few days late. But first-time college-goers often don't even realize it and arrive at school dumbfounded. Haiku University covers a large area, and the green area even takes up 1/3 of the whole school. There are parks, lawns, artificial lakes, and special school buses within the school. Sit for a while little turtle, Pang Haosen suggested. Since I was school shopping, of course I tried everything, and by little turtles, I mean school buses, because it is green all over and walks slowly. Students affectionately call it the little turtle, but the fact that it's almost free makes up for all of the shortcomings. Being a student at HIU allows you to have free ride credits just by virtue of your school card. I have to say this is something HIU does really well. Not bad for a rich school. Then get on it. Li Yongwen said it was all fine. Zhang Lian also expressed indifference. The station is in front. The 4 boys headed back toward the station a short distance ahead. Once on the bus, the little turtle started traveling at a turtle speed along the route set out by the campus. Like a sightseeing rocking car, Zhang Lian felt that this speed could be jumped at any time as long as he wanted to jump out of the car. That's when he suddenly saw someone in the car. Tinker car. Su Chanxian was helping Lu Siki receive the new students, and she was already wearing her schoolmarm's special work tag. And so, to the familiar he transformed into a social terrorist, standing up straight away and shouting when he was closest to Su Chanxian. Ding 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 car. The 3 faces were confused. What are you doing, Chang? Su Chanxian was busy introducing the campus card to her schoolmates and siblings, and she didn't hear Zhang Lian's voice calling out to her. In itself, she wasn't sensitive to the word. It just seemed like she heard someone screaming something. Zhang Lian cocked his head and shouted again in disbelief, but this time the effect was more slight at a greater distance. Who are you calling ding dong car? Li Yongwen was never absent for gossip, especially now for Zhang Luoyan, a schoolmate. Zhang Luoyan said, then immediately took out his cell phone to take another picture. This dead tinker bike. How to yell at her and not say yes. Oh, she must have done it on purpose, deliberately pretending not to hear. Ha, so he immediately sent over pictures of the tinker car and a strong moral condemnation of her behavior. In her place, she called herself Makabaka, and her own pack responded in kind. Schoolgirl again? Li Yangwen opened his eyes wide. He, this so pleasing persona, have not yet recognized a school sister. How is he again Qingmei in school flower school sister? Ah, where's your novel's male lead in this? Aha. Zhang Lian raised one eyebrow. What's the problem? Speaking of this, Zhang Lian remembered the school flower elder sister they talked about when they were in the cafeteria. The matter of sister by Nianxue being the school flower. What's up with suddenly putting a filter on a series of events that happened yesterday, and this sudden feeling of idle baggage? Ahem. How do you know so many people at school on your first day? Just two. It just seems like a lot of people when you count the roommates who still know them. Zhang Lian, by the way, old Li, you said that sister by Nianxue is the school flower of our school? Chapter 24, Almost Wearing Out? By Nianxue is reading a book in the library. Don't get me wrong. It's just about reading books outside of class, not about studying hard. After receiving Zhang Lian's message, she saw it after a long interval, but it wasn't a message sent to her as Zhang Lian, it was Makabaka. Most likely it's about calling her up again? Either that or you're just anxious to meet? After all, yesterday, they just let Sin show up, and then they played disappearing the whole time afterward. While thinking in her head, Bai Nianxue tapped on Makabaka's message. Makabaka, pictures, Makabaka, pretend you can't hear me? You're so full of Yuan percent hashtag at Yuan percent hashtag. Bai Nianxue. Seeing the photo sent by Zhang Lian and comparing it to the message he sent to himself, Bai Nianxue was first confused, then immediately reacted. The way things are now, it should be that Sin was seen by him and called Sin, and then Xianxian must not have responded. So he came to the phone and asked. Instantly, Bai Nianxue instinctively tensed up. The reason was that she didn't know what Zhang Lian's situation was right now. What if he's walked up to Sin by now? Or maybe the message he's sending now is just him sending it to himself while walking to Sin. Although Qianxian is informed, facing Zhang Lian will certainly round himself up, but does not rule out the situation of revealing the cloven foot. It wasn't that he was afraid that Zhang Lian would be angry or anything if he knew he was cheated. The relationship between the two was still quite iron, at least belonging to the relationship between brothers and buddies, and would definitely not fall out because of such a small matter. It was just that if Zhang Lian found out, then what was the persona that he had worked so hard to maintain? Well, why don't you just come clean with him from the beginning? Besides, if he knew who he was, would he still mix it up with himself as usual? Judging from our time together yesterday, he shouldn't be. After all, he is also a person with quite a sense of proportion. Knowing his own identity will never burst some tiger and wolf words in front of him again. And one can't still come up and tell him to get back to being untamed. There are some things that, once exposed, the flavor of time spent between two people is gone. So, right now, it wasn't time to confess, and it was definitely not time to let Zhang Lian know. After thinking about it, Bai Nianxue immediately dialed over to Su Qianxian. On the other hand, Zhang Lian felt a bit flattered when he learned about senior sister Bai Nianxue from Li Yangwen's mouth. After all, in a sense, on the first day of school in his freshman year, he had a schoolgirl leading the way throughout, not only helping him make his bed, but also taking him to eat delicious, and got a room. Sister's meticulous care is just like his mother's. He is not the kind of cheap and still sell the good cheek. Itself on the Bai Nianxue sister's care is feeling quite embarrassed, more so after a status barrier. Feel flattered is also reasonable. However, while Zhang Lian felt flattered, he also detected a hint of strangeness, as if the buddy he came to find is Bai Nianxue's senior sister, as if shouldn't Bai Nianxue's schoolmate is what has the handle on the ding car hand. Right. Thinking of this, Zhang Lian clenched his jaw and frowned. Otherwise, the senior sister is not related to him. The first time he came to take care of himself, so what is it? Schoolgirl, if you're threatened, you blink. After dismounting the little turtle, the three of them kept on asking Zhang Lian a bunch of questions along the way. They are all young and beautiful teenagers who have just been promoted to college and are so energetic that they do not have the slightest resistance to schoolmates and whatnot. Just Zhang Lian also knows so too. A ding Kara school sister. School sister or school flower. She can lack of suitors? Then at best he'll have to sell the dinky car. And these three are not necessarily looking at tinker cars yet. Walking on the road, Zhang Lian had also already received messages from his schoolmates and the tinker car. The tinker car was nothing more than another suitable excuse that he didn't hear it, that he was too busy at the time, and that he should get the hell out of there. The school teacher, on the other hand, was asking if he had any plans. He sent an abstract emoji to Tinkerbike while typing a message to his schoolmate in a soft tone. The current arrangement is probably for everyone to get together on the first day, go out for a big dinner, and then go to karaoke or something at night. Zhang Lian sent these whereabouts messages to Bai Nianxue without even thinking about it. It wasn't just because of the subconscious trust and respect for Bai Nianxue that made him instinctively want to answer people's questions properly. On another level, it's asking the older sister if there are any recommended stalls in KTVS in the neighborhood. People are more familiar with the map than a couple of munchkins just arriving in C City anymore, aren't they? And Bai Nianxue, who had received 2 copies of the message, compared the 2 very different messages, and her heart always had a kind of unspeakable amusement and sourness. Say it's funny, these 2 very different messages came from the same person, and she naturally found it funny when she looked at it from Bai Nianxue's perspective. Say sour. She viewed Zhang Lian's message sent to Bai Nianxue from the perspective of a ding-dong car, and she could see his beautifully winking expression through the screen of her phone. Would love to dislike him. This is the man. But in the end, these 2 are both themselves. She had also just gotten off the phone with Su Chanshan, and that side informed her that she hadn't noticed the situation, which meant that Zhang Lian might have just taken a look from afar to say hello. Reading his messages again, I could probably tell he was strolling around campus with his roommate yet. The crisis is lifted. Looks like it's necessary to stay with Qian Xian at all times before confessing. While thinking like this and continuing to reply to Zhang Lian's message, Makabaka, Tinker Car, do you want a husband? Bai Nianxue, what's he going to smoke again? Bai Nianxue's green onion finger quickly tapped the screen and snapped over 3 words to Zhang Lian. Tinker Bike? The opposite side quickly replied again. Makabaka, you want a husband? I'll bring it to you later. What's this? A matchmaking business? Bai Nianxue replied in the past. Tinker Bell, matchmaker? Makabaka, hey, I'm telling you, the 3 in my dorm room are 5 feet 8 inches in tall, and they're all talented. They're good looking and talk well. Tinker Car, $100. Makabaka, did I give you too much face gif? Bai Nianxue looked at the screen and pursed her lips. The corners of her mouth rose as she backhandedly typed a question. Tinker Bike, don't introduce me yet. Let me ask you something first. Chapter 25 Dry Rice Invitation. Tinker Car, since you want to be a matchmaker, you're not allowed to introduce me to a good one when I've introduced you to top-notch beauties? Makabaka, to say yes, it would have to be me. Masaka, you bastard, you soul. Tinker Bell, you, vomit. Makabaka, bleeding knife. In the afternoon, Zhang Lian and a few others finished strolling around the school and sat on the seats inside the stadium to rest. There are snacks and equipment in the stadium, but it all just costs money. Several people then spent another afternoon playing ball in the pavilion, during which time a few people quickly bonded and began calling each other by their good oldest children, especially this guy, Li Yongman, who looked obviously quite rich and ended up robbing the 3 of them of their food in turn. They were Zhang Lian's mineral water, Yan Wei's hand-cooked pancakes, and Panghausen's Guangdong boiled. He didn't mind the 3 at all. Even if you drink it, it's ing mouth to mouth. Even if you eat it, you're damn well going to put your mouth on the bite, and chopsticks, and ing nagging. In return, the 3 silently drew a line in the sand with their, hey, this guy doesn't have some weird fetish, does he? The only thing I can think of is, drooling fetish. Yelp. Disgusting. After the game, following the recommendation given to Zhang Lian by sister Bai Nianxue, the 4 of them found another big stall and casually ate dinner. Just after ordering, the 4 of them lay down on the seat. The day's exercise is considered to be a few people's energy are almost exhausted. Coupled with the military training clothes have been received, the thought of the next day will be military training. A few people's interest cannot be raised, so it was a slightly quieter atmosphere for the 4 at the table, with the occasional word spoken, but not much, and in turn overshadowed by the bustle at the next table. The atmosphere eased up a bit in the middle of the day when the food was served and a few people started drinking. Li Wingman had been looking at the other tables, and usually by this time, the king of ideas was about to start giving birth to a bad idea. Old Zhang, ask sister Bai Nianxue to come out for dinner? Put. Zhang Lian almost didn't spray a mouthful of beer in his face. What's wrong with you? TSK. Li Yongwen smacked his lips and raised his chin, signaling the 3 to look at the other tables. The 3 of them glanced to the next table, and it was the same as theirs. A group of college students gathering for a meal, and they didn't see anything special. Hey female. Li Yongwen spread his hands and said with wide eyes, we're too young right now after an afternoon of exercise. Get it? There's not a single woman. The 3 men looked at him in silence and pulled the corners of their mouths. Well, I thought he was bent before. So far this message seems to be good news. But don't you guys look at me. There's no way I'm going to call my schoolmates out. Crazy you guys? Widowed with a sore egg. Looking at the other 2 who also followed Li Yongwen towards himself, Zhang Lian said with his right hand crossed in front of his body in a defensive posture and incredulously, Old Zhang, look, there are girls at the other tables. Panghausen raised one eyebrow and beamed. You try to make that dead move of yours again. Zhang Lian twisted around, then go to another table. Old Zhang, we can't help it we're not like me. Mr. Zhang, Who knew so many girls as soon as we came to school? Lee Yongwon also began to hold that dead out. Only Yen Wei's did not make any moves, although he was watching eagerly. But he didn't act, mostly just because he couldn't let go of his face, and was always aware of his grooming, commonly known as being dead serious. If you really can't, it's not impossible to ask Xingyu to come out. Yen Wei's took a sip of wine and held up his glasses as if to give Zhang Lian a second best option. The truth, on the other hand, is that he has met Xingyu and is satisfied with her, and he does not know Wu Bai Nianxue is in the mouths of Li Yongwon and Panghausen. However, Zhang Lian directly chose to ignore this kind of push-ins words from him, and after spending an afternoon together, he had basically figured out his habits. Loading. And it's probably the same kind of pussy that used to be in the class. Mine's may not be bad, just obnoxious. Zhang Lian wouldn't care. After all, he used to have this kind of pusher in his class, and he had received a lot of help from pusher. After all, before this, their own grades fluctuated up and down, and indirectly reflected the state of the class fluctuates up and down. So many times by the teachers sampling questions cannot answer. This is the time when pussy always saves the day. After all, as long as you give pushy a recognition, pushy he is really pulling out all the stops for you. And in front of Li Yongwon and Panghausen are still on their own to dawn on them. It's like I've never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. It's not that Zhang Lian didn't call. He was thinking that he would have to go to karaoke after dinner later. Invite a sister to eat a meal, in fact nothing. Know a little, also nothing, but sing K. A few boys he still let go. There is a strange girl. A few boys certainly not good to let go. Do you mean to say that you'll get rid of your schoolmates after dinner? It's not very convenient when we have to sing later. Zhang Lian couldn't stand being soft-pedaled, so he could only reason with them. You want to know, sister? There is a chance that buddies will certainly be introduced to it. And now we have a dormitory dinner. You call people over to screw repatriation for a meal? And I don't always call it. Li young man, you call it I want to see a pretty schoolgirl. Panghausen, I haven't seen it yet. Lao Zhang, Zhang Lian, no way. People have their own business. Li Yongwon, dad, righteous father. Zhang Lian, hey you, broken. A spiritual command that cannot be denied. Once called that by a boy, the other person had to accept even the most outrageous and bizarre request of the soul. Tell you what, don't you guys just want sisters? Zhang Lian frowned tightly and had to make a decision that went against his ancestors. When the two men heard that there was something going on, their eyes lit up and their heads flopped wildly like rattlesnakes. I'll just call my buddy out then. It won't hurt anything if she comes out. But first things first, if she doesn't come, it's none of my business. Oh. The two nodded in agreement. Zhang Lian then clicked on QQ and sent an invitation message to Tinker Car. To him, the ding-dong car was old enough to know him well, so he could still maintain a social bull stance that didn't make him feel constricted, even at a karaoke bar. It's a distinction between an acquaintance and a stranger. Although Bai Nianxue senpai was very nice, there was still that barrier of strangers, and with opposites attracting, no one would want to lose face in front of such a good-looking member of the opposite sex, right? Furthermore, he hadn't heard from Tinker Car since he met her yesterday, and it was normal for him to call her out, so this guy couldn't stand himself up again, could he? On the other hand, Bai Nianxue, who happened to be preparing to go to dinner with Su Chanshan, received a message from someone. Chapter 26 Attacked in the Ass? Makabaka, come out to eat. Makabaka, come on, come on, come on, it's on me. For Zhang Lian's sudden invitation, Bai Nianxue combined it with the fact that he had told himself that he was also going to sing with his roommates at night. He didn't invite himself at the time, but now he's inviting the Tinker Car. I guess, it's because I don't feel comfortable letting go of the fact that I don't know myself well, and because he would actually invite Tinker Car. Bai Nianxue's heart was a little happy again, which at least meant that the current level of familiarity, Tinker Car was ahead of Bai Nianxue. Going was a definite must, and she was still kind of curious about the way he sang and ghosted. Plus, he couldn't keep standing him up, and a big reason he'd come all the way to the school was because he was here, though he couldn't say anything even if he didn't go himself, but asking is still a mouthful. Tinker Bike, which ones? Makabaka, it's just my roommate. You didn't come last time, so let's get to know each other, in case there's someone you like. Tinker Car, oh what the hell is this about playing matchmaker for me again? Makabaka, alright, come on over, I'll send you the location. To Tinker Car, Zhang Lian was not the slightest bit polite, and after finishing with a big grin, he then immediately sent Tinker Car the location and urged her to hurry up where there would be no more food. Of course, this was based on the fact that he didn't know that Tinker Car was Bai Nianxue. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Lian behind him to beg for a beating, Bai Nianxue squeezed her fists and gritted her teeth, having a powerless feeling of wanting to beat him up in person but not being able to do so. I have to say, sometimes Zhang Lian is also leather. Even the always gentle temper Bai Nianxue can break the defense. know these years of time, Zhang Lian also do not know how many times angry cry by Nianxue. In other words, the reason why Zhang Lian gave by Nianxue a deep impression is largely because Zhang Lian doesn't pamper her, but rather a meal of small language output to the point where she doubts her life. Choppy, what the hell are you doing? Can you even hit the air with your big move? Miracle Walker is still brushing the field. This is also a big reason why Bai Nianxue is off the hook later on, making her so skinny to him as well that she's turned into an old scoundrel. Regarding Zhang Lian's words about coming to be true to her, she knew from the beginning to the end that he was just talking about it, but she didn't expect him to really come. Otherwise she actually wouldn't have used Sinclair's picture in the first place, simply wanting to maintain a state of mutual and simple friendship. But right now, the feeling of juggling two identities at the same time and reveling in them is quite strange. She can't fight it herself, so she can only give this burden to Qianqian. It's just such a burden that it's unsettling for her not to be there. That would be. In fact, even if Zhang Lian did not send by Nianxue also knew where it was. After all, the big stall and KTV were both recommended to him by her. Bai Nianxue turned her head and handed over the sudden combat mission to Su Qianqian. Me, hit him. Su Qianqian slightly stretched her neck out, her eyes widened, and her finger pointed at herself as she looked incredulously at Bai Nianxue. Just give him a gentle pat, Bai Nianxue said demonstratively as she patted Su Qianqian with her hand. You have to be thorough in your play or you'll be found out sooner or later. She needed Qianqian to cover for her, and naturally, she also needed to let Su Qianqian know how the relationship between the two really was. I can do all that, but Snowy, you have to protect me. I'll trust you. Su Qianqian's eyebrows were turned upside down, and her entire facial features formed a word of embarrassment. She feels like she herself is a part of Baek Nim Suet's play right now, although he wouldn't be able to get straightened out by that red-blooded look of Zhang Lian's yesterday. But then again, from Zhang Lian's behavior of helping to carry the boxes, it seems that he shouldn't be a bad boy. Don't worry. Bai Nianxue was amused by this little expression of hers and confidently patted her chest. The two men headed toward the appointment. What do you say? Is it here yet? Li Yongwen asked as he ate, urging all the time. During this time, the two of them asked Zhang Lian if the girls he had called were good-looking and so on, which were inevitable questions for boys. Zhang Lian also just let them wait to see for themselves is not on the line. He is to think that the Tinker car looks okay, do not care too much about looks and so on. After all, he and Tinkerbike got along quite comfortably online, having known each other for a couple years. Good buddy looks. No comment. To ask is to be ugly then. Should be here soon. Zhang Lian glanced at his cell phone. As long as Tinker Car didn't tell him that he refused, it meant yes. He also did not want to introduce a few people to the object, just because a few sons so hungry. Plus himself and Tinker Car is a good friend. The back 3 years a few people certainly inevitably deal with. Know a little bit of no harm. But it would be nice if the Tinker Bike and any of them could make it. Push the cups and exchange a few rounds. Li Yongwen sharp eyes saw Bai Nianxue walked over toward this side of the restaurant, next to holding a girl. Ugh hi. Old Zhang. It's your schoolmate. Li Yongwen poked Zhang Lian's waist furiously, excited like a teddy. Ha! Zhang Lian looked over in the direction, and it was certainly Tinker Car and senior sister Bai Nianxue. Zhang Lian muttered, asterisk 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 me. Together? It's okay old Zhang. Awesome. Righteous father is awesome. Panghausen and Li Yongwen only thought that it was Zhang Lian's handiwork and praised it endlessly. Zhang Lian was ashamed. His eyes fluttered, and he calmly took a sip of small wine and pretended to cough twice to ease the embarrassment. With that, he immediately got up again to pick up the two men. The restaurant is quite crowded at the moment, and the two of them probably won't find it outside. It was Bai Nianxue who saw the taller Zhang Lian at a glance, and when she saw him come out, she immediately gripped Su Qianqian's hand tightly to cheer her up again. Don't be afraid. Him, Cynthia Su, huh? What kind of tiger and wolf words is Yuki talking about? Don't worry, he's a wimp. Su Qianqian pulled the corner of her mouth, looking at his approached their own 1'8" several big tall man, the whole fast higher than their own body. Zhang Lian, does he really have anything to do with the word goon? Coming? Sister is here too? Zhang Lian greeted the two of them briefly, although the arrival of his senior sister was unexpected, but he still welcomed Bai Nianxue's arrival. Then he walked ahead to show the two the way, joking with Tinker Car as always about not coming back and running out of food, or something like that, which belonged to the jokes between old acquaintances. Bai Nianxue gently nodded and smiled a little, looking at Su Qianqian again, making frantic eye contact. Of course she knew that Zhang Lian's words were meant for Tinker Car, not Su Qianqian. It's only right then that the Tinker should have reacted the way she did when confronted with this situation. So, she could only signal Qianqian with her eyes to do it. Don't be polite. After all, when they were online, the two of them also had more than one mix-up. Qianqian's character wanted to pick up Zhang Lian's stunt was impossible. Then they could only do it. And so, Zhang Lian was still hemming and hawing, unaware that a pair of large hands were coming towards the top of his ass. Next, all he felt was a sudden man on his arse. Chapter 27 Snap. Snap. A crisp and pleasing sound, not only Zhang Lian, but by Nian Xue herself, who had signaled with her eyes to let Su Chanqian do it, froze for half a second. Letting you shoot him isn't shooting him in the ass. He has so many places to shoot. Why just shoot this part of his ass? This. Does that constitute molestation? In fact, Su Chanqian didn't know how she slapped Zhang Lian's butt. It's inevitable that when people are nervous and their brains are fuzzy, they will do things that their brains will do as an afterthought. The simplest example is eating an orange and peeling the skin, then throwing the pulp in the trash before realizing it as an afterthought. She just originally also just wanted to follow by Nian Xue's instructions. Just because Zhang Lian stopped again for a while and again for a while, she raised her hand without controlling the distance, and her hand swept to his butt. Not too much force, just the right angle. The sound is quite crisp, not to mention, quite Q-bomb. Ah no, I didn't mean it. Just as Su Chanqian stared wide-eyed and raised her eyes to look at Zhang Lian turning around to look at her shocked appearance, she could already imagine the other woman terrorizing her with her bloodshot eyes wide open yet again. Right no dash she took off trying to apologize, but Zhang Lian's off-the-cuff words made her brain go down again. Tinker car. Other things brother can promise you, but this thing. Only see Zhang Lian pursed lips, eyes fluttering, eyelashes slightly trembling, make a hard to part with the expression, difficult and with some bratty road. Gotta add money. Hey, Su Chanqian brain a progress bar jam. A side of Bai Nianxue has covered his mouth and snorted out a laugh. Familiar with Zhang Lian, she naturally had a tacit understanding of what Zhang Lian was saying and knew that the other party was joking and throwing stems with Tinker Car. In other words, if it was himself who received these words from Zhang Lian, with his own nature on the internet, at this point one should tug at the corners of one's mouth and follow the little expression of one of the sages who immediately and defiantly replied, "You're Su Tai." Only the one who received these words from Zhang Lian at the moment was Chanqian, who simply couldn't pick up these jumpy words from Zhang Lian. She was already completely confused as to what kind of communication was going on between Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian. One thing is certain though, these two must be doing abstracts online. It's amazing that both are making abstractions online with such good-looking faces. Oh, my god, these two are just wasting money. Shocked in her heart but not knowing how to respond, she could only look at Bai Nianxue for help. And this scene was naturally seen by Zhang Lian. Then there was Bai Nianxue's immediate and obvious change of subject. Where are you sitting? Bai Nianxue immediately understood, and she knew Chanqian couldn't pick it up. There, those three. Zhang Lian immediately said back, feeling strange and glancing at Su Chanqian again. He wasn't stupid. Su Chanqian gave him a reaction that was literally like a different person from the internet. So of course he would find it strange. Along the way his own reproach her yesterday even let him pigeon thing. She also just keep apologizing smile, as if and his own completely unfamiliar. The feeling of being cut off. Like, an old friend who is obviously familiar. But when you actually meet, things are different? Leapfrog, long time no see. Master, but wasn't she the one who just spanked me? Strange, could it be that? She's sociopathic. The online heavy-handed, real-life wishy-washy kind? Three people sat on the table, in the face of the arrival of the two girls, originally sitting at the table of the three boys instantly attentive, and called the waiter to order food and make a self-introduction. The first bachelor dinner that originally belonged to the four-person boys' dormitory was instantly enlivened by the arrival of the two older sisters, especially for Bai Nianxue's arrival. This school flower sister of their own school. The three of them saw it with their own eyes, and immediately felt that it was the same as the sister they had seen on the official website, and even looked better in person than in the photo. And boys, this strange creature, in front of good-looking girls, often will be like a peacock in the zoo, cannot restrain the sight of the open screen to attract girls' attention. This is often reflected in the fact that, in middle and high school, a girl passes by and they yell and make strange gestures, such as suddenly elbowing the best buddy next to them, or a couple of boys playing Jenga while sitting in their seats after class. Please stop your stupid courtship immediately. Of course, the main reason is that all three are relatively cheerful, including Yen Wei's. After all, there were more boys than girls present, and it was the main field belonging to the boys, so it would be a bit too wasteful to be shy or something just because of a couple of words in this situation, wouldn't it? So even the stuffy Yen Wei's will say a few words, and this process, Zhang Lian is still in Su Chanqian very self-cooked conversation, but is the other side response dismal reaction. This, on the other hand, made Zhang Lian even more convinced that she damn well really was a social terrorist. Joy. Strange. Zhang Lian saw Su Chanqian responding more and more miserably, and he favored to be more energetic, that is, to deliberately fix her. This feeling of catching each other's handles, he must ravage it ruthlessly. Zhang Lian, hey, today at noon I saw you selling cards in front of the school. Ha, I called you and you didn't even reply. Did you do it on purpose? Su Qianxian, no, I did not hear Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes slightly. You really didn't hear it? They all heard me when I shouted so loudly. Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen looked at Su Qianxian and concurred. Oh, after half a day you are ding ding car, Nope, didn't hear that. I was busy at the time. I really didn't hear it. Facing the concurrence of several people, Su Qianxian said with a smile. At the same time sheepishly glanced at the quiet Bai Nianxue on the side. At this moment her heart has been shouting furiously, Snow you say something She is really quite afraid of which sentence did not say the right to Bai Nianxue hole wearing gang, so all the time she has less to say. But nevertheless Zhang Lian has been caught her to say non-stop. The key is that she does not know Bai Nianxue and he happens something, can only be awkwardly smile in response. But Bai Nianxue is also difficult to protect herself, pretending to calmly drink water on the side, politely talking to Yin Wei eyes in them. Although she also wanted to save Qianshan, but she really cannot do Let's just hope Sin can stabilize it. Is she so thinking? Zhang Lian on Su Qianshan's reaction is really Bunbu live, waved his hand and laughed, Line Ting car, get half a day you so social fear With that, he tapped his cell phone and sent a message to Tinker Car. Zhang Lian, look at the cell phone. What's going on? What's going on? Both were shocked. Su Qianxian immediately looked at Bai Nianxue. What's she looking at? She didn't know what Zhang Lian had sent Chapter 28, Is Yuki really stupid? Zhang Lian only let Su Qianxian look at his cell phone because he didn't want Su Qianxian to feel uncomfortable. Since she's social fear is not willing to talk, then Zhang Lian will go along with her, chatting on the phone above. He will not deliberately require Su Qianxian must change in front of so many people. How comfortable how to come. And he was also much more used to the unobstructed way of communicating with the Tinker Bike, which was exceptionally comfortable to get along with. Whereas now, in this strange way, it also felt very strange and not very comforting to him. Just hearing Zhang Lian suddenly say this sentence, Bai Nianxue was not calm. Immediately stood up and rushed aside Su Qianxian. I'm going to the bathroom. Qianxian, you stay with me. The expression on Su Qianxian's face shifted like an emoticon, and she immediately got up in response. The two went away, leaving a table of 4. In this regard, Zhang Lian did not feel that there was any problem. While the two girls left, the conversation at the table immediately shifted back to the boys' channel. All three of them arched their hands at Zhang Lian with a look of admiration. There was no other reason. Naturally because Zhang Lian called 2 at a time. And there was also a senior sister, Bai Nianxue, whom they wanted to see the most. Can old Zhang, you really called it. Awesome. Old Chang, that old Zhang. No. Righteous father, that Bai Nianxue's senior sister's contact information. Zhang Lian spat. Look at your faces. Had 2A. The other side. The 2 men in the bathroom. What did he send Shui? Su Qianxian asked gossipily as she watched Bai Nianxue check her cell phone from the side. When it was just the 2 of them, she was as relieved as ever, changing her coyness at the dinner table and gossiping about Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian, her 2 eyebrows becoming furrowed in color. She wasn't sociopathic per se, it was just that because she was burdened and bewildered. In front of Zhang Lian, she was like a student who had been jerked up by the teacher to answer a question in class. If it was a different situation where she was interacting with Zhang Lian in her own capacity, she would definitely not be as nervous and formal as she was acting today. Nay, she is now the so-called ding car in Zhang Lian's mouth. But nervous as she was, she still found it quite exciting and fun when she just watched that flustered and nonchalant look of Shueshue at the dinner table. Bai Nianxue finished checking the message and directly showed the chat log to Su Qianshan. Makabaka, I can't tell, but you're a social terrorist, aren't you? Makabaka, aren't you usually pretty good at chatting online? This is not true. Although Bai Nianxue does not curse, but playing competitive games, more or less need to be able to guard their families to keep both parents. So some of Bai Nianxue's self-inflicted dislike skills as well as in the yin and yang statements she learned from Zhang Lian were still something. Like what are you left cheek glued to right cheek? Half shameless half cheeky or something like that. More than once, Zhang Lian watched her dislike people while playing games and snickered at the side. She would even dislike Zhang Lian at this time. But in reality, Bai Nianxue's quality was still very good, and she almost never had a conflict with anyone. So no one had ever seen her dislike anyone. In other words, although Zhang Lian had guessed wrong regarding the point that Tinker Car was a social terrorist, it was also true that in a way, Bai Nianxue was a heavy hitter online and a coy little shrimp in reality. Bai Nianxue was now able to directly show the chat log to Su Qianshan. After all, after Qianshan's performance at the dinner table and the matter of coming up to beat Zhang Lian's ass in the opening, Bai Nianxue was still a little bit scared afterward. It was necessary for her to deepen her characterization for Qianshan, even if this characterization was a little too far from her reality. But right now are to this extent. Qianqian also because of their own was involved. Some of the previous stereotypes. Let's put it down for the time being. First, explain clearly to Qianqian how his friendship with Zhang Lian is. And look at the chat records as well as listening to the white Nianxue will be two people that belong to the boys of the incestuous immodest relationship out. Su Qianqian lips have been concave into the mouth. Indescribable expression of surprise surfaced on her face. She thought about the kind of relationship the two had, and the kind of relationship they had, and speculated that Snowy's online persona might be engaged in abstraction. However, she turned out to be a deep friendship with Zhang Lian who disliked each other. The two abstracted together, disliked each other, and sprayed each other. Obviously, the two were in a situation that was completely at odds with the C she had thought of before. She looked at Bai Nianxue's slightly reddened cheeks, her eyes flashing shyly because she was embarrassed. It seems that the current level of human development of Bai Nianxue is far less than 1%. She again looked toward the direction of Zhang Lian, several people outside. Although the two people this situation is not the direction of their own main knock, but the thought of Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian, these two faces. Zhang Lian is not hard to imagine, but Xue dislikes her really. Wanted to see it too much. Think of the two disliking each other and being sweet. This happy-go-lucky CP-like direction is a bit ancient and early, but she really wants to see it, too. Thus, she immediately became firm-eyed and held Bai Nianxue's hand. Xue, now I get it. Don't worry and leave it to me. I promise I won't wear out my welcome. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and smiled strongly, exposed her online identity to her roommate. She now has a vague mouthful of soul hanging over her. It's like stripping yourself naked. In other words, the things she did and the way she chatted with Zhang Lian were put on her. Just like the boy's browser history. It's something to die with in your coffin. She now told Su Qianqian. Just hope that she did not make a mistake. And in the future when they are not on the other side can also look at the response. Do not go out of the way on the line. Then Xue, why don't you just to go straight up? Su Qianqian watched Bai Nianxue send a message to Makabaka in the past. Her eyebrows arched and she once again gossiped and laughed. When she first heard the intimate name Tinkercar from Zhang Lian's mouth, the first thing she thought was that the two had an unusual relationship. And this relationship is so unusual that she can only think in a weird direction. Which is why she encourages Baek Ninyu to be cheering. Most of that talk back then was made with flirtation and jokes in mind. But when Yuki confronts her joke later on, she doesn't acknowledge it. It's just very ambiguous. But now, after she knows the whole story, it was only then that she truly learned of a question. That is, could it be possible that Xue was really the same as what she had answered herself before? And still only thought that she herself was just a friend to Zhang Lian? Not over the line? Cute little cutie. It was obvious from the sidelines that she had a crush. A huge crush. Whose best friend faces often cares about this and that, and has to cover it up with a fake identity? Still pleading with herself to let block Zhang Lian for her and cover for her. Idly? All of this was just Xue wanting to use a convenient and reasonable identity to get close to understanding Zhang Lian. To put it in more childish terms, Bai Nianxue was operating like an elementary school student. Boys will childishly pull a girl's hair to get her attention, and girls will be childishly tentative, sneaking attention to each other when they're not looking. Snowy's behavior right now is simply okay. Chapter 29 feels wrong, like a different person. The two of them jostled back to their seats. Bai Nianxue merely gave Su Qianqian a look. After the devilish training of the chatlog just now, Su Qianqian looked at Zhang Lian differently, like with an aggression to strip Zhang Lian naked. So handsome, so tall, and his screen name is Makabaka. Not bad for a guy as abstract as Snowy. How can you not see it if you really approach it slowly from reality? But to really compare them all, it's still Yuki who's a bit more contrarian. Yuki typed curses. She just couldn't imagine it. And she usually didn't see Yuki playing games. I didn't expect it. It's so well hidden. Su Qianqian pursed lips, eyes kept wandering between the two at the table. Has been living like a fast cannot contain the fire ant, showing a very standard ant smile to hold back not to speak. What are you doing? Looking like you want to take a? In the next second, Zhang Lian directly snapped the paper napkin on the dining table in front of Su Qianqian and said in a voice of only two people, "Is there no paper in the restroom?" Su Qianqian's expression froze. This time, it was no longer introverted, but almost instinctively turned his head and clenched his fists at Zhang Lian. There's no way. It's real anger. Seeing this, Zhang Lian immediately acted as a wimp and took the tissue away. Just kidding. Look at you. Come, Mr. Tinker. I'll pour you a drink. Su Qianqian pulled the corner of her mouth. Having just sent a message on his cell phone. Bai Nianxue had already rounded up the original reason. That's how the two appeared to have no problem getting along. Although Zhang Lian was skinny, he wouldn't really make girls angry. There was a degree for everything. Not to mention the fact that Tinkercar was pretty good to him. The two of them, this ironic relationship. That was why there was the image of Zhang Lian pouring Su Qianqian a drink, which was actually orange juice. and sitting on the sidelines watching Zhang Lian pouring drinks for Su Chanshan by Nianxue. Will it be hard? No way. Did she really not know that she herself had a crush on Zhang Lian? How is that possible? She had a good feeling about Zhang Lian from the moment he wanted to come to high university, or rather from the moment Zhang Lian picked her up in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dined alone with Zhang Lian or even stayed alone for a night. She's been trying to get close to him since the beginning, after she knew he didn't have a girlfriend. Therefore, seeing Zhang Lian pouring drinks, she calmly reached out and raised her cup towards Zhang Lian with a smile. Schoolboy, pour me one too. Hey, okay. Zhang Lian laughed like Xiao Er's tone. Ha ha ha, Xiao Er, we want it here too, Pang Haosen said. Li Wingman chimed in. Here. Zhang Lian, you guys go up to the side and pull it. Mouth and face. Had dinner. The four of them also had to go to karaoke. Although Bai Nianxue wanted to go and see it, mainly to see Zhang Lian singing, but because there were so many boys, the two of them, she and Chen Chen, were even. It was all unfamiliar people, and neither she nor Sinclair could let go. It would have been nice to have a separate suite for two. In this regard, Zhang Lian does not stop at all. There is a ding-ding car, he is okay. There is Bai Nianxue's sister on the side. He cannot put it, this idle baggage, in front of the school sister or try to have. Instead, the other three pussies tried to call the two girls together. Then, school teacher, you guys slow down. Zhang Lian's more subtle choice said to Bai Nianxue, one of the two girls. Aha. Bai Nianxue nodded, keeping a gentle smile in response. Zhang Lian took another look at Su Chanshan, from top to bottom, sizing her up and finally giving a deflated look. Those who get it. Su Chanshan, clenched fists. Zhang Lian slipped up. Bai Nianxue hides her mouth and snickers on the sidelines. After crossing the traffic light back to the bright neon street near Haida, Bai Nianxue and Su Chanshan both turned back. At this time, it was already impossible to see which KTV direction Zhang Lian and the four of them in a dormitory were heading towards. Only then did Su Chanshan remove her disguise. Shui, the way you get along with him, I really, convinced. Although she herself was a funny woman who played with a bit of abstraction, some of Zhang Lian's expressions, some of his words, she really couldn't catch them all. It was like the look that Zhang Lian gave at the end. It was a look, with 3 parts thinness, 3 parts sarcasm, and 4 parts carelessness. She could only read 2 words from it, $, but she wasn't able to give a good fake angry expression like Baek Nimyu said. That is, it can't be caught. That kind of eye contact can't be picked up without a couple years of friendship. Even if she could understand what the other person was saying, she simply couldn't achieve that kind of mental communication. So she was sure that Zhang Lian must be able to feel it as well. But Bai Nianxue was in an extremely good mood at this time, and didn't get jealous just because Zhang Lian and Chanshan were communicating. On the contrary, she could see the shadow of Zhang Lian's behavior towards Su Chanshan and some of his behavior towards herself. Those are words and behaviors that Sinister doesn't understand, but she does. It was like that look in Zhang Lian's eyes at the end. To an outsider's eye, it does mean $. But again, it's more than just $. For the two best buddies who have been friends for quite some time. The meanings are very varied, such as, look at you that, percent Yuan percent, hashtag percent hashtag Yuan like, TSK, or forget it, hopeless, or let the older sister to take you back, shame will not take you out to play, waste, no use of the ass, grass mud horse. Between two boys, it really does get to the point where they kind of curse at each other and then curse and laugh out loud, even to the point of looking at each other, several seats apart, and just glancing at each other to the point where they'll give each other a haymaker and then laugh at each other nervously. Just, that crossing of the noisy classroom, that meeting of eyes between two people, as at the birth of the world, the creation of Adam's painting of the century. And then I can't help but laugh at the thought of having to somehow come up with a haywire line to my best buddy, who will stare with a dumbfounded look on his face. So to be precise, Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian, is considered a rare condition unification. Nerves, made me laugh a little. How fun he is, Bai Nianxue said with pursed lips. Ha, can't understand. Su Chanshan seemed to be hollowed out. So how did I perform? Didn't reveal any flaws, right? Well, it's okay, I can talk to him on my cell phone, he won't suspect a thing. Although she knew that the two were getting along, Su Chanshan was not Bai Nianxue after all, and some of her reactions and responses were still problematic. But Bai Nianxue wasn't worried. Thinking about Zhang Lian's generous character like that, he definitely wouldn't notice these small details. Just chat back on your cell phone and you'll be fine. And the other side, Zhang Lian only felt uncomfortable, just now at the dinner table, with the Tinker car. It made him feel like he was spending time with a stranger. There's no sense of a heartbeat, where one only has to say one word and the other person can add the words behind them. The kind of relationship where you get along until you're comfortable and in tune. Nope, she doesn't know anything. she can't even grasp her own meaning, and even misreads it. It's as if, for a change, Chapter 30 there are still experts. KTV. Box. On the way to the singing place, the three boys, who had been feeling much less excited because there were no girls, immediately let themselves go. String your eggs, my eggs, on a string. Lee Young-moon winds up in front of the TV with a microphone, completely magically altering the original lyrics of the current song. A few of the men were now thoroughly mingling because of the alcohol they had been drinking. Get lost, damn it. Don't you dare be more flirty. Where's my ing knife? Luckily, the schoolgirls didn't come. These three godly things. Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he looked at Peng Housen and Yen Wei's who had already pressed the Tai Hoof Li Yongwon to rub against the sofa. Looking at the list of songs ordered by a few more people, it's either Ultraman or GG Explosion. Okay, what bad intentions can a male college student who likes to watch these cartoons have? After the song, the four of them called themselves brothers and sisters and headed back to their dorm rooms, according to age. Surprisingly, it was this guy Lee Yongwon who was the youngest and Peng Housen who was the oldest. So Peng Housen is the eldest brother, Lee Yongwon is the youngest, Zhang Lian is the second, and Yen Wei's is the third. Except for Zhang Lian who didn't drink much at the dinner table because of Bai Nianxue, the other three were all a little drunk. So they returned to the dormitory and immediately went to bed to lie down and rest. Zhang Lian was the only one who hadn't done the game quests yet. The first thing I did when I got back to my dorm room was to get on my phone. I had already finished delivering all the daily quests for the day in the morning, but there were still some timed copies open in the evening. It's also a copy quest that only opens at night. Not only did he get on the number, he didn't forget to call the ding-dong car along with him. The two usually play quite a few games together, and both have dabbled in other games besides King, which is almost universally known in today's society. Even the Warmth, both play together. The reason for this is that Zhang Lian quite likes to play online games that are nurturing, similar to Legends that explode equipment but are not strong kryptonite, so he would ask Tinker Car to play with him, and with Tinker Cars, just let him play warm up with her. They're all pretty much nurturing anyway. As soon as he was on the number, Zhang Lian sent his map coordinates to Tinker Car. Come quickly, and in no time at all, a handsome male character with 7 colored auspicious clouds on his feet, wearing a golden armored holy suit, and 2 red wings that were bigger than the map, covering the sky as soon as he opened them, arrived at the entrance of the copy and walked straight in front of the female character manipulated by Zhang Lian. The two just stood a piece, and it was already clear which was stronger or weaker. When he first created his character, Zhang Lian just chose it randomly. The female character looked good. He chose it without much thought, but he didn't realize that the arrow he shot out at the beginning was now hitting his own brow. Originally, at the beginning, Zhang Lian was able to rely on his veteran player's combat power to bring Tinker Car, a little munchkin, but over time, past the 40 level mark, Tinker Car direct kryptonite to buy a few pieces of legendary level equipment. The war power will directly dump him this liver emperor 100,000 80,000 miles, and the game's various dress up, spirit pet, mount, all can add war power. Ding Ding Car also a not fall. Now, all have been war power the first in the whole service. In the world channel, the passerby players who passed by the two would enviously say a few words. How come they don't have anyone to take them? Everyone is a girl. Or ask if you can bring one more. After all, this kind of copy level, the higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards you get after breaking through. But not that anyone would think the two were close. Most of the online games, you can get married, and open up some kind of couple's copy or something to get rewards for it. And the Tinker Car's head was already topped with a red bonus title, 100 Years of Happiness, meaning, Tinker Bike is already a human husband in the game. He got married, but the bride is not Zhang Luoyan. Instead, it was a player with the screen name Under the Rain, maneuvering a character that was a female assassin with a thin waist and long legs, and a battle strength that ranked in the top 100 of the entire service. In this regard, Zhang Lian was naturally aware of this, and he had grabbed quite a lot of goodies from the all-service wedding held by the two of them at the time, all the while not forgetting to make a vicious mockery of it. What? Your daughter-in-law isn't online again? Zhang Lian asked as the two of them stayed at the entrance of the replica and waited. Zhang Lian almost every day to do the task. Punctual batch. During the period to do the task is to see a lot of back, but did not communicate too much, and even did not add friends. There are quite a few reasons for this, such as not wanting people to know that they are male, and not wanting to get involved in the relationship between the Tinker Car and people. And the biggest reason is that Tinker Car's daughter-in-law is actually online very rarely, almost always on Sundays, and then not again at night. This with a little cute S-head can also think, this is not an elementary school student, I'm afraid, and today, it happens to be Sunday, so maybe people have been online during the day, but now it's nighttime. Don't rush, I'm calling her. Tinker Car sent over a message to Zhang Luoyan. The other side, Bai Nianxue only had time to go online and play the game a bit today. If Zhang Lian didn't call her on time every day, she wouldn't be on this game. After all, now invincible. All the monsters in there, including the bosses, are 1/seconds. Very boring. Except on Sundays when you get to interact with your youngest daughter-in-law and play a couple's copy. And today, when she came online, the first thing she saw was a message from her daughter-in-law. If you don't look at it, you won't be calm. Under the rain. 9 hours 3 minutes and 54 seconds. That. Shirazawa, what major are you at HIU? Shirasawa is the current nickname for Bai Nianxue on this game. It's raining. 9 hours 4 minutes and 14 seconds. I'm getting into Shanghai University. Come to meet me? Raining. 14 hours 5 minutes and 35 seconds. You're not online yet. You're not staying offline. Raining. 14 hours 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Better add me a WeChat friend. So long. Have not added. 186 yuan %, hashtag yuan %, hashtag yuan %, hashtag. Add. To add or not to. Bai Nianxue's head exploded the instant she saw it. Surprisingly, it wasn't just one that came to her. Moreover, it seems that this little daughter-in-law of yours is still, girls, bad. At first, Zhang Lian had reminded herself not to really get along with her feelings, and she hadn't thought so. After all, she certainly couldn't be interested in a girl of the same gender as herself. But she didn't know that under the rain. Bai Nianxue felt so guilty because she didn't even add a WeChat with Raindown. One simply looks like a slag woman. But he didn't do anything himself. Isn't it just getting married, raising 2 spirit pets, giving her legendary equipment she doesn't need, taking her on quests and upgrades, and taking revenge on bosses for her, because it was a game? She had always assumed that everyone was just a casual acquaintance, a very ordinary good friend. Moreover, the game has never shown any end under the rain, just chatting. Never said anything about adding Weibo. As far as his own university, haiku. Then at that time I guess they just talked about each other's ages and stuff. Why just write over? However, after hesitating for a long time, Bai Nianxue still resolutely decided to give add. After all, people had already come, and they had to talk to each other about whatever they said. If she could meet under the rain in person tomorrow. Chapter 31. Raining down. Surprisingly, in high school, Zhang Lian played games in secret, not daring to let his mom find out. Shen Yu, on the other hand, saw Zhang Lian playing this game once by chance. The nerves that had been tightening in high school had created a hint of curiosity in her, who hadn't been interested in the game. After all, high school was a time of special interest in everything but studying. Shen Yu thought at that time, in the end is it so fun, but also hide under the covers to play secretly. At that time, Zhang Lian had already told Shen Yu about the existence of netizens, and perhaps the point of making friends was one of the reasons why she wanted to give it a try. She is very shy and her personality is introverted. Plus the first time I played the game, I couldn't even do the newbie village quests. As it happens, at that time, Bai Nianxue was also a little party girl, and was only just getting started with the whole game. The two met that way by chance. Shin Fish is a better learner and becomes an operation monster once he gets the hang of the game. At first, Bai Nianxue was able to take her, and soon after Shin Yu's battle power rose, it became Shin Yu taking her, and before the level 40 mark, there is a Demon King Hall as high-level players cannot enter, and at that time, Shin Fish a card invincible operation, hard to force to take Bai Nianxue through. That battle, commonly known as the Battle of Fixation, Zhang Lian just guarded the Devil King Hall. Clap clap clap. Then later on, it's the story of Bai Nianxue who lets herself go straight to becoming the Kryptonian god of war. It was also at that time that Shin Yu first felt the joy brought by the game, but she has to attend classes during the week and study on vacation, and her time for play is very limited. Therefore, it can only be squeezed in on weekends, but she didn't dare to let others know. After all, in this game, she actually married someone else. Every time she thought of that service-wide announcement, the scene of a sky full of flower petals, the corners of her mouth inevitably lifted. But she also knew that it was just a game, can't be taken seriously. So, she came to reality. Haiku University wasn't exactly a waste for her grades, and she came to the school with just enough to study an ace major. Plus, it just so happened that Zhang Lian's online friend was also from High University, so there was even less reason not to pick High University. Just the day before she arrived at Haida, she went online to leave a message for Bai Zhe, but the other party did not reply, and even the one who put together a good meal, Zhang Lian's game nickname, did not go online. An uneasy feeling came over me. If Shirez stopped playing this game, I'm afraid she wouldn't play it anymore either. So, she directly did not hold back to leave a message to Bai Nianxue to add WeChat friend request. Then, waiting for, ding dong, buddy application. I'm White Zephyr. Shin Yu was surprised and clicked on the WeChat. Hey, female head? How can a big boy still use a girl's avatar? Is it a girlfriend? Tap on. This person, so beautiful and familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. Agree to the application, remarked Shirazawa. The next second, there was an immediate message from the opposite side. White Zephyr, I'm a female. Hey, fishy, you still play online games? Yan Wenshin, who was passing by, was surprised to see Shinyu get down from the bed and sit in front of the computer to log on to a certain game. Or the computerized version. Legend? If you're a brother, come cut me. Cao Hongli also came out from the bed with a head protruding. Well, just for fun. Shinyu's cheeks were red, but the feeling of cheating and being afraid of being discovered was gone. After all, the husband in the game turned out to be his schoolmate. This is something that, even if it were known, she'd have perfectly good reasons to deal with it. Like two little sisters in a game pulling a couple or something isn't exactly a hunt. It's just that Shinyu feels like he's living like a clown, that he keeps treating the other guy as a boy. Fortunately, at first she did not call a similar husband in other names in the game, or she now really want to find a crack in the ground to drill in. At such a time where she still dared to ask each other the name of the profession and other questions, wishing that the other party did not recognize themselves, never come to find themselves. In the future, we are still online friends, just game friends, WeChat reality and all that, don't contact again. His heart cried out like this, but faced with Bai Nianshua's invitation to face the base, Shinyu still agreed, and, immediately, he got on and played a copy with the two. In fact, after knowing the truth, Shinyu was conversely relieved. If the other person was actually a boy, she actually had quite a bit to think about, to get to know each other, to understand each other, to care about image. It's inevitable that you can't be as open as you would be if you were of the same sex. Although I may have missed a chance to meet him, I have made a good friend. Looking at Bai Zhe who was clearing the monsters alone in front of him, Shinyu looked again at Spellgood Rice who was walking behind with himself to touch the fish. Previously, she had little interaction with this person herself, or the other person was hostile to her, because the other party gave her the impression that she seemed to be deliberately staying away, giving her a silent declaration of war. Thus, Shinyu was sensible and did not interact with her too much. The two almost never said anything other than some officially necessary scene stealing, or mission intelligence that needed to be reported. She had asked Shirazawa about it, but Shirazawa had just said that she was just a friend. With that answer she asked no more questions. After all, Spellbound had even taken them both on quests in the early days of the game. It was thought that Spellgood Rice had known Shirazawa longer than himself. She's not the kind of person to be unreasonable and only allow White Zephyr to take one of herself or anything. And now that she knows the truth about Bai Zhe's gender, her perspective on putting together a good meal instantly shifts. Putting together a good meal? Seeing that she had come up with this name, and that she could play with senior sister Bai Zhe, I guess in reality she should be a girl who was very humorous, and even loved to engage in a bit of abstraction, right? Maybe it's a senior sister too? Shouldn't one break the ice with her better? What if we meet under the sky one day? Shui, Zhang Lian let out a huge sneeze. Cursing me again? Looking at the computer screen, Zhang Lian turned his angle to look at the female assassin on the side. That is, under the rain. The other guy happened to be staring at him. What are you doing? Why do you look at me with such indignation if you don't let your husband do the hard work? What a short-sightedness. Zhang Lian rightfully felt that it must be her who was bad-mouthing him. And the next second, a hello message came to him from the other side. Under the rain, that. Are you also from Haiku University like your schoolmate? Chapter 32, Dead Pervert. How dare you eavesdrop on me going to the bathroom? Zhang Lian, Masaka. With a shock in his heart, Zhang Lian immediately typed back. Could it be? You are also from High University? Under the rain, aha, I'm a freshman in this class. Putting together a good meal, such a coincidence? No wonder the Tinker Car was coupled with this person. This was all about abducting people directly to their school. The University of the Sea is not so good test. This rain is said to test over. Zhang Lian instantly realized that this Yu Xia must be a school bully, or at least his grades would not be worse than his own. As a student, according to good or bad grades to give people dishes of kung fu are almost engraved into the bones. Zhang Lian more or less stained with a little respect. Poor little schoolgirls, all tuned up by the dinky car, while chatting with the other party, discussing with the other party about that which day to come out and meet up, as well as about the matter of the Tinker Car being a girl. Zhang Lian, although he kept his mouth shut, he seemed to be able to hear from the other party's words that the other party already knew about it. That way he wouldn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing. Alas no. As they chatted, Zhang Lian realized another problem and looked towards the Tinker Car that had already pulled away from the two of them by a good distance and was already soloing the boss. Together, one is also here for the Ding Dong Car, and the rain is also here for the Ding Dong Car. That Tinker Bike guy, is it fishing on the net? One by one, they all swindled their way to Haiku University. Son of a, how much did he charge the school? The process of playing the copy of Nine Heavens was almost always by Nianxue charging ahead alone, while Xinyu had been chatting with Zhang Lian. After chatting, Xinyu realized that this schoolmate was not hostile to herself. After really getting along, and she thought the same thing, this name spelled good rice sister. In fact, very good to get along with it. However, the entire campus of the University of the Sea is very large. Is in the school also have to take the bus to the point. Had discussed when a few people together to meet, but then thought of this half of the month are going to military training. The military training at Haiku University is quite strict, not very good to ask for leave, during which I guess there is no time. And so, rain down, then after this period of military training, a few of us will meet, and at that time, sister, you will come together? She had completely taken this spell good rice player playing cold white skin imperial sister on the opposite side of the room to be elder sister Hai. And Zhang Lian didn't notice any difference and replied directly, putting together a good meal. Okay, sister, say ding dong car. I didn't realize that the tinker car, had swindled someone other than himself. Such a crime is simply unjustifiable. I'm going to expose your ugly face in front of someone's innocent young girl. After playing the game, it was after 10 p.m. It's time to go to bed. Once in bed it's time for another round of daily king time. That's a lot of time and a lot of work. So at least hit the performance score for the week. Zhang Lian got on the number and immediately called Tinker Car again. However, this time, Bai Nianxue didn't come online first because at this time, she was still busy messaging with Xinyu to confirm their meeting. Compared to Zhang Lian, this newly emerged netizen, she has nothing to hide. Naturally it is impossible to still let Su Chanxian go for her. Instead, Xinyu said that she had already agreed with Zhang Lian that the three of them would be together when the military training was over. How does this work? Then wouldn't he or she be in trouble then? What if Zhang Lian asks to go to an internet cafe to hack together? Clara doesn't know how to play this game at all, so the fact that the three were meeting was something she had to stop. And right now, she was thinking of meeting with Raindown before anything else. When the time came for him to explain himself in person, he thought that the other party would surely cooperate with him. And although Xinyu didn't know why his senior sister was obsessed with meeting, but since he wanted to meet, then he would just meet. The two of them discussed that they would be at the school's cafe at that time, and then see Xinyu's arrangement for the exact time. It was hard to take care of Xinyu's side of the situation, but Zhang Lian's side sent another urgent report. Aside from rushing her on the number and being ready to nag her face to face about what she's done, there's also a general message. You're a secret I'll eat for the rest of my life. But count on the number. It's 11 o'clock. When Bai Nianxue came online, Zhang Lian directly opened the microphone and said, Bai Nianxue turned off the microphone as usual. It's already quite late. Don't disturb other people's rest. Don't you have military training tomorrow? And this game has to be played tonight? Bai Nianxue typed a greeting. She knew that Zhang Lian was strolling around the campus and going to karaoke today. Are boys so energetic? District military training. Not in the way. Zhang Lian took a look at the dormitory. Li Yangwan did not know what he was doing. Anyway, he was playing with his cell phone. Yen Wei's was wearing headphones and reading a book, and Pang Housen was acting as the original batch. Although it was already 11 o'clock and the Devil's military training awaited them tomorrow, they were clearly not afraid of this look. Bai Nianxue continued to type. Then I'll assist you with the shooter? Zhang Lian, what? Think before you talk to me. What am I playing at? Bai Nianxue. The two are slightly different. Instead of grabbing the C position, they grabbed the assist instead. The reason for this is that the one who picks the C-suite is going to have to take on the burden of achieving victory for this convoy. Double rows, conjoined, must hit 1+1/2. So the one in charge of C will be even more tired, especially in a higher scoring game, where you can't afford to make a single mistake, or else you'll die 2 deaths at once. In the past, the two had switched with each other, one assisting the other. This time it was Zhang Lian's C turn, but right now, he used what just happened as an excuse to play rascal, but Bai Nianxue could only go along with him. It's like coaxing a small child. Zhang Lian, you even hooked up with a woman. Heavenly Bodhisattva. You woman with 2 feet in 2 boats. Bai Nianxue could only roll her eyes, speechless and amused, and follow his. What kind of assist are you playing? Zhang Lian, what else do you want me to play as an assistant? Definitely Yao Cluck. I'm all mixed up with you on the gold standard. Bai Nianxue, I'd better play the field then. Whatever, don't let me fall. Zhang Lian said, I'm going to go pee. Crashing sound. Lit. Clear spring flowing over rocks. Idiom, fig. Easy going. Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue blushed through half the sky in her own dorm room and hurriedly took off her headphones to listen to the situation. Silence. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know what I thought she was looking at. Then immediately typed a greeting to Zhang Lian. Bai Nianxue, you've gone to the dry toilet for me. After peeing, Zhang Lian went back to the balcony to wash his hands, and had just left his cell phone on the balcony, but the toilet door was left open, so it still allowed Bai Nianxue to hear the sound. Seeing Bai Nianxue's typed words, Zhang Lian realized that the peeing sound just now was indeed a bit loud. Yikes, it's not soundproof? It's the first time I've stayed in a dormitory, so I'm sorry to be a little uncomfortable and presumptuous, but replying like this would not be the style of Zhang Lian's conversation with Tinker Carr. So wipe your hands and read, dead pervert. How dare you eavesdrop on me going to the bathroom? The crime is aggravated. Chapter 33, The Great Table Pot. Oh, my god. I didn't go to bed until after 2 o'clock last night. Is it late past 2 o'clock? I'm 3 o'clock. You guys are awesome. Yan Wei's pulled the corners of his mouth. This morning more than 7 o'clock to get up. Dark circles are heavier than 1, but also climbed on. He slept the earliest last night, but also 1 o'clock. Grills. Old me 4 points. Zhang Lian crossed his arms, his dark circles and red eyes making him look particularly creepy. You're this. Li Yangwan and Peng Hausen gave a thumbs up at the same time, heartily praising this creature who only slept for more than 2 hours. We are this. It's this party, isn't it? Well, F1. That's our class. A few people walked over. By now the entire party was pretty much standing, and a few people had to stand back. Because of Zhang Lian's absence on the first day, he was absent from the first class meeting. Nowadays he didn't recognize any of the faces in his class. Just a quick glance. On the contrary, the girls in the class looked at Zhang Lian's line of F4 with dark circles under their eyes as they walked over, their eyes full of curiosity. And of these, especially for Zhang Lian, handsome is quite handsome. The heavy circles under his eyes are a bit scary. He should be the Zhang Lian who was absent the day before yesterday. I think so. Don't remember much. F4 male group came to the end of the team. In addition to Yan Wei's better, all a wilted look, drooping head at the end of the team. Li Yongman on the other hand was slightly more refreshed after seeing his pretty sister in his class. While elbowing Zhang Lian, he introduced him to him. Zhang Lian only responded in a low voice, not even looking at it. TSK, the penis is cool. Li Yongwan smacked his lips and pestled Peng Hausen on his left again. Okay, I see. What? Are you going to do it again? Peng Hausen joked. After all, this Li Yongwan was almost interested in seeing what looked good. Right now this Ruan Qilin, petite and sweet looking, looked good in a skirt the day before yesterday, and now wearing a military uniform wasn't bad at all. A complete lowly look. Even if she was dropped off at the high school, or even the middle school, she wouldn't necessarily be recognized. You have to cast a wide net. It's a great opportunity right now. She just started college and hasn't had a chance to have a boyfriend yet. Boss, you're not so young anymore. You're half in the ground and you still don't have a girlfriend. There's a saying that if you can't talk about it freshman year, then you'll be single for 4 years. It just so happens that she's the class president, so find a chance to go to. Peng Hausen directly moved a step to the left. His mouth changed to an O shape. Look at the shape of my mouth and roll. You can punch yourself if you want to. I'm not a lolicon. Li Wingman stumbled. You're not a lolicon? So who shelved that Cory Big Bang last night? Even the pattern on the water glass was of a small grass god. Damn me, that's the game sound. That water cup giveaway. What can be done? Peng Hausen did not tense up and refused to admit it. Li Yongwan lewdly flinched back and gave Peng Hausen an expression. Those who know. And as the two joked about it, the instructor had come to meet the big guy in front of the squad. Simply made a self-introduction. My name is Zhang Wei. That's right, the same Zhang Wei from Love Apartment. Ha ha ha. After making introductions, instructor Zhang Wei confirmed the number of people present and began to clear the crowd, all the way back to the last row of Zhang Lian and the 4 of them. The numbers are in order. Zhang Wei counted the number of people clearly, and in the next second, he noticed Zhang Lian dozing off and drooping his head a bit. This rapid descent and instantaneous pull back into motion was so obvious that it was hard not to notice him. Yo, did not wake up all this? Zhang Wei went up to see who gave him the whole eye candy on the first day of military training. He hasn't even started his first day of military training yet and the problem is surfacing of its own accord? It was his favorite kind of naughty student to encounter, and it would be fun to discipline them. So he went up to him and tried to ask him what his name was. He had to take care of the care. The Li Yongwan and Yan Wei's on both sides of Zhang Lian made efforts to pickpocket Zhang Lian. Hard not to Zhang Lian whole awake. It wasn't until Zhang Wei walked to Zhang Lian and stood in front of him for quite a while that Zhang Lian felt how a quiet batch around him and opened his eyes. The two were wide-eyed. Zhang Lian. Hey, big table pot? The surrounding students burst out laughing. What the hell is your kid? Zhang Wei was speechless, just felt how so familiar. After half a day as his stupid brother. Why are you here? Didn't you go down to the sea? Zhang Lian's mind was still rather clueless, and he spoke as he had always spoken. There was another burst of laughter around the room after that. What the hell is going to the sea? I'm ing Shanghai. I've come to Haicheng. Zhang Wei corrected righteously. Oh, you came to train us? Then cousin, lighten up. Zhang Lian then realized and said in a close manner. That's a must. I'll be gentle for sure. Zhang Wei laughed gently, glancing at the students who had just laughed out loud. When these words came out, the originally cheeky students around them immediately had serious expressions and stood straight. This scene, cootie. You can hear the flavor too. It's over. When you meet a relative of your instructor, it's an old crime. All hands, march in unison, to the target field. The sound of walking in unison, to a venue dedicated to one of your classes. Without saying a word, Zhang Wei first avenged what he had just done. Zhang Luoyan, step forward. Zhang Luoyan. Li Yangwen's few people pursed their lips and watched, with a look of bravery of seeing a brother dying like a man. Dude, stall longer. Zhang Wei, head this way, feet that way. 50. Ha? Zhang Lian was confused. Push-ups. Aren't you pretty good? Do 50 to warm up first. Ha 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 ha. The students naturally gloated and laughed. Zhang Lian, table pot. Ha 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 ha. The moment Zhang Lian's words came out, the originally calm laughter immediately became violent. Zhang Wei stared wide-eyed. This kid also on the spot to him to play a rascal? Come on. He continued with a mock seriousness. But in fact, the heart can't hold it anymore. In the past, when he was at home on New Year's Eve, Zhang Lian had never called him by the table pot, and every time he called him like this he couldn't tense up. The two are quite familiar with each other. They just don't see each other very often, basically only on New Year's Day, but even then, the two remained buddies, and because of that, Zhang Wei couldn't even be serious. And so, everyone else, halt, who laughs again? Whoever laughs again do it with him. The effect was remarkable, and the whole party was immediately silent. Only Zhang Lian was left obediently doing push-ups in front of the square, his face quickly suffocating red. Chapter 34 Schoolmates don't need a card to deliver milk tea. Zhang Lian's physical fitness was very good, and his family was both soldiers and police officers, so he had been trained since he was a child, and there was no one among his peers who could beat him, combined with the fact that he's been alive and kicking since he was a kid and has surprisingly good stamina. 50 push-ups is not difficult for him. Only just after doing so, Zhang Lian got up in place. Zhang Wei looked at him again and said without a trace of humor, "Did I tell you to get up?" Zhang Luoyan. 50 more. The usual tricks. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth. He had not been trained like this when he was a child, but he didn't have the time to do so after the pressure of school came up later on. Now I can't believe I'm doing this again. But now the military training situation. He cannot disobey the instructor's orders. Just hearing that Zhang Lian was punished again, someone among the team was the first to fail to hold back a laugh and snort. Zhang Wei immediately captures. Who? Stand out. Li Yangwen pursed his lips with a hard-to-strain smirk expression and stood out with a smile. Report. Report. Called what? Li Yangman. Go over and join him. Yes. Li Yangwen walked across to Zhang Lian, and the two of them did it together head-to-head. Zhang Lian was a bit dumbfounded when he saw him come over with a cheerful expression on his face that still couldn't hold in his laughter. What's he so happy about? You're so happy to do the punishment. You'll get it later. Because in fact, Zhang Lian he did it alone is nothing. After all, from a small training over, but Li Yangwen's weak little form, he could already imagine the way his butterflies would lift their wings later on. And this cousin of his own, although he didn't look much fierce, he could discipline people without any mercy. See yourself being called 50 push-ups easy? Why did you have to make a nuisance of yourself when you could have just stood there? Zhang Lian reminded in a low voice while doing so. You're still laughing? You kid won't be able to finish it later and you'll have your juice to eat out. Hey, isn't it your cousin? Li Yangwen just took it as a small entertainment, not serious at all, not realizing what would be waiting for him later. Ha! Zhang Lian let out a light laugh. Cheer up oldest. Second brother I will burn paper for you. Li Wingman? A moment. Report. Done. Zhang Lian said as he braced himself on the ground. Get back in line. Yes. Zhang Lian immediately got up and returned to the line with standard military steps. The only person left in the spot was then Li Yangwen, who had already begun to perform the butterfly vibrating its wings. It was then that something dawned on Li Yangwen. When you're alone, you always feel lonely. At this point he was alone at the front of the squad doing push-ups, and anxiety was starting to set in. And the nightmare, it's just beginning. You're a push-up, aren't you? Redo. I'll count a beat and you do one. Here, 1, 2, it's only third and you can't do it? Then change the punishment. Go run 10 laps. Li Wingman, huh? The summer cicadas cry on a hot summer day. By the time the guys were resting, Li Yongman was still running laps on the playground. Zhang Luoyan, as a living relative of the instructor, was naturally noticed and supported by many people at moments like military training. Thus, on the path of confronting the instructor, Zhang Lian definitely counted on his name and a call to action. And as a person, Zhang Lian has always been vindictive. In the end, he also lived up to his reputation. And when everyone was sitting on the ground and resting, he quietly touched behind Zhang Wei and sat his butt on his own cousin's head. Then, let's just all rejoice in the 10 minutes of extra time training for standing in place. Look at this. It's only the first day of military training and someone's bringing water. And look at you? Zhang Wei pointed to a female student in the class, which was actually Ruan Qilin that Li Yongwen said in the morning. It had only been half a day and already several seniors had come to bring her water. This kind of svelte girl is indeed easy to capture the hearts of boys. Zhang Lian didn't think so. He had seen a lot of svelte girls, but there wasn't a single one who was still svelte after really getting alone. The most persuasive will have to belong to the Shinfish who has been playing since childhood. That woman outside is not Sven. All 10 miles 8 counties known as the quiet princess of the girl. Pinching people is a little bit no feeling Svenware. Don't you also have no one to send it? Zhang Lian laughed. Can I be the same as you? Zhang Wei Classic spoke. Che, I'm not interested in women. Zhang Lian waved his hand. And that's when Li Yongman finally finished his 10 laps and came waddling back, soaking wet as if he'd taken a shower. Before he had time to report to Zhang Wei, a senior girl brought him water in front of many people. Oh, it's okay. Zhang Wei raised his chin, signaling that he could finally take a break and spend time with his girlfriend. After all, during break time, people's girls had come looking for them, so naturally he, as an instructor, would not continue to give his students a hard time. On the contrary, accommodations are generally given at such times. Zhang Lian didn't say anything and just watched quietly, because this hadn't been mentioned by Li Yongwen. Ah, what do you mean? Why did you have to hide it last night? Zhang Lian left Zhang Wei's side straight away and followed Li Yongwen back to the back of the group, and Peng Housen and Yen Wei's had already begun to press him. Just didn't expect to get the answer. Get a card. You guys didn't do it? A campus card. Yeah ha, holy. Why doesn't that schoolmate of mine send it? You'll have to yell at her to deliver it. She's sure to deliver it. I see. What the hell is going on? I wonder why so many seniors have come to deliver water. Yen Wei's breathed a sigh of relief, and the imbalance in his heart was calmed. Let's just say that he doesn't have anyone to send water to, and that Li Yongman, who doesn't care about hygiene in his own dorm room, even has someone to send it to. Since it's just an exchange of benefits, he won't be frustrated. When you look at it this way, it's far more than just Li Yongwen and Nguyen Qilin in their own class who get water delivered to them. In other class squads, there were also students who received care from their seniors. I think that, except for those who rely on their face value to get water delivered by boys like Kirin Nguyen, the underlying reason for most other boys and girls to deliver water should be in having a campus card. This kind of benefit swap is thought to happen only once. Yen Wei's figured this out. Looking at the back of the class, also have other boys received a sister's delivery of water after the heart gradually also produced a kind of inexplicable dislike. 1 by 2 was taken by others to rush performance. Still schoolmates called so cheerfully. Unlike myself, from the very beginning, I had gotten a campus card for myself just for the sake of convenience, and I had never even thought about such a request as asking for water delivery with my senior sister. It's shallow to have to force that much of an act in front of so many people. Peng Housen? The schoolmate who gave Peng Housen the card came to the front of the square with a cart, and directly on the cart was a box of mineral water. It's a door-to-door delivery. Here, Peng Housen didn't realize that he hadn't even called out, but this schoolmate still brought him water and inquired about the squad he was in. Thank you, sister. Well, bye. Cheers. Really stingy. Other people at least have a bottle of iced tea, or a big bottle. You just have a bottle of non-fushanquan. Zhang Lian laughed, comparing to Li Yongwen, who said, it stands to reason that the need to deliver so much water means more performance, and more performance means more bonuses, but the bonuses are so stingy with the extra giveaways. Peng Housen, however, waved his hand and explained for the others. Oops, I didn't even shout at her to send free delivery. It's fine. Oh, that's okay. Zhang Lian nodded, but it's just a bottle of mineral water. Yen Wei's took a sip of his own plain water and said sourly, Tiscoops. Li Yongwen was at his highest value at this time, and pretending to be a bully was something that couldn't be done without. He was seen taking a gentle sip of iced tea, like a small sip of spirits, and making a figurative onomatopoeic sound. It's still my best. The remaining 3. Seeing that even Zhang Lian did not have one, Li Yongwen crooked his mouth to ask for a fight and said, no way. The second you do not have one? Hiss. Shouldn't be. Lao, are you aren't acquainted with the schoolmistress? Why don't you get it delivered? What are you doing? Don't you know how you got this iced tea? Did you pack it up? Zhang Lian laughed and scolded. You're good at having someone to bring you water, aren't you? Hey, you've seen it today. Someone delivering water is awesome. Li Yongwen sipped it like milk, but the next second, a figure walked straight behind Zhang Lian, and Li Yongwen almost spilled his milk bottle. Zhang Lian turned back. Hawk, sis, drink milk tea. Bai Nianxue tenderly handed out a pocketful of milk tea, 4 cups in total. She is buying even Zhang Lian's roommate's share. Chapter 35, Sister, are you filming in front of me? It's all ice. Bai Nianxue took out a cup from it while distributing the other 3 cups without a trace. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Thanks. Zhang Lian's ears instantly turned a little red for some reason. With that, he finally took the last cup handed over by Bai Nianxue. The most expensive. The flavor is your favorite oolong and it's chilled. How to see cannot be a coincidence. Zhang Lian's eyes swept through the hands of the other 3 people. The heart instantly determined. At this moment the heartbeat accelerated. Zhang Lian, this greatly grinning character, hard did not hold out an addition to the school sister other than the second sentence. He was also getting a campus card, but it was from a senior. So the chances of him having a senior to bring him water were non-existent from the start. The only possible dinky car he didn't call either. He couldn't have called a dinky car to make this trip just to drop off a water delivery for such a frivolous reason. And the schoolteacher who pressed for the possibility is the one who appeared at such a time? The point was, he hadn't even told her what squad he was in or where his position was. Sister just appeared out of nowhere, as gentle as an angel. It also happens to be with your favorite oolong tea. At the same time, Justin Li Yongwen's similar nature of the boys looked at Bai Nianxue, this fairy school sister. Another look at the $3 bottle of Coke in his hand. Is this schoolmate also a gift with a campus card? She's sending 4 cups of milk tea straight away. The card money went in, didn't it? No more business? I'm going to run it too. Grass, why am I not this schoolmate? Muttered in a low voice. Shall we go over there? Bai Nianxue ruffled her hanging hair and whispered. She hit the parasol and in the process enveloped Zhang Lian again. Good. Zhang Lian had noticed this. The sun was a bit hot as it was nearing noon. So after dropping this sentence he directly left the 3 good older children on the ground behind. Though he's usually all big-headed and a funny guy, he's actually very thoughtful and even a little careful. Otherwise he wouldn't have been in a relationship until now. And for the first time, from the many details of his schoolmate just now, he felt his heart beating faster. It was like nothing I'd ever seen since that heart beating in your throat racing of my own heart when I lit a fire that nearly burned my own house down when I was 10 years old. He had already brought a bit of idle baggage with him in front of Bai Nianxue, and at this time he seemed even more rushed because of this. Simply, like a red-faced schoolboy. And this, Bai Nianxue see in the eyes. The surface waves are not shocked, but in fact, the heart is, take. Though she rehearsed it on the way here. How to send it would look natural, how to talk to him to increase favor. But after actually seeing it, it seems to be straight out of the box. She thinks of how she should leave the flavors she bought especially for him. How to give them to him smoothly. What to say, such as this one is for you. This one is the most expensive. This one you like. What evolved was that she simply didn't say anything and just smiled and handed out the milk tea. There is no need to speak, for those whose souls have an understanding must be able to notice. It wasn't hard for her to tell from Zhang Lian's reaction that these little thoughts of hers must have been detected by him, and there was no need for her to say anything at all. Come to the side of a tree and stand under it to block the sun. There was a brief moment of silence from both men. In the end, it was Bai Nianxue who spoke first with a light laugh. Why don't you say anything? Ha, well, Zhang Lian let out a giggle, looking particularly naive as he felt nervous in front of a girl for the first time. The kind of nerves that are the same as introducing yourself on stage. He picked at his ears and averted his eyes again, not far away from the 3 good older children who had just been staring at him with lewd faces. Click. Hey, Zhang Lian looked sideways at Bai Nianxue in confusion, only to see Bai Nianxue very naturally captured him just a series of behavior, and then as if no one else, put the phone back into the pocket. Zhang Lian just stared at her in a daze as she did all of this, but never waited for his senior sister to make an explanation. Zhang Lian? Right in front of your face? Not even an explanation. Sister, do you want to be more wild? Chapter 36, seems to have been teased by a schoolmate. Sister, what are you doing? Nothing, I checked the time. Bai Nianxue blinked and said flatly without looking away, as if she had just done nothing. See the time? You were just taking pictures, okay? Zhang Lian searched in his heart, but he had just seen it. But then a trusting voice somehow bubbled up inside. What if schoolteacher is actually really looking at the time? Sister is so nice, how could she cheat? Don't be a narcissist. Do you still want Bai Nianxue-senpai to take out her cell phone and look at the photo album? Subconsciously, Bai Nianxue was a very good, gentle and pretty school flower sister to herself, and Zhang Lian already trusted the other party very much, which is why such a voice arose in his heart, and as soon as the voice reminded him, he seemed to have doubts about what he had just seen. Did I really just misread it? Forget it, just shoot it, it's not a big deal. Oh, Zhang Lian slowly nodded her head, holding the milk tea, and opened her mouth to ask again, how did you think of sending me milk tea? Senior sister? did she ask you to send it? This she was naturally talking about a certain tinker car. After all, in Zhang Lian's heart at this time, his relationship with his schoolmate was not even close to the point of sending milk tea from thousands of miles away. He and his sister were just normal friends who had met twice and even stayed out for a night on their first night at the university. The level of familiarity and intimacy is certainly not up to that of a decade-long friendship like Tinkerbell or Shinfish, and he didn't see any reason for his schoolmate to bring himself milk tea. So pretty much by default this was the tinker car getting the schoolmarm to help with the delivery. After all, even the milk tea flavors were picked out for him. This Tinkerbell, she's always asking me to run errands for her. She's really putting me on a blind date show, isn't she? Zhang Lian thought clearly in his mind, confirming what happened to give the ding-ding car a hard mark in his heart. But at this time, Bai Nianxue's answer was not what he had in mind. No, it's just me delivering it, Bai Nianxue faintly said, turning her head to look at him very innocently. Ha, what's wrong? You don't like what I gave you? Bai Nianxue's eyes snowed as she moved her eyes to the milk tea in Zhang Lian's hand. Nope, no. Zhang Lian opened the milk tea package and directly inserted the straw to open the sip. How? Taking a big sip, he added incoherently. Yummy, ha ha. Bai Nianxue hid her mouth and laughed lightly, moving her eyes away and saying, passing by here, bought it by the way la, as long as you like it. Ha, oh. Zhang Lian nodded his head like garlic, completely leaving behind the point that the schoolmate had no reason to send milk tea that had just crossed her mind. As for the details of what had just happened, and how he could just happen to get his favorite oolong tea, he forgot to ask. He believes whatever the schoolteacher says. Maybe, it's just happenstance. He doesn't even seem to be in his right mind anymore. But really, a clearer head would surely see the point. There was a moment of silence as the willow swung up and a light breeze blew in. Bai Nianxue took the initiative to find a topic. That, Lu Yan's senior brother, you haven't joined the club yet, right? No. Zhang Lian answered honestly. He was never a good young man of the times like Xinyu who planned himself and always forged ahead. Adding clubs and whatnot was never an option in his 4 years of college life. With this time, he was quite content to be a salted fish in the quiet of his dormitory, without those worldly desires. Then, could you do me a favor? Bai Nianxue said softly, just like the extremely light and gentle wind that had just come through. Righteousness, to go through soup and fire. Under no circumstances. Zhang Lian's eyes were firm and he immediately arched his hand. A cup of milk tea bought you. Where are your modesty? Bai Nianxue continued. Why don't you come join the student council and add my department? Your department? School teacher? Well, I'm in the arts and culture department. Minister O. Bai Nianxue raised her head and said, what do they all do? I can't perform on stage, senior sister. Zhang Lian can agree, but he doesn't want to get involved in those things when he performs on stage. In the end, he was willing to do Bai Nianxue the favor of joining the student union, but performing on stage and all that, that's a different price. There's no need for you to perform on stage. Just join in. Bai Nianxue certainly knew what kind of nature Zhang Lian had and wouldn't make excessive demands. As long as he's in, there's a reason to find him. However, Zhang Lian was still hesitant, as if he was still making a difficult choice. He was always still worried about joining the student council. Things would be a lot. Hokage please. But at this time, Bai Nianxue didn't give Zhang Lian a chance to continue pondering, and even softly pouted. Cough. Zhang Lian choked on the milk tea he was halfway through drinking, and quickly reddened the temperature at his neck. Hokage. Okay, senior sister. I promise. Can't I promise? Zhang Lian was rarely taken hard. Bai Nianxue, however, took pleasure in it, her eyebrows curving into a crescent moon. Looking at Zhang Lian with this blushing face, it's too cute. How could she resist filming it? That's what led to the situation at the beginning where she directly grabbed Zhang Lian and was caught by the other party. However, it was good that she was unperturbed and did not show her colors, and was not discovered by Zhang Lian. The purpose of her trip was actually to come and see him and find a reason to do so, and now that the mission was accomplished, she would have a reason to find him in the future. Just as all the surrounding squads started to gather one after another, including Zhang Lian's squad, that instructor seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Lian with a watchful expression. Bai Nianxue was no longer good enough to continue delaying him. You return to the team. Okay, bye-bye schoolteacher. I'm not in a hurry. I'll watch you for a little while longer, Bai Nianxue said with a smile. Ha! Zhang Lian's mind went blank as he listened, then not knowing how to respond, turned his head and ran back to the square like a shy girl, leaving Bai Nianxue to once again see his rolling scarlet ears and stand not far away snickering. There's nothing funnier than teasing a favorite to redworm. Boys may be more inclined to make their favorite girls laugh as a way to bring about a sense of inner fulfillment. Girls, on the other hand, are more inclined to make their favorite boys shy, as a slightly different way of getting a sense of accomplishment. Returning to the party, he naturally faced the whispered questioning of his three sons around him. Of course, These three people surrounded Zhang Lian's thick sourness, as if it was that old altar of sauerkraut that had just run out of the vinegar jar. Just the right amount of cooling for Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian did not respond to this, his thoughts still lingering from just now. From time to time, he inclined his head to steal a glance at his senior sister with his afterglow, only to find that she was really still watching him under that tree. Standing posture seems to have become a bit more upright, so it was as if the words of the three people around them were separated by an invisible barrier, completely inaudible. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Wei, with a leathery smile on his face and a hand behind his back, walked over to Zhang Lian, the last row. A chin was raised in one direction, an eyebrow raised and a snicker in his eyes. Zhang Lian's eyes glanced at him and instantly understood. The meaning is not difficult to understand. Your schoolmate has gone. Oh. Zhang Lian then turned his head to glance in that direction. Sister's cool and good-looking back was already far away, but that umbrella was still left under that tree, propped open. Hit on that oolong tea. It's a marker for him. But the next second, Zhang Lian, step forward. I told you to move. Chapter 37, Face to Face. By the time military training ended in the afternoon, Bai Nianxue went to a certain coffee shop on Commercial Street to wait for Xinyu as promised. The two haven't identified themselves to each other online, so they don't know exactly who the other is. But since it's the first time I've met an online friend, it's inevitable that I'm still a little nervous. Although it wasn't actually the first time Bai Nianxue had met an online friend, this was also the first time she had met in her true identity. And because of Xinyu's nervousness, she even specifically went back to her dormitory to take a shower and change her clothes before coming out. The smell of sweat was already heavy on her after a long day of training, and even though the person she was meeting was a girl, she still wanted to be in great shape to meet them, always taking things seriously. Xinyu, she is such a character. Arriving at the cafe, Xinyu quickly captured a long-haired figure leaning against the window, dressed in a light, pale yellow dress, with long, big white legs, and white socks, and even white shoes that were clean and dry. Just by looking at this back, one could be sure that the schoolteacher's body must have smelled good. Good thing I went back and changed my clothes. Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at her schoolmate dressed so nicely. The same girl, of course. She was able to tell that the other party was dressed up. Apparently, the schoolteacher is having a good time with this date. No, this should be called a facial. Xinyu scooted over, taking deep breaths as she did so. Coming to Bai Nianxue's side, he inclined his head to look at the other party and carefully opened his mouth to ask before he could see the other party's face. Is it White Zephyr? Bai Nianxue turned back at the sound, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Aha! The surprise came in the true sense of a face base. And in the next moment, after taking in the face of the visitor, the surprise morphed into shock. That's right, scare, complete and utter shock, hollow eyes and a white mind. The person who came, how could it be? Shen Yu, Zhang Lian's childhood friend. She counted 1,000 times, counting how to discuss with the other party to get together at that time and ask the other party to help her hide Zhang Lian's matter. But this was good. The person who came happened to know Zhang Lian. No, it's not. It's very familiar. Jesus, how can it be so coincidental that the only two people she knows online? I should have known that she even let Qianqian help her cope with this netizen. You're not. Xinyu was smart and clever. Her brain quickly retrieved this person the moment she saw the other person, one's own marriage partner in the game. Surprisingly, it's the schoolgirl of her own school. For a moment, a completely unspoken feeling festered inside her. It's as if, at first, one is just excited about a blind box out of curiosity, then it turns into a favorite and one wants to open it. Whatever the outcome, she could live with it. And the night before, she'd gotten the message that the blind box had been sent to the wrong person, which meant that the outcome was already not going to be good. But who would have thought that this blind box that was sent out by mistake, opened out to be another series of Epic Ultimate Collection plus hidden models? It doesn't seem impossible if it's a schoolmate. Xinyu blinked twice and quickly threw away the thoughts she had just had again. The schoolmate seemed to happen to be the roommate of the money-owed netizen that Zhang Lian knew to be here. What's with the coincidence? She and Zhang Lian met in reality and happened to meet a pair of girlfriends online who also met in reality? This kind of magical thing, if she told Zhang Lian probably wouldn't even believe it, right? Such a coincidence? Xinyu said incredulously. Well, sit down. Bai Nianxue moved a seat to the side, her mind spinning rapidly to think of a countermeasure. In fact, she could die right now and then immediately send a message to Qianqian to block the knife. But would it be a bit too magical for Qianqian to know both of them? Zhang Lian and Xinyu, all by herself? But nah, it's just the way it is. Although the thought flashed through her mind, Bai Nianxue ruled it out. No, Qianqian simply do not understand the cause of the matter. Called her over also useless? And the same for girls. Shinfish, this appearance is obviously not as good as Zhang Lian to fool. It seems that, can only be honest. Shenyu gave a soft thank you back, then sat beside Bai Nianxue. Both were top girls, sitting by the window creating a fleeting sight. Just one slightly cooler and more elegant, one slightly gentler and quieter, like a couple of sisters. Surprisingly, it's you, senior sister. Ah, the world is really small. Xinyu spoke first. Ah, well, yeah, Bai Nianxue echoed. Obviously met the day before yesterday, or Zhang Lian to see his online friends it, Xinyu said with a smile. Ah, right, Bai Nianxue continued to concur. I didn't realize the two of them were online friends, but today it's our turn. The waiter at this time sent over the cup of coffee that Bai Nianxue had ordered for Xinyu at the beginning. Xinyu took it and thanked. Thank you, senior sister. Ah, I heard from Zhang Lian that you went out drinking with him the day before yesterday. Senior sister? By using Zhang Lian as a connection, you can talk about Zhang Lian and open up the conversation that follows. Xinyu accepted the coffee, and seeing that Bai Nianxue seemed to be more subtle, she took on the task of bringing up the topic. It was just that she didn't realize that mentioning Zhang Lian made Bai Nianxue as nervous as if a string had been plucked. Bai Nianxue, huh? It seems like it. Then, senior sister, you know about him and sister Qianqian? Well, know some. Ha ha, it feels. Sister Qianqian doesn't look like someone who owes money, Xinyu said as she took a sip of hot coffee. Why? Bai Nianxue asked mechanically. Because sister Qianqian and you are BFFs. Ah, would you guys be worse off than his $1,000? Xinyu smiled and said, I think, school sister, you tell me the truth. Is it Qianqian school sister? Deliberately provoked this Zhang Lian fellow over? Hearing this, Bai Nianxue's body stiffened, pretending to be calm. He picked up the coffee in front of him and continued to ask mechanically. Why? Because Zhang Lian he is this kind of nature. Very childish. Qianqian's schoolmates should know him very well, so deliberately provoked him, coaxed him to test Shanghai University, and then, if so, I can help. Oh, senior sister, you can talk to Qianqian's senior sister. At that time, I will ask Zhang Lian to join me, and meet together. After all, our destiny is so coincidental. Bai Nianxue's eyes widened as she listened to Xinyu's proposal and didn't dare to say anything. Bad, she seems to have guessed it all. And, she mentioned meeting? Wouldn't she be wearing out her welcome if she met? How dare she? In Zhang Lian's eyes, Tinker Car should always be a talent. Is it hard for you to play two people at the dinner table at all times? Is the real-life version of Blue Desert's Flower? Chapter 38. School sister. Other things are fine, but this really isn't. Ouch. Let go of me. I want to go back to bed. Let's go. Just sign up for the club in these 2 days. There won't be a store after this village. I'm not going. I only got 3 hours of sleep last night. You guys want me dead. In the evenings, the academic building closest to Commercial Street was the club building, as well as the broadcasting building, and it was in this building that club recruitment took place in the wide field directly in front of the building. Because freshman year has just begun and because Commercial Street has the most foot traffic, this is where all the clubs have recruited. Zhang Lian was dragged by the three of them to the lively venue for the club's recruitment. Add associations he is not likely to add. Not in this lifetime. What's more, during the day, he has promised his elder sister to add the student union, and now it's not yet time for the student union to recruit. He belonged to the category of those who were dragged hard by the three to see the fun. Take advantage of this time to add a club with many girls. Won't it be promising to get off in the future? Li Yongwen always carries out his policy of not leaving the girl out of his 3 sentences, and everything is aimed at being able to pick up the girl. Pang Housen was indifferent. He simply came to watch the fun. As for the society to add or not, he needed to see the situation. As for Yen Wei's, his goal is quite clear, to join a club related to his major, so that he can participate in some competitions and get some awards to add points. The three are considered to have their own goals, except for Zhang Lian. But because of the incident of the milk tea delivered by the schoolmates during the day, how could the three of them feel relieved to leave their good brothers alone and go back to the dormitory? What if they go back later and they're going to be grandpas? So he dragged Zhang Lian along with them to the club recruitment. Don't sleep, Pang Housen said as he held Zhang Lian up, pointing at the club that Zhang Lian was most interested in an attempt to wake him up. However, the effect is minimal. He had already slept little, and he had been tossed around so much by his own table pot during the day that he couldn't do it anymore. Hey good virtual look at the youngest. How good the spirit. Yen Wei's also assisted Zhang Lian. In front of Li Yongwen alone has already run to the girl most of the Chinese dress club near. It's clear that the same people have been tossed around, and it's clear who is physically incapable or not. So what? Go buy him a cup of coffee, Pang Housen said as he saw a coffee shop not far away. Yes, tell the youngest to get it. Yen Wei's raised his chin and signaled to tell Li Yongwen to go. Pang Housen looked at Li Yongwen, who was already talking to the pretty young lady, and deflated his mouth. This guy doesn't seem to need much of a coffee boost. Pang Housen, ugh forget it, let's go. Don't care about him. The three of them went to the cafe together. At this time, Bai Nianxue and Xin Yu had not yet left, and Bai Nianxue was still looking out the window from time to think about how to speak. Xin Yu, on the other hand, was telling some interesting stories, sometimes inevitably talking about something about Zhang Lian, which would divert away Bai Nianxue's attention. It was only when she saw the familiar people outside her window walking to the cafe that her otherwise lax attention immediately focused. Finished. If Xin Yu saw Zhang Lian, he would definitely introduce himself to Zhang Lian. Although from Xin Yu's conversation she didn't know that the game spell good rice was Zhang Lian, but now as long as Xin Yu and Zhang Lian met, her chances of being exposed would be infinitely higher. Even if Xin Yu says one thing about that game and is captured by Zhang Lian, as Xin Yu said to Zhang Lian, "Sister and I also met playing games. Coincidence, right? Zhang Lian, huh? Really? What game? Shinfish, Yuan %. #%. Zhang Lian, huh? I play this game too. What's your name? Let's play together." Xin Yu, "It's okay, my name is Yu Xia, and my schoolmate's name is Bai Zhe. Zhang Lian. It is very possible for this to occur. Hey, Zhang Lian? Sister, just in time." At this time, the sharp-eyed Xin Yu, who was also sitting on the sidelines, also saw Zhang Lian outside and pointed. "I'll reintroduce you to him," said Xin Yu about to get up, but she didn't manage to stand up, and was pulled by Bai Nianxue's hand. Xin Yu was shocked that Bai Nianxue's hand was so watery and holding her. This, it's not okay, this is not allowed, schoolmate. I am straight. How? What's wrong, senior sister? Xin Yu didn't dare to turn her head to look at Bai Nianxue, her mind automatically flashing back to past images in the game. In the game the older sister is very nice to her, and will leave her a share of any goodies, and he'll take her on quests and fight monsters for her. And the two also did a lot of husband and wife copies, raised 2 spiritual pets. Wait until the official level. You can have a baby. It's just that the schoolmarm leveled up, but she never leveled up. For this reason, it seems that the schoolteacher has also given her quite a few experience acceleration packs to help her brush up her level, even though it was just a child in a game, a virtual one, but, even if it was fake, it still meant something, right? Moreover, why did the schoolteacher not confess to herself that she was a woman until the very end? Doesn't it just pack a wallop? Could it be that the original? That's when schoolmates urge themselves to have children. Everything is traceable. The more he thought about that, the redder Xin Yu's face became. No way. She's not bent. Sisters are not allowed. It couldn't be better looking. She bit her lips. No way. Senior sister, you're so good looking. There's no shortage of boys to like you, right? Let's not. Bai Nianxue? Not before I say so. Bai Nianxue instantly panicked, and at this time Zhang Lian had already come within 10 meters outside the window. It has come into visual range. Just look up and see yourself. Why not? Bai Nianxue was a little flustered, and her voice carried a hint of anxiety. It just sounded like a questioning in Xin Yu's ears, like a disbelief in the world. Xin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it obvious that it won't work? What else is there to why? I haven't even said anything yet. Bai Nianxue added. It's not okay to say it. Sister. Xin Yu stood up completely and frowned. In the face of this toughness from Bai Nianxue, she had to remain tough as well, because just 10 minutes ago, she was a very normal girl. Bai Nianxue was confused. She didn't understand. What doesn't? What did she miss? Why did Xin Yu become so agitated all of a sudden? Could it be that, when she saw Zhang Lian coming, she suddenly thought of something about her slip-up? Guess? You know what I mean? Bai Nianxue inquired tentatively. Just now it seemed that Xin Yu also said a can't cheat herself. She was so smart? One moment and you know? Xin Yu shyly bowed her head and gave a little nudge. Bai Nianxue. Just this once, okay? Bai Nianxue made a final bid. Xin Yu shook her head. I'm sorry, senior sister. Thank you. You've been good to me. I remember it all. I can promise you anything else. This really isn't. Chapter 39, Good Night Schoolboy. Hey, why does that sound so weird? Bai Nianxue felt very strange. And then look at Xin Yu's shy expression. The perennial have been inculcated by Su Chanxian. She immediately reacted. Wait a minute. You don't, by any chance, think that I'm a lesbian? Bai Nianxue pointed at herself, her tone full of incredulity. She a 28K pure straight female. It's amazing to be treated like a lesbian one day. Hey, well, no, isn't it? Looking at Bai Nianxue's reaction, this time it was changed to Xin Yu whose gaze froze. Of course I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. Bai Nianxue immediately drifted off. She told her to let her finish her sentence first. At this time, Zhang Lian and the three of them had already come into the cafe, and Yan Weis and Panghausen saw Xin Yu and Bai Nianxue by the window at a glance. The three of them ordered coffee. Then Panghausen whispered something in Zhang Lian's ear, and Zhang Lian immediately raised her head. At this time, it was too late for Bai Nianxue to try to explain everything to Xinyu. He could only say to Xinyu in the shortest way possible, "I'll explain it to you later. Don't ever say anything about our game acquaintance in front of Zhang Lian, let alone that game." "Ha?" Xinyu was puzzled to hear that. "You promised to promise me no matter what." Bai Nianxue bit her lip and said in an almost supplicating manner. Seeing this, although his head was all confused, Xinyu just had to listen to these words and that was enough. She nodded and agreed to Bai Nianxue's request without any hesitation at all. Okay, schoolmarm." Zhang Lian briefly resumed his normal mode, the deflated state he had just experienced gone without a trace, and walked towards the two. And Penghausen and Yin Wei's did not follow up, just watched from afar. After all, not familiar with, they follow also cannot interject words, simply do not follow. In place waiting for Zhang Lian, arriving in front of the two girls, Zhang Lian spoke. "Senior sister, and you, why are you here?" Pretty standard Zhang Lian double talk mode. Xinyu was speechless. Was she addressed so hastily to her? Honestly, she can be very emotionally stable with anyone and be a gentle, quiet girl. Only Zhang Lian, a childhood friend since childhood. Bitchy and swashbuckling really leaves you speechless to the point of helplessness. Sometimes she watched the same thing on TV, and she wondered if all childhood friends were like that in heaven. Why is it that you can always do a sentence that makes people feel like they're breaking their defenses? She used to not be able to pinch at all, and she hard automatically awakened this exclusive skill belonging to Tyrannosaurus Rex in the course of spending time with Zhang Lian. Just happened to bump into it. Bai Nianxue saw that Xinyu did not answer, so she stepped forward and said first, "Oh, did you stay up late again last night? So atrophied?" Xinyu asked as she saw through Zhang Lian with a glance. "Normal operation, okay?" Zhang Lian spread his hands and said with an indifferent face, "Forget it, just now at the window my senior sister and I saw the way you were helped over by your roommate." Xinyu said disdainfully, turning her head to lock eyes with Bai Nianxue, as if to say, "Right school sister?" Bai Nianxue didn't say anything, just nodded her head gently. Cough, cough, small problem. Zhang Lian coughed twice. "I just didn't sleep well last night." "Xinyu, it's just false." "Hey you, I'm not going to get on your bad side. I just came over to say hello." Zhang Lian wanted to say something. "What? Aren't you not joining the club? Why are you still coming to the club to recruit?" Xinyu said. According to her urbane nature towards Zhang Lian, there should only be one reason to come to such a lively place, to look at pretty girls. After all, in high school, Zhang Lian had quite a few times followed his best buddy up and down the floors to look at the beautiful women in other people's classes. "Dragged out by my roommate. I originally wanted to go back to sleep." Zhang Lian explained very officially. Talking like this was not like his style at all, because according to the past, when Zhang Lian was faced with such a question from himself, the answer must have been something like, "I've come to see if there are any girls. What if I want to join a certain club?" Xinyu glanced at Bai Nianxue on the side and instantly realized, because the good-looking girl is right next to you. This guy, he's not playing coy, is he? Not right. The day before yesterday when we met together, White Nianshue's sister is also on the side. That time also did not see him have more convergence, and even came up to want to clutch the neck of the other girlfriends. "Well, what about you? You want to add the club?" Zhang Lian asked rhetorically. "Xinyu, I'll stroll around too." "No? Yes, you stroll, the whole school as much as you want." Zhang Lian said yin and yang, turning his head and saying to Bai Nianxue again, "I'll leave first then." "Senior sister, they're still waiting for me." Bai Nianxue nodded slightly. "Well, good night." Good night." Zhang Lian almost didn't catch the sudden good night, but then immediately responded with a smile, not forgetting to give Xinyu a meaningful expression on his way out. And that night before leaving to Su Chanxian almost the same. 3 points of thin cold, 3 points of sarcasm, as well as 4 points of carelessness, but Xinyu is used to it. It was just that she didn't expect Bai Nianxue to say goodnight to Zhang Lian. Normally, a moment of separation like this would be a bye or goodbye at best, right? Good night, more or less, is closer than either of those words. At least Xinyu hadn't said this to each other with Zhang Lian since who knows when. If you get a good night from each other before going to bed, you probably won't be able to sleep all night, right? Of course, that's not too excited to sleep. It's too disgusted to sleep. It's like having your sweaty, smelly best friend say you smell good when you're about to go to bed. How dare you sleep here? Move overnight plus call the police. Hands up. It's either you or me, but it's often the details that make it hard to notice that can maximize the relationship with a person with a delicate mind. To Zhang Lian, these words were more than just Bai Nianxue expressing her trust in what he had said, believing that he had been dragged by his roommate to come see the club recruitment, because he was definitely going to sleep first thing when he got back to his dorm room later, and was already tired. And, the word good night has a caring meaning compared to goodbye. Bye-bye. There is another layer of meaning in this sentence of my schoolmate's translation, that is, it's hard work, so go back to rest quickly and have a good dream. Combined, this simple word good night, when truly translated, expressed both by Nianshue's trust in Zhang Lian and her concern for him. And Zhang Lian was confused, obviously not reacting, but then after getting that point of tacit understanding that belonged uniquely to the two of them, he responded without hesitation. As for Bai Nianxue, Zhang Lian's tone when he responded to her already said it all, so of course she was not surprised to receive it. The onlookers don't understand it, but the silent mind knows it. Sister, why don't you let me mention the game in front of Zhang Lian? After a few people left, Xinyu turned his head to Bai Nianxue and asked. Chapter 40, speaking to Xinyu. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, but also had to tell Xinyu all the ins and outs of the matter. There's definitely no hiding. Xinyu and Zhang Lian were so familiar with each other. If he didn't say anything himself, he might inadvertently find out one day when the two of them were talking. Won't you be passive then? Moreover, when the military training was over and a party had been agreed upon, one couldn't find an excuse to bail out again, could one? Let's not talk about the fact that Zhang Lian could now go straight for a single kill offline. The point was that she didn't want to always stand him up. Doing this sort of thing too much is a drain on goodwill and will be met with his suspicion. Actually, that netizen of Zhang Lian's who owes money is me. Bai Nianxue looked at Xinyu and replied sincerely. Ha? Xinyu wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. What was it? The one you guys saw before was actually the one I had my roommate pretend to be. With apologies, Bai Nianxue folded her hands to Xinyu and said, I didn't expect the person in the game to be you by such a coincidence. Shinfish froze in place, brain CPU running at a rapid pace. She did not ask why or anything like that. And again, as a first-time netizen, she had actually thought about the idea of dragging Zhang Lian alone. Only eventually she got up the nerve. But if the other person we meet is the kind of Zhang Lian, own money owed to the internet, her operation on Bai Nianxue will not be difficult to understand. In her place she will have to call on a friend to do so. So, then, the game spelling of a good meal, won't be? Combined with the information given by Bai Nianxue, and the fact that she didn't allow herself to mention the game just now, Xinyu's smart brain quickly surmised the answer. Zhang Lian? Bai Nianxue nodded in recognition. Xinyu covered her mouth, took 2 steps back in surprise, and looked out the window again. When Zhang Lian's trio had already walked away, it was impossible for her not to be surprised because Zhang Lian had said more than once about Bai Nianxue not paying back the money she owed. She more or less knew something about Bai Nianxue, and in Zhang Lian's mouth, all the crimes committed by Bai Nianxue, the old scoundrel, had been added to capital punishment. But, Shinfish looked at all aspects of the conditions in front of the excellent, gentle and generous, treating people clear and white Nianxue, such a refreshingly unassuming schoolmate, whose private online name is Tinker Car, will still be as crazy as that nerd Zhang Lian. The crushes on him alone were mind-boggling to her. What right does he have? Bai Nianxue confessed the matter and then continued to speak. That, under the rain, so I was wondering if you could hold off on telling him for a while. Cover for you first? Xinyu said. Her eyes glowed, and they were full of suppressed excitement, as anyone would obviously instinctively feel in the presence of gossip. Aha! Bai Nianxue continued to fold her arms and said, so that's what happened. I thought that you, senior sister. Xinyu burst out laughing at the thought of the random thoughts that just ran through her head, but at the same time, they didn't forget to gossip and ask something about Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian. Bai Nianxue also all truthfully told Xinyu. From there, Xinyu knew everything about the two men through and through, and after learning about these things, Xinyu, as a courtesy, told Bai Nianxue everything she knew about Zhang Lian's embarrassing stories from childhood to adulthood, including Zhang Lian when he was a child bathing do not want to be seen, the New Year's Eve with the New Year's money to bribe his own cousin to burn winter vacation homework, so much so, that the two very quickly became acquainted in this matter, and even talked to each other. It seems to have been forgotten that the two were here to facepalm in the first place. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't say anything. Knowing the ins and outs, Xinyu was of course willing to side with and help Bai Nianxue, because no matter what, Bai Nianxue senpai was also the same Bai Zhe that she had been so kind to in the game. Since her senior sister needed help, she was obliged to do so. As for Zhang Lian, she just thought that this kid was really lucky that it happened to be a time period like that of the schoolmates that was bumped into by his kid. It's true that when the moon's red line comes, you can't stop it. Thinking of Zhang Lian, Xinyu then remembered again the detrimental manner in which Zhang Lian had just confronted senior sister Bai Nianxue. Knowing Zhang Lian's behavior extremely well, she had rarely seen Zhang Lian act that friendly and reserved. Shouldn't it just so happens that both of them call each other? Xinyu instantly thought of something. His brain flashed, as if a burden had suddenly been placed on his shoulders out of nowhere. Well, thank you, under the rain. Bai Nianxue still addressed Xinyu affectionately by her screen name. Don't call me you asterisk 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 Allah. Just call me Fishy. So, you'll call me Yuki? Ha ha, I'd better call you Sister Cher. Well, both. So that party for the three of us when military training is over? Shin Yu asked. When the time comes, we can let Xian go, and then I'll accompany. Bai Nianxue already had an idea in her mind. Okay. Shin Yu turned a blind eye and compared his hand to an okay. The next day, I forgot to return schoolmate's umbrella to schoolmate yesterday. Zhang Lian came to the square with Bai Nianxue's parasol and placed this black and compact umbrella on the side of the road. For some reason, he took his umbrella all the way to the square and kept it on all the way. This puts the boy group, all of them, as objects of contempt. Who's a good guy boy with a parasol? But this person was Zhang Lian, and the scene of Bai Nianxue giving milk tea to Zhang Lian yesterday was seen by anyone who wasn't blind. So for Zhang Lian's behavior of using an umbrella today, the crowd unanimously despised it in their hearts. Pretentious boy. What? Is it different with an umbrella? Pang Haosen said sourly to Zhang Lian, who was walking over. Yeah, this umbrella really moistens not sunny at all. Zhang Lian continued with Pang Haosen's words, sand dollars, and carry it all the way. As a treasure Li Yongwen also said sourly, can't I bring one? Is there a rule that says I can't bring an umbrella? Zhang Lian was impeccable. Bah, hey, that's not the face you guys were drinking milk tea with yesterday. Humanity, it's useless for you to bring it. It's always impossible for people to come every day. Yan Wei's opened his mouth faintly. Zhang Lian said when she went out in the morning, she brought an umbrella in case she met a schoolmate so she could return it to her. What if we run into it like last night? Zhang Lian was unimpressed. For some reason, he always had a strong premonition of whether or not he'd get a good grade. Just like when he was a kid taking exams. Just sitting in my seat gives me a full body shiver. That's the premonition of achieving good results. And today, he had the same premonition. Sister passed by again, and she gave me 4 cups of milk tea? Zhang Lian also found the idea a bit amusing. Chapter 41, Always Watching You. Look right, look forward, march. The sun is rising and military training is going on normally. During the period Zhang Lian still did not escape the clutches of instructor Zhang Wei, who took especially good care of him. In a flash, most of the morning passed. Schoolmate Yan Wei's, here, thank you, sister. Oh, what's the situation? Like yesterday, even though it's the second day of military training, there are still some seniors delivering water. And today, it's obviously Yan Wei's turn. The side of the Pang Hao Xian and Li Yongwen to see the situation is very supportive. Immediately on the roots of Yan Wei's, and Yan Wei's also pretend to be unimpressed. But in fact, the heart of the blossom said nothing. As a matter of fact, this schoolmate was one of the schoolmates he had immediately approached again yesterday about wanting another card. Though yesterday he talked about looking down on people and thinking they were vain. But what practically everyone else has. He can't have less. The whole dormitory people have someone to send water. He did not. If not yesterday Bai Nianxue's sister bought 4 cups of milk tea at once, so that he also have a cup of water to drink. Or he was afraid that yesterday will be lost big hair. So not to be outdone, he too sought out a schoolmate who would rather have another card. And he found this schoolmate. Looks are not bad, although not compared to Bai Nianxue like temperament appearance, but at least can be seen as an ordinary family out of a very polite and upwardly mobile young girl. Natsuki waved her hand, smiled and said you're welcome, then flung her high ponytail and left. She didn't care at all about the joke that came out of her elementary school brother's mouth. It was just that his afterglow caught sight of Zhang Lian who was at the front, and he secretly made a note of this square in his heart. Surprisingly, there is such a handsome schoolmate. I have to show Shui, Xian and the others, and did not know that Zhang Lian has been exhausted. In the roadside tree under the seat on the kudzu lying, Zhang Wei then sat next to the exhausted Zhang Lian began to gossip. Where's the schoolmate who brought you water yesterday? Not coming today? Probably have classes. Zhang Lian gave a sickly response. TSK, look at that girl of theirs. There were several of them who came to deliver water yesterday, and even more today. The girl in Zhang Wei's mouth naturally referred to the girl Wan Qilin. It is logical that more people deliver water on the first day and gradually decrease later. After all, most seniors get a card with a drink only once. But today, the next day, the overall water deliveries went straight down by 90%. But the boys who delivered water to Kiringwen surprisingly increased by 50% in turn. Half as much as yesterday. Normal. All like to touch themselves just. People have clearly rejected it. Zhang Lian didn't even open his eyes, continuing to maintain his salty posture. Yo, saying that you're so experienced, there's no girl for you to send off? Zhang Wei joked. Don't care about these out-of-body things. It's just that I don't want them, said Zhang Lian leisurely. Zhang Wei disdained. Cut. But the next moment he was slapped in the face, only to see a few of the good elder children on the side of the square team shouting twice towards Zhang Lian's side, and then pointing out to several girls. A few girls then walked towards Zhang Lian's side. I can't believe a girl actually brought water to this calf again. Schoolboy. Add a contact? Nah, here's your milk tea. No, thank you senior, I have a girlfriend. Zhang Lian politely rebuffed. Oh, well, a few girls clustered and faded away. Zhang Wei watched his mouth twitch on the side the entire time. Asterisk. I can't believe it's actually there? Lo Qiao Zhang Lian stroked his hair and said deliberately. Since when do you boys have girlfriends? Do I need to tell you that I have a girlfriend? Zhang Lian slanted a glance at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei saw this. Yo ho, itchy skin? You see me train you to death this afternoon. Ugh, table pot. Just kidding. No girlfriend. Zhang Lian immediately smiled and conceded. It's just an excuse to turn them down. Oh, that's more like it. Then why didn't you refuse the one yesterday? Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted his head backward. I know that schoolmate from yesterday, and I don't know these ones. Yeah, gee, you love it. So is she still coming today? Zhang Wei smiled lewdly. Come on my ass. Other people have nothing to do and run towards me every day? Zhang Lian said, his eyes unconsciously glancing quickly in one direction. Yesterday it was this time of day, so it seems that schoolteachers shouldn't be coming today. It was also true that people didn't have a crush on them, so how could they run to them every day? Just how should I return this umbrella to my schoolmate? All through the night. As expected, senior sister by Nianxue didn't come. Everyone sits down in place for the singing performance session that used to take place in military training. Li Yangwan is the most courageous. After the instructor announced to carry out the session, he immediately raised his hand to go up the whole improvised rap. It worked out so well that he prioritized obtaining his choice of spouse for all 4 years of college. This point is the same as Zhang Lian's first time to see Li Yangwan's impression. Really is the material to sing rap. And after the boys, it was naturally the turn of the girls, who were relatively shy and dawdled for a long time before sending out their representative. Ruan Qilin. After all, it was a face on the line, plus everyone had witnessed its popularity in the past 2 days, so everyone acted like they were holding it up, and although Qiring Nguyen was shy, she boldly performed a song about a promise under the cherry blossom tree. After the song, no one else came up to perform. The performance program was at a standstill for a while, and Zhang Wei had to choose a randomly drawn name. They say it's random, but we all know exactly who will be drawn. And how could Zhang Lian, who was also a fox of 1,000 years, not know that? The traitor wants to harm me. The spider senses rang out frantically, and Zhang Lian immediately embraced the crowd in front of him. Zhang Lian, fruity. Not far from Zhang Lian's quiet recluse escape, he heard the sound of his own table pot that smacked him in the face. Hey, wasn't Penis here just now? Went to the bathroom? Meanwhile, Zhang Lian hid in the darkness, quietly watching everyone in the party look around. Trying to harm me? Dream on. Zhang Lian spat. Who's hurting you? A crisp, melodious, familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. With a jolt, Zhang Lian turned to look at the visitor warily. Hawk, sis? Bai Nianxue blinked her eyes and looked at Zhang Lian with a light laugh. You sneak off and aren't afraid of being marked absent by the instructor? No worries, he's my cousin, he won't remember me. Oh, sister, you, Bai Nianxue tilted her head, looking at Zhang Lian with a smile all in her eyes, making Zhang Lian's palms sweaty as she looked at him. When did you come? It's the first time Zhang Lian has been nervous at the sight of a girl. He's never been before. Well, it's been quite a while since I came. Bai Nianxue answered truthfully. Keeping an eye on you. Chapter 42, Walking Together. Ahem. Zhang Lian quickly warmed up, as he had just been pouting and moving backward when he sneaked out of the group. That means that all of it was seen by the older sister. All that. See, Bai Nianxue laughed lightly as she immediately saw what was going on in Zhang Lian's head, but although she acted flat as water, in actuality, she already thought he was so cute in her heart as she did last time. Zhang Lian turned around, holding his forehead as he cried and laughed. So embarrassing. Did you just leak all your own panties? Zhang Lian turned around, and Bai Nianxue immediately covered her mouth and snickered. She wasn't lying, it had been a while since she'd been here, and she'd even seen the first two perform. Only she didn't call Zhang Lian first, but stood under the tree and waited. Since singing and performing this type of program had come to the end of the day's military training, she sought to wait until dismissal to go up. As it happens, it witnessed the whole process of Zhang Lian's pouting ass backing up to his side. Well, I actually came to get my umbrella. Seeing how heavy Zhang Lian's idle baggage was, Bai Nianxue hurriedly gave him a leg up. That was what she had wanted from the beginning, to leave the umbrella for him on purpose. Doing so, in addition to the student council excuse, the umbrella would give her one more reason to come see him. Oh, the umbrella? I put it back in the dormitory. Zhang Lian replied. While eating dinner, he felt that his premonition was wrong today. so he went ahead and took his umbrella back to his dormitory, lest he leave it by the side of the road at night, and it would be bad if someone took it or if he forgot to lose it. Then I'll go back and get it, Zhang Luoyan said, immediately about to move. The dormitory wasn't too far from the training ground, so Zhang Luoyan could quickly go back to get it and rush back later. No need. Bai Nianxue pulled Zhang Luoyan to a stop. There's no rush to use it. Then you've come all this way for nothing, senior sister. No, just a walk. Walking. Zhang Luoyan's heart probably think back to the map, the female dormitory from the male dormitory. Take the bus or more than 10 minutes, right? Are you still going back? At this time, Bai Nianxue looked at the party and reminded Zhang Luoyan. Zhang Luoyan, looking back at the squad that was already singing the military song en masse, shook his head decisively. Not going back. If you go back at this time, you will definitely not be able to escape being savaged by your own table pot. So, walk? Bai Nianxue wanted to say walk with her, but she still couldn't say anything due to her shyness. It was just that Zhang Luoyan was able to understand the meaning of it. There was no question of where to go, or more than one superfluous word. Zhang Luoyan nodded in agreement. Good. The boulevard of the campus at night is dimly lit and silent, so there will not be any students who recognize Bai Nianxue talking behind their backs. The two just walked down the boulevard, not knowing where to go, neither in the direction of the men's dormitory nor the women's dormitory. It was like circling along the boulevard of the school building, but both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Zhang Luoyan wasn't very familiar with the campus yet, but he still knew about the spinning circle. But when he agreed to go with his schoolmate, he hadn't had a destination in mind for where he was going. He was just aimlessly walking, just walking. The wind on a summer night is even cooler, even if it's just a tiny little breeze. The rustling of leaves. As the two walked, students on bicycles would pass quickly by on the side of the road, picking up a breeze in their wake. Bai Nianxue suddenly spoke. Do you know how to ride a bike? Zhang Luoyan's brain circuits were all over the roadside scenery, and instead, he sniffed hard at the fresh scent in the air. Ah shucks, he's not a pervert. He was trying to sniff himself for the smell of sweat, so as not to leave another bad impression on his schoolmate. After all, it had been a long day of training and I was sweating a lot. In order to avoid smoking Bai Nianxue, he also deliberately separated himself from Bai Nianxue by 2 body lengths. Just sniffing, I could smell a nice scent in the air, carried by that exact breeze. Zhang Luoyan turned his head to look at Bai Nianxue, who was a head lower than himself, and the other party's bright, black gem-like eyes were also looking at him. He didn't know why his senior sister asked this all of a sudden, but just subconsciously replied back. It will be. Sister smells so good. I've never smelled such a nice smell on a girl before, not even that Xinyu guy. Bai Nianxue has long since noticed the distance of 2 body lengths between herself and Zhang Luoyan, and looked at Zhang Luoyan blowing his nose. Do I smell like something he doesn't like? I've taken a shower. I didn't wear perfume. Shower gel smell he doesn't like? Gonna have to go back and get a new body wash. Will it take someone? It depends. Zhang Luoyan laughed. If it's heavy, I won't be able to carry it. Ha ha. So, I'm okay in this situation? Bai Nianxue said playfully. Zhang Luoyan furrowed his brows and made an expression of hard thought. Bai Nianxue smiled and stopped in her tracks with wide eyes. Ha ha ha. Of course you can, Hokage. I'm just kidding. That's more like it. I'll definitely let you take me when you have the chance. Bai Nianxue slanted a glance at Zhang Luoyan and said with a thicker smile. Yeah, no problem. Aha. Okay, on my mark. Dismissed. Xinyu's side can be considered finished. Xinyu and her roommates are ready to go to the school's largest supermarket to add a little more dormitory furniture. Quite different from Zhang Luoyan's boys' dormitory. The transformation of the dormitory by several of Xinyu's girls had been close to 100% comfortable. Washing machine, electric cooker, small refrigerator, projector, everything is being added. And unlike Zhang Luoyan and the others, the only additions so far have been people and luggage. A few people headed toward the supermarket, which happened to be on the same boulevard. Soon, it was just about head on. Hey, little fish, is it that hairy guy of yours? Yan Wenchen played steadily as always, capturing the handsome man at a glance even in the darkness of the night. Xinyu looked over in the direction and saw Zhang Luoyan and Bai Nianxue both. Under the streetlight, the shadows are stretched just long enough. Chapter 43, Double Standard Face. Senior sister, that tinker car, is she busy lately? Zhang Luoyan suddenly thought that this tinker car hadn't appeared for 2 days, which was completely out of her style. According to reason, one's military training is the most vulnerable period. This guy should be hugging a cold watermelon sitting on the sidelines blathering nausea oneself. But this guy never showed up, but it was the school teacher who came. It feels weird. Mentioning Su Qianqian, Bai Nianxue automatically shifted her gaze and said in a letter, she's been busy volunteering lately, so she should be busier at the store. Doesn't her family run a company? Zhang Luoyan wondered. Opening a company and moonlighting aren't in conflict. Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh. Oh, Zhang Lian nodded. Then she's quite progressive. Thinking of Tinker Car usually in the game are big hands. 648 diamond monthly card said charge, but the result is offline is in the hard work of odd jobs. The corner of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched again, and he felt reasonable and speechless at the fact that the Tinker Car didn't come to him. It's this dinky car that can do stupid things. Bai Nianxue clearly noticed Zhang Lian's very reluctant compliment. Although she was outwardly unperturbed, she actually wanted to question what Zhang Lian meant by this expression. Look down on me, Zhang Lian. At that moment, Xinyu came towards the two at a light run alone. Like Zhang Lian at the cafe last night, he came over to say hello, so Xinyu's roommates went ahead without getting involved. Sister Cheryl, and you, Zhang Lian, little fish. Bai Nianxue was a bit embarrassed that she was alone with Zhang Lian and was bumped into by Xinyu. After all, last night are still just like ordinary friends to communicate. Today how the two people are late at night, lonely men and women. But Xinyu didn't say anything after she greeted him. Instead she smiled and took Bai Nianxue's hand. Like a good sister she met on the street. Immediately afterward, her look at Zhang Lian backfired with disdain. Why are you staying with my senior sister? Zhang Lian was flabbergasted. He didn't understand when these two were so good. He jumped the chapter. However, out of his familiarity with Xinyu, he did not look flustered by Xinyu's forehand, and simply continued his standard Zhang's double standard tone from last night. Why are you here? Let go of your schoolmate. The supermarket is just past here. It's you. Specifically, who came to block Sister Cher? Bai Nianxue, no, I'm the one who looked for dash. Before he could finish his words, he was reminded by a small look from Xinyu, telling Bai Nianxue to keep her mouth shut. According to her urbane nature towards Zhang Lian, at this time, if Zhang Lian was not here to find his schoolmate, he would definitely either prove his innocence or sophistry. But she had just noticed within a few steps of her arrival that there was always something wrong with Zhang Lian's reserved and dangling appearance. Just like those little boys who used to like themselves. In the past, any girl who spent time with Zhang Lian would become good buddies with him in a short period of time. So this time, it was the first time she had seen Zhang Lian who had yet to buddy up with a girl after all this time and had heavy idol baggage. If she thought right, this guy, this time, might not even be able to weasel his way out of it. Fruity, it's none of your business. Zhang Lian neither clarified the facts in front of Bai Nianxue, nor did he try to weasel out of it. Instead, the topic was skipped in a joking tone. Xinyu got confirmation in his heart, and the smile on his face got a little thicker. This guy, how dare he act like this in front of Bai Nianxue's senior sister? There is a problem. There are big problems. Xinyu glanced at Bai Nianxue again, her mind immediately thinking of the ding-ding car, the sinner that Zhang Lian had been chanting about every day for the entire senior year of high school. What's keeping him from playing the game? What waited for him? He had to show her why the flowers were red. Dead ding-dong car. Dead ding-dong car. I'm in the morning 8. I have to write papers every day. Xinyu, hey, where's that ding-dong car schoolmate of yours? Bai Nianxue. Hearing this, Bai Nianxue hurriedly and quietly pulled Xinyu in her hand. Why suddenly mention this? Didn't realize the slightest bit of ambiguity in Xinyu's sentence. However, after seeing Xinyu return a winking reassuring look, Bai Nianxue had no choice but to look at Zhang Lian with uneasiness. Zhang Lian happened to look at her with wide eyes, seeing the eye contact between the two just now clearly. Bai Nianxue's heart thumped. It's over. He saw it. Next. What? You don't talk nonsense. What do you mean mine? Zhang Lian looked at Bai Nianxue, in a serious manner. I was just talking about her with my senior sister. Right, schoolmarm? Aha. Bai Nianxue's head reacted quickly. Oh, Qian Qinya. She's busy. At this time Su Chanxian stayed in the dormitory, so boring there is no handsome pigeon with me to play violent tendency to go away. Heart a sigh of relief. She thought Zhang Lian that wide-eyed look was to see what? It was Xinyu who couldn't stop laughing at Zhang Lian's nervous appearance. This hypocritical face, obviously in the game is that bad appearance. Every day to fight copies also let the school sister to bring to the school and writing homework on the Tinker Car of the verbal abuse is not endless. And think of Zhang Lian's previous angry look at that innocent schoolmate on the first day of school in front of the real ding-dong car. And now look at this serious and proper look, with a bit of coyness and idle baggage. I remember. Didn't you say that you wanted to let Tinker Car's senior sister know why the flowers are so red? Xinyu laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Mentioning Tinker Car again. Zhang Lian frowned tightly. He completely couldn't get what Xinyu was hit with today. Where's the punchline? Taking the wrong medication? Why do you come up here and say all kinds of things that don't make sense? And what was the point of her winking with her schoolmate just now? What the hell? Zhang Lian, whose brain was obviously unable to turn around, just nodded dumbly in response. What's wrong? Upon hearing Zhang Lian's affirmative response, Bai Nianxue also reacted. Her ears quickly tinted red and she pursed her lips tightly. Shin Yu, on the other hand, laughed so hard that she crouched in place. What's gotten into you today? Zhang Lian frowned like an old man looking at his cell phone in the subway, just quietly looking at this psychopath, and did not forget to pull away by Nianxue to keep a distance from Xinyu. Sister, let's get out of here. Stay away from her. Just like the ding-dong car. Psycho. By Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian. Chapter 44 has a girlfriend. By the way, schoolmarm, go back and tell that dinky car not to forget about the party. After Xinyu made this mess, Zhang Lian sent the two of them in the direction of the girls' dormitory, and finally the three of them parted ways. Zhang Lian remembered about the party as he was leaving, although he could have said it on his cell phone, but if he could have someone convey it, he could simply have his schoolmate convey it. Xinyu wrapped her arms around Bai Nianxue's hand, naturally knowing what the party in Zhang Lian's mouth was, even if he deliberately played dumb, but do the whole thing, she still owed the question as usual. What kind of party? Zhang Lian immediately disliked. Off. You. Peace. Ask and ask all day long. Ask and ask. It's got nothing to do with you. Xinyu blinked her eyes and let out a soft laugh, but she was not angry at all, just biting her lower lip and nodding faintly. Okay. You wait. Zhang Lian, what? You still want to come? What kind of party you don't know? You come to one and I'll see? I'll wait. Xinyu continued to nod her head, stifling a smile as she looked at Zhang Lian, who didn't know when he had a red nose on his nose. Good. It was only when the party came that she was going to let Zhang Lian know why the flowers were so red. At this time, Bai Nianxue asked the same question as Xinyu just now. What kind of party? Zhang Lian, just a online friend gathering. If you want to come, school sister, you will just come with the tinker car. At that time, silky and smooth, without any sense of dissonance, Zhang Lian patiently explained to Bai Nianxue as if no one else was around, and issued a sincere invitation. It was as if what he had just disliked Xinyu had never happened from the beginning to the end. Xinyu stared right at Zhang Lian with her brightly opened eyes, spreading her hands and saying nothing, but then again, it was like she had said everything. Next, a pig-killing hiss rang out. Ah! Xinyu fiercely came on Zhang Lian's waist. The pain made Zhang Lian twitch in place. Did you ask others if they agree with you like this? Xinyu said angrily, inviting people outside of the party. At least give a notice to the rest of the party. It was just as well that she was ignored by this dead man in reality, as she was ignored by this dead man at a party she had agreed to online. With a party of 3, he and the tinker car were straight-up hosts, just as it is now. How did you know there were others? Zhang Lian covered her waist and hid far away, saying weakly, I. Xinyu choked. Bai Nianxue suddenly jumped out at the sight and said with a smile, okay schoolmate, it's quite late. You guys still have military training tomorrow. Go back now. I'm going back too. I'll talk to Qianqian about the party. Ooh-hoo. Good. Zhang Lian didn't find any clues at all and answered honestly. Xinyu quickly wrapped his arm around Bai Nianxue and made another hard twisting meat movement for Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian waist immediately reacted. Twitching pain. Cover up quickly and go first. And at that moment, Bai Nianxue suddenly turned her head again and spoke. Good night. Zhang Lian immediately turned cloudy. Good night. Until walking through the turn. Cannot see each other's figure? Zhang Lian rubbed his waist. The fiery pain are still continuing. This little fishy, his kung fu has gone up again. Not the slightest idea. The other side of the two girls has looked at each other and laughed happily. With Zhang Liyuan's words, Bai Nianxue now has a reason to be there in person at the party then. It was about 9 o'clock before Bai Nianxue returned to her dorm room. She and Xinyu were in the same college, so the dormitory buildings were also arranged in 2 neighboring buildings. Xinyu lives in building 13, she's in building 12. The two had just been talking downstairs for a while before going upstairs. As soon as she entered the door, she heard Xiaotong talking to Lu Siki and Su Qianqian in the dormitory about her battle today as well as gossip. She is an orthodox volunteer, a team leader with many other underlings under her hand, and the messages she can get on a daily basis are many. For example, she saw several handsome boys today when she rode her battery-operated bike to deliver water to her schoolmates. The most handsome of them all, sadly, already has a girlfriend. Lu Siki was lying on the bed, one leg hanging over the side of the bed, having already paid the threshold to enter Xiaotong's temporarily created melon eating group. The so-called threshold actually means that the two will have to come and help when Xiaotong volunteers at that time, but if they didn't go at that time, Xiaotong naturally couldn't do anything about the two. Su Qianqian in the group to eat melon is not happy to eat. The first few minutes also feel very bored. She, at the moment, has been in the group and other people chatting oblivious. Yuki, you're back? Do you want to enter my fan group? Xiaotong went up and walloped Bai Nianxue. What fan base? Bai Nianxue smiled faintly. This is it. Xiaotong tapped her phone open, and there were dozens of people in the group, presumably all volunteer-related people from the school. What might ordinarily be used to talk about work or something has now completely devolved into a high-end group of VIP gossip about freshmen. Bai Nianxue made a beautiful bend and easily bypassed Xia Tong's wallop. I'll just forget about it. She had never been interested in such things. Later, Zhang Lian should invite himself to play the game, so he had to wash up quickly. But then Su Qianxian suddenly spoke up. Yuki, I suggest you add it and see. Bai Nianxue, HM? Why? Only to see Su Qianxian reveal a smile full of deep meaning. 3 steps forward to Bai Nianxue, open the group chat. Inside was a package of documents such as the freshman file. Downloaded. Bai Nianxue cast a sidelong glance at Su Qianxian. Su Qianxian continued to click on Handsome Man Ensemble 25 sessions. Bai Nianxue again cast a sidelong glance at Su Qianxian, this time not forgetting to glance at Xia Tong. Finally click on a set of photos. Zhang Luoyan, male, 19 years old, funny and cheerful personality, handsome and cute, heavy game fan. A few military training photos about Zhang Lian as well as a few pre-military training passerby photos, as well as the relevant college classes and even personalities were written. Is it so fine? As soon as Bai Nianxue took her cell phone, she looked incredulously at a few photos that weren't too clear, but were still quite eye-catching. She doesn't even have a few in her hand right now. Can you send me? Bai Nianxue whispered to Su Qianxian. Yes, but that's not what I want you to see. Cynthia Su scrolled down. Bai Nianxue do not understand. Just finally turn to the end. There is a red pity 2 words. It is clearly written on the top of the profile. Pity. Official test. Already has a girlfriend. Chapter 45 Space Footbreak. Bai Nianxue reacted calmly, and did not show the shocked expression that Su Qianxian imagined she would have after learning that Zhang Lian actually had a girlfriend. She raised her eyes and looked at Su Qianxian flatly. What is this official? Compared to these gossips, Bai Nianxue naturally trusted the people around Zhang Lian more. For example, the just separated Shin Fish. In fact, when she had spent time with Zhang Lian before, she had interrogated him repeatedly and had already confirmed that he had never been in love. And just on the way back to the dormitory, Shin Yu told her so many interesting things about Zhang Lian, which naturally included Zhang Lian's love history. At this point, even Shin Yu, a childhood friend who had played with Zhang Lian since he was a child, vouched for how chaste Zhang Lian was, and in the past, how many girls who tried to get close to him were strangled in the cradle by his straight behavior. To see how a person's character is, you often need to look at how they are surrounded by friends, especially those of the opposite sex. That's why Bai Nianxue was already 100% confirmed about the fact that Zhang Lian didn't have a girlfriend, and the news, now before us, is false. Rumor. Seeing this, Su Qianxian turned her head and nuzzled her mouth, pointing her spear at Xia Tong. The official is there. There is the official. Xia Tong grabbed the raisins just in time to look over and smiled as she walked towards Bai Nianxue. What's wrong? Bai Nianxue held her cell phone out to Xia Tong. Hey, this schoolmate? I have an impression. The reality is even better looking than the photo. Xia Tong did not mince words in her praise. Hearing these words, Bai Nianxue, who had originally wanted to question, suddenly became subtle for some reason. Which one? Lu Siki half propped up her body, heard the following 3 people discussing gossip. Hilarious, she was first class. Just the one you started to look at and drool over. Xia Tong laughed, turned his head to see Bai Nianxue's expression rippling, and then continued the introduction. I remember. I think he was. The playground over there. I saw him when I was bringing water to a card-carrying schoolboy. He was lying in a recliner on the side of the road with legs that long. Siki Lu, if you put it that way I'll have to check it out tomorrow. Really? I'm not lying. Bai Nianxue listened to this and pursed her lips tightly on the side, having completely forgotten what she was just about to ask Xia Tong. Just be quiet. Listen to them discussing Zhang Lian. I had a feeling he was 6 feet 9 inches, but it's kind of cute to see how he looks. Like the kind of guy who would hug his girlfriend and pamper her. Little tits? Bai Nianxue. Su Qianxian did not poke at the fact that this person on the cell phone is Xueshue's online friend, and she also let her go and pretend to play several times, just watching from the sidelines. Archfire said, but isn't he quite fierce? In the previous 2 offline meetings, she had felt that Zhang Lian was quite fierce, and this was something she had experienced firsthand, and she was very vocal about it. How come it's almost like some little puppy in the mouths of 2 people? While saying that, he didn't forget to observe Bai Nianxue's expression. Hey, fierce? Didn't feel it. Xia Tong thought back carefully. And he's mean? Little wolf dog. Hearing fierce, Lu Siki became even more interested, with a little excitement in her eyes and eyebrows. No, I don't think he's mean. Xia Tong thought back to the afternoon when Zhang Lian faced the girls with that look. He's pretty polite, and I've seen the girls who've approached him for contact information smile and say goodbye to him. Not fierce. Su Qianxian nodded her head, thinking of Zhang Lian's detrimental look, so it was just for herself. Once again look at Bai Nianxue, The heart cannot help but worry. I am a replacement for Shue's identity, so that Zhang Lian fears to me is actually to Shue. Shue is still very much like. Could it be that? Shui. It won't have M tendency, right? It's just a pity that I heard the girl who approached him for contact information say that he has a girlfriend. Xiaotong spread her hands and returned the phone to Bai Nianxue. It's fine, I'll watch it as usual, Zippy said Lu Siki in disbelief. Bai Nianxue returned her cell phone to Su Chanshan, calmly got up, and returned to her closet to start rummaging through her pajamas. On the contrary, Su Chanshan instantly fidgeted at the sight, glancing at Lu Siki and then at Bai Nianxue. This time she again also know what to do. After all, Lu Siki does not know. Ignorant people have no faults. But the next second she watched as Bai Nianxue picked up her cell phone and spoke flatly to Xiaotong. I want to be in the group. What's the threshold? Hey. Su Chanshan was confused in place. Well said, I'll pull you. Xiaotong immediately greeted him with a smile on her face, pulling while still chattering. If you don't say that Yuki has a good I am telling you, there are a lot of other melons besides this boy. After washing up, Bai Nianxue lay back on the bed and quietly browsed a certain treasure. This one doesn't work. There's no back seat. This one doesn't work. The color is not good. This, wouldn't the styling be too weird? While strolling, Bai Nianxue again saw just added Xiaotong's VIP group to so later still crazy melon. None of them were talking about some of the beautiful men and women in the class, and some very bombastic freshmen. Bai Nianxue picked for a while, but in the end, she couldn't make up her mind. She wants to buy a bicycle. There are no public bicycles near the school, and if there are, they all have no back seats and can only seat one person. Without opportunities, she had to create them. Since there are no bikes around to ride, buy one of your own to ride. It would be easy to come and go then, and she wouldn't have to take the school bus there every day. Just, how come he hasn't approached himself for a game this late today? At the usual time, it would have been long past time to rush yourself up to the top of the list. Is it because you're tired from walking with me today? Thinking of this, Bai Nianxue still decided to send a message over to Zhang Lian using Tinker Car's account. Mind, what are you doing? Why don't you play with me? The truth, Makabaka, you're shriveling up today? Can you do it? In the meantime, several members of the 404 boys in the men's dormitory are taking a real-life version of a wild ride down a campus boulevard at night themselves. Come on, come on, come on. Foot brake. What? Space foot brake. Do-zone powerhouse. It's actually as terrifying as this. Hey, don't break the glass. Bump, clang, the sound of breaking glass. What? He actually tore through the void. Don't just leave it there to rip the void. Come to the rescue. Chapter 46. Do you want one? 1 hour ago, walking on the road, Zhang Lian was still recalling the scent of his schoolmate's body just now, when suddenly his chrysanthemums tightened, and a chilly and cold air came from behind him. A grandparent's chopped three-wheeler, extremely fast, cranking a dynamic 90s DJ, with two headlights in front of the car like wise fish eyes, drifted toward Zhang Lian in an instant. Zhang Lian's eyes widened, and his heart cried out, grasp! Before he could duck, he saw a leg in sexy sweater pants suddenly sticking out of that car and stomping hard on the ground. 1,000 pounds. There was a violent scuffling sound. That car was actually parked steadily next to Zhang Lian. Then out of the car came the owner of the car. The youngest? Zhang Lian laughed. He just felt that the woolen pants looked so familiar. It's Li Yongwen after all. Li Yongwen took off his helmet and flicked his tongue rather beatifically. How's it? Is my car cool? Ha? Where did you get the car? Zhang Lian went up and scrutinized the grandfather's small three-wheeler. The sheds were all existing plastic sheds, and only the front rearview mirror was real glass. The whole body is as incredible as that child's toy put together. Is this guy Doraemon? Is there anything this guy can't do? Ordered a long time ago. Two-handed. I'll go pick it up today. By then I'm going to open a store in the school. This car will be used for distribution, Li Yongwen said, proudly raising his chin. Awesome. The oldest. Hearing Li Yongwen say this, Zhang Lian felt very pleased. This time to see this car also did not have the beginning of the detachment, but a wave of proximity color. Because from what Li Yongwen just said, Zhang Lian only got one message. We have a car. Convenient for future classes. No more getting up at 7 a.m. to catch the bus for an 8 a.m. class. Why are you here? The instructor was looking for you everywhere just now when we weren't disbanded. Li Yongwen didn't see the greedy color in Zhang Lian's eyes, and was still smug on the side. I went shopping. Zhang Lian said casually. Where are the keys? It's in the car. Didn't pick it up. I'll open it up and try it. Okay. Next. Penis. Lao air. You come back. Watching his new car gradually away, Li Yongwen realized that something is not right. Penis. You give me back my car. Lao air. How am I going to live without you in the future? Wow, drooling over how cool. Driving back to the male dormitory, Pang Hausen and Yan Wei's came downstairs. Looking at this chopped pepper 3 rounds, Pang Hao Xin has been in love. Around the 3 rounds and touch and shoot, as if looking at works of art. Yan Wei's put his hands in his pockets. It's okay, although it's rotten, it's still very convenient for a substitute. In actuality, he was excited as hell inside. Li Yongwen sounded smug again and ruffled his hair gently. Low profile, Zhang Lian transformed into the king of ideas. Since we're all down, let's go for a walk. Yan Wei's is still serious, we still have military training tomorrow. It's so late. Hey, little military training. It's not worth it. Li Yongwen, can go then. Pang Haosen seconded at this point. I remember our school has an indoor venue where we can skate. Let's go there. Okay, get in the car. Zhang Lian had already gotten into the passenger seat on the side. Go! Although Yan Wei's was verbally serious, he then grabbed the driver's seat. All 4 of them got into the car, and the whole body seemed to have dropped a dozen centimeters or so. Can this car take it? Fear the hammer. Open. So slow. Yan Wei spat. Accelerate. It's too damn slow. Stomp harder. I can't step on it. All the ing pedal to the bottom. Yan Wei's all burst out foul language too. It was easy to come to the big open field. The floors here are tiled and very smooth and the site is large with good drifting space. So a few people had a flash of brilliance in their heads and took turns to start drifting, which gradually evolved into a real-life version of a wild ride. What? You can't brake here? It doesn't exist. There are space foot brakes of Do-zone powerhouses. So after more and more intense showmanship, Zhang Lian played overturned the car. The foot brake also failed to brake. The whole car fell to the ground. The person was framed inside, like a snail suddenly shrunk into the shell, and it shattered the car glass. But don't worry, people and cars are fine. With the help of 3 people, Li Yongwen, the car was braced up and the victim of the disaster, Zhang Luoyan, was rescued very smoothly. On the way back to bed, Yan Wei's was still in charge of driving, while the 3 of them were enjoying the video of their respective drifts just now, especially the video of Zhang Lian's last rollover. Pang Haosen and Li Yongwen burst out laughing throughout, threatening to zoom in on the screen later when he gets married. Zhang Lian's ass still hurt, not arguing with the 2. That's when he also saw the message sent to him from Tinker Car. With that, Zhang Lian backhandedly sent the video of himself racing to Tinker Car. Makabaka, quiet, racing. Of course, he's not going to post a video of himself falling, but he ordered it wrong. Bai Nianxue received the message, retreated from the background of a certain treasure, and immediately clicked on the video that Zhang Lian had sent her. The video is exactly what he flipped the car all over. Bai Nianxue originally hid in the quilt, after reading it, then in the quilt laughing and twitching. What's he doing? How he's so funny. What a seizure. Then just as she was about to make the save, the video was withdrawn. Makabaka, wrong post, that's what it is. Bai Nianxue arched her eyebrows and clicked on the next video sent by Zhang Lian. This video is just normal. It's him spinning and drifting in circles around the field. High energy and no P-points the whole time. But for some reason, Bai Nianxue looked still happy with the corners of her mouth rising. This time she learned her lesson and immediately clicked save before watching. Immediately after reading it, I sent a message to Zhang Lian. You didn't drop your kidney out, did you? Between the lines he was actually worried if he had fallen. But Zhang Lian on the other side of the cell phone only felt that this was naked mockery. Damn it, she still got her hands on me. Makabaka, can you catch the gravity of things? Is that what I'm showing you? Tinker Bike, good, that's awesome. Gross. Makabaka, pretending I'll make you fly. Makabaka, have you never seen a triad before? Bai Nianxue rolled over under the covers and smiled as she typed. Suddenly the conversation turned to Zhang Lian and asked, do you want one? Chapter 47, doesn't he just have a face? Without an ounce of hesitation, Zhang Lian made a move that was completely out of instinct. Makabaka, want to. I want to be an emperor so badly. I dream of being an emperor. I want it so bad. GIF, Makabaka, what? Are you giving one away to a rich woman? Bai Nianxue knew he'd reply like that, and subconsciously wanted to type to tell him to go ahead and eat it if he wanted to fart, but then stopped her typing hand. She was going to latch on and see what model of bike to buy, so she typed, it's not impossible if you behave better. Zhang Lian saw the situation, immediately typed, big brother, in the past, my little brother liked to he. From today onwards, dry you eat tip, thin you slip side. From now on, I will never punish you gun car, steal your blue buff, Tinker Cars. What does it mean to eat the tip of a dry one and slip the edge of a thin one? She could understand the second half, but the first part she didn't really understand. Even though she had already spent so much time with Zhang Lian, this guy would always come up with some fresh vocabulary that she didn't always understand. Zhang Lian replied, it means all the good ones are for you. That's all. Cute little thing. Just believe it. Bai Nianxue was certain in her heart that what Zhang Lian had said was not something good. However, She did not delve too deeply into it, but continued to ask along with the topic just now. Then what style do you like? Send it to me to take a look. Zhang Lian without saying a word will be previously seen a variety of luxury cars, plus now searching for some Lamborghini sports car to Tinker Car send over. Maka Baka, anyone will do. I'm not picky. Tinker Car, strangling neck, why don't you send me a rocket? Why don't I just buy you a rocket? Maka Baka, not the rocket. I don't know how to drive that thing, that's all there is to it. Tinker Car, look at the shape of my mouth. Tinker Car, professional mage Lu Haizhu, I'll be on the morning 8. The two of them just like this talk until late at night. By Nianchua finally can be considered to set out the type he may be satisfied with, and then quickly placed an order on the internet to order the relevant style of bicycle. Because of the need to bring a back seat, all those handsome and racy types in Zhang Lian's mouth were not brought, and Bai Nianchua could only choose to order it. In the latter days of military training, Bai Nianchua still found excuses to come and see Zhang Lian, almost every day, in addition to taking umbrellas, and delivering chilled watermelons, and with Su Qianqian, there were also things about the student union recruitment that required Zhang Lian to prepare. Wow, that schoolgirl is here for Zhang Lian again. Come every day. Just the one day I didn't come. Every day. How's the preparation for today's interview? Bai Nianxue asked with concern. Don't we have you, senior sister, as a minister? Zhang Lian said cheerfully. Ha ha, there I also have to walk a little process well. Bai Nianxue covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her smile extraordinarily charming in the sunlight. Well, don't worry, Mr. Minister, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Lian was slightly nervous, so he could only pretend to be relaxed in his language. After so many days of feeding, he had gone from not caring at first to taking Bai Nianxue's need for his help very seriously, as if he were preparing for a particularly important high school practice exam. No way, eat people mouth soft, he already owes Bai Nianxue too big favor. This is a list of questions you might be asked. I have them all ready for you, but unfortunately I have something to do today, so the interview will be on your own. Bai Nianxue handed Zhang Lian a handwritten piece of paper with elegant and generous characters, stating the answers to several questions that might be asked. If I was there, I'd just pass you, haha, he. Zhang Lian giggled, put the paper away and said, this is not necessary for you to run such a trip. Hot days, your cell phone to send me is not good. Hearing Zhang Lian say so, Bai Nianxue nodded her head affirmatively as well. Well, fair enough, why am I so stupid? Zhang Lian's brain CPU went down for a moment. Hey, seeing Zhang Lian freeze, Bai Nianxue snorted out a laugh, one hand resting on her cheek as she cocked her head to look at Zhang Lian, her hair naturally hanging down. Laughing like a breeze bringing refreshment, he said, can't you see you if you send it on your cell phone? Zhang Lian only felt his heart beating wildly, and it seemed as if the surroundings were suddenly muted, with only the sound of growing grass and trees remaining in the world. The sunlight through the leaf gaps, gently hitting the seats of the two men, is gradually deflecting over time. Look at each other for a moment. Bai Nianxue blinked twice in sudden panic, defending what she had just said. Guys, you guys, I like to take a walk every day and walk this road. Seeing you guys reminds me of my freshman year. After saying that, Bai Nianxue sneaked another glance at Zhang Lian. She was obviously the one who was teasing him, but how come she was the one who lost first? She really couldn't stand to look him in the eye. Zhang Lian dully nodded his head twice, his mouth making an O sound, but his brain did not react. The old Sigma man that he used to be had his brain revving up like a turtle at this point, not working at all. His mind had gone blank, especially when he looked at his older sister. It was as if he couldn't hear what the schoolteacher said afterward. Forced to calm down, he, like Bai Nianxue, both lowered their heads and both looked away again. In the meantime, several bizarre and gloomy eyes were staring at Zhang Lian dead on, emitting a strong spectral light. This dick guy, what's the situation? Panghausen clenched his fists and showed his teeth as he looked at both Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue. Something's not right. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10 wrong. Li Yongwen used his hands as binoculars and hid behind a tree like a scout, and the passing students looked at him like zzz. Yan Wei's, on the other hand, had a bad taste in his heart, and after watching Zhang Lian being fed by the school flower sisters every day, he was both jealous and envious. The heart can't help but echo the words he said at the beginning. It's not possible to come and deliver every day. This moment is even more of a slap in his face, a sentence to describe the Yan Wei's at this moment, that is both afraid of the brother over the bitter, but also afraid of the brother to drive a Land Rover. But even so, he still didn't think that Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, the school's man of the hour, could have anything to do with it. He said faintly from the side, it seems like Sister Bai Nianxue asked the second one to join the literary arts department. Didn't the literary arts department start recruiting in the past 2 days? There is such a thing? Li Yongwen put down the binoculars and came to a realization. Told you so. You guys don't know? Yan Wei's raised his eyebrows. No way then I'll go on me too, right just this face value of my oldest, this body, this, literary style Panghausen immediately chimed in. Yan Wei's mouth corner of a draw, although he is jealous, but which is better or worse he can still distinguish. Seeing this, Li Yongwen was immediately unconvinced. Doesn't he just have a face? With that, he raised his fists to go up for justice. Panghausen hurriedly stopped. Calm down, the youngest. Calm down. Our face value is not as good as his, but we have talent. No offense. No offense. Chapter 48 Student Council Interviews. After Bai Nianxue left, Zhang Lian returned to the team. The three of them immediately stepped forward to interrogate. Bai Nianxue is looking for you to add to the student council. Zhang Lian nodded. We wanted to. Li Yongwen immediately voiced out, living like a protesting warrior. Yan Wei's did not say anything, but silence on the sidelines is already the answer. Didn't you even add the Hanfu Club? Zhang Lian wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at Li Yongwen with a strange gaze. That day from the cafe out, the three people found Li Yongwen. This guy have already changed into someone else's Chinese dress club clothing, directly to help the school sister together to pull people. He also remembered that there were no boys in the Chinese dress club that night, and when he went there, it was just like the Tang monk entering the Ponzi cave, surrounded by all the older sisters surrounding him. However, the Tang monk people still have to pretend to be a little reserved. This guy is not even acting. Sitting in the middle of the schoolgirls, the corners of the mouth are almost raised to the sky. Like the emperor, he couldn't put on a costume, and a few enthusiastic schoolmates surrounded him to help him put it on. If you don't say that the brave enjoy the world first, and also because of the joining of his conspicuous bag, the original Hanbok Club, which had no male students. After seeing the treatment of Li Yongwen, there were several male students behind who were willing to join. Li Yongwen heard not think, patting his iron-hard chest. Seriously, I'm just a guy with good energy. Anan, young and vigorous, got all the strength in the world. Young people shouldn't be too angry, said Zhang Lian soothingly. Can you call yourself a young man without being exasperated? Really want to go? Want? I want it so much. I really want to see the difference between student government departments and clubs, and I'm going to open a store. So it's convenient when I join the student government. With a tone that was not joking, Li Yongwen raised an eyebrow. That's fine. Zhang Lian didn't hide anything at all and took out the note given by Bai Nianxue. Recite the full text. It's pretty crowded. Just kidding. You don't look at who is in this department. Yan Wei's did not have a good mood. After the military training, several people came to the teaching building where the student union was recruiting. And when they arrived at the floor where the arts and culture department was located, they saw a bunch of students gathered around and lined up for interviews. Hey Lao Air, is sister inside? It was so far away that Panghausen couldn't see inside even when he stood on his tiptoes, so he turned his head to ask Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian was still continuing to familiarize himself with the questions given by his schoolmates, and when he promised someone something, he had to try his best to do it right. Sister isn't in there. If she was in there I wouldn't have to keep memorizing questions like this. Hey, then you will not be brushed. So many people at Panghausen, as the one who accompanied the two of them to see the fun, said with a skeptical smile, it can be not good to enter. Yan Wei's also shook his head and seconded. So many people. Well, don't worry, there's Lord Minister Zhang Lian was unimpressed. He didn't really feel nervous about this situation. After all, as long as he did what he needed to do, I'll leave the rest to my sister. If you are really brushed off, then you have tried your best, and you are not considered to have apologized to your schoolmates. It was just that this was just heard by the passing man with gold glasses, who was the head of the student union's organization department, Cui Bin. It's to see how this recruitment for the arts and culture department is going. No, to be precise, he came to see Bai Nianxue. He had heard the conversation between Zhang Lian's few people in the cafeteria before, and after a few days had passed, he still had an impression of these people. In particular, he was extremely impressed with this Zhang Lian, because he's really threatening looking. Now here he was again hearing him discussing Bai Nianxue, and he was also talking about Lord Minister in one breath, speaking as if he would definitely be able to get in. This caused him to sneer and gouge out a glance in Zhang Lian's direction before plunging straight towards the door. Get out of the way, all of you, and line up, don't crowd. The students who heard it glanced back at him, confirming that the clothes he was wearing belonged to the student council, and all of them made way for him. At this point on the podium, there were still new students making introductions, so he sat off to the side as if no one else was there. Originally, seeing Bai Nianxue's absence, he would have left directly, but at this time, he reached out and asked the head of the Department of Arts and Culture for a list of the interviewers' information. Quickly, he checked up to see what the guys just outside were really called. Soon, he found Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen's profile information in a pile of data. There was even a sneer in his heart after seeing the two men's not-so-great resumes. He thought it was some kind of formidable competitor, and it turned out to be nothing. So he operated directly, placing Zhang Lian and Li Yangwen's profiles on top, allowing the two to cut right in front of the others. Next, Zhang Luoyan. Hey, not me? The students who were all originally lined up were confused. Zhang Luoyan, who was at the back of the line, was also dumbfounded that he had just come for a while and had jumped the queue early. While a few people heard shouting him ahead of time, they thought it was a good thing and gave Zhang Lian a thumbs up with a slight narrowing of their eyes. Grip grass, the mechanism is powered up. Is this the power of the back-end? Waiting doesn't even have to be a priority. Steady, steady. Zhang Lian then walked into the classroom with his family's grim encouragement. He also assumed that it wasn't the schoolteacher who had gotten the better of him, but walked into the classroom and did not see Bai Nianxue, or a bunch of strange faces looking at him. The older sister isn't here. Does it mean that the schoolteacher has mentioned it to the people below? Isn't it bad to be so obviously connected? Sister is also really under the hands of their own people, have so much power, directly sneak let themselves through, not just good. At this time, the girl on the stage whose nameplate read Vice Minister asked Zhang Lian to introduce herself. Zhang Lian nodded his head, and as prepared at the beginning, the corners of his mouth rose in preparation to go through the process as his senior sister had said. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by Cui Bin, who was sitting on the other side of the room. Why did you just laugh? Are we funny? Zhang Lian froze for a moment. Shouldn't this be a serious occasion? What are you laughing at? Cui Bin's interruption felt baffling even to the few heads of the Arts and Culture Department present. It's their recruitment for the Arts Department. What's he doing here as an interviewer? However, due to the fact that Cui Bin was more or less a minister, several people from the Literature and Arts Department did not make a sound, but only looked at Cui Bin suspiciously, as well as waiting for Zhang Lian's reaction. Chapter 49, Not Spoiling. Holy, how is that totally different from what the guy in front of me asked? He's so targeted with this question. Do I go in there and not give the interviewer a smile? Do I give a disgruntled face? It's okay, it wasn't me who just went in. The crowd lined up outside the door discussed it intensely. On stage, Zhang Lian's brain raced, recalling the questions he might ask written on the note given to him by his schoolmate. But this doesn't have that problem either. Sister, did you get the information wrong? Is this the first time you've given such a stressful test? Luckily, I usually love to play some games that are easy to redworm, so I can't say anything about my resistance to stress. But if I were someone else, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. So Zhang Lian got wise in a hurry and immediately pursed his lips and said seriously, sorry, I thought of happy things. I'm professionally trained not to laugh, no matter how funny it is. Upon hearing this answer from Zhang Lian, the people in charge of the Literary Arts Department on the stage fell out laughing, very satisfied, revealing a visibly pleasing color. In itself, their interview sessions are relaxed and enjoyable, and there is no such thing as an official position or anything like that. Rather, it was Minister Cui Bin's intrusion that suddenly made the entire interview session particularly serious. Is it funny? But Cui Bin's words once again brought the originally lightened-up atmosphere back to seriousness. If Zhang Lian was allowed to muddle through so easily, wouldn't he fail to achieve his goal? He was only seen calmly putting down the student information about Zhang Lian in his hands, holding his glasses, and clasping his hands to his chest. If this was your interview in the future, would you handle it so haphazardly in front of HR? Saying that, he then looked at Lu Feifei, the Vice Minister of Arts and Culture, who was on the side. Since when can anyone just enter the student council? The Arts and Culture Department needs people who are conscientious, reliable, and able to contribute. Do you think that this person, who has just behaved in such a frivolous manner, is suitable for this position? Lu Feifei frowned. Even if she didn't know anything, she could tell that Cui Bin was deliberately making things difficult for this new student. But before she could even open her mouth to say anything, Cui Bin immediately made a determination on Zhang Lian in place of their Arts and Culture Department. You failed the test I just gave you. You may leave. Don't hold up the students in the back. At the same time, I'd like to remind the students in the back that while I'm here, it's best to be serious and not look like you're actually going to be interviewed. Zhang Lian froze in his heart after listening to the whole thing. He thought that his reaction just now was still quite good. At least the several interviewers on the stage laughed, right? But this guy's words sound like he's deliberately targeting, right? What do you mean anyone can just enter? You interrupted your own self-introduction as soon as you came up, but you've been preparing for days to keep from opening your mouth? Another one of those lame excuses and you're kicking yourself out? If it wasn't for my sister, I wouldn't even come to your bull **** student council. You really made yourself an official. After Cui Bin finished this series of self-perceived domineering words, he drew a sigh from the students listening outside. He leaned back and picked up the next piece of information and pretended to glance at it, when in fact Li Wingman was next and he knew it. Obviously, He was pleased with the use of his power just now. Not only did he skillfully drive away this guy who didn't put respect on by Nianxue, but he also eliminated the possibility of becoming his own rival in the future for chasing by Nianxue. It's good to have the power to appoint people at will without letting some cats and dogs in. However, after waiting for half a day, Zhang Lian on the stage did not leave. This caused that evil fire in his heart to grow even hotter, and he slammed the information in his hand down on the table with a heavy snapping sound. I said, don't hold up the students in the back. Do I have to say the same thing twice? It's not your turn to teach me what I do. Who are you? Zhang Lian directly disliked him head-on. Zhang Lian never knew what it means to take a step back to the sea and the sky. He only knew to take a step back to the absolute ing more and more thought the more angry. It's a valuable lesson he's learned from years of gallivanting in the game. Maybe for the sake of winning the final game, he could still hold his fire and encourage his dumbass teammates, but if it's all played out in the open, he'll have to follow through on the saying that he can't stand it. He doesn't have to stand it any longer. Obviously, in this case right now, the result is already clear. He's directly brushed off by this pussy, so what's the point of putting up with him? Open your mouth and you percent hashtag you and percent. Bull asterisk 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 stress test? You're pretending to be a ing horse percent. Hashtag you and hashtag. A fart of an officer for you, with your tail up in the air? Wow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The freshmen outside who had been lining up and watching were dumbfounded for a moment. However, most of them were marveling at the fact that Zhang Lian directly hit them with an angry spray at the interview site. After all, they also came to see if they could join the student union. But it turned out that this official came in to set up some bull asterisk 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 new rules for the people in the back. The official is not very big, but the official authority is not small. On the other hand, Lu Feifei and a few other principals hurriedly got up and stopped Zhang Lian, telling him to calm down and be cool. They actually had a very good first impression of Zhang Lian. Just don't know Cui Bin minister this time is what wind. No understand Nianxue are not in. He also want to deliberately set up rules here discuss newcomers. Right now developed into this situation. They are also did not expect Zhang Lian although looks humorous and handsome. The actual is a little bit of temper on the explosion of the prick. Directly in the interview site on a meal of birds and flowers. Cui Bin went so long since the student body were encountered this situation. Even a little bit did not put him in the eyes of the minister. After all, within the student council, who wouldn't say hello to the minister when they saw him? But when he really looked squarely at Zhang Lian's face, he realized that the other party was a whole head taller than him, his eyes staring at him with a shadowy look, and walked to his body, as if he would really call his face with a fist in the next second. He'd only ever seen that face on the hoodlums, and with his excellent grades, he'd never shied away from those people. But to be precise, it is to be respected and not to be messed with. But Zhang Lian was different. His grades weren't great growing up, and he had done a lot of fighting with punks. So as long as he showed his anger, that aura as if he was going to do it for real was naturally apparent, including the first meeting to Su Chanshan scared, but also he stayed up all night eyes full of blood, will be the kind of hands-on temperament revealed. In other words, Zhang Lian belonged to the mold that was humorous and cheerful when he laughed, but chilling when he was fierce. Cui Bin instantly went a little soft, and his mind budged. He doesn't want to be dragged down an alley and beaten up one day for no reason, but how could he lose face in front of so many people? Which would spread the word that he had any face left as a minister? As he hesitated, he did not forget to take off his gold-rimmed glasses and put them in the drawer under the table, fearing that if he did do it, he would break them for him. The head of the Arts and Culture Department was still wiping Cui Bin's ass and placating Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, just continued to stare at Cui Bin with gloomy eyes. Tell you what, schoolmate, how about you re-interview tomorrow? Today's we don't count, okay? Lu Feifei persuaded. Of course, Zhang Lian couldn't possibly hit someone in front of such a large crowd, but he was also really angry at being deliberately disgusted by this dog. He wouldn't take his anger out on anyone else, though, and turned toward the door. No, so official, I won't add it. After saying that, Zhang Lian left without looking back, and Cui Bin instantly breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, slowly putting his gold-rimmed glasses back on again. Lu Feifei, however, felt so sad and wanted to say something, but the person had already been pissed off, so she could only sigh helplessly. Rather, it was Cui Bin, who had put on his glasses again, who confirmed that Zhang Lian had already walked away, and still did not forget to save the face he had just lost, saying, freshmen nowadays really don't have any rules at all. Chapter 50 will not be added. Why do I hear you arguing? After exiting the interview classroom, Zhang Lian squeezed through the crowd back to the three people in line. What's up, Dick? Ugh, it's fine. There's a sand dollar interview with the head of it in there. It doesn't add up. Zhang Lian was in a depressed mood and greeted the three Liangwen who were still in the queue and left first. He still had to explain the situation to his school sister. Although the person in charge had just told him that he could come back for another interview tomorrow, but people fight for their breath. Since he had been looked down upon so much, he wouldn't forcefully lick his face and come back. The big deal was to tell the schoolteacher that if there were any other need for him or her to be on the other side in the future, he or she would be absolutely obliged. And seeing that Zhang Lian has backstage are brushed off, Panghausen backhandedly smirked at Li Yongwon. The penis are brushed off. You still want to go on? Li Yongwon hesitated, thinking, what if I'm the chosen one? Yan Wei's didn't hold back his laughter when he heard it. You cheer up, I'm leaving too. Hey, what do you mean? You all look down on me? It's okay, boss is with you. Panghausen patted Li Yongwon on the shoulder. Next, Li Wingman. Hey, how come it's my turn? Li Yongwon was dumbfounded. Although a lot of the freshmen who had just lined up because of Zhang Lian had left, there were a lot more freshmen watching. Only Li Yongwon before also felt that the early call is because of the backstage, but now feel a bad feeling. Cheer up Panghausen said with a smile. Let me see how it goes. Li Yongwon wiped his nose with his thumb and walked towards the battlefield with an image of impending heroism. The end of military training is approaching. Bai Nianxue, as the head of the Department of Literature and Arts, was going to start taking charge of matters related to the freshman party performance. Not only that, but because of her family, the funds needed for the parties in question were often allocated to the school's student council at her request. The organization department, on the other hand, is the one responsible for spending these funds on organizing students and performance arrangements. Bai Nianxue in the auditorium to coordinate the personnel, clearing the bill, easy to busy work, and have the time to search for Zhang Lian to join the Department of Literature and Art. In the future, you can find a reason to pull him every day as his own personal little brother. The thought of being able to make him that made her happy. But she couldn't help but be curious when she heard a discussion about what went wrong with recruitment over at the student council, and a freshman almost punching someone on the spot, walking up and asking, which department are you talking about? It seems like it's the arts and culture department. Fourth or third floor come to think of it. Miao Miao Ding from the organization department of the student council replied, well, Minister White, it seems to be your department, either that or the life department. Zhang Jing from the labor department said carefully, there's this? Bai Nianxue frowned slightly and turned around to look for her cell phone. Well, I also heard it from the people who came over there. It seems like it's pretty powerful. That freshman is going to beat up people. Miao Miao Ding laughed. So mean? What's that for? Zhang Jing said as she ate her melon. Well, it's like setting rules or something, and then that freshman didn't think it was fair. Not playing official? Hu Fan corrected as he walked over with a broom. Ding Miao Miao immediately eyed Hu Fan to stop talking nonsense. The Minister of Literature and Arts is here. You say bad things about other departments. But Hu Fan shrugged and didn't care. Only Bai Nianxue, who had gotten her cell phone, put down the ledger after reading the message and turned back to the three. I'll go back first. Oh well, don't worry and leave it to us. Miao Miao Ding smiled and waved her hand, turning his head and not forgetting to give Hu Fan a warning look. Are you for real? It's not like I'm under the Ministry of Literature and Arts, and our discipline department rarely spends funds, so I'm not afraid of Minister Bai. Unlike you. Male dormitory 404. Only then did Panghausen and Li Yongwon both hurry back to the dormitory. Well, you can't pass, can you? Li Yongwon and Panghausen stayed silent, and both of them walked into the dormitory with an unfathomable look. Yan Wei's just quietly looked at the two. Where's Lao Er? It was only when they walked into the dormitory room that the two noticed that Zhang Lian was not there. Lao Er just didn't come back. Yan Wei's was following Zhang Lian back to his dormitory, and he didn't see Zhang Lian when he came back. Lao Er is not here, you two don't pretend. In the end over or not? Yan Wei's asked curiously. Seeing that Zhang Lian was not in the dormitory, the two of them were instantly deflated. Li Yongman sat down in his seat and suddenly changed into a mask of pain. Oh, they're so mean. Panghausen, on the other hand, was no longer pretending and laughed out loud without a care in the world, getting the failed answer. Yan Wei's was relieved and said with a smile, what's going on? He was disliked. Panghausen told Yan Wei's the whole process of Li Yongwon being brushed off one by one. I feel like that person is deliberately targeting Lousy. Li Yongwon was furious and fiercely hammered the table. I guess Lao Er just argued with him. He's so pretentious. Unclear. Say, where did the penis go? Couldn't have gone to his schoolmates, could he? Zhang Lian happened to catch Xinyu, who had also come to join the student union, when he exited the school building. She's here to add the discipline department. Zhang Lian then talked to her without words about the situation he had just encountered. That is to say, Sister Bai Nianxue asked you to come and add to her department, and as a result, you were disgusted by the people in her department? Xinyu bloated and laughed. Yeah, but it's something I don't know how to talk about yet, and the people in her department at school are too. That's something. I don't want to add it, but then again it was promised. If I add it, I'll have to come back tomorrow. Then you don't add it. Xinyu raised her eyebrows and laughed. Chapter 51 talks about you being a puppy. Xinyu said this only because with her understanding of Zhang Lian, she had never seen him screwing up like this, hesitant and not at all his thunderous style of doing things. You know, that bit of his brain circuitry is just like that of a dead stubborn ox. Once he has decided on something he will never turn back. Never internal conflict. Resolving things immediately and avenging on the spot are his labels. Previously determined to come to the University of the Sea to reel a certain Tinker Car. Heart throughout the entire senior year is devoted to study. To vomit our chanting Tinker Car to old man wait. And this is even more true in the game. It never changes. But now, it is because of Bai Nianxue request such a small thing in front of their own tangled up. Didn't you reject the head of the Arts and Culture Department so decisively at the scene? Xinyu saw through Zhang Lian at a glance, so he deliberately said in an archly flaming tone, "Hey, then I won't add it. I can't say anything on the school sister's side." Zhang Lian immediately shook his head when he heard this, shaking it like a rattle. Military training these days, the school sister every day to see their own. Every time they come to talk to themselves about the student union. Can see how much the school sister is on this matter. One's own brain is hot. Directly quit the job. Of course he is out of anger. But to the school sister would be too unfair. When I thought of my sister's smiling face, who had just come in the morning to cheer me on, the strength of my heart was even greater. Blame it all on that sand dollar. Grass. Oh, Xinyu nodded playfully, her eyes twinkling. Then you'll add it. I just finished saying that Lao Zi won't add it, and now I'm going to add it again. Won't it be humiliating? Zhang Lian flung his hand and died out just like the pissed off piggy bank. Xinyu pursed her lips and looked at Zhang Lian with a face like she was nervous. Don't you laugh. Talking to you about something. Zhang Lian saw this perfunctory energy of Xinyu and pushed her. So, then what can I do to help you if you tell me? Xinyu spread his hands. You give a suggestion, to add or not to add, to do or not to do. Zhang Lian clapped his hands once and said, I think it. Xinyu's willow brows slightly knitted, making a thoughtful look. You directly tell Sister Schwer the truth. Just say you didn't pass. Swiped. While saying that, Xinyu patted Zhang Lian's shoulder again. And don't say anything else. Just say that you burned out. Zhang Lian took a look at his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Xinyu had a resolute look in her eyes and nodded at him. Sister Schwer surely can't possibly blame you. Would that make me too useless? Zhang Lian said skeptically. No way. Xinyu immediately interrupted, associating it with the fact that Zhang Lian was still being kept in the dark by Sister Schwer at this time. The corner of his mouth rose. You're useless in your own right. Zhang Lian, oh. Xinyu continued to maintain a gentle smile. I think that if Sister Schwer wants you to enter the student council, she shouldn't be trying to figure out what you can do with it. Zhang Lian, oh, Minister. What happened? Bai Nianxue came to the classroom, and a long line had already reformed outside the door. Nope, just Minister Cui from the organization department came in front for a bit and got into a fight with a freshman here. Lu Fei explained. I've already explained this to the students outside. Don't worry, Minister. It won't affect our recruiting program this time. Trey Bin? What's he doing here? Bai Nianxue asked, sitting down on the sidelines. You guys go on. Then asked towards Fei Liu for a file of freshman information to find someone first. Lu Fei, on the other hand, sat down next to Bai Nianxue and explained all the ins and outs of Cui Bin's inexplicable disruption of their interview scene. Originally, we've been interviewing well. He probably just saw that you were away and wanted to act as a substitute for you. Lu Fei said indignantly. But I didn't expect him to be educated by someone else's freshman just after he set the rules. You didn't see it. His face was white with fear. If we hadn't stopped him, I really think that freshman was going to hit him. Speaking of Zhang Lian, Lu Fei's brain thought of that scene again, and she couldn't help but lower her head and snicker. Bai Nianxue saw the corners of her mouth twitching, and she did not have any official position. Just let the students interviewed next to her continue. Do not have to care about her side. Is that so funny? Not really, it's just funny to see the well-mannered, svelte Minister Choi give that incredulous, scared look for the first time. Lu Fei coughed twice and recovered her seriousness. It really should be that sentence. Bookworms are afraid of hooligans. Don't tell you any bull ***** reasoning. Come up and dry serve you first. I should have said no. You didn't see that freshman, 5 feet 8 inches, tall and strong, cursing and swearing in anger and coming towards you. It's really scary. It's kind of creepy for me to watch from the sidelines. It feels like I could give that little body of Minister Choi a run for his money with one punch. I really do prefer this one. Meaner and more secure. Bai Nianxue rummaged through the information and slanted a breathless glance at Lu Fei. You just want someone to take it out on you if someone dares to bully you in the future, don't you? Hey, what's wrong with that? Think about it, Minister. In case you meet an unreasonable hooligan, do you expect a boy like Cui Bin to go up and reason with the hooligan? Lu Fei beamed and continued. If I had a tall boyfriend standing next to me, I could be like a husky on a leash. Who dares to tenderize me? I'll fight, said Lu Feifei. Also hands cross waist voice color have demonstrated once again. Hit by Nianxue and then back a dodge. Slightly. By Nianxue helplessly rolled her eyes. She on the contrary never had any requirements for her boyfriend in this regard. After all, since she was a child, no one had ever bullied her or dared to. She never had a standard for what she wanted in a boyfriend. But, hearing Fei Lu say that, an image was actually quickly and automatically generated in her head based on Fei Lu's description. The scene where one hides behind Zhang Lian and is shielded by Zhang Lian, with the bad guy right in front of them, and then one runs up and stomps on the bad guy and quickly ducks back. So childish, but it seemed really nice to be protected by him. Alright, how come I can't find the person I'm looking for in half a day? Is there anything else? Bai Nianxue finished going through the information in her hand and didn't find Zhang Lian. Nope, that's all that's left for today, but there are some. Where? Those are over. Over the top I'll see. Lu Feifei again gave Bai Nianxue the list of those who had passed the preparation for the second interview, then continuing where I left off. Where was I? Speaking of you being a puppy, Bai Nianxue blurted out, continuing to look through the information. Chapter 52 Protecting Husband's Character. Though I guess, but I think that freshman was actually pretty good, but unfortunately after being disgusted by Minister Chui, he's not coming. Lu Feifei shook her head inside. Most of them in the arts department were girls, very few boys, even fewer dudes, and even fewer dudes with a sense of humor. There weren't many lists that had passed, and Bai Nianxue scanned through them in a few seconds. That's not there either. Then it's gone, Minister. It wouldn't. Lu Feifei's eyes averted. It was brushed off by us, right? It shouldn't be. Bai Nianxue muttered. She didn't feel that Zhang Lian's conditions would be brushed aside. Is there a list of people who have been scrubbed? There? Nah. Bai Nianxue quickly flipped up, and roughly guessed in her heart, could it be that he wasn't ready today? So he didn't come? I say, Minister, if you have someone who wants to get in, you should have told me ahead of time, so that we wouldn't be brushed off now. I don't think he shouldn't be brushed off by you guys. Bai Nianxue said with great confidence. Hey, but what a coincidence. It's just been brushed aside? Lu Feifei watched Bai Nianxue look up the list, curiosity prompting her to ask, Minister, why don't you tell me? I might have an impression, and I promise not to tell anyone. She knows what Bai Nianxue is worried about, avoiding suspicion. She understands. After looking at the brushed list, Bai Nianxue still didn't find Zhang Lian's name, but another person she recognized appeared, Li Yangwen, his roommate. That means he should have been here. But now, there's no information about him at all. Where did it go? It can't be such a coincidence. Minister, the person you're looking for is the one who clashed with Minister Chui, Zhang Lian, right? Lu Feifei could tell from Bai Nianxue's demeanor expression that she hadn't found it. If it's not in here either, then it would have to be Minister Chui who took it. Lu Feifei remembered that when Chui Bin left, he took Zhang Lian's resume with him. Why did he take it away? Bai Nianxue's eyebrows knit tightly. Reacting to something she instantly came to be angry. Her tone clearly brought on displeasure, because Zhang Lian made quite a scene at the time and said he wasn't adding it when he left. Minister Chui he justifiably took the resume away. Lu Feifei said truthfully, but why take away resumes? Lu Feifei could roughly guess that there was all sorts of information about Zhang Lian on it, and as the head of the organization department, it would be easy for him to deal with a new student. He's not adding? Well, I was asking him to come back for a new interview the next day and he said he wouldn't add it. Lu Feifei said, careful to guess the meaning of Bai Nianxue, but found that the minister's good-looking eyebrows knit tighter and tighter. Seems to be very angry. Look, tell me all about the situation, and tell me about it. Just as Lu Feifei was still trying to salvage something, Bai Nianxue said coldly, well, good. Actually, I have a feeling that Minister Choi is kind of deliberately targeting Department of Organization. Chui Bin was treating the new student on the stage in the same scenario as he did with Zhang Lian. He didn't have to take part in this session of the organization department's recruiting work, but Bai Nianxue wasn't there, so he was bored and went to the organization department's recruiting classroom to listen. But what is said to be a sidebar is actually him vetting newcomers. Boss, this is Miao Miao Ding's friend. Go easy on the mouth. Okay, next, Ren moving. Compared to the overcrowding in the arts and culture department, the serious atmosphere in the organization department had the least number of people wanting to join among the entire student union recruitment departments, especially after Chui Bin personally arrived at the scene of the organization department. There were originally some freshmen who were glad that Chui Bin was not there, also chose to give up on the spot. They're here to add student government, not to be trained. The competition is a little tougher in other departments, but it's not like you have to join one. And on the stage Randong appeared to be very nervous, because the freshmen in front of him had all survived none of the destruction of the demon Chui Bin. But Chui Bin this time, but not like before a verbal attack on the language output, but pretended to look at the resume in his hands, signaling up other people to ask questions. Obviously, because Miao Miao Ding was a member of his own department, he directly chose to turn a blind eye. This approach of his led to the fact that the entire organization department was almost all his people. Holy, Minister Choi doesn't ask. Drain? He's acting like this. So rubbish. On what grounds? Seeing Minister Choi actually really like his old sister said we'll let go of the water. The stage ran dynamic self-introduction is completed, which is relieved. The heart slightly relaxed. Eyebrows and eyes also brought a smile. He already felt like that would be a sure bet. Well, your conditions are good in all aspects. The person in charge on the stage and Chui Bin exchanged a wink, received a nod from Chui Bin, and declared it passed. But the next second, a delicate silhouette walked straight into the classroom. Why are you laughing? Everyone then looked to the door as Bai Nianxue quickly walked in and threw out such a strange question as soon as she entered. Ran moved to laugh awkwardly. Ha! Bai Nianxue came directly to the first row, and took a handful of resumes in the hands of the organization department people. A calm sweeping glance, then truthfully said, "You can join the organization department even with this grade? Can anyone just join the organization department anymore?" Saying that, Bai Nianxue turned her head again to look at Chui Bin, who was already embarrassed in a corner. "And isn't this a very serious occasion? What do you mean you just laughed? Right, Minister Choi? Ren moves, this, Bai Nianxue, or do you have a backstage?" Randong was stared at by Bai Nianxue and couldn't find his way out, immediately looking at Chui Bin with his eyes begging for help. He has no idea what's going on right now. He didn't even feel angry at Bai Nianxue's words because he didn't have the same bottom line as Zhang Lian. He's really taking the back door. His introductions are watered down. "Nianxue, what are you doing?" Chui Bin got up and said in an unpleasant tone. "What? I'm also a minister. Can't I control it?" Bai Nianxue said indifferently. "You are the Arts and Culture Department. This is the Organization Department." The head of the Organization Department next to him immediately said, "Oh." Bai Nianxue walked towards Chui Bin. "Since the Literature and Arts Department can't be in charge of your organization department's recruiting, I'd like to ask, Minister Chui, what gives you the right to meddle in my Literature and Arts Department's recruiting of new members?" Me. Chui Bin was momentarily speechless, actually completely at a loss as to how to answer, especially in the face of Bai Nianxue's angry eyes. He was directly defeated. If it were not for the fact that this was the interview site and he needed to maintain a bit of face as a minister, he might have directly had to apologize to Bai Nianxue in kind. Chapter 53, School Sisters Are So Fierce. Arguing? What's the situation? It seems like the head of the Arts and Culture Department, Baek Nim Suet, and the head of the Organization Department got into a fight? She's so fierce. I love it. That one on stage. So innocent, ha 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 ha. What was the fight over? I don't know. I heard Bai Nianxue say that it was their organization department that first meddled in their literary department's affairs in a haphazard manner. More and more watchful freshmen gathered around, gradually surrounding the entrance to the organization department. Among them, there just happened to be Xinyu, who had arrived late, as well as Zhang Lian, who had followed her and was ready to see her in action, who had thought to come to the teaching building to hear the next building organization department side extremely lively. Shin Fish naturally followed to the organization department outside. "Didn't you add the disciplinary department? This is the organization department." Zhang Lian was taller, and although there were many people, his perspective allowed him to see the blocked classroom sign. "The discipline department is over there." "Xinyu, I know. I was trying to see what they were doing around here." "You're too short. You can't see it either." Zhang Lian undermined Xinyu, then stood on his tiptoes to look over the window. Xinyu heard this and disliked back. "Are you going to die if you grow that tall?" When he finished, he asked with a yard of curiosity, "What's going on in there?" Bai Nianxue's senior sister. It seems like she was talking to the one I met for the $100 interview. Can't hear it. Zhang Lian could only see an approximation. The distance was too far and the people were too noisy. Ha! Xinyu's eyes lit up at that. Zhang Lian continued to stare blankly. Only the more he looked, the more wrong he became. "How is this? I feel like it's Bai Nianxue who's angry, right? So fierce feeling. Don't you just watch commentate with me live." Xinyu disliked Zhang Lian's stomach and didn't have the good sense to say, "It's not like I can hear it." But, as I look at this scene, it seems like Bai Nianxue's senior sister is disciplining someone. Zhang Lian was suddenly a bit vain. This was completely different from the senior sister Bai Nianxue he remembered. The impression of Bai Nianxue's school sister, gentle and beautiful, humor and generous, delicate heart. But now, it's also too much like a boss training employees, teachers training students. The school sister turned out to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I feel like I'd better go at it tomorrow. Zhang Lian swallowed a mouthful of water. "Xinyu, hey? Why?" The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he laughed. I'm afraid that I'll become the person inside. Compared to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zhang Lian felt that he had seen too much already. Shin Fish, their own mother, and many play well with female classmates. Outside are quiet. Once they get along for a long time, with that Pokemon evolution, all become Tyrannosaurus Rex. He still wanted to fight to save his schoolmate's image in his heart. As long as the schoolteacher wasn't mean to herself, then it wasn't a big problem. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, seeing that there were more and more people watching outside, Cui Bin's face became more and more cloudy. Anyhow he thinks, also really do not understand by Nianxue will somehow come to his organization department site to make trouble. And the tone of the words with a kind of yin and yang, as if, in out of breath as, he thought by Nianxue had come specifically to find him. If there's anything we can go talk about in private. Nianxue. Cui Bin held up his gold-rimmed glasses, still maintaining his civilized image, but his words already carried a certain bowed attitude. There are so many people here. Give me some face. Face? Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows. He still knew about face. Did you care about Zhang Lian's face when you bullied him in front of so many people? It was so hard for her to, with all her heart and soul, get Zhang Lian to come to the Department of Literature and Arts. And now it was because of him that caused the person Zhang Lian not to come. What should I do now? Go to Zhang Lian? Ask him to add another one? With Zhang Lian's character, if he said he wouldn't come in front of so many people, he would definitely not come. Even if she went to explain clearly with him, may only get Zhang Lian a sentence. I'm sorry. In the future if there are other places need him to be sure to put her plans all out of whack. How could she not be angry? I've told you before. If you're the head of the organization department, mind your organization department first and don't always come to my arts and culture department. Bai Nianxue scornfully looked around. Since you like coming to my literature and arts department so much, and the organization department dislikes staying so much, then you shouldn't be the minister. Nianxue, there are so many people. Do you have to make such a scene? Hearing Bai Nianxue's direct exit to make him give up his position, Cui Bin was a bit anxious. He then realized how angry Bai Nianxue was. Even if she had shown discomfort before by going to bother her herself, she had never been like she was today, with absolutely no leeway at all. It's almost like the cat who accidentally touched something and exploded. Don't forget who gave the organization department the money it's spending right now. Bai Nianxue said calmly and indifferently. And what you took from my organization department, give it to me. What is it? Cui Bin frowned tightly. He hadn't thought about the source of the problem of the matter towards Zhang Lian since the beginning, and thought that it was just the fact that he might have actually crossed the line somewhere this time, causing Bai Nianxue to be so angry. Bai Nianxue, resume? You took it. Cui Bin drifted off and took out a folded resume from his shirt pocket and returned it to Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue took it and immediately checked it out. Sure enough, this was Zhang Lian's resume, and Zhang Lian was really driven away by him. The tone of his voice was 3 times colder again. If you can find a next family, you will continue to be. Otherwise, your position will be given to someone else. Strike that. Bai Nianxue then went straight out of the classroom. The original classroom was silent, and Cui Bin silently clenched his fists. Bai Nianxue actually really want to force him to remove his position. Who doesn't know that all the sponsorships that can be found within the school are related to Bai Nianxue? If she says no more sponsorships, it means the organization will get no more funding at all. Even the student council doesn't get a bit of funding whenever she wants it. She has absolute power to impeach whoever she wants. This was why he had been trying to catch up with Bai Nianxue. As long as he catches up with her, he'll certainly have no problem trying to become student body president. However, there are too many people chasing after her, and the ways he can get to her are almost all blocked by her. Why? Is it that hard, minister? We still? You guys get it. I'll leave first. Cui Bin left behind a sentence, turned his head and left the classroom on his hind feet as well. Chapter 54. You can what? Today is the last day of military training, and as for us, it's good to get together. The following day, after walking through the performance ceremony of the military training repertoire, Zhang Wei said goodbye to the entire team at the end. After more than 10 days of companionship, all of them were in a state of abandonment. The only exception was Zhang Lian, whose big cousin Pot could finally go away. And at the end of his speech, Zhang Wei named and criticized a wave of Zhang Lian to ease the atmosphere. Heads this way, feet that way. 50. Old Biden, you're finally leaving and still screwing me. Zhang Lian wasn't used to it at all and immediately disliked him back. What did you say? Zhang Wei's eyes widened and his eyes looked like they wanted to eat someone. You just catch your own family members to death. I'm going to go back and sue you. Senate you 1 book. Senate you 10 books. Zhang Lian said on his lips, but his body was still very honest and honestly did push-ups. Ha 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 ha. The team laughed their asses off. Sure enough, because of the reason Zhang Lian interacted like this, the atmosphere had obviously eased up a lot. Finally, On the podium of the parade ceremony at the front of the playground, the chief instructor asked all the instructors to gather, and the half-month military training came to a complete end. It also meant that instructor Zhang, who could train Zhang Lian, had disappeared, and now there was only the big table pot in the middle of life. On the occasion of the team's dissolution, the entire 404 men's group, ready to about the instructor, and a few students together to say goodbye again. After all, after Zhang Wei training, the next day will follow the troops back to the team. Zhang Lian agrees, but he had one more important thing to do this afternoon, and that was to make another cheeky trip to add to the arts department. Last night for some reason, Bai Nianxua senpai didn't even send him a message. Looks like it's really pissed off. He only had one more go at it now, and he'd do his best to pass or not. But speak of the devil, Zhang Lian was still repeating and memorizing the interview questions Bai Nianxua had given him yesterday when he was suddenly nudged by Li Yongwen, signaling him to look in a direction. Bai Nianxua was walking straight in their direction, but the aura on his body was completely different from the past, and instead of smiling and waving himself over, he walked straight towards the four of them. Masaka. Not good. Schoolgirl wants to. Zhang Lian's heart tightened. The scene he witnessed yesterday is reproduced in his mind as a shadow. What to do? Without waiting for him to think of what to say, Bai Nianxua had already arrived in front of him. Hawk. Senior sister. Zhang Lian carefully observed Bai Nianxua's expression to see if there were any abnormalities that were different from usual. Military training is over? And the next second, Bai Nianxua didn't show up with all the harsh words he had fantasized in his head. Instead, it was as gentle as ever. A nearly shattered image of a schoolteacher seemed to revive instantly. That's what a schoolgirl is like. How could she be so mean? Yesterday must have been an illusion. Zhang Lian nodded. Well, liberated. Bai Nianxua nodded her head as well, pursing her lips as she pondered how to speak. Bai Nianxua, yesterday. Zhang Lian repeated, nervously rubbing the back of his head. I went, but, I'm sorry schoolteacher. Bai Nianxua immediately tensed up when she heard Zhang Lian say that. She already knew what Zhang Lian was going to say later. I'm sorry, I can't help with this favor. Senior sister, if you need me to help with anything else, I'll be sure to. No way. Bai Nianxua refused in her heart. She immediately opened her mouth to interrupt Zhang Lian. I know, yesterday was a little complicated. It's not what you think. That guy, psychotic. Zhang Lian, hey? I read your profile all the way back there. Afternoon is my personal interview. You can. Bai Nianxua talked about the back, but also some difficult to start feeling. Coming? She wanted him to come, but didn't want him to push too hard. Unbeknownst to her, the back of Zhang Lian's just sorry was actually not what she thought at all. He had, originally, just wanted to say that he would go again in the afternoon. The big deal was the face. He didn't really care that much. After all, he was a funny man. Just hearing Bai Nianxua's senior sister's explanation, as well as the invitation to him to initiate walking relationship again, the heart feels quite different, so much so, that the tone of voice was unconsciously lightened. I was just going to say I'll come back this afternoon. I didn't pass yesterday, but at the time, the guy in charge said for me to come tomorrow. And after hearing Zhang Lian's reply, Bai Nianxua also gave a silly like Zhang Lian. Obviously, the other side's words are actually completely different from the words he thought of in advance. Stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain, and we think of a person only from our own point of view of how the other person would react. But we're not each other, after all, and will many things really be the same as what we see, hear, and think? You only know when you've done it. Upon hearing this, Bai Nianxua laughed out softly, amused by her own conjecture, and also amused by Zhang Lian's adorable reaction. Why would he choose to do it again today when he was all brushed off and so angry then? Because of myself. Why is he so cute? When Zhang Lian saw Bai Nianxua laugh, he followed suit, and like Bai Nianxua, he was sort of amused by his own blind mind. But before, he was so busy with the game that he had absolutely no time for these blind thoughts. What's going on lately? It's weird. When you see a schoolmate, your brain will instinctively become active, and any inexplicable thoughts can come up. The two just laughed at each other's words for a short while, completely forgetting that there were three other little ones next to them who had silently raised their middle fingers. Can you consider that there are people next to you, hey? The two. Penghausen stepped forward to play the light bulb said. The two men then hid their awkwardness and smiled as a few people walked together. Li Yongwen, sister, I heard that the arts department is hard to get into? Bai Nianxua, well, it's okay, you have certain specialties for that. Li Yongwen asked again. Then why did Zhang Lian get in? Bai Nianxua glanced at Zhang Lian. Her eyebrows couldn't hide her smile. He, in all aspects, is quite good satisfied, just in time to do me a favor. When Li Yongwen heard this, he became confident. Then, sister, do you think I can? Bai Nianxua smiled gently. You can what? Chapter 55, Cycling. Penis, you don't even play games these days. You run outside every day? Anon. 404 in the boys' dormitory. Zhang Lian replied with a look of dark circles under his eyes plus a hollowed-out expression of emptiness. Freshers' evening? Ah, the old lot. Pang Hao Xin, doing hard labor a la air. Doesn't it stand to reason that sister by Nian Xue pulling you in should be a sturdy shield for you? Yan Wei's asked in a tentative tone as he looked at the book in his seat with a desk lamp. Don't mention it. I'm like a 24/7 bodyguard now. Zhang Lian joked to himself. Or the kind that does everything. The old bitter o. After saying that, Zhang Lian shook his head again and picked up today's bag. Once again going forward to the Arts and Culture Department to look for Sister by Nian Xue to report for duty. He hadn't touched his beloved computer game in many days, not to mention looking for a dinky car. The last time he chatted with Tinkerbike, he was still stuck on the fact that he had asked by Nian Xue senpai how her literature and arts department was doing, and received an affirmative and very relaxed reply from the other party. But the truth is, he has to learn to do more work every day than the minister. Today is another day to go shopping for props and costumes for the freshman party. Alright, no more bull asterisk with you guys. I have to go. Zhang Lian waved his hand and put on his backpack. Will I see you again, Swallow? Sand dollars. Zhang Lian rolled his eyes and closed the door with a clang. But the lines that followed continued to come out of it in a very low voice. From now on, there is no more me in your world. You have to be happy, okay? Swallow, how can I live without you? Swallow, come downstairs. Zhang Lian was still walking disheveledly with his head buried, like a walking corpse that had been sucked dry. He didn't notice that not far away, Bai Nian Xue, who was looking more and more energetic, was riding her bike rapidly toward him. It stayed until it was close enough for his senses to hear, and the crisp sound of bells rang in his ears. Zhang Lian only then glanced at the white Nian Xue who rode beside him while he looked at with a smile. With a whoosh, Zhang Lian's originally hunched and listless back straightened up. The disillusionment between her eyebrows was also swept away, like she had just doped up and greeted Sister by Nian Xue. Sister, why are you here? Bai Nian Xue had been amused by this look of his. In front of himself, he is really good heavy baggage However, he knew exactly what he looked like. Bai Nian Xue only felt that he was even more adorable instead. She rode her bike to a stop in front of Zhang Lian, then got off and shifted to sit on the back seat of the car, tilting her head in a gesture. Get in the car. Zhang Lian stayed in place, his eyes widening as he looked at Bai Nian Xue. This is too handsome. Where did you get that, sister? Bai Nian Xue let out a light laugh. Seeing Zhang Lian reveal such an expression, she knew she hadn't picked the wrong one. Like it? She asked to Zhang Lian with a smile. Love it so much. Zhang Lian laughed, caressing the bodywork obsessively. It was simply a brand new to glowing black night. How could a biker-loving male big like him resist such naked temptation? If you like it, you can borrow it to ride. Bai Nian Xue still laughed at the situation and gently patted the car seat, once again telling Zhang Lian to get on the car quickly. Really? Hearing that he could lend himself a ride, Zhang Lian's eyes directly glistened. He didn't think of it in any other way at all. No boy could resist such a sweaty horse. And he had followed Bai Nian Xue's gesture and sat in the front seat of the car. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Seeing as you've worked so hard these past few days, Bai Nian Xue said as she looked at Zhang Lian's back, hesitating whether to hold his waist or pull on his coat. His back is so wide. How about a coat tug? Zhang Lian, who didn't know what his schoolmate in the back seat was thinking, was still feeling the sweat-blooded BMW, and reacting to what Bai Nian Xue had said. He justified himself by saying, so this car belongs to our arts and culture department? Well, right. Bai Nian Xue immediately replied along with Zhang Lian's words. Zhang Lian, wow, literary department. Awesome, but if you want to ride it, schoolteacher still has a small condition, can I? Bai Nian Xue added. Ha, what conditions? Zhang Lian turned back at the sound of the voice, glancing at his schoolmate with his afterglow, still able to smell the fresh scent that belonged uniquely to his schoolmate's body, as well as a scent of shower gel that was different from the past. You're coming to pick me up, The girls' dormitory is still quite far from the Department of Literature and Arts, Bai Nian Xue said with a very serious look at the side of Zhang Lian's face, justified and without a single crack. Ah, Zhang Lian stammered out, tilting his head to look at the sky as he thought of something. Bai Nian Xue hummed. What's wrong? No, that's not true. No. Zhang Lian immediately replied. I just feel as if I have to work several jobs. Bai Nian Xue, bodyguard, director, planner, accountant, purchaser, and now a driver on the side? Zhang Lian spoke in a teasing tone. Put. Bai Nian Xue then realized that what she had arranged for Zhang Lian really seemed like a part-time wage earner working several jobs, and she didn't hold back her snort of laughter. It'll be fine after you're busy for a while. Bai Nian Xue confidently replied to Zhang Lian. After you finish this bout of busyness, Senior sister will fill up your credits for these 4 years. May I? Zhang Lian nodded his head like garlic. It's so okay. Well then, it's a driver come purchase today. So let's get going, shall we? Bai Nianxue pinched the corner of Zhang Lian's coat and said gently, okay, senior sister, you hold it steady. Oh, I'm not too skillful anymore. Zhang Lian stepped on the pedals, and the entire bike began to move slowly. Ha, like this. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and smiled, and the hand that was originally pinching the corner of her coat smoothly became holding Zhang Lian's waist. Zhang Lian concentrated on paying attention to his feet, not noticing Bai Nianxue's movements behind him in the slightest. Soon the car gradually picked up speed as he pedaled. The wind blew Bai Nianxue's skirt up like a blooming flower speeding along the campus boulevard. The scene of the two riding bicycles also formed a bright landscape in the campus, attracting countless passers-by to gaze back. The one who just went over was Baek Nim Suet, right? The guy wouldn't really have a boyfriend. No. Snowflakes North Wind, Chapter 56. You see? The next sample is a toy pom, and the fan. Don't forget the handkerchief. The two of them, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, were in charge of selecting the products, and then after ordering, they had the students in charge come over and move them back to the school. Bai Nianxue glanced at the accounts and muttered in a low voice, clothing is next. Go check out the dresses? Hearing this, Zhang Lian just nodded his head in agreement. Fine, let's go. Little did he know what was to greet him later. The two of them went to the clothing store, where all kinds of floral dresses were available. Zhang Lian's subconscious instincts made him keep a distance from Bai Nianxue. Usually in this kind of women's clothing store, Zhang Lian never stood by the door with his hands clasped together, as if there was a plague in the store. If I were to ask why, it was simply because he couldn't give much help being a boy and could only watch from the sidelines. And he would always be a little shy about this current scene, but for some reason, like, accompanied my own girlfriend out to buy a dress. His mind will also uncontrollably imagine what these good-looking dresses would look like on Bai Nianxue's body. So after entering the door with images of various dresses already floating in his mind, Zhang Lian shifted his line of sight to the outside of the door. But Bai Nianxue's plan had just begun. How could she let go of such a great opportunity? She walked straight into the clothing store and started making her selections, then turned her head and called out towards Zhang Lian. Schoolmate, come here. Zhang Lian, huh? What's wrong? Come over and see what you think? Bai Nianxue asked, holding the girl's thin skirt. It can be, Zhang Lian said in a very standard straight man speech. What about this style? Bai Nianxue asked again. This, also available. What about that purple one? Not bad. Zhang Lian treated everyone equally. Bai Nianxue. She gave Zhang Lian a blank stare. Luckily she knew this Makabaka was a nerd. Then they took these several dresses that Zhang Lian thought were not bad and walked in the direction of the fitting room. When he went in, he also didn't forget to take his things and bag to Zhang Lian. Don't go, wait for me to try you to evaluate the opinion. Zhang Lian, is there more to this? Why didn't he realize there was such a thing as procurement? But because of his trust in his schoolmate, he felt, the school sister must have her reasons for doing so? Soon, Bai Nianxue was inside putting on the skirt she had just taken in and opened the door to the fitting room. The moment Zhang Lian raised his eyes to look at Bai Nianxue, his complexion was slightly stunned. Obviously, it was the magenta flower dress that he didn't really like, a type of dress that was only suitable for similar large-scale performances. But on Bai Nianxue's body it could surprisingly look good as well. If she blocked her face, although Bai Nianxue senpai's body was also very good, it was still going to be a big minus. Sure enough, the core outfit still has to be the face. Well, is it still okay? Bai Nianxue confidently spun around twice, her eyes looking at Zhang Lian with a hint of expectation. Good looking. Zhang Lian nodded his head in fascination. Really good looking? Senior sister, if you try it, I feel, it will pull up the standard of the clothes. Zhang Lian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. If a whole bunch of people were to perform in these clothes, the people on stage wouldn't be remotely interested. Bai Nianxue blinked twice, her eyes becoming soft. Are you complimenting me on my good looks, schoolmate? Hey, Zhang Lian's eyes dodged, and he replied in a poorly worded voice. Wasn't it you, senior sister, who asked me to evaluate it? Bai Nianxue hid her mouth and laughed lightly. Looking at that flustered look of Zhang Lian, her heart had only one voice screaming, him. Good. May. Love. It's so true. The daily online heavy hitter, Makabaka, is so, can't help but tease, so want to keep teasing him, but hold back. Instead of continuing to pursue, Bai Nianxue took an appropriate step back and said, then I'll change another one, so you can take another look. You can't just turn in your skills all at once. Zhang Lian stammered and nodded his head as a response. Only after seeing senior sister Bai Nianxue close the door of the fitting room once again did he take a breath, and in an instant, his face began to burn and his ears reddened. What are you doing, Zhang Lian? Why are you blushing when you talk to your schoolmate? Wouldn't it be better to answer truthfully? Zhang Lian held his head in chagrin and placed Bai Nianshue's things on a side table. Looking at the door of the fitting room again, Zhang Lian could vaguely feel the kind of rustling movement of changing clothes inside. So strange. Why do you always feel like a schoolmate? Strange to myself. Shouldn't. That can't be right. Sister so good. I'm just a broken game-playing poser. Apart from looking slightly like Chris Pang, what is it about yourself that attracts schoolmates? It's hard to believe that. Is it really this Tinker Car guy in the middle of all this? Really build yourself a bridge? Thinking of this, Zhang Lian decisively took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tinker Car. Makabaka, did you say something to your schoolmate? Makabaka, I always feel weird about it. Click send. Next, Bai Nianshue's cell phone just happened to light up. Zhang Lian's afterimage immediately captured. Picking up his schoolmate's cell phone to take a look, it only showed 2 unread QQ messages. Because of the last time when she was almost discovered on the spot by Zhang Lian, Bai Nianshue had already made the corresponding modification settings a long time ago, and wouldn't worry about this kind of low-level error leading to discovery. Zhang Lian only feels strange. The coincidence is a little too strange. How come the cell phone on the older sister's side lit up just after she sent it from her side? Zhang Lian pondered, just wanting to verify the guess and send another message over to Tinker Car to see if his schoolmate's cell phone would receive a message again so coincidentally. And at that moment, Bai Nianshue came out from inside the fitting room once again. Zhang Lian had no choice but to put down his cell phone, and then was once again beautifully surprised by his schoolmate's appearance in a skirt. This time is no longer just the magenta skirt, but light yellow with a little green embellishment skirt. Bai Nianshue wear look especially sweet. What's wrong? As soon as Bai Nianshue opened the door, she saw Zhang Lian's action of putting down his own cell phone, and originally wanted to ask Zhang Lian if it was good or not, and her heart suddenly thumped. Seeing this, Zhang Lian had to answer truthfully. I just messaged with Tinker Car, and then seen your sister. Your cell phone just happened to have someone messaging with you, so I took a glance. Bai Nianshue's heart plummeted. You saw it? Chapter 57, I'll taste yours. Well, I don't see anything. Zhang Lian faced Bai Nianshue's question and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. The aura that had just flashed by dissipated in the twinkling of an eye. Right now, the attention was fully drawn to senior sister Bai Nianshue. Schoolgirl, this is really good looking. Seeing this, Bai Nianshue walked to Zhang Lian in a daze, glanced at her cell phone, and asked, does this body look good? Aha! Zhang Lian nodded numbly. While naturally picking up her cell phone and turning back to the mirror, Bai Nianshue twisted her body and the hem of her skirt twisted like a wave. How does it compare to the one we just had? Zhang Lian didn't hesitate. A slow step was a question of self-aesthetics. This body looks better. Bai Nianshue also saw the message sent by Zhang Lian in this gap, instantly relieved. How could she not think that Zhang Lian would send any message to Tinker Car while she was purchasing props with herself? It had been days since she'd been in much contact, and she'd enjoyed spending time with him realistically every day, and hadn't even noticed for a while. That's what screwed it up and almost revealed it again. But luckily, I had changed the settings the last time I almost revealed it. He's too dumb to realize it's such a coincidence. There should be no doubt. So, schoolboy, let's pick out the costumes here first, and let's go check out the boys. Even though she felt that Zhang Lian shouldn't have noticed, Bai Nianshue was still vain and busily changed the topic. Zhang Lian, oh, good. With that, Bai Nianshue immediately brought Zhang Lian to change to a men's clothing store for Zhang Lian to pick from. But Zhang Lian from childhood to the most troublesome thing is to go shopping. Every time the New Year happy thing, the most annoying thing for him is to go shopping. The clothes that you pick are never gourmet to buy for yourself what you wear. This is a direct result of gourmet's aesthetic being the way he has always dressed. But good thing, gourmet aesthetic is very good. Not only will Zhang Lian his father to do quite a board, but also will Zhang Lian this from childhood to the big abstract. Naughty, beaten, crying over the naughty children to do it has not been ugly. Thus, when Zhang Lian entered the clothing store and was faced with a wide variety of clothes, he only felt that his head was big. Walking in front of all kinds of clothes racks is just a handful of touches. Can't pick down at all. Hard to wander around the store in a big circle and not look at a single piece. It was also Bai Nianshue who was accompanying him and noticed this about him very carefully. This one is no good. I think you're so tall. Wear that kind. It'll look good. Bai Nianshue stopped Zhang Lian from choosing the standard men's aesthetic suit, all in black. Turning his head, he matched up Zhang Lian's clothes. Seeing a more professional person, Zhang Lian very obediently and consciously withdrew his hand and just took the clothes Bai Nianshue picked out for him. Immediately after that, there was the scene where Zhang Lian opened the fitting room and Bai Nianshue sat on the sofa to counsel him. Good looking. Next piece. Oh, that's a nice set too. Next one. Oh, this set. Good looking. You look good in anything you wear. Schoolmate, Zhang Lian, have you, for a while, just like a girlfriend choosing clothes for her boyfriend. Bai Nianxue just kept on giving her opinions, though mostly nodding her head in affirmation. After all, Zhang Lian's body shape and appearance was there, and his skin was white, not like other boys with a dull face, so he could manage well no matter what the color scheme was. And matching Zhang Lian's clothes, Bai Nianxue took great pleasure in it. It's like she's playing some kind of nurturing game. She doesn't even want to leave until the purchasing task was completed by picking from the afternoon to the evening. Zhang Lian could guarantee that this was the most exhausting shopping he had ever done since he grew up. He changed his clothes a dozen times. Women, do they have to change a dozen outfits in a row when they go shopping? It was horrible. Find a place to eat. Compared to Zhang Lian's bitter and frail look, Bai Nianxue was still glowing, and her eyebrows were still all smiles. She used the excuse of purchasing styles and also took quite a few pictures of Zhang Lian while she was wearing her clothes. So counting up, she had a good number of screensaver pictures to use in her cell phone. In the future, on the chat background of the WeChat chat box, as well as the QQ chat background, change it, and automatically rotate it every day. This way every day is a new outfit and every day is a new mood. Hard work. What do you want to eat? Bai Nianxue inclined her head towards Zhang Lian and smiled. Whatever, I can do it. After saying that, Zhang Lian's stomach was already grumbling, as if protesting. Don't say anything else. Quickly feed me. As long as I can eat, then eat hot pot? Bai Nianxue laughed lightly as she looked around and saw a bustling hot pot restaurant not far away. Good. Inside the hot pot restaurant, looking at the red chili peppers piled up into a small mountain in Zhang Lian's dipping dish, Bai Nianxue's brows knitted tightly, her eyes going back and forth between Zhang Lian's face and the dipping dish in his hand. Do you eat that spicy? She said with some concern. She eats spicy food, but so spicy, doesn't it really hurt your ass? Zhang Lian was still scooping chili peppers into the ingredient dish, and when he heard Bai Nianxue's inquiry like this, he wasn't the least bit impressed. This isn't even spicy. He was from Sichuan Chongqing, and had a love affair with chili peppers since he was a child, and this level of spiciness couldn't even make him react with a blush. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, still frowning tightly as she looked at him. This is still not spicy. It's really not spicy, Zhang Lian stayed certain. Mixing up the saucer of ingredients, the two men sat back in their seats, start enjoying fondue normally. Because the hot pot itself is already a red soup, there is already a certain level of spiciness. Bai Nianxue's dish of ingredients did not add chili at all. However, in the process of eating, looking at Zhang Lian dipping into the chili plate, as if no one else was there, and enjoying himself, Bai Nianxue was hardened by his interest. If not to say that there was the industry of food broadcasting, she felt that Zhang Lian ate as if nothing had happened at all, and that he ate exceptionally well. His lips were covered in red oil, a look that was spicy just by looking at it, but Zhang Lian didn't even have a red face, and there wasn't even a bit of sweat. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue, who was a little yakuza when it came to eating spicy food, was really aroused. Can I try yours? She suddenly stretched out her chopsticks and said to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian buried his head and ate furiously, looking up with a dumbfounded face and a piece of fatty beef in his mouth. Ha! In exchange, I'll give you a taste of mine. Bai Nianxue moved her bowl to the side and pushed it to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian? Chapter 58. High attack, low defense. There is drool. Zhang Lian nervously looked at Bai Nianxue and said, Senior sister, you want to eat? I'll go and remix one for you, right? But Bai Nianxue shook her head and said very frankly, it's fine, just dipping a bit la. She did want to try the material dish that Zhang Lian had eaten so flavorfully, but what the real intention was, Bai Nianxue's own heart was of course clear. At the same time, she still maintained a very reasonable posture and said, then look, inside the hot pot we both reached out our chopsticks. Isn't there saliva as well? Zhang Lian was momentarily speechless, but it sounded like it made sense. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue continued to snub, right? Besides, it's not like I dislike you, senior sister. Zhang Lian eating chili did not heard this but felt some temperature coming up on his face. Alright then. Then, he pushed his oil dish that was full of oil towards Bai Nianxue, then eyes like a thief peeked at Bai Nianxue using, like what Bai Nianxue had just said. She really didn't show a bit of dislike, and the process of borrowing was very smooth, as if Zhang Lian's material disc was originally her own. And Zhang Lian also watched Bai Nianxue clip the oil water dripping into his own material dish. He was a cleanliness freak, and didn't even like to have his bed touched freely, let alone something as imported as eating dishes. If at the table, someone accidentally spit out saliva when talking and stained the dish, then he will never touch that dish again. This situation, even if the family of 3 people dinner, dad and mom accidentally so dry out, he cannot endure. Wow, so spicy. After Bai Nianxue tried it, She had just put the pill in her mouth before chewing the BA twice, and her features squeezed tightly together. Seeing this, Zhang Lian snorted out a laugh, witnessed the scene of Bai Nianshua's senior sister's face gradually turning red and warm. Don't eat it. Bai Nianshua forced herself to swallow, wiped her mouth with a paper towel, and hurriedly pushed the plate of ingredients back to Zhang Lian. When he finished, he huffed and puffed out his tongue like a puppy. Zhang Lian turned his head and poured a drink for Bai Nianshua, teasing, "You can't. Senior sister, it's better not to try anything." Bai Nianshua took it and dried it in one mouthful. "Thank you. Won't you try mine?" "Ah." Zhang Lian looked to her right-hand side at the dish of material belonging to her that was pushed over by her schoolmate. "Try it or not. This. Isn't that indirect kissing?" Bai Nianshua stared tightly at Zhang Lian, noticing the slightest change in his complexion, and deliberately pouted. "Oh, I don't dislike school brother. It turns out that it's school brother who dislikes me." "Okay," said the man, about to bring back the ingredient dish. "No, how? I'll try." Zhang Lian listened and was very hooked. In fact, he didn't mind it per se. It was just that his brain would still be inertialized that much. That is, as the saying goes, so much for the mouth, but so much for the body. Without waiting for Bai Nianshua to reach over her hand, Zhang Lian picked up a piece of meat from the hot pot with a swift movement, quickly stirred it in the ingredient dish, and then brought it to his mouth. Throughout the process, Bai Nianshua bit her lips tightly and stared at Zhang Lian's wriggling mouth with her big eyes. The face that was red from the spice changed at the moment, turning into rolling up out of shyness. "She just talks a little bit. A little bit. How does he really eat? It's okay for me to eat your tofu, but not okay for you to eat mine. It's delicious, it just doesn't have much flavor." Zhang Lian returned the same look. Kazran's eyes were wide and he shook his head. "It still has to be spicy." With that, he took back his own dish of ingredients and pushed Bai Nianshua's back, and at this point, Bai Nianshua's eyes were fixed on her own dishes. "Eaten by him. Either. Eat it all. Minister, you're eating here too. What a coincidence." Just then, a voice rang out next to Bai Nianshua. Bai Nianshua looked back. "Why are you guys here?" Lu Fei Fei and Hu Fan, Ding Miao Miao and a group of other one-seaters responsible for the party's setup all happened to be eating in the box. "Eating? What else can I come here for?" Lu Fei Fei laughed and turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. "Hello, hard work." Zhang Lian hurriedly diverted his eyes. Since the last time in front of Lu Fei Fei this vice minister put down the old man not to add the cruel words, he then entered the Department of Arts and Culture behind the Lu Fei Fei always feel a little bit lifted up. "Minister, why are you eating alone with this newcomer?" Seeing Zhang Lian in this damaged state, Lu Fei Fei just found it amusing, not that she would be the slightest bit angry, and turned her head to talk to Bai Nianshua again. Bai Nianshua resumed her previous calm demeanor and said, "No, but minister, you never participate in our department's various dinners." "Ugh," said Lu Fei Fei, the rest of her eyes still keeping an eye on Zhang Lian's direction. It was as if the words were originally meant for Zhang Lian. Bai Nianshua glanced at Zhang Lian upon hearing this, then coldly glared at Lu Fei Fei. "Did you? Don't you talk nonsense." "No, could it be that I remembered it wrong?" But Lu Fei Fei at this time see Bai Nianshua this cold and icy eyes but do not feel afraid at all anymore, stretching out her index finger against her lips. Make a laugh. She had just seen the entire process of Bai Nianshua and Zhang Lian exchanging material discs, and that look in Bai Nianshua's eyes when she spoke to Zhang Lian, she, the vice minister, had never seen before. Never seen it before. That eye is going to be lassoed with laughter. "You're remembering it wrong." Bai Nianshua still replied indifferently. "Oh, so minister, did you know that the same Minister Choi who came to our department the other day and messed up suddenly isn't a minister anymore?" Bai Nianshua's eyes widened. "I just had dinner with Hu Fan and the others before they told me. I didn't even know before." Lu Fei Fei still smiled. "I heard Ding Miao Miao say that his cousin Ran Dongfang happened to be there that day." "At that time," said the minister, "you don't know why to go to their organization department," scolded that Choi minister fiercely, "but also let him love when not to give others. Why didn't I know about this?" Chapter 59. Guess who I saw outside? When Lu Fei Fei said this, her eyes quietly glanced at Zhang Lian again. After she had given Bai Nianshua the whole story that day, Bai Nianshua had left without saying anything, and she was still in the clouds. She was not responsible for the interview on the second day, so there was no scene of Zhang Lian's awkward interview. However, she was also aware later that Zhang Lian, a newcomer, had somehow appeared on this year's departmental list. Now see this scene of Bai Nianshua and Zhang Lian alone again. Things are already clear. Okay, that's the boy the minister is looking for. So, I went to take out the anger for this boy that day. It's amazing how someone like the minister can be so protective. It was to take it out on someone? Lu Fei Fei said in front of Bai Nianshua, deliberately looking askance at Zhang Lian. "Fei Fei, aren't you idle as a vice minister?" Hearing this, Bai Nianxue took a quick glance at Zhang Lian and warned with a smile through clenched teeth. Her image in front of Zhang Lian was gentle and soft. How did she talk like she was a shrew? Moreover, the matter of her going to Chuibin to get angry was not something she wanted Zhang Lian to know per se. After all, from the very beginning, she had plotted to let Zhang Lian come into the literature and arts department, and Chuibin had preferred to disrupt her plans, and she had reasons to take it out for Zhang Lian, as well as her own reasons to be angry. And the most important point is, she has her own rhythm. This Fifi suddenly scurried out and said all this nonsense. What if the atmosphere turns awkward later? She and Zhang Lian were still only in a superior/subordinate-cum-friend relationship now. What the hell? Dare to spoil my business? If you're so idle, why don't you just take a different position? Bai Nianxue smiled, but the icy meaning of warning between her eyes had even sprung up with a murderous aura that pierced her skin to the bone. If she didn't leave, Lu Feifei, she felt that tomorrow the arts and culture department classroom would become the first crime scene. Hey, Lu Feifei pursed her lips full of deep meaning and looked at Zhang Lian. Her hands clapped and changed as her face. That's fine. I still have things to do. Minister, you eat slowly. And schoolboy, eat slowly. Oh, eat well, eat more. If you need my help with any work or studies in the future. Are you leaving? Bai Nianxue said. She herself was still sitting here. Zhang Lian would of course look for her if he needed any help. Oh, yes, not me. Our Minister Sama, Lu Feifei reacted, hiding her mouth and snickering. Bai Nianxue's fists were clenched. If it wasn't for Zhang Lian being here, she really would have. She suddenly felt that Cui Bin's kind of way of managing his subordinates didn't seem unreasonable, and she felt the need to re-establish her majesty in front of this group. Okay, bye. Fei Lu really turned around and left this time. Bai Nianxue breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of something and reminded, don't talk nonsense. Lu Feifei blinked her big clear eyes twice. Of course she knew that Bai Nianxue was telling her not to spread rumors to others and nodded her head in agreement. Zhang Lian, well bye. Promises are promises. As soon as she returned to the box, Lu Feifei excitedly rushed to the party crowd and playfully said, guess who I saw outside? Changing faces has always belonged to her specialty. In the blink of an eye, what Bai Nianxue had just warned her about was put behind her. She just nodded, but didn't really agree to the ow. Meow meow ding? Who is it? Our minister. Bai Nianxue. Hufan, see what happened? Didn't you guys just say? Didn't she fight with Minister Cui Bin Cui during recruitment a few days ago? I know why she was so bubbly that day. Why? Yeah, why? Because of someone, Fei Willow said in a mute voice, making the others anxious. Come on, say it. You. Half the talk, half the ass. Lu Feifei coughed twice before she narrated. Because on that day, Cui Bin came to our literature and arts department, interfered with our interview at that time, and drove away a person. Afterwards, Bai Nianxue specifically came to look for someone, and I said at the time that she was looking for someone. Why didn't she tell us in advance? And I wanted to know who she was looking for. And then I looked for half a day and didn't find it. I thought it was a girl. And then, who is it? Hu Fan said. Then she didn't find it amongst the information. Then she asked me. So I told her about Cui Bin having driven one away, and wondered at the time how she wanted to hear it again. Lu Feifei said more and more proud. That's right, it just so happens that that person was the one who was driven away by Cui Bin. The crowd's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Really? And something so magical? I said how my brother was so unlucky that day, that someone as cool as Bai Nianxue would get angry, and he even bumped into him. When Ding Miao Miao heard this, she suddenly felt that her own old brother wasn't so wronged. Really? Then you guys are not seeing that look of Bai Nianxue just now. Not cool at all. Lu Feifei laughed. Depends on who the target is. What? Don't you just say half the words again? And who the hell is that guy? Come on. You guys go out and see who Bai Nianxue is having dinner with. Then you'll know. Why did you go there to argue that day? Sister, did that guy piss you off? Although Zhang Lian had listened to the entire process of what Lu Feifei had said, he had kept his head buried, his mind naturally thinking of the serious and icy look of senior sister Bai Nianxue on that day, and was not able to come to any conclusions through just a few words from Lu Feifei. Even if he could, he doesn't have the big face for it. There's a word for that. Self-indulgence. So he was just more officially concerned. Bai Nianxue put down her chopsticks and thought for a moment. He's being a bit nosy and interfering with the literature and arts department's recruiting efforts. After saying that, he went back to what Zhang Lian had just said. What do you mean by going there to quarrel? Did you just say, there? What do you mean? Zhang Lian fished out the ingredients in the pot and put new ones in again. Oh, that day. I happened to be there. Just in the field. Good to be there. In the field. Bai Nianxue, huh? Why are you at there? Bai Nianxue said with some excitement. Chapter 60, Watching the Fun. Zhang Lian was stunned and laughed. I just went to the interview with Xinyu, who was going to the discipline department at that time, and then I passed by there and saw it. So, You've seen it all too? Bai Nianxue asked uneasily with her eyebrows locked. Facing the person you like. Of course, you don't want the other person to see the bad side of your mood. Bai Nianxue was naturally no exception. She didn't want Zhang Lian to see her ferocious appearance. Zhang Lian's fingers picked his ears and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Anan, just saw a little bit, didn't hear it. Oops. When Bai Nianxue heard Zhang Lian say this, she immediately buried her head and blocked it with her hands, and her ears, not knowing if it was because of the hot pot or what, had turned red. How can he see this kind of scene? Seeing this, Zhang Lian was uncertain and put down the ingredients and rubbed his hands awkwardly. What's wrong, schoolmarm? Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian from between her fingers and said after a moment of silence, then will you think I'm mean? When she said this, she still had her head buried, and Zhang Lian did not see Bai Nianxue's eyes. It did have, in the beginning. As for Zhang Lian, he also netted the big truth at times like this. Even if he had spent a long time with girls like Xinyu, he was still straight to the point. But I feel okay now. Bai Nianxue's voice rippled. Why do you feel okay now? Hearing the first half of Zhang Lian's sentence, she wanted to explain. After all, that time was different. It's a special case. She is not mean. Really. But when she heard the latter part of Zhang Lian's sentence, she changed her mind and asked why. Zhang Lian pondered. Well, anyone has a time to get angry. I've spent so much time with you. Senior sister, I think you're very good and nice. You don't look like a mean person at all. That time it should have been that person who did something very excessive, right? I'll kick his ass sometime. Bai Nianxue, huh? He's the one who screwed me over that day. Almost. Didn't make it into the arts and culture department. Zhang Lian laughed softly. So one day beat him up and take revenge. Put. Bai Nianxue lowered her hand and burst out laughing. The embarrassment she had just felt swept away. And in the meantime, at the end of the corridor of the hot pot restaurant, several heads lined up to look at the two Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue who were sitting in the corner position eating hot pot. Look at the way they're talking and laughing. The atmosphere doesn't feel right anyhow. Who is this boy? Bai Nianxue is eating alone with him? Isn't this Zhang Lian, who just joined the literature and arts department in the past few days, following behind Bai Nianxue's ass every day? Kind of awesome. Freshman he is, actually able to impress Bai Nianxue? If I remember correctly, it seems like Cui Bin has been chasing Bai Nianxue since her freshman year, right? Hu Fan disliked Ding Miao and asked. Seems like it. Anyway, Cui Bin was after it when I joined the organization. I said before that no boy can follow Bai Nianxue all the time, and this Zhang Lian has a bit of a problem. Zheng Jing was quiet, but at this moment, she opened her mouth like a Sherlock Holmes. Lu Fei, however, did not think so. I don't think so. I feel. It seems like they've known each other for quite a long time. Really? Lucha Underground? It's not like she's a star or something. Maybe she's a childhood friend? They agreed to go to the same college? You should hurry up and watch less teen idol dramas first. How about we go and say hello to Minister Bai as well? Fei Lu, you guys are going to go ahead. I was just warned already, so I'm not going. After saying that, Lu Fei turned around and headed back to the box. The remaining few people looked at each other, but not at all in fear. So we go? Go. Several people said they would do it and immediately went to the table for two. Hello Minister White. Hello Minister White. Hello Minister White. Bai Nianxue. Zhang Lian watched the scene from the sidelines, not knowing what to expect, but feeling quite amused. He followed suit with a, good day, Minister Bai. Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Zhang Lian again, frowning slightly. They're still there for the fun of it. They're here to see us fools. Bai Nianxue cursed Zhang Lian in her heart and turned her head to sweep over all the criminals. The Lu Fei who was just there was not there. Then the person who started the whole thing naturally surfaced. Okay, I just told you not to talk about it, and now you're making it all known. Fifi Lu, Fei Liu, danger. After dinner, Zhang Lian pushed the car and Bai Nianxue slowly walked back to school. You're really popular. Senior sister, you even came to say hello to you at dinner. The corners of Bai Nianxue's mouth twitched as she looked helplessly at Zhang Lian, saying nothing. Hey watermelon? As the two of them passed by the fruit store, Zhang Lian hesitated. What's wrong? Want to eat? Bai Nianxue asked as she looked ahead and immediately turned her head towards the fruit store when she heard Zhang Lian's words. Are you eating it, sister? Zhang Lian nodded. In such a big summer, after going back to the dormitory to take a shower, blowing the air conditioning and eating watermelon must be such a beautiful thing. Bai Nianxue, I'm okay with all of it. After saying that, Bai Nianxue stepped forward around Zhang Lian. $6 a box. The price is posted on the refrigerator, and the watermelon is cut into chunks and placed inside the box. Take. Bai Nianxue silently counted in her mind the approximate number of servings she would buy, and she always wanted to include Zhang Lian's roommate servings as well, plus your own roommate. That's a lot to buy. Just as she was still calculating, Zhang Lian directly parked the car to the side and then entered the store. Sister, buying fresh like the ones that are still sitting in the freezer at the end of the night. They've usually been sitting there all day and haven't sold. After all, there are supermarkets and shopping streets within the school, and very few students go out of the school again in the evening, and the owner is unlikely to cut fresh watermelons near the end of the night. Bai Nianxue followed into the store and saw Zhang Lian already picking out a watermelon, looking very skillful. Just these two. It's too big, isn't it? Bai Nianxue said worriedly. No, senior sister. If you can't eat it, you can eat it with your roommates. Zhang Lian laughed, took the watermelon to the boss and paid for it one step ahead of Bai Nianxue, as if he was afraid that Bai Nianxue would grab it. Bai Nianxue only felt funny when she saw this, but even if she didn't let herself pay, she even saved it. After buying the watermelon, the two of them planned to ride their bikes because of the weight. But as it happened, just after buying the watermelon and walking out of the store, it suddenly started to rain again, and the rain got heavier and heavier. Finished? Did you bring an umbrella, senior sister? Zhang Lian sighed as he hugged two large watermelons. Chapter 61, It's good to be young. Yes, but there's only one. Bai Nianxue took out the parasol from before from her bag. Great. Then go. Get in the car. Zhang Lian hung the watermelons on both sides of the handlebars and took the lead in the car. Bai Nianxue was at a loss. How can you ride a bike with an umbrella? Zhang Lian's brain circuits were always so unconventional. You call me from the back. We'll ride back at speed. It'll be annoying when it rains hard. Bai Nianxue heard surprisingly speechless, lightly laughed. Oh, good, but I can't necessarily give you a good fight. Oh, it's fine. Zhang Lian said confidently. It's fine if I don't fight. I'm in good health. Bai Nianxue sat in the back seat again like she did in the afternoon, her hand consciously grabbing Zhang Lian's clothes. Hearing Zhang Lian say this, she snickered. What do you mean it's okay not to fight? Zhang Lian, huh? It's not like school teachers can't go back to their dorm rooms by themselves, is it? Or does? Schoolmate getting wet also has to go. Without waiting for Bai Nianxue to finish her sentence, Zhang Lian immediately interrupted the spellcasting and pedaled the bike with force. He didn't even think about all that there was to think about. He just said it for some reason too. In fact, as long as he does not want to get wet, that call the youngest, that is, Li Yongwen driving his small three-wheeler out to pick up a trip is also perfectly fine. Or, go back to school and take the bus. Go across the street to the store and buy an umbrella on site, etc., etc., etc. As long as you don't want to get caught in the rain, the options are not overwhelming. But offhand, it was such a strange one to pick, and just as strange was the fact that the schoolteacher did not refuse. Seeing Zhang Lian's vehemently arrogant look, Bai Nianxue snickered. The hand gripping his shirt also naturally turned into holding his waist, and his right hand lifted the umbrella over both of their heads. Not a fast ride, as it was raining and the ground was slippery. Zhang Lian didn't want to fall down the first time he rode a bike with a girl, and to top it all off, there were two large watermelons bought on the bus that would break and spread all over the place if you fell. Senior sister, you're blocking me. Suddenly, Zhang Lian sat in front and laughed. Despite the umbrella, the cold rain still blows haphazardly in my face while I'm riding my bike. Zhang Lian's body was fine, but his face was still wet. Sorry, ha ha. Bai Nianxue's voice came from the back seat, and the umbrella above her head silently raised a bit more. Sister, don't lean toward me, just play your own, and leaning toward me will still block me from seeing the road. Spare the straight man Zhang Lian, not all details cannot pay attention to. Sometimes he will also be witty a match. For example, if you're biking right now, the shade itself is not big enough for one person to use, but it's a bit of a stretch for two. Not to mention the condition of biking. How can an umbrella block your own view from the back seat to the front? There can only be one reason for this. Bai Nianxue was sitting in the back seat with an umbrella, which should have gotten less rain, but her back shoulder was already soaked with rain, revealing her white and snowy skin. Hearing Zhang Lian say this, the movement of the umbrella in her hand remained unchanged, and she still just gently replied back, "It's fine." Squeak. A moment later, Zhang Lian stopped under the eaves of a school building on campus. Because of the rain and the time of day, there were no more pedestrians on the road on campus, except for some juniors and seniors who had to prepare for their exams, and the lights in some classrooms were still on. Bai Nianxue, what's wrong? She stared blankly at Zhang Lian getting out of the car. Your clothes are all wet, senior sister. Zhang Lian knew it and immediately undid the bottom half of the shirt he had around his waist. Bai Nianxue's eyes dripped like a black jewel, and she knowingly said, "What for? Put this on, schoolmarm. This dress of yours is still quite advanced." Bai Nianxue stayed still, opening her eyes to look at Zhang Lian as if she were playing dumb. My mom picked it out for me, and she was saying at the time that this one piece can be worn as two. Seeing that Bai Nianxue didn't pick it up, Zhang Lian thought it was his schoolmate's silent rejection, so he explained. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed it again, and continued to explain. It doesn't stink, schoolteacher, so you'll have to make do for a while. After saying that, he was about to go forward and put it on Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue bit her lip and didn't speak, but nodded. In fact, the heart is already happy. This one also has a hat. Zhang Lian framed the hat for Bai Nianxue as well. Alright, let's go. Good. As soon as Zhang Lian got into the car, Bai Nianxue pulled Zhang Lian in again and whispered, "It doesn't stink." Zhang Lian, huh? No, will do. Bai Nianxue muttered again. Zhang Lian, what did you say? Senior sister? The rain was too heavy for me to hear. I said, your clothes smell pretty good. Ah, oh. Zhang Lian pedaled up, and the two of them rushed towards their dormitory in peace with each other again. It's just that someone's ears, long ago, gave themselves away. Well, schoolmarm, fortunately it was delivered safely without dishonor. After sending Bai Nianxue safely to the entrance of the women's dormitory, Zhang Lian took the watermelon to Bai Nianxue while joking. I'll take the clothes, and give you the umbrella. Bai Nianxue was like a little girl who couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising after eating candy, handing the umbrella to Zhang Lian. I don't need it, and I'm not comfortable with an umbrella on my bike. Then you don't ride first, the rain is so heavy. Bai Nianxue said with concern, take an umbrella and go back. Put the car here first. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Zhang Lian heard scratch the back of the head. Face Bai Nianxue said I'll come to pick you up. As if on cue, he returned, okay then schoolteacher. Bai Nianxue, well, be careful not to catch a cold. Well, then I'm off sis. Good. Zhang Lian turned around and turned back again to speak, hesitating. Bai Nianxue looked at him the whole time. What's wrong? Well, so, nothing. Bai Nianxue looked at him, knowing him as well as she did. She knew what was coming when her ass was up. He's definitely up to something. Tell me whatever you have. Bai Nianxue took 2 steps forward and looked Zhang Lian in the eyes and said, just, quite late. That. Zhang Lian touched his burning ears. His eyes were unable to focus as if he suddenly suffered from an eye disease, moving left and right, just not daring to meet Bai Nianxue's eyes. Bai Nianxue's eyebrows knit slightly, her brain running fast. What does he mean by that? What? Mean? Bai Nianxue said blankly. Seeing this, Zhang Lian silently cursed himself in his heart for a $100. Well, it's fine, senior sister. I'll leave first. You go back quickly. Don't catch a cold if you get wet. After saying that, Zhang Lian fled like a dog, and Bai Nianxue couldn't even pull him back in time. All you could do was stand under the eaves of the building and look at his back as he ran through the rain. What do you mean? What does he want to say? Bai Nianxue felt very puzzled. At this point the aunt in charge of the women's dormitory had to come out and urge her on. Well, don't look. The little boyfriend is far away. Come back soon. It's raining and so cold. Your hair is all wet. No. Bai Nianxue said shyly. Thank you, auntie. Bye, auntie. After saying that, Bai Nianxue smiled and ran upstairs. Little couples nowadays. It's raining so late in the day that even getting wet has to be mushy again. It's good to be young. Chapter 62 does not pay back. Is fine, right? Yuki is back. What's up, Snowy? So late today? Whose dress is this? Why are you so wet? Shueshue, did you forget to bring an umbrella? Tell me if you forgot your umbrella. I'll bring it to you. As soon as Bai Nianxue returned to her dorm room, her own 3 roommates were a welcome output. Bai Nianxue didn't pay attention to that much and just gave Su Qianqian the watermelon. Eat the watermelon. Thanks, Yuki. Blow dry your hair so you don't catch a cold. Come on. What's going on? This dress is for men. It's just going on a procurement trip. Bai Nianxue couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from rising and pursed her lips. It's not right. It's too weird. Are you procuring to procure for a day? Couldn't have gone shopping, eating, chatting, and watching movies all day. No, it's really procurement. Bai Nianxue took a hairdryer to blow out her hair and said in a serious manner. Lu Siki and Xia Tong distributed the watermelons. Su Qianqian, as a knowledgeable person, of course knew who Bai Nianxue's springy situation was probably related to. While Lu Siki and Xia Tong were still dividing the watermelon, she quietly came to Bai Nianxue's side and exchanged quiet words, her eyes full of desire for gossip. Isn't it? Bai Nianxue's brows were all smiles, not nodding, but acquiescing. Then this shirt. Su Qianqian reached for Zhang Lian's shirt. Don't touch it. I'll give it to him. Wash it and return it. Bai Nianxue snatched it up and then just naturally threw the clothes onto her bed and hid them. Seeing this, Su Qianqian's mouth was about to crack with laughter, deliberately snickering. Give it back? Why do you still need to return it? Bai Nianxue, huh? Su Qianqian revealed a lewd smile, then came over to Bai Nianxue and inhaled heavily. Xiang. Bai Nianxue immediately read warm. I'm not going to. I'm going to take a shower. Save some watermelon for me. Oh won't well, go quickly, don't catch a cold. Su Chantian smiled smugly. Bai Nianxue opened the closet and quickly took out her pajamas, giving Su Chantian another really annoying look on her way out before walking into the bathroom. Just after entering the bathroom, Bai Nianxue pondered over what Su Chantian had just said. Not returning. It's okay, right? It seems to be raining hard again outside. Where is he now? What was he trying to say at the end? Hurry up and drive. Got it, damn it. So late to make me come out to pick you up. Li Yangwen spat out in a bad mood. He was still wearing the shorts he slept in, and the hairy pants of his two calves were exposed. Hey! Zhang Lian thought back to the stupid comparison he had just made and only felt so embarrassed. He was trying to say good night, but in the end it was hard to say it. After all, in the past, it had been someone else who had told him, and it had been the older sister who had told him both times before. But for some reason, when it was his turn to say it this time, he was just too shy to say it for some reason. Really stupid. Zhang Lian. What's the point of saying good night? It's not like it hasn't been said before. You're petulant about your mom. People always pretend to be busy when they are embarrassed. He could then only turn this embarrassment into insanity and then work it into Li Yongman to dissipate it. Sister is squeezing you so much. Working so late. Li Yongwen fought for Zhang Lian. No, eating took more time. Zhang Lian instinctively defended Bai Nianxue. Oh, you and Bai Nianxue eat alone? Li Yongwen drove while driving, but he didn't think much about Zhang Lian's words. Yeah, wow, that. It can't be that Bai Nianxue is interested in you, right? Li Yongwen glanced at Zhang Lian incredulously and said, why? Zhang Lian looked at the pouring rain outside the car, his mind automatically playing the various gentle behaviors of his schoolmate, especially at the end of the ride. His eyes were not blind, and he saw that Bai Nianxue was all drenched and finished behind him. The schoolmarm is, more or less, a bit kind to herself. This Xinyu guy hasn't even been this nice to himself. If there was an umbrella thing, that guy would be trying to steal it from himself. A little more to my side. I'm all wet. You're in good health. Forget it and get out. Aha. If it's that Xinyu guy, it must be like this. Why do you say that? I heard from the people in my club that lately, Bai Nianxue has been seeing someone around her every day, and in the past, for a change, it was non-existent. Li Yongmoon also shook his head like he was saying three words. Zhang Lian, who is it? You. Li Yongwen looked at Zhang Lian with the same contempt as he looked at a $100. I don't know. Zhang Lian pondered deeply. He wasn't stupid. He could indeed clearly feel that his senior sister was just teasing herself at times. You don't know? Seriously, Bai Nianxue is basically alone in everything she does, and there's never been a case where there's a boy who stays with her every day. It's nothing, right? I'm just working with my senior sister, Zhang Lian explained. Work and eating alone? Li Yongwen laughed. It's not a big deal to have dinner. Don't be so nosy, you guys. Having a meal is indeed nothing, but it depends on who it is. Li Yongwen continued. There are a lot of boys chasing after Bai Nianxue in the school. That's always clear to you, right? Then how many people who want to have dinner with Bai Nianxue can't get in line? But she chose to eat with you instead. Before this, I heard from the seniors that there's a guy named Cui Bin in the student council who's been chasing Bai Nianxue for more than a year, and he hasn't even eaten once. Zhang Lian snorted. Cui Bin. So miserable? Yeah, that Cui Bin, the one who chased you and me away that day. He went after Bai Nianxue. Oh him ah. Zhang Lian drifted off, remembering that interview scene tugging like a $250,000 $100. People chase a year have not eaten a meal. You kid have eaten several times. Yes? Is chapter 63 a wild card? It's not nice to eat and bring you milk tea again. School sister, she is indeed really quite good. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth lifted up in a smile, unconsciously thinking again of the time when he ate and the time when he rode a bicycle with an umbrella. His mouth muttered with certainty. When he said he reacted, he met Li Yongwen with a lewd look on his face, and he also raised his eyebrows twice in a cheap manner. Hey Mud, why am I telling you this stuff? Zhang Lian immediately regained his decency. Watch the road. You kid. Li Yongwen looked like he had already seen through it and snickered. You're miserable. You fell in love. Roll on, roll on. Zhang Lian looked out of the car. The rain was falling continuously, and he was still clutching Bai Nianxue's umbrella in his hand. The pattering rain intertwined with the complexity of his heart, and for the first time he felt a bondage other than the rules in Bai Nianxue. It made him a little unlike himself, and surprisingly everything he said and did. Oddly enough, after returning to the dormitory, naturally, he could not escape the torture of Peng Haosen and Yen Wei's again. However, Zhang Lian held the umbrella open and put it on the balcony to dry, and the two of them understood what was going on. Although it will still chase after Zhang Lian's ass and ask a bunch of yes or no questions. Has it already sent people back to the dormitory? hasn't it been taken? Zhang Lian directly chose to ignore, picked up a change of clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Of course, not forgetting to give the standard international friendly gesture. Gossip this and gossip that all day long. Have this time to go get a girl yourself. Finished talking and drilled into the bathroom. You're cursing again. Do you still want to take a bath or not? I'll turn off your light. Peng Hao Xian rushed to the bathroom door and continuously switched on and off the bathroom light bulb. Zhang Lian, mud horse. After taking a shower and fixing the leftover remnants of the melon that had been guacamole by the three of them, he returned to his bed and prepared to rest. Zhang Lian then saw the message that Tinker Car replied. At the same time, there was a message sent to him by Nianxue. Sister by Nianxue, good night, schoolboy. By Nianxue senpai, sleeping gif. Zhang Lian immediately typed, good night, senior sister, then flipped up his own abstract emoji, wanting to follow Baek Ninu's lead and send a cuter goodnight emoji as well. But, the truth is, he flipped his saved emoticons from top to the bottom, and couldn't find a single one that could be described as cute. All abstract panda people. There isn't a cuter one. There's always a normal one. Another look around from the bottom up. Zhang Lian can only admit to himself the fact that he doesn't have a more normal emoticon. Thus, he turned his head and sent a message toward A. Makabaka, you have to pay me for the moral damages for getting back to me so damn late. Makabaka, do you have any slightly cuter emoticons there? Women's bedding. After sending the message, and has already taken a bath wearing a fragrant pajamas, Bai Nianxue stared blankly at the cell phone screen, waiting for Zhang Lian to respond. Shui shui, eat the watermelon. Su Qianqian cut all the watermelon and served it to Bai Nianxue in front of her. Thank you Qianqian. Bai Nianxue took it. You're welcome. Shui shui, do you want to take a look at this term's school grass selection? Lu Siki and Xiaotong were discussing the gossip about this term's schoolgirls and school grasses. Of course, they were going to invite the current high university's signature schoolgirls to discuss with them. Bai Nianxue, huh? This term is already out? Su Qianqian was also surprised. In previous years, wasn't it always the freshmen's party, which would only start after the freshmen's representatives and whatnot had been displayed? That's not true, but don't you guys have my internal group, which is already sorted? Natsuki confidently crossed her arms. 8 or 9 will be the same list. Cynthia Su, really? Let's see. I won't look. Bai Nianxue forked up the watermelon and ate it, still waiting for Zhang Lian to return the message. Also, Yuki is definitely still firmly at the top of the school flower list anyway. I just don't know who the school grass will be this time. I think Ningxia from our class is still capable of fighting. Xiaotong smiled longingly. I think the last Hanajinyu is very handsome, much like a male. He's easy to bully at first glance. Lu Siki said as she committed nymphomania. Bai Nianxue just wanted to laugh at them chanting, like watching a child play. She naturally didn't care about these false names. Because of what I grew up with, I already feel tasteless to these praises. Also, there's no point in this kind of list coming out. There wasn't a black silk list not too long ago. It was just taken to everyone as an active discussion level. She, Bai Nianxue, certainly wanted to pursue something higher. That is, hasn't he arrived yet? Why hasn't he returned my messages? Is it possible that he went back to his dorm room and ran off to play a game? At that moment, Su Qianqian suddenly spoke. How come this elementary school kid isn't even on the list? With that, Su Qianqian looked at Bai Nianxue. Which elementary school brother? Natsuki asked. This one. Su Qianqian crossed her lips and laughed, showing Zhang Lian's picture to Xiaotong. Bai Nianxue also took aim. Pretending not to care, he continued to play with his phone and eat watermelon, then quietly clicked on the link to view the group. One ear was still perked up to listen to the conversation between a few people. Wild list, Su Qianqian said with a smile, ostensibly conversing with Xiaotong, Lu Siki and the two of them, but actually poking fun at Bai Nianxue. People are so handsome, how can they be in the top 10, right? He did get on, but everyone in the group knew he had a girlfriend and basically ruled it out. Xiaotong explained. I reckon he'll be in the top 10 or so on the real list by then, and it won't be too high anyway. Wild list, people are obviously so handsome, don't know how to appreciate it. Su Qianqian joked madly. Nervous, Lu Siki was uncomprehendingly amused by Su Qianqian. It's okay, handsome is pretty cool, but still almost better than the front. Xiaotong said seriously. Wild list, you don't even know the gold content of others, Su Qianqian said with a look of forbearance. He is the male silver who has charmed our Shueshue. What are you doing? You like this elementary school brother so much? Xiaotong looked at Su Qianqian in a bewildered manner. I don't care. Wild list, it's the wild card. Xiaotong hurriedly hid to the side, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Su Qianqian. She said, nervous, stay away from me. Seeing Xiaotong and Lu Siki both ducking away, Su Qianqian only pretended to be natural and said to Bai Nianxue, do you think it's right Shueshue? Isn't it a wild list? Bai Nianxue hurriedly turned off her cell phone, nuzzled her mouth, quickly glared at Su Qianqian, and then got up and came to the stairs next to the bed to walk up the bed. Nervous Cynthia. When she heard Bai Nianxue scold herself, Su Qianqian came even more energized. Answer me. Look straight at me. Look me in the eye. Isn't that a wild card? Chapter 64, Sister Share is because of you. Tinker Bike, what for? You're busy during the day. Who's as busy as you are every day? After going to bed, Bai Nianxue finally waited for Zhang Lian's message, and then inexplicably saw the message that Zhang Lian wanted cute emoticons. Immediately she is going to ask clearly Zhang Lian is going to do. How somehow the cute emoticons do. Tinker Car, are you going to? Messaging which sister? Makabaka, do you have it? Don't you care? Zhang Lian certainly couldn't have told Tinker Car how stupid his starting point was. The reason for asking someone for cute emojis turned out to be that they wanted to send a gentler emoji to a girl, but nay they were so abstract that none of the emojis were normal. And Bai Nianxue, who had received Zhang Lian's message, naturally understood that Zhang Lian had been spoken to by her. Can't help but cringe. Who does he want to send the emoticon to? Why don't you just find a random emoticon and post it? And get so worked up about it that you ask someone else for it? Is it yourself? Of course it's not possible. He is QQ himself, and he can only send his emoticons to his contacts on QQ if he wants them. Is that a minnow? That's even more unlikely. Little Fish knows him well, just as well as she knows him online. Sending cute emoticons will only get you a sentence of you're a $100 right, so there's only one possibility, and that's a new girl? Also, he's not out of the question. One has not known much else about him until now. Abominable. Who the hell is stealing my man? With her mind already fantasizing about an imaginary enemy as good as herself and playing out all sorts of love-hate bridges, Bai Nianxue frowned deeply. It wasn't until Zhang Lian's side sent another message that he came back to his senses. Makabaka, where are the people? Pretending I'll make you fly. GIF. Makabaka, if you don't have it, forget it, I'll look for it online. It was because it was too much trouble in itself that Zhang Lian went directly to Tinker Car, an acquaintance, to ask for it. And he didn't just look for Tinker Cars, he looked for Shin Fish. That's how acquaintances use it. Sitting next to a bully. Do not remember the formula directly to find him to ask how convenient. Save yourself to look for books and books. Bai Nianxue saw this and hesitantly pondered for a moment. Of course she didn't want to give it away, taking her emojis and flirting with other girls. But she still typed, what cute ones do you want? I have just a few here. Tinker Car, and who the hell are you sending it to? The new sister? Tinker Bike, my roommate. Doesn't it smell good? Makabaka, no. I just realized that QQ can't be transferred to WeChat. That's no use looking for you. Makabaka, rubbish. You're useless. Get lost. Tinker Cars. Bai Nianxue was confused. Not only was he put in a bad mood by Zhang Lian inexplicably asking for cute emoticons to flirt with another sister, but he also cursed himself on the way out. Exasperated, he sent Zhang Lian a series of abstract emoticons to vent his anger. In an unusual situation, of course she wouldn't be angry, but this time, she was really a bit angry on top of it. Thanks for trying to send it to you. Bai Nianxue threw her cell phone to her feet, her mouth curled up. Flirting with another sister and having to come and piss yourself off a bit. Stupid Zhang Lian. Ding dong. The next second, the WeChat message beeped again. Remarks on Zhang Lian's message pop up. Bai Nianxue picked up her cell phone again and annoyingly tapped on the message. Zhang Lian, good night gif. A cute emoji of a classic kitten pee on a sleeping cap. Bai Nianxue's mood is like a roller coaster. Just now are close to a volcanic eruption, and now suddenly the night is quiet. The lake breeze ripples, a quiet and beautiful state of mind. She fell back on her pillow with her cell phone, unable to suppress the corners of her mouth from rising. Just Angry did not think of this layer, but also thought that he looked for himself on QQ to ask for emoticons certainly cannot be sent to himself. After all, WeChat and QQ do not interoperate. Now, so it was sent to me. Thought you heartless bastard was going to flirt with some other little sister. But where did he find this emoji? Zhang Lian, I can't believe you have so many cute emoticons. Why are all the panda and dragon pictures you send me? And my brother, Shin Fish mouth corner, typing, my not all is given by you. My own emoticons are not that abstract. Zhang Lian, then you haven't sent me any other cuter ones either. Shinyu, isn't that my way of catering to your tastes? And besides, don't you find it disgusting when I send you cute emoticons? Zhang Lian, that's true. Shinyu, dragon figure middle finger. Shinyu, what are you doing coming to me in the middle of the night for an emoticon? Who are you going to send it to? Zhang Lian, no one. I'll save all these from you in case they're useful later. Shan Yu? Zhang Lian, okay, enough talking, let's go to sleep. Turn off the lights and go to sleep gif. Shinyu, vomiting, don't use on me what I gave you. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Shinyu, oh yes, don't go to sleep first, it's just that you're here. I'll tell you something. Zhang Lian, What is it, Shinyu? About what we saw the other day, when you said Sister Cher had a fight. Do you know anything about it? Zhang Lian was in the clouds. He did hear the vice minister mention it during the hot pot dinner tonight. Zhang Lian, what's wrong? Shinyu, I can hear Cher's sister because a person to fight. Because of a man? Zhang Lian recalled that at that time it seemed that Lu Feifei had also mentioned such a thing. He was busy keying the 3 rooms at that time and didn't ask much, but now that I've heard it, I'm also curious. After all, although that what Chuibin does owe to clean up, but with the character of the school sister, it should not be so much in front of so many freshmen to start a conflict with him. If it was due to a work-related issue, the senior sister should have gone to resolve the matter privately, and would definitely not have gotten in the way of the student union's public recruiting efforts. Zhang Lian, who's that? Such a big face? You know? Shinfish, do you want to know? Zhang Lian, don't sell it short. If you know, say it. If you don't, forget it. Shinyu, I also heard from Senior Hu Fan in my department. Weren't you maliciously targeted by that Shui Bin? Zhang Lian, Anan. What's wrong with that? Shinyu, Sister Shuer is the one who went to target Shui Bin because you were targeted by that what's her name. Chapter 65 Exchange of Information Among 3 Persons. Shinyu, Sister Shuer seems to be so angry because of you. Zhang Lian, what? Really? Don't mess with me. Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk about people behind their backs when they're as nice as schoolmates. Zhang Lian instinctively resisted. But imagined by Nianxue that fierce and angry look. It's like it doesn't feel scary all of a sudden? Shinyu, I didn't say anything nonsense. Shinyu, I heard from the seniors and the others tonight that you and Sister Shuer even had hot pot together? Zhang Lian, yeah, go out shopping. Just eat together. Shinyu, Sister Shuer doesn't eat spicy food. Zhang Lian, I know. She's vegetable and fun-loving, tasting her own spicy plates and getting tongue-tied. Shinyu, and she usually doesn't even go to parties, let alone eat with others. Shinfish, so, indecent dog head. Zhang Lian, what the are you guys doing tonight? Sleeping. Shinyu, if you don't believe me, you can ask, dog-headed military counselor. Zhang Lian put down his cell phone, and in a rare moment, he looked at the ceiling above his head and chose today's. Across the bed, Li Wingman is still in the episode wrap. Zhang Lian naturally thought again just in the tricycle. Li Yongwan also told himself those words, an involuntary sigh of relief. What the hell? Can't it be that you really went to settle the score with that guy because of me that time? Why did sister do that? Protecting the calf? Or is it because of the dinky car? Neither is. That's not possible, is it? Tinker car guy, although some parts are damaged, owes money and won't replace it, and is not good looking. But in the game, if you have a conflict with someone, she will unconditionally stand on your side. This is quite righteous. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the schoolmarm is taking care of her because she's taking care of her. Or even, could it be that she always intentionally says something to her schoolmates and they are like that? Well, it's possible. Nope, it has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm a ING genius. Didn't this ding-dong car mess with me and my schoolmates from the start? It must have been. There was also a succession of messages from Shinyu on the cell phone that was lit up on the side. Shinyu, why don't I ask for you? Dog's head. Zhang Lian casually dismissed 2 sentences, not wanting to get into this topic with Shinyu again, turning to the ding-dong car to launch another query. And at this time, Zhang Lian he thought he was smart, but completely unaware of the real Tinker Car and Shinfish have completed their epic meeting behind his back. Shinyu was considered to be the witness who currently knew the most about the two's various behaviors, especially when she saw Zhang Lian's double-standard face, which made her unable to stifle her laughter for a while. Just now, her mouth said that she asked for Zhang Lian, but in reality, she had already gotten the affirmation from myself. In fact, from the moment she heard the gossip, she confirmed that Bai Nianxue was definitely because of Zhang Lian, but again, she could only give a quiet assist, not directly disrupt the schoolteacher's plans. Little fish, so Sister Cher, you've, that him? Bai Nianxue knows that her series of behavior is certainly not hidden from the small fry, and the small fry compared to Qianqian, not in the scope of her control. It can only respond sincerely. Fishy, but he's really stupid. Sister Cheryl, did you? I feel pretty good about it. Small fish, that he gets along with you. You won't laugh at the scene? Sister Schwerer, usually he's that way with you and end up not being able to. Bai Nianxue turned over in the quilt, the corners of the eyes gently curved. Will, but our sneaky smile. Fishy, he won't see it, will he? Sister Cheryl, it's okay to see it. Just say it's fun and you want to laugh. Fishy, then he must have answered like this, rubbing his neck or snapping his ears, and then avoiding the sight with a light laugh, not daring to fart. Sister Cheryl, haha, you got it all right. There used to be that kind of big sister who teased him, and he blushed and was shy and would be like this, but he was actually happy in his heart. Sister Cheryl, oh, little fishy, oh yeah, what's up with him just asking me for cute emoticons? Sister Schwer, do you know? Sister Cher, he asked you for it? Fishy, screenshots of chat logs. Fishy, I sent him some good ones. Sister Cher, good night gif. Sister Cher, this one. Is it yours? Little Fishy, oh it's mine. So he's coming to send it to you sis. Fishy, looks like you're getting the hang of it. When Bai Nianxue saw the message sent by Xinyu, she crossed her legs happily and shook. It wasn't enough. She wanted to bounce around happily twice. So when all was said and done, she rolled out of bed and walked out of her dorm room. Su Chanxian and the other three who were all already lying down in the dormitory were dumbfounded. Yuki? What's she doing out so late? Went out in a nightgown, coming out onto the large balcony in the middle of the dormitory building. It was still raining outside, blowing a cool breeze that lifted the hem of her skirt. She popped up twice on the balcony like a lady ghost in the middle of the night. Luckily, no one saw. Fishy, if it rains in the next 2 days, is that an excuse to hold him off for 2 more days? Sister Cheryl, it can be put off until after the freshman show. The two were naturally talking about the game, discussing the party. Fishy, then you can still just cancel it and say I have something to do, and I actually don't want to reveal my identity yet. Being able to catch Zhang Lian properly, Xinyu still didn't want to just let it go. Though right now she wasn't exactly having a whole lot of new fun in the game, but if Zhang Lian knew that the rain down in the game was himself, it would definitely be a lot less fun straight away. Sister Cheryl, he sent me a message. Sister Cheryl, that's fine. Neither of us will say anything. As long as he doesn't mention the party, we'll pretend we don't know. Little fish, okay, then I won't bother you. Sister Schwer, snickering. Sister Cher, bye. Saying goodbye to Xinyu, Bai Nianxue shivered and hurried back to her dormitory again, while replying to Zhang Lian's message. But then, because of his status as a tinker car, Zhang Lian's tone was less polite. Come up with a couple abstract emojis plus have you slept yet and ask you something. Yuki, what are you doing out at night? Well, went out to return a call. Bai Nianxue said casually, hastily taking off her shoes and getting into bed. Oh, hearing that it was something more personal like a phone call, the roommates wouldn't ask too many questions. We thought you were sleepwalking. Well, it always feels like you're being weird tonight Yuki. Chapter 66 Exchange of information among 3 persons 2. Get back under the covers. Tinker Bike, what's going on? Have a fart. Makabaka, aren't you and Bai Nianxue senpai in the same dormitory? Bai Nianxue's eyes lit up. What was the point of looking for Chanxian to chat about herself in the middle of the night? Trying to say something about me behind my back? See, now the advantages of an extra vest don't come out all at once. In a slightly softer tone, Bai Nianxue typed, yeah, what for? Tinkerbike, is it possible that she's not returning your messages and you want me to relay them for you? Acting in a full set, Bai Nianxue understood this. Tinkerbike, do you want me to wake her up to talk to you? Makabaka, hey don't. I'm not. I'm seeking to ask you something. Tinkerbike, so say it, or I'll go to bed. Makabaka, I'm trying to figure out what to tell you. You wait for me to run through it. Tinkerbikes, a lot going on. Makabaka, it's just that. You know, the schoolgirls are fighting in the student council. Bai Nianxue's heart thumped. Just now Shinfish just asked her. She to Shinfish but can be unreservedly directly say out. This how he also suddenly come to ask? And it's still here to ask Sin Sin. Not even me personally. What should I say? Or is it that during the evening meal, he just pretended to know nothing, but actually had a calculation in his heart and came to ask Shanshan for confirmation at night? It was possible. After all, both Fishy and he had come to ask at the same time, so some news should have reached them. It was all because of Fifi Lu. Bai Nianxue had once again ruthlessly memorized Lu Fei Fei in her heart. Tinker Bike, you got it? Zhang Lian stared at the dumb fan sent across the cell phone screen and slowly keyed out a question mark. What the hell? Makabaka, what I'll know. I haven't asked yet. Tinker Car, so you ask. Makabaka, so you know about this too. Why haven't I heard you tell me about it? Bai Nianxue was completely confused as to what Zhang Lian wanted to ask, and could only follow the usual habit of getting along to similarly key in a question mark. Tinker Bike, what exactly are you asking? Makabaka, didn't you ask me all about knowing? And now you don't know? Are you nuts? Tinker Car, stop. What I know is not necessarily what you want to ask. Just got it wrong. Start over, you ask again. Makabaka, schoolmates quarrel, what exactly is it because of? Do you know? Bai Nianxue looked at the message sent by Makabaka to suck in a mouthful of cool air. This tone, how to look like know what? Tinker Bike, I don't know. All I know is that she had a fight that day and was in a bad mood. Makabaka, really? That's all you know? Zhang Lian some skepticism. Just Tinker Car sent that sentence, you know how to feel very strange. Oh well, could it really be what you think it is? This dinky car is up to something. Tinker Car, well, you can just ask her. I'll call her for you. She was the person herself, and even if she did call it in, it was completely fine. and she could use this to repeatedly self-certify something and gain Zhang Lian's trust. Right now is the opportunity to corroborate your lies in this way. Makabaka, hey no, don't call me sister. Then I'll just ask you, did you? What's wrong with you? Bai Nianshue's eyes widened. Isn't he quite stupid? Why is he acting like Sherlock Holmes tonight? I'm not just messing around. I'm about to give you a Truman's world. Bai Nianshue more and more vain, pursed upward lips forced to send a message to Zhang Lian. No, I can give you what muffs. Makabaka, because I've heard that the senior sister is very high and cold. I see that usually those people, more or less, get along with the senior sister with a little bit of respect. But, she treats me better than you treat me. What's the situation? She treats me better than you treat me. We're one and the same. How can we compare like this? Bai Nianshue arched her eyebrows, full of smiles. If this sentence was heard in person, she might have gone straight up. Really? How good do you think I am to you, senior sister? Including now. She wanted to hold down the voice bar to send a voice directly to Zhang Lian to scare him, but then, in the end, it's all about holding back. One can only eat one's own jealousy and return 2 question marks in the usual tone of voice, according to the past mode of getting along. This time the tinker car should have a good talk with this heartless Makabaka about what it means to be thankful, drip by drip, and other axioms. But in a flash of insight, she thought of another way to put that status to good use. Tinkerbike, in that case, so you, like it or not. The tone of voice immediately produced a figurative. Bai Nianshue tilted his head to tease Zhang Lian. That was the first image that popped into Zhang Lian's head, but coming from the mouth of Tinker Car, it just made him unconsciously think of that good-looking face and the endless advantages. Then its immediate question mark picking. Makabaka, Tinker Car, is it full of satisfaction? Shouldn't you thank me properly? Bai Nianshue continued to tease. Makabaka, nervous? Tinker Car, oh, I see then. You don't have eyes for her. Well, I'll make it clear to her. Zhang Lian see the situation only feel tonight's Tinker Car how with a different person. Usually speak not so or dislike each other? How to speak today pussy gibberish. He this punch in the cotton like, but he still hastily typed to explain. He did not want his school sister because of this behind the back of the small man with himself to create any gap. Makabaka, the schoolteacher is very nice. Makabaka, you shut the mic. Makabaka, I came to ask you, where are you getting off with me? Makabaka, now that I look at it this way, you said so. The schoolteacher is taking extra care of me because of you, right? Makabaka, then I know. Makabaka, you don't do this all day long. You're nuts. Sending 6 sentences at once. It was evident that Zhang Lian was truly anxious. Just the next second, Bai Nianshue immediately made an explanation. Tinker Car, it's not. Tinker Car, if you're going to say it's because I'm taking extra care of you, you're overthinking it. Even I couldn't even get into the She's All Arts department when I was trying to get in. Tinkerbike, everyone has to interview for a round or 2. You were really passed over. She wasn't biased. Tinkerbike, as for your words that she took care of you, probably, it's just you, isn't it? Tinkerbike, and the fight, I didn't even know about it until later, so it's even less likely that it was because of me. Chapter 67, already mixed feelings. After sending it, Bai Nianshue laid down and panted heavily, as if she had done something very significant. Because she was watching the whole thing from a bystander's point of view, she was able to see things significantly more clearly. If one does not have such a bystander identity, it is impossible to know that there are so many other things about the emoticons he sent behind him, or that he still pursues his own business with Shanshan. And judging by some of his answers and reactions, it wasn't a big deal, but she could feel it clearly. The schoolteacher is very nice. He used an exclamation point. Am I that good? Bai Nianshue picked up the pillow and blocked her face, heart racing like it's going to jump out of my chest. The anticipation and happiness made her even want to go out and bounce around a couple more times. On the other hand, Zhang Lian, who was on the other side, was already unable to sleep at this time. He flipped through Bai Nianshue's circle of friends. The schoolmate's circle of friends is very clean. There is not much posted on a daily basis. Occasionally there are sent some moods and scenery, and of course there are some good-looking selfies. He didn't really see anything in it either, except that after the night's rounds of brainwashing by the 3, his mood did now produce a slight complexity. Until the next morning, the early 8 alarm clock rang in the dormitory. Zhang Lian only vaguely aware of a point. Finished. He insomnia. It's still raining out there. It's been raining all night. Panghausen has already washed up on the balcony. Every time he is the first one to get up in the 404 male dormitory, and is also responsible for calling the rest of the 3 people all up. Get up, get up. Zhang Lian's false appearance of not having slept well all night got down from the bed, put the umbrella away first, and then also followed behind Panghausen and lined up to wash up. What to eat? While squeezing the toothpaste, Zhang Lian asked while yawning. Panghausen grunted and spit out water. What do you want to eat in the morning? Buns eggs, I have a ham and sausage here, want to do it. After saying that, he took a washcloth and casually wiped his mouth that still had foam on it and went back to the dormitory. Zhang Lian hadn't reacted for a while, and when he came back to his senses, Panghausen had already gone back to the dormitory room to take off his pants, revealing a large red floral pantsuit. Yan Wei's was the third to get up, and as soon as he got out of bed, he saw the fragrant scene of Panghausen changing his pants, and rightly flirted with a sentence. Yo, boss, taking the pure lust route today. Ha, Panghao Xin, a little not accustomed to pants, did not mention, but instead towards Yan Wei's, what's wrong with it, like it or not? Yan Wei's, you roll. Li Yongwen was the last one to get up, and he was also the one who played the latest every day besides Zhang Lian, waiting until Zhang Lian washed up, went back to the dormitory to put on his clothes, and the line of people were almost packed up. He then scurried up with a jerk and looked at the three people who had already backpacked their school bags to coldly come up with a sentence. What time is it? What time do you think it is? Zhang Lian said with a raised eyebrow, looking at his exploding head. I thought I couldn't wake you up. Panghausen called Li Yongwen several times, and he stiffly did not respond at all. Shake the out of it. You're all going to ing leave. Wait for me. Li Yongwen jumped out of bed with a flip and directly put his shoes on. Not washing your face again? Yan Wei's asked in disgust. Not only him, Zhang Lian and Panghausen also looked disgusted. Stay away from us. Didn't brush your teeth and your mouth stinks. But Li Yongwen just simply combed his hair twice in the mirror and put on a thin jacket. What book? Your favorite English. Grass. I want the foreigners to die. Li Yongwen cursed angrily and followed the trio with his green college English book. Rushing up and directly at the trio was a barrage of gas grenades. Ha! You! Mud smells like leaks. Stealing food behind your back last ing night. It stinks. Don't ing touch your hands. They're full of fungus. Mud is touching your feet and your golden needle mushrooms. That's called syphilis. Ha ha ha. It's raining so hard. I don't think it's a good idea for your sister to come over. After the afternoon class, Zhang Lian didn't receive any news from Bai Nianxue either, much less see her. He was still thinking about what his schoolmate had said last night about coming to pick him up, but it was after the afternoon class and Bai Nianxue hadn't sent him a message yet. It's really rare that schoolmates didn't send messages to make themselves work today. While celebrating in his heart, Zhang Lian's cell phone screen is typing, Senior sister, is there anything you need me to do today? Just wringing their hands about whether or not to send it. The three people who packed their school bags interrupted the spell. No work today. Dick? Anan. Zhang Lian pondered for a moment. At the moment it seems. No? Then let's go. Play ball. Yan Wei's rarely heard Zhang Lian not going to Bai Nianxue and invited. Isn't it raining? Zhang Lian glanced out the window. There's an indoor gym. Just take the youngest's car there. You guys. Damn, Li Yongwen gritted his teeth. I'm damn near making this car your substitute. The old man was going to take it in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian glanced at his cell phone again, gritted his teeth once, re-edit the message, and decisively sent it to Bai Nianxue, then replied, let's go then. Hey youngest, how's your store doing? Still preparing. Soon. Just a few days away. Li Yongwen said confidently, and said to Zhang Lian, both of them cannot come at that time. You damn well must come, ha. No. Zhang Lian laughed. It was a trade-off that he could brave the rain last night to pick himself up. He owns a store that sells tiramisu, a technique he learned in high school working part-time in a cake store. According to him, and with his own face value, he could only say that it was moderate. But if he had a handsome man like Zhang Lian, the sales effect of his store would definitely be much better. What do you mean? PY deal? Panghausen stared wide-eyed. Before Li Yongwen was begging him to go and give a favor. Now how come he switched to a dick again? Don't need me anymore? Then I'll go? Panghausen pointed at himself, and again stared at Li Yongwen with a deadpan look like Porky Pig. Hey, you're in charge of the backroom, and the second is in charge of selling. What do you mean? Panghausen slammed the table. I can't sell. I'm not handsome, am I? Well, Li Yongwen rubbed his nose. His eyes dodged, but it said it all. I remember, boss. Didn't you look in the mirror every morning? Panghausen's nostrils are bulging with anger. I'm not going. Grass mud horse. Roll. Don't want me to help. Hey boss. Yan Wei's. Chapter 68, What's sister doing? Bai Nianxue replied almost in seconds. Zhang Lian sent the message, Sister, can you take a day off today? I'm going to play soccer with my roommates. Although the current Zhang Lian was already on his way to the gym with a few of his roommates, the message sent to Bai Nianxue was still a question rather than a notification. I'm going to a ball game. I'm taking the day off. Questioning to some extent represents seeking advice. That is, consulting, negotiation, which also means having a second choice. That is, as long as Bai Nianxue sends a message to Zhang Lian on the way saying that he is willing to stop playing this program if he needs him to do something. And the first half of Zhang Lian's sentence was still tentatively asking Bai Nianxue why she didn't look for him today. However, Bai Nianxue didn't think about it that much and just assumed that Zhang Lian wanted to go play soccer and was asking for instructions from her as if he did. So cute. So without thinking, I immediately agreed, and like a child I sent him a good nah. Shui, what's wrong with you? Face so red? Su Chanqian came back from outside to get something and looked at Bai Nianxue with concern. Ahem. Bai Nianxue sniffled, sitting in her seat in the dormitory and doing her homework on the computer. Maybe I got a little cold last night. I told you to get wet last night and go out in the middle of the night to make a phone call. Su Chanqian walked over to touch Bai Nianxue's forehead. It's not a fever. I'm not that weak. Bai Nianxue laughed, but she did have some symptoms of catching a cold. Here, these are again what those boys of yours asked me to bring up. Su Chanqian placed a few pockets on the ground and squatted down to look up at Bai Nianxue. Do you eat them? Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh at the sight. Alright, if you want to eat you eat it. Hee hee. Su Chanqian was just as nonchalant. I told them that you wouldn't want it, and they insisted that I bring it up for you. Well, I know. You eat it, as your hard work fee for bringing it up, Bai Nianxue said in a very enlightened manner, turning her head and continuing to do the homework on her hands. Su Chanqian was good at this, and every day, she could eat all kinds of packages that she couldn't afford to buy because of Bai Nianxue. Hey Shui, you're not even going out today to see him ah? Su Chanqian suddenly zero-framed up his hand and said. Bai Nianxue sniffled. Aren't I a little uncomfortable? She actually stayed in her dorm room today not only because she had a bit of a cold, but also because she had relatives over. Oh, Su Chanqian nodded. So did he approach you to talk? Well, yes and no. Bai Nianxue pondered for a moment and said. What do you mean yes and no? He just told me what he was going to do. Bai Nianxue still didn't think about it that much and casually said, her eyes always fixed on the computer screen. Oh, I've reported to you Su Chanqian is different. What direction can think more she wants? Then allude and knocked to the expression. Bai Nianxue took a deep breath, then gave Su Chanqian a warning look. Then does he know that you're not feeling well today? Su Chanqian asked again as she pursed her lips and continued to eat. I didn't tell him. Oh, Su Chanqian nodded thoughtfully. Bai Nianxue, what's wrong? It's just that I'm thinking that he's reported to you. If you tell him that you're not feeling well, will he do anything? Su Chanqian had a quirky look on her face as her eyes mashed straight up, informing Bai Nianxue of her conjecture. The most important thing you should do now is to watch a little less of those youth idol dramas. Bai Nianxue listened and said perkily. Well itself is to try the attitude of the other party well. You are now in the same school with him, and not before the time of chatting on the network. Now you need help. He can arrive in minutes. Su Chanqian said with reason. Bai Nianxue stayed silent and didn't pay any more attention to Su Chanqian. Su Chanqian beamed and went back to her seat to do her own thing, and after a short while, after the completion of the homework on the hands of the white Nianxue, back to God is re-examined on the words of Su Chanqian produced. She wasn't used to showing her bad side to others and didn't like it. She also doesn't need the attention of others because if that happens she feels pressure if she doesn't accept it. And the person who gives the concern feels negative energy as a result. Showing the bad side to others is in itself putting negative energy on them. So, tell him, what's there to tell? What if he was in a good mood and somehow got worried because he said he wasn't feeling well? Wouldn't he be in a bad mood all of a sudden? She picked up her phone and found that Zhang Lian had actually sent her a new message. Not WeChat though, but QQ. It's from him as Makabaka. Makabaka, are you guys a lot of classes today? Makabaka, how come it feels like you're so busy? You're not even online for the daily game. In fact, if one were to take the perspective of Tinker Car, they wouldn't be able to sense what Zhang Lian meant when he asked this, and would only think that he was idly looking for something to do. But it was just a short time ago that he had messaged himself to go play. Bai Nianxue somewhat sensed the implication, but wasn't sure. Tinker Car, no normal class the game just do not want to play. You want to play now? She just happens to be free right now. Zhang Luoyan, who was playing ball, took a water break when the message came just in time. Makabaka, I'm playing now. Not playing. Makabaka, so what? What's sister doing? I also wanted to borrow her car for a late trip to the arts department. She didn't return my message. When have I not returned your messages? Bai Nianxue exited QQ. Self-doubt generally flipped a glance at WeChat. There are back this is not good Na replied, but then her eyebrows lowered and a smile came to her lips. How dare you direct yourself in front of me? It's raining so hard. You're using my car? Bai Nianxue glanced outside. The sound of clattering rain is especially sleep-aiding. Using excuses don't even know to use the better ones. Also, if you want to ask me what I'm doing why don't you ask me directly, but also ask my roommate. Is it because you don't think the information you get from me is reliable? Willing the scheme to work, Bai Nianxue typed. Tinker Car, she's not feeling well. She's visiting relatives. She's resting in her dorm room. I can't get reliable information from me. He did not tell Zhang Lian the information that he had a bit of a cold. fearing that he would think that it was because of the rain. Zhang Luoyan, who received the news, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and didn't know what he was nervous about. Makabaka, in that case, forget it, let her rest. I'll come by some other time. Aha, that's it? Bai Nianxue narrowed her eyes and looked at the screen. Shouldn't I come over to see my senior sister and bring her some hot brown sugar water? Looks like your charm didn't win out over playing ball after all. Bai Nianxue brainstormed to herself. Replied, Net Thing. Chapter 69, Brown Sugar Water and Tiramisu. What for? Where are you going? No more fighting. Something's up. After asking about the Tinker car, Zhang Luoyan continued to play for a while, but in reality, he had been a bit distracted, hesitant to ask the schoolmates first, or else one sudden delivery of brown sugar water over there always feels a bit inexplicable. How'd you know I was coming to visit my relatives? I let Ding Ding Car visual rape schoolmate you up. So he cornered Bai Nianxue and asked if she was uncomfortable after getting wet last night. Doesn't that seem like a reasonable thing to ask? Wouldn't it be much more natural for you to use this excuse to deliver brown sugar water later on? Zhang Luoyan thought to himself that Laozi was a ing genius, and the response received from Bai Nianxue was as affirmative as ever, gentle as if coaxing a small child. Bai Nianxue, how do you know that? Botched acting and excuses. Bai Nianxue eyebrows lowered, easily see through, because the information Zhang Luoyan got was all given by her, coupled with her understanding of Zhang Luoyan. She certainly knew what Zhang Luoyan was thinking. You don't even know you have a ghost in your house. The more softness in Bai Nianxue's eyes. She didn't want Zhang Luoyan to feel pressured by knowing that she caught a cold from the rain. But now that Zhang Luoyan was just intentionally looking for this excuse and didn't know that she had really caught a cold, then it was fine. So of course she could play along with the show and only then would he come. It's called division. In other words, it may be that a smile is politeness. No, thank you. In the end, both men, in fact, are talking about a division. Because of the uncertainty, the relationship isn't close enough to even think about giving each other a gift, so you have to go through the whole class first. So after receiving Bai Nianxue's affirmative message, Zhang Luoyan turned his head and picked up his clothes. Youngest, can I have your store key? What do you want the key for? Li Yangwen said on his lips, but without any defense at all. He pointed to Zhang Luoyan's clothes that were placed on the stool. It's in my jacket pocket. There's a pot, right? More pot? Never mind. I'll check it out myself. You guys fight. After saying that, Zhang Luoyan turned around and took the umbrella and walked in the direction of the gymnasium exit. Psycho, ignore him and let's continue. After leaving the gymnasium, Zhang Luoyan jogged to the pharmacy on Commercial Street. Is there any cold medicine? And medicine for the girl thingy? And is there any brown sugar? Yes brother yes, the pharmacy was a young man, probably less than 30. Seeing Zhang Luoyan in this mold as well as opening his mouth as such a standard set of girlfriend packages, he immediately smiled with joy. Zhang Luoyan's mouth twitched. Ha, for your girlfriend, right? The owner runs such a pharmacy in the school, and the best sellers are certainly not other medicines that can cure illnesses. Instead, cold medicine and brown sugar sell the best. It was already too familiar to be familiar with this operation of Zhang Luoyan's. Ah, boss, you opened your cinnamon? Zhang Luoyan did not open his mouth to nervously explain, saying no, boss, you misunderstood. Instead, he joked about it as much as his boss. He had never been much of a proper and rigid person, except in front of Bai Nianxue who stayed like a human machine. Ha. I've been in business for so many years. You boys are going to need such a set anyway. The boss turned his head and skillfully prepared the 3 items and informed Zhang Luoyan how much it cost. So boss, if you've been driving for so many years and are so experienced, is there anything special? Zhang Luoyan suddenly asked. What's a little more special? The owner was surprised. That's right, everyone else can only give this set. Do you have any fresh ones? Something that also helps the girls and then the guys look not so dull? Zhang Luoyan endeavored to express that implication, his hand unconsciously fiddling with it, looking at the boss with a smile. But things didn't work out as expected. The boss could only look at Zhang Luoyan with an ant smile and said, I'm a pharmacy here. What else can I have that's special besides medicine? Or do you want something special? I don't have any here. Oh, not the boss, where do you think? Zhang Luoyan paid and skimmed his lips. Ha. You little guy. This is the first time I've heard that coming to the drugstore to buy medicine for your girlfriend has to be special and different. Zhang Luoyan blankly glanced at the boss. Let's go. Hey wait. The owner smiled and raised his chin. You're not going to send brown sugar directly to your girlfriend, are you? No, I'll find a place to cook it. I can cook it here. Don't you want it to be special? I'll teach you to cook it. The boss laughed. I can see that you, kid, definitely don't know how to cook brown sugar water. Zhang Luoyan's eyes wandered, didn't answer, but the foot that walked out of the store door quickly retracted. Zhang Luoyan's eyes widened with an incredulous expression. Isn't it just a matter of cooking it directly? I knew it. The boss slammed the table. with a happy look of having gotten Zhang Lian right, although he didn't know where the happy point was. Come in with me and I'll teach you how to cook it so you can cook it for your girlfriend later. Boss, you're really warm-hearted. Zhang Lian laughed. What for? By the evening, Li Yongwen, who had just returned to his dormitory after dinner, received a call for help from Zhang Lian and came to his own store. The store is simple, with only a platform for tiramisu, except for the fridge and the backroom where you wash your hands. It's also similar to a stall, except it's a rental stall with a sign over its head that says tiramisu in big letters. Holy, where did you get that cake? Did you bring what I wanted? Zhang Lian turned back and asked. He came to Li Yongwen's small store and looked around, thinking that he had come all the way here, and had all the tools he should have, and kind of wanted to get a tiramisu for Bai Nianxue to bring over by the way. No, it is for Bai Nianxue and Su Chanshan to bring together. Oh, there is also a Shin fish. She does not love to eat sweet, so do not bring. Here, Li Yongwen brought Zhang Lian's thermos cup to him, while immediately soaring with Zhang Lian like a playwright. Where's what I want? Here. As if handing over money with one hand, Zhang Lian gave the key halfway, then suddenly took it back. You want to go dark? Li Yongwen immediately alerted. Can you do it? Now. Zhang Lian signaled as he prepared all the ingredients needed for the tiramisu. Now. Li Wingman looks to the countertop. What do you want? After saying this, Li Yongwen instantly reacted. Oh, I see. Who is it going to be for? Which schoolmate? It can't be senior sister Bai Nianxue, can it? Being guessed at once, Zhang Lian kept silent. That's useless. People won't take it even if you do it. Li Yongwen handed the thermos cup to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, why? What's the reason for this? Not accepting inexplicable good intentions. The corner of Li Yongwen's mouth raised in a high arc. But, brother, I look favorably on you. You are different. Ha? Li Yongwen turned his head and ruffled his sleeves. Just make this green tea flavor? Anan. Can you do that with a random purchase? Barely do. Only. Will. Li Yongwen nodded. Tough luck, bro. I'll give you Xinyu's WeChat later, Zhang Lian said with a solemn face. Cough cough. When Li Yongwen heard this, he changed his face extremely fast. Not reluctantly, TSK, how good is this? Packet satisfied old brother. I'll definitely be there if you need my help at your store back there. Zhang Lian continued to say sincerely. Ugh, hi be a brother. In your heart. Li Yongwen patted his chest, washed his hands and started making tiramisu. And Zhang Lian went to the side to pour the brown sugar water that was kept warm in the afternoon into his own thermos. It's okay, it's still hot. Chapter 70, these, for you. You're still going to give it to your senior sister tonight? Ha? While doing so and waiting, Li Yongwen suddenly opened his mouth and asked, isn't it still early? It's only 7:30. Zhang Lian looked at the time, still carefully laying out the pattern. About what time is this going to be ready? Come on, it's not like this is real tiramisu. Real tiramisu is going to. Yuan percent hashtag Yuan percent at. You this one in a minute. Zhang Lian, that's good. Do you want me to go with you later? I'll drive. I don't even want to point out to you that you really want to accompany me? You want to read gossip you. Li Yongwen was poked and prodded. Kindly laughed. Harm. Our buddies. Look at you. But also do not allow to see. At the expense of me to drive all the way over to give you a hand really call people chilling Okay. You see not okay. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth, just in time to find it easier to go back to his dorm room later. Ha. Li Yongwen let out a silly laugh. But what if you become a clown later? Should I record a video? Zhang Lian, what clown? What if the schoolmarm won't even come down to see you, let alone talk about your stuff? Li Yongwen laughed. Che, Zhang Lian said disdainfully. Then you bet with me? Li Wingman, so confident? Joke, school sister is very nice. Really? I don't know why you all have this prejudice. Zhang Lian said seriously. It's like saying how high and cold people are. They even sent you milk tea during military training. White-eyed wolf thing. What the heck, I'm a white-eyed wolf. Li Yongwen solemnly. I'm talking to you about you. I'm not prejudiced against sister Bai Nianxue either. This is called stating the facts. Saying that, he turned his head to Zhang Lian again and continued. You now fall into the category of a lover's eye. Or maybe Bai Nianxue might really be different to you, which I also feel a bit like. But the vast majority of people's eyes can't be wrong. Hakonenshu is the one who keeps her distance from people, and you still run the risk of being rejected. Ah yes, is this alright? It's over. Zhang Lian carefully made the pattern and showed it to Li Yongwen and said impatiently, it's ugly. Mud horses, pack it up. It's unbearable. Li Yongwen packed the last one made by Zhang Lian. Bring a few more, and also give them to Xinyu. Zhang Lian said. Li Yongmun's packed hand flaxed and froze. You said it earlier. I'll make a different one. Zhang Lian rolled his eyes. Sand dollars. Sleep. Just sleep. He'll be fine. He'll come another day. He'll come tomorrow. Bai Nianchue slept all afternoon, and the first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to click on her cell phone to see if there were any messages for her. After seeing that the message was none, it was all she could do to put her phone down and roll over onto her back a bit, soothing herself. It's 8 p.m., and there's still the sound of cotton flax rain on the outside of the window. The dormitory was dark and she was alone, not feeling too well. She fell asleep and didn't want to go to dinner when it was called at night, so her roommates weren't back yet at this hour. Su Chanxian is the first to go back to the dormitory. She has nothing to do, relatively idle. After eating the meal, thought to go back to the dormitory to put Bai Nianchue watch. After all, she is sick, and also brought her a fruit salvage, so that she can eat when she is hungry at night. Just as she arrived downstairs, she was blocked again by a couple of already familiar boys asking for her help. Giving it away again. I told you Yuki didn't want it, she persuaded bitterly, most of all because they ended up in her stomach, and looking at the boys again was more than a little disturbing inside. It's okay, don't you eat it, a boy said. Su Chanxian remembers him, called Wang Jia. Every time he brought something she liked best, this time even brought the grapes again. If the night to catch up with the drama when eating while watching. Although his heart was thinking this, his mouth still kept his refusal. No, I have a fruit loaf, do me a favor. Yeah, it's delivered every time. Sister Qian, Sister Sin, Sister Sin, ahem, don't call me sister. Oh ahaha. Su Chanxian covered her mouth and laughed. These boys may still be shy when carried out individually, but together, there is really a king of ideas can have a bunch of followers. It's a whole lot of work. Sister Sin, okay, I'll help okay, but let me say this first. Yuki doesn't want me to eat it haha. Yeah, it's okay. Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen happened to drive to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory at this time as well. The time is still early. The girls' dormitory downstairs is still people come and go, but because of the rainy day, so there is no appearances of couples or something in this downstairs cuddling. I don't see my sister? Li Yongwen drove to the scene and froze ahead to look out. Zhang Luoyan, on the other hand, had good eyes and saw the ding-dong car at a glance. He was all set to send a message for his schoolmate to come down and get it, and immediately ran towards the tinker car. Hey! Before Li Yongman could react, he hurriedly pulled out the car keys. Alright, you guys go, I'm going up. Saying to a few boys, Su Chanxian was about to walk towards the building. Suddenly in the distance there was a cry. Ding 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 car. Wait! Su Chanxian and a few others looked towards Zhang Lian with curiosity at the same time. Why is he here? He came to see Yuki. These, for you. Chapter 71 is more or less good for getting high. These, for you. Running to Su Chanxian, Zhang Lian immediately handed Su Chanxian his pockets and said, For me? Su Chanxian's face was dumbfounded. Her eyes glazed over. It's not for me. You are Yuki's. I can't betray Yuki. Here, for you and your school sister, and brown sugar water and cold medicine. Zhang Lian pretended to be unconcerned, but in reality, because of the first time he gave something to a girl, his brain was already delirious. The car. I'll right away. You tell your school sister. Ha, ow, oh. Although Su Chanxian didn't know what was going on, she could still clearly hear something else in the second half of Zhang Lian's sentence. Send snow, just send snow. Scared me. Cynthia Su, won't take the blame. And, it's raining, are you sure you want to ride a bike? Su Chanxian repeated as if confirming with Zhang Lian. Li Yongwen, who was following Zhang Lian, walked over slowly. Then you don't care. I'll ride away. Zhang Lian frowned. How about? Su Chanxian glanced at the other few boys on one side and signaled Zhang Lian to lower her head. She wanted to speak some whispers. Zhang Lian also looked toward the side of a few people, and then united Su Chanxian now in the hands of the things. Sister's school really. Excellent so much stuff. Immediately beyond the line of sight, through several people, a familiar figure was seen across the street, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walking with a tug and a look that begs to be beaten up. Choi Bin. He had asked his handlers to help deliver the gift, and he was waiting not far away. This time, he saw that Zhang Lian was there before he came this way. Zhang Lian chose to lower his head first and listen to what Su Chanxian had to say. Didn't even notice that Wang Jia, who was also among the several boys who came to deliver the gift, was staring at Zhang Lian with unblinking eyes. Shall I call Shui down? Su Chanxian whispered mysteriously. If he wanted to, she was extremely certain that Yuki would roll right over and get up and come down to meet him. You can skip the meal, but people must be seen. Cough. Zhang Lian rubbed his nose and straightened his back as self-doubt arose in his heart. Am I that obvious? This dead ding-dong car with a sharp eye. $100. Zhang Lian said in a joking tone, and forced an explanation. Don't. I'm just by the way, I was going to give Xingyu this cake. And then didn't you say that school sister wasn't feeling well? By the way. Well, by the way, I said that? Su Chanqian's brain CPU retarded for a moment, then immediately got to the subtleties of this. The corners of her mouth were close to curling up to the sky, and she hurriedly slapped her palm. Oh right, well, tough luck. Zhang Lian nodded, responding awkwardly and disgustedly. Aha, I'm going up then. Su Chanqian continued to purse her lips and smiled. You can go up quickly, I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Yangwen came right behind Zhang Lian, and before he could hear a few words, he was pushed by Zhang Lian to leave. Don't really go Li Yangwen does not want to give up a horse. He has not even seen it. The end is so hasty. You still have to stay one more night. Zhang Lian pushed him without any good humor. Yuing said, well, let me watch Baeknim Suad learn Shinfish secret technique, pinching the waist. Zhang Lian whispered a warning. Shut up. Stop beeping and you won't even get to see Shinfish later. Li Yangwen immediately muted his voice, with a touching look of poor tears rolling in his eyes. Su Chanqian laughed in the back at the situation. Just from Li Yangwen's words alone he could hear the whole thing in its entirety. Mostly, Zhang Lian let Li Yangwen drive, and then send tiramisu and brown sugar water, and cold medicine. Li Yangwen want to read gossip. The results happen to meet themselves downstairs here. Zhang Lian is too lazy to call Shueshua down to run a trip. As for what Shueshui and Zhang Lian said, she wouldn't be able to guess very well. But brown sugar water, cold medicine, she does not even have contact information with Zhang Lian. It is absolutely impossible that she said Snowy is too good at it too. And this Zhang Lian, she's quite arrogant. This is also too cute. The two of them go so well together too. You're not going up yet? We're leaving first. Covering Li Yangwen's mouth, Zhang Lian turned around and urged a cry. Well, this rainy day, or don't ride the bike. Come back next time. Su Chanqian looked like an adult who saw through everything, pursed her lips and laughed. After saying this, he turned his head and walked into the women's dormitory, disappearing into the hallway. This dead dinky car. What do you mean? Zhang Lian muttered as he saw Su Chanqian go in before letting go of Li Yangwen's mouth. Li Yangwen looked contemptuous. Goons. Zhang Lian, damn you. Which building is Xinyu in? Li Yangwen asked. Right next door. Zhang Lian raised his chin and indicated a girls' dormitory building next door. Then you scared the hell out of me by telling me you were leaving. It's just that I don't want you to see senior sister. So what? Zhang Lian said with a dead pig in a poke. But in fact, he said this also did not think so much. Su Chanqian asked when he still inertia do not want to let Bai Nianxue down to run a trip. After all, you can find a break from his words, and he was carrying another tiramisu in his hand, and giving it to Xinyu hadn't been delivered yet either. Xinyu is right next door. Where can he go? It was just this loophole that Su Chanqian didn't notice. Damn you. Li Yangwen gritted his teeth, itching to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Zhang Lian had a bland face and said in a breezy manner. Then, are you still looking at Xinyu? Li Yangwen immediately organized the dress code. The bag changed face, quickly, called down. Zhang Lian, this turtle thing to Shinfish, always feel a little conscience a bit too much. Zhang Lian suddenly some regret to sell Shinfish. In front of this guy is really rubbish But just as Zhang Lian sent a message to Xinyu and waited for a response, the few boys who had also come to deliver gifts just now didn't disperse, but instead walked over toward Zhang Lian and the two of them. Chapter 72, Has Sister Ever Had a Boyfriend? Dude, bro, Zhang Lian, A few people walked over and opened their mouths to Zhang Lian, and Zhang Lian's head was directly above a question mark. Who's your buddy? Aren't they rivals? Why are they all getting along so well? Zhang Lian frowned and looked at the group suspiciously. What was in your thermos just now? Yeah, hot water? Why are you guys asking this? Zhang Lian stayed cautious and stepped back. Dude, don't be so cautious. We're all in the same boat. Help each other. Yeah, and you just delivered medicine. Was it for Bai Nianxue? She's sick? Wang Jie, or was it actually our sister Chan that you just gave it to? Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. Dog-licking organization? This is intelligence sharing? We haven't heard that Baeknim Suad is sick. Dude, where did you get that information? Give us too. Share. We pay. Zhang Lian originally shook his head and was indifferent, but when he heard that he also gave money his eyes lit up. Whispering, grip the grass. I can't believe the dinky car still has a value, but that's not right. Don't they know Tinker pretty well? And didn't Tinker tell them firsthand? Where did you guys get your information from? Zhang Lian asked tentatively. Our first-hand source of information is by Nianshue's classmates. Sister Qian does not give. It should be. By Nianshue's roommates all refuse to disclose their privacy. So our first-hand information can only come from her classmates. I haven't heard that she's sick. Man, where do you get your first-hand information? So hungover. Seeing a few people look as if they were good students with questions, Zhang Lian couldn't help but smile. Why are you guys so harmonious? Shouldn't we all be love rivals and then have a saber-rattling atmosphere? When I just saw them walking over, Zhang Lian thought they were all Cui Bin's thugs. To dry it, the result is that Cui Bin, this guy, is also just standing on the side, secretly branching out his ears to eavesdrop on Zhang Lian's side of the situation. Apparently, even though he was the head of the student council or something, he wasn't treated any differently from the other suitors in front of his schoolmates. Harm. We know in our hearts that Bai Nianxue's family can't even look at it. Yeah, just don't want to have any regrets. Chasing one hand. Already. Look away. Here, that dude, after chasing for over a year, is no different than us? The man who said this pointed to Cui Bin. Then you guys are still chasing. Zhang Lian didn't quite understand. Aren't you the same? Or do you think you're in for a treat? Zhang Lian, no chance? You. No, too tender. Buddy Long indeed handsome, but Bai Nianxue do not eat yen. Otherwise, early we're all mesmerized by your buddy me. Zhang Loyan. Don't pay attention to him, this $100. He just came. Still a little confident. I'm kind of your old-timer. I'll tell you, before the senior year there is has graduated, more handsome than you, more rich, seems to drive that what? Maybach, a senior, also chased by Nianxue. At that time, it seems that the two have wrapped their arms around, holding hands, basically just short of the official announcement, the most opportunity, but in the end did not succeed. And, this matter? Zhang Lian did not doubt the authenticity of all the words spoken by the group of buddies. Well, it's like this. It seems to say that Bai Nianxue didn't want to be estranged, so she separated. Now it's said that Bai Nianxue was unable to let go, so she never talked about it. Is that so? Zhang Lian nodded his head numbly as if he was waking up from a dream. It's not unusual for someone like a schoolmate to never be short of good people to chase after her. It was always clear in my mind. I just didn't realize it was coming from a bunch of lickspittles. Zhang Lian added, then I am not aware of this matter well. You know this matter still. Harm. There's a spirit of support. Me, I just want to be a lickspittle pure and simple, and I just love it when a goddess is all over me. Ha! Zhang Lian looked at the boy's statement in front of him in disbelief, and Li Yangwen on the side was also stunned along with him. Ha! Disgusting. Dead em off. What else can be the reason? Of course it is like I cannot remember I send a few. Ha ha ha. Several boys laughed as if they were empathizing, while Zhang Lian noticed one person without a ripple. WJ, I'm not. Zhang Lian, huh? I'm not after Bai Nianxue. Wang Jia looked at Zhang Lian hostilely. So what's your relationship with Su Chanshan? Zhang Lian, hey? What do you mean? This dude loves tinker bikes. High and low have to add a tweet. Zhang Lian immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled like an ant as she wrapped her arms around Wang Jia. Come on, come on, come on. Good brother, good brother. What a vision, buddy. +1+1. In the face of Zhang Lian's sudden change of face, Wang Jia was dumbfounded. Why was this suddenly so friendly? We're love rivals. Could you be a little more serious? Asterisk. What for? You still haven't said what your relationship is with Sister Qian. Wang Jia said gravely, still maintaining hostility towards Zhang Lian. Just now, Su Chanshan looked at Zhang Lian smiling that way, smiling like eating candy, and never smiled at him like that. It was a heartfelt smile with glowing eyes, a kind of, very much like a smile. Me and Tinker Car no. Me and Su Chanshan are good buddies, Zhang Lian explained in a serious manner. Good buddy? Well, trust me, I'll help you chase it, said Zhang Lian with a raised eyebrow. Dang, really? Of course, don't worry. I'm not interested in your sister Qian. Zhang Lian told Wang Jia to relax. He just wanted to return the favor and be a matchmaker for once like Tinker Car. Dude, you still haven't said where you got your first-hand information from? Right, my first-hand information is myself. Zhang Lian laughed. I'm also from the literature and arts department. I saw it. Bai Nianxue, she's not feeling well. Oh, that's right. What luck, buddy. This time it's paid off for you. We didn't even know that you had the most unusual gift. Yes? Zhang Lian laughed. Right drop. Congratulations, buddy. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Nianxue definitely won't eat it. Right at this moment, Cui Bin, who had been on the sidelines and hadn't participated in Zhang Lian's side of the conversation, was the one who intentionally spoke loudly with the people under his hand. Chapter 73. Is he still downstairs? Whether you eat or not is the schoolteacher's business. It's not the turn of certain people to talk on the sidelines. You think Zhang Lian would reply to Cui Bin in such a civilized manner? Stage a tit-for-tat jealousy scene? That would be wrong. Zhang Lian is what he is. Never internal friction. Give you spoiled. Eating or not eating is none of your business. He said directly at a few people. There are so many ugly-looking murals %. Yuan. If not say by Nianxue, people cannot see you. Mouth so %. Hashtag Yuan %. You're a man and a dog. And you're such a pussy. You can't fake it. Chui Bin's eyes widened as he was spoken to the sore spot. You, why? Once seriously fierce, Zhang Lian's mild temperament was like a different person, and Li Yangwan on the side looked dumbfounded. Just say it and do it, dick. He usually got along heartlessly with Zhang Lian, but he didn't expect him to be so fierce. There are several people across the street, so you're just going to spray them? Li Yangwan heart straight guilty of muttering, last time accidentally threw the stinky socks to the penis bed. Fortunately I forgot not to tell him, or, can already think of the image of being taken to the whip and made to wash his sheets. Alright, Lao Air, Li Yangwan comforted. What's there to say to Sand Dollar? You can't eat grapes without saying they're sour. There were many people on the other side, plus this was the downstairs of the women's dormitory. Although there were very few people because of the rainy weather, it was naturally impossible to fight in such a place. Zhang Lian also had a number in his heart. He had long since stopped using violence to rule people. The only reason why he did so was because it was only violence that could make Sha Coin speak to him calmly. He himself couldn't find an excuse to dislike him, and he dared to open his mouth first to look for a scolding. So of course Zhang Lian wasn't used to it at all. It wasn't just because of being targeted by Traybin during the interview. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other. There's also the other side of the coin, which is that the schoolteacher cleaned up her own mess and had a fight with this guy as well. I don't know. And, this kind of sand dollar is also worthy of chasing after a schoolmate? Ugh, new hatred is like a thorn in the side. Call Xin Yu down. After sending it back, Li Yangwan added, pulling Zhang Lian's arm. Chui Bin several people decisively left. They do not want to stay more with Zhang Lian, this kind of people who say blow up. In case of a real fight, although they are more people, but more against less is not honorable. So on his way out, he said to himself that he wasn't going to start a confrontation downstairs in the women's dormitory. However, the mouth was still unconvincing, and the language was not at all as offensive as Zhang Lian's, not a bit of quality. Ignore him, the clown one. Must have hit the nail on the head with the rush. He also knows that Bai Nianxue won't want it, for nothing. In the end, he cared about his own image, unlike Zhang Lian who was so casual, so even if he endured the anger, he had to do it as if he didn't bother with Zhang Lian, but in reality, it was simply that he couldn't dislike Zhang Lian, and he was afraid of both losing face and ending up with a defeat on his lips as well. He could neither fight nor talk, so he could only bark low and yin and yang like a roadside dog. After seeing a few people slink away, Zhang Lian's inflated aura immediately relaxed, restoring the heartlessness of the beginning. Li Yangwan almost visible feeling. Zhang Lian taller than his own head quickly become small. Size change anywhere. Grip. Li Yangwan took off. Zhang Lian, who poops and s everywhere. Holy, that look you just had was so crooked. You're recovering again? Li Yangwan said incredulously. It's a real face turn. Textbook level. The aura can all change. Asterisk 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 off. Shinfish is coming down. Zhang Lian pushed Li Yangwan away without a good mood, then walked toward the door of the next dormitory building. The other side. Back to the dormitory. Su Chanxian opened the lights. Like a thief sneaky walked to Bai Nianxue under the bed. Yuki. She whispered and called twice before Bai Nianxue's sleeping soft voice came gently from the bed curtains. Are you still uncomfortable? Su Chanxian's right hand was carrying Zhang Lian's pocket. The corner of her mouth pursed with a smile. This heavy pockets are full of love for people's elementary school brother. Well, much better. Bai Nianxue was still confused, completely unaware of what ghost ideas Su Chanxian's head was playing. I got you a fruit loaf. You can have some if you're hungry tonight. Well, thanks Cynthia. Also, just now downstairs, another bunch of boys gave you gifts. Do you want them? Su Chanxian asked quaintly. No, you eat it. Bai Nianxue still replied flatly. So, really don't want it? Su Chanxian snickered and asked again. Bai Nianxue repeated. Really don't want it? Su Chanxian continued to snicker. Bai Nianxue, what's wrong? There's brown sugar water. Bai Nianxue, huh? And tiramisu. Bai Nianxue, and cold medicine. Bai Nianxue. In one swift motion, the bed curtains were pulled back, and Bai Nianxue poked her head out with her hair a little disheveled. Yeah, isn't it don't want it? Su Chanxian had a look of see-through not say-through smiley face. Who sent it? Bai Nianxue clearly had a look of surprise on her face, and from the look of this expression on Su Chanxian's face, she felt that the conjecture in her heart right now should be correct. But without getting a definite answer from Su Chanxian, she was still a bit unsure. Who else could it be? Su Chanxian's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone took on a strong flirtatious tone. I did not expect that in my lifetime. There would still be a time when she could flirt with Bai Nianxue, and I don't know who's taking the blame for me again. Saying I'm not feeling well, sick or something, and making people come over in the rain to deliver dash. Su Chanxian snickered, but her yin and yang were also in a mood to feel happy for Bai Nianxue. What did he come over to send? Bai Nianxue asked hurriedly, her eyes staring straight at the several large pockets Su Qianqian carried in her hands. Hey, I haven't said who it is yet. Su Qianqian laughed. Didn't someone just not want it? Oops. Bai Nianxue blushed and pouted, then immediately came down the stairs from the other end to get out of bed. Cynthia Su, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Bai Nianxue was actually amused by herself, Su Qianqian laughed her ass off. Nah, these are both pockets, tiramisu, and this, brown sugar water, cold medicine. Su Qianqian plucked out the portion of the inviolable property that Zhang Lian had given her from among the many things, and the rest came under her care. Bai Nianxue opened the thermos cup to take a look. The brown sugar water is still bubbling hot, and there are red dates and wolfberries on the water surface. You can tell it was done with care. After all, these things have to be bought now. Like his straight man, should only think add east add west how troublesome directly boiled to drink it is not it. Bai Nianxue's eyes softened, then drinking such a cup of hot brown sugar water to warm herself. Receiving such a cup of special care makes you feel even warmer, doesn't it? But then she immediately reacted and asked with some urgency, so is he still downstairs? Chapter 74 I know your little mind and I love it. He said he was gone when I came up. Su Qianqian looked at Bai Nianxue and smiled gratefully. Say what? Don't disturb your rest. It's not polite to me. Bai Nianxue heard the face of the smile on the face is more thick. The heart of the deer jumped and jumped. What exactly did you tell him? Quickly tell me about it. Su Qianqian did not forget to gossip when she saw this, and at the same time said with some complaint, to steal my name. Xue, you are so bad I like it so much. No. Bai Nianxue opened the package of tiramisu again, stuck a fork in it, and took a picture. Not yet? He told me all about it. Said something about how I told him you were sick or something, but I don't even have his contact info yet. I'm not taking the blame for this, and you're pretending? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, playfully glanced at Su Qianqian, and took away her pockets as soon as she did. The fruit salvage will not be eaten. Qianqian, these are mine. Ha, that clearly has my share. Su Qianqian protested. What? It's all mine. Bai Nianxue shielded her pockets behind her back, being a glutton for the first time. What he said, this was brought to both of us. Su Qianqian argued with reason and laughed solemnly. The original words, that is still my Bai Nianxue ice smart, online tinkling car, also known as Qianqian, in fact, is not still their own? So greedy Su Qianqian narrowed her eyes and snickered. How come I didn't realize that you're so greedy before? Shue, I'm going to take my medicine. I'm going to rest early. I'm not going to nag you. Bai Nianxue proudly raised her chin and carried the tiramisu back to bed. Yuki, are you done eating? Eat up. Why are you still thinking of sending me this? Xinyu was inexplicably called downstairs by Zhang Lian and inexplicably handed a pocketful of 4 tiramisu. What? Don't want it? Zhang Lian reached out and was about to ask for the thing back. Xinyu a rebound half a step back. She only wore short sleeves and shorts, very casual. White delicate thighs are exposed outside. Think it is to see Zhang Lian did not have so much to say. Directly the pajama pants will wear down. Xinyu, how can you ask for something back that was given away? Zhang Lian deflated his mouth and turned back to catch a glimpse of the dazed Li Yongwen in his afterglow, elbowing him and warning, TSK. Li Yongwen then came back to his senses and coughed twice in embarrassment. No interest in the guy. Zhang Lian rolled his eyes. Not just the girl's 2 white thighs. Damage out. Alright, get your stuff and go up. Zhang Lian urged. Oh, this time Xinyu did not have any complaints. Being called down to get something for nothing, what else could there be to complain about? So very obedient. Turn around and walk away. Hey, that, my WeChat one? Li Yongwen was in a hurry. He hadn't even said anything about adding WeChat yet. You add it yourself. I push it to you. And, pay attention to your own this image well. Cannot be a little out of the ordinary? Zhang Lian did what he said, and pushed Xinyu's business card to Li Yongwen. What's wrong with me? Li Yongwen was puzzled. Didn't he just look at his thighs? What man doesn't like to look? Besides, Xinyu's own face value is top. A pair of legs also really good looking. He as a man to take a glance is not a very normal behavior? You have to take a glance even if you change Pang Yuyan to come here. Okay. People say that looking at the first glance is a man's instinct. Not looking at the second glance is a man's quality. Zhang Lian slanted a glance at Li Yongwen. So you guys just look and stare. Right. It's not called being a hooligan if you only look at it. Li Yongwen spread his hands and said indifferently. Then added Xinyu's WeChat that Zhang Lian pushed over to him and explained where he came from. What would be a better first thing for me to say? Zhang Lian looked at Li Yongwen and shook his head. Hey, look at the shape of my mouth. S.B. Li Yongwen, I'm not looking for you to be so good at flirting with girls. Teach me a few lines. The focus is not this. Zhang Lian ruffled his hair narcissistically. The main point is the core outfit. Li Wingman, S.B. Okay, hurry up and drive. Back to the dormitory. Got it. It's raining, the roads are slippery, drive slower ow. I don't want to space the footbrake with you. Ding dong. On the way back to bed, Zhang Lian sat in the passenger seat and quickly received a WeChat message from Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue, thank you for the medicine. Schoolmate. Bai Nianxue, picture, a photo of a hand holding a few pills. Bai Nianxue, and brown sugar water. Instead of asking yourself why you're giving these things away, do you just thank yourself? Zhang Lian had originally prepared all the grandiose speeches, but at this moment there was actually no use for them. Sister doesn't even ask, directly acquiesced. Then wouldn't one just have to admit it? If you force yourself to explain anything, won't you embarrass your schoolmate? So Zhang Lian also had to endure the red warm default. Not right. Sort of admit. Then he typed again and asked, where's the tiramisu? You didn't get it, did you? It's not like the Tinker Car guy took it for himself, is it? That's where you get your own supersized green tea pudding tiramisu. Can't lose to this Tinker Car guy. Bai Nianxue, I got it. Look at the circle of friends. Ha? Zhang Lian looked at this paragraph brain short-circuited for a moment, decisively clicked into Bai Nianxue's circle of friends. Update. Picture. Thanks to schoolboy for the extra large green tea pudding tiramisu. It was delicious. Bai Nianxue brown sugar water with red dates is also very good. Zhang Lian's CPU rapidly heated up. How could his own series of small thoughts be seen through by his senior sister without even having to say anything? I was trying to do something different, but I was seen straight through and gently told. I know you do all this and I love it. Shouldn't it be the one being given the gift that feels surprised? How now? Penis. Don't you scare me. Li Yangwen, who was driving, noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, huh? Why is there smoke coming out of your head? Chapter 75, Sister. You play too? Yuki, why don't you give me a taste anyway? No, it's all mine. That's 6 servings. 6 people's portions. Yuki, doesn't your conscience hurt if you dazzle it all by yourself? Dormitory only Su Chanxian and Bai Nianxue 2 people. Su Chanxian idol naturally wanna play with Bai Nianxue. No way. Bai Nianxue refused with a pat on her head that was lying like a cat on the edge of her bed. Obviously eat dinner before. A certain person is still lying in bed and said I have no appetite don't want to eat. Su Chanxian pouted and learned a loose tone. Now a person can dazzle 6 copies. Bai Nianxue embarrassedly glared at Su Chanxian and playfully spat out her tongue. Unconscionable, Su Chanxian said with an adorable cocked tongue. Then jumped off the bed. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, continued to eat her tiramisu and looked at her cell phone, the corners of her eyebrows mildly curving down. The latest likes of the circle of friends, Zhang Lian. The message sent was 10 minutes ago. At this hour, he should be back in his dormitory, right? Didn't call me up and didn't play the game. What's he doing? In the meantime, 404 men's dormitory. There's a movie quality infernal affair going on. Hands up. Nobody move. Hands. Raise them up. Don't move. I'm telling you, there's a ghost in our midst. 4 boys pointing slippers, water bottles, and drying racks at each other in a near stalemate. Zhang Lian held the drying rack with both hands. Panghausen held the shoes off. Yen Wei's held the water bottle. And Li Yangwen, empty-handed than the pistol. I'm not going to allow this kind of deteriorating relationship among us, okay, brothers? Panghausen said as he covered his face and wanted to cry, realizing that he was holding his own stinky slippers. His hand covered halfway and decisively chose to give up. Don't look at me. You guys know me. I don't ask for anything. Yen Wei said very seriously. Then it was Zhang Lian's turn to speak again. Brothers, I'd rather the one stabbing me in the back be a knife, okay? Zhang Lian couldn't help but say. He didn't know how the battle suddenly evolved into this. Obviously just started and Li Yongwen back to the dormitory. Just Panghausen and said he just changed yesterday, the same red underpants are missing. How to look for looking into one of us is coming. That's not a good thing to have. It's scarier than an undercover agent. Finally it was the turn of the unarmed Li Wingman to speak. He nearly hissed as he looked up to the sky. Asses are just for assholes. Ha 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 ha. Panghausen, I don't care. I can't sleep if I don't find this person and do away with him today. How did the family raise a ghost? And how the hell did they even get their hands on the boss's red panties? Hell knows. All I know is that there's something on top of my old man's underwear. Panghausen was also incredulous that someone would one day do that kind of thing with his underwear. Say, it wasn't you Li Yongman, it's you. Zhang Lian directly named him. Roll. If I'm going to, I'm also going to you. Why would I the boss? Li Yongwen rationalized. You damn well still want to my mud horse. Zhang Lian's eyes widened and he turned his head to glance at the balcony. I don't think I have any underwear up there. Do I? A sentence offended 2 people. Panghausen directly forward to Li Yongwen, a hug wrestling. I can't. I must tie up the youngest to sleep in the future. It's too damn scary. No, it's no use tying it up. He can't do anything to you. He can your clothes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a sick way for a dog to play. Lee Youngman, how the hell did it default to me? Expelled from the dormitory. Dead S. What the hell is on top of the panties? Slimy. What else could it be? Does it smell? I'll smell it. I'll smell it for you. It's outside. I don't smell. Lee Wingman, give it to me. I'll smell it. Grass. This dog thing is solid. Pervert. Lee Yongwon, Jing Tian Daliang. I want to prove my innocence. A sniff for Lee Yong Moon afterward. Fragrant. Grip the grass. You. Disgusting. Nah, it's really fragrant. The smell of laundry detergent. Lee Yongwon defended. Lee Yongwon, oh I remember. I'm the one who did it. I accidentally dropped it for you during the day when I was drying my clothes and it stuck to the laundry detergent. Sand dollars. Grass. Keep me on my toes. Next time you give me this kind of. You. The day of the freshers' party was fast approaching. Zhang Lian's group of free laborers from the student council set up the scene in the auditorium. That. Team leader, where do I put this chair? Zhang Lian asked. Just put it there. You don't have to do it. You go to. Find the minister. The team leader was a girl, looking at Zhang Lian and smiling gently. Oh, good. I don't know why, but Zhang Lian always felt that ever since that day after purchasing and eating hot pot with his senior sister, everyone inside the student union's attitude towards him had become strange. It's like, raw fear of being tired? You don't let yourself do any work, and you always tell yourself to go to your schoolmates quickly. What was he? A big boy of 1.85 meters, doing following his schoolmate, a girl, all the time? Finding a corner, Zhang Lian sat down and took out his cell phone. If you won't let me do it, then I won't do it? Sister people are also very busy. I'd better touch the fish myself. Timmy, open farm. Where's Zhang Lian? Hey, minister, he didn't come to see you? Bai Nianxue thoughtfully, one-handed Pestle Chin pondered for a moment, nodded and smiled. Oh, you get busy first. I'll find it myself. Good. Then, with her understanding of Zhang Lian, Bai Nianxue went straight to all the dark corners to find. Soon enough, a protruding figure sitting on the steps passionately against the line, still shielding itself with the curtain, was found under the curtain next to the last row of seats in the auditorium. Bai Nianxue held his forehead and cried and laughed, and at the same time felt Zhang Lian sometimes some behavior how stupid cute. First, he took his cell phone to record this moment, and only then did Bai Nianxue go forward and gently lift the curtain. Zhang Lian was so focused on the game that he didn't notice Bai Nianxue behind him who was already bending over to look at his cell phone screen. It was still Bai Nianxue who spoke out first before he got a shiver of fear. Playing? Schoolboy? Shui's sister. Zhang Lian's cell phone was almost unsteady, and he hurriedly locked the screen in an attempt to cover up the crime of groping the fish he had just committed. Is there anything you want me to do, senior sister? Zhang Lian said with a reddened face. Bai Nianxue shook her head and smiled. No, you can finish that game first. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth rose. Is this right? It's all pushed to the opposite crystal. It would be a shame to hang up. Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows and laughed. Seeing that Bai Nianxue had said so, Zhang Lian was also very obedient and opened his cell phone to rejoin his 4 teammates. Then he turned back to look at Bai Nianxue and asked, Sister, you play too? Chapter 76, It's okay to play in front of me. Bai Nianxue hesitated for a moment. Her current game account is Ding Ding Car, if she said to play, in case he wants to invite himself. But one can't let such an opportunity go to waste. Can one? Not just a number? Shanxian not just have. Really can not go to buy a play. Bai Nianxue laughed. Together. Then, as expected, Zhang Lian's next sentence was an invitation. Well, that's fine. But now, Bai Nianxue raised one eyebrow and looked around. Let's not play right now. Then if you want to play we can be together if you want to play. I'll see you. Zhang Lian concentrated on playing the game and said in a very serious manner. Hearing this, Bai Nianxue suspected that her ears had misheard. Although she certainly knew what Zhang Lian was trying to say, Zhang Lian only thought that his senior sister didn't understand, and in his heart, he had a number on Bai Nianxue's skill level, and was more at ease. It means I'll see. Senior sister, you play casually. Oh, so powerful? Bai Nianxue pretended to look like a white boy and said along with Zhang Lian's words. Well, not bad, barely. What segment are you in, senior sister? While saying that, the game also ended completely by the way. Zhang Lian immediately had to add Bai Nianxue's friend. What's your name? I'll add you. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips. She didn't have a trumpet right now. What name and segment was she talking about? She doesn't even know it herself yet. Stammering, Bai Nianxue skipped the topic and told Zhang Lian to put away his cell phone. First, let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it later when we're done with our work and go back. Follow me first. Oh, good. Rather, without any suspicion at all, Zhang Lian nodded in agreement and put the cell phone away. On the way, Zhang Lian accompanied Bai Nianxue to the teaching office to get the unknown student council documents. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, chatted with Zhang Lian about other things along the way to divert Zhang Lian's attention. But Zhang Lian's attention was actually no longer on the game ID, but just a few steps to get a file. Why drag himself along to get it? Next time, don't sneakily play with your cell phone where you're working. Bai Nianxue suddenly turned her head to admonish Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian let out an awkward laugh. Won't, don't dare haha. Bai Nianxue continued to stare at Zhang Lian, the corners of her mouth raised in a shallow arc as she tenderly said, to play come to the arts and culture office and play. I have a key there. Just come and ask me for it. Zhang Lian listened to the brain for a moment, did not even react. The progress bar stuck. Before Zhang Lian's mind could turn to what he wanted to say, Bai Nianxue added another sentence. There's air conditioning. No one? Zhang Lian covered her mouth and whispered, like a thief plotting wrongdoing with her schoolmate. Generally, only me. Bai Nianxue also followed Zhang Lian's tone of voice and spoke with a sense of stealing. But it's fine if you play in front of me. Evening. Freshman party in progress. Zhang Lian and the dormitory brothers came together. Later, when the party is over, their student union is also responsible for cleaning up the mess. Zhang Lian couldn't raise a bit of interest in the performance on the stage, and kept his head down to play with his cell phone. Instead, the three brothers next to me were filming with their cell phones, shaking the toy palms and glow sticks in their hands after them. While shaking his elbow, Zhang Lian said, Look, Lao Air, how good looking, all long legs. Zhang Lian politely raised her eyes to look at it, then nodded and continued the game. Well, good looking. TSK, you don't even like to look at your legs. Are you a man? Oh, I see. Is it because your senior sister doesn't allow you to look at other women? Li Yongwen teased. Zhang Lian blankly glanced at Li Yongwen. Li Yongwen, either. Don't think it's as good looking as my older sisters, so I'm not interested. It's also true that a good looking one like senior sister, other girls would indeed be hard to get into the eyes. Ha ha ha. A bunch of douchebags. Zhang Lian turned his back, not bothering with the $3. That's when a message alert popped up on the phone screen. Bai Nianxue, where are you? Zhang Lian immediately replied in a small window, at the scene. Bai Nianxue, come here. Zhang Lian, over where? After sending, Zhang Lian raised her eyes and looked around. There were a lot of people in the auditorium. The lights were dim and noisy. Zhang Lian didn't see where Bai Nianxue was. Bai Nianxue, back door entrance. Zhang Lian looked back and saw Bai Nianxue looking towards him. How did she find her bearings? While marveling in his heart, Zhang Lian turned his head and said to the three douchebags, I'm going to the restroom. Lazy people themselves. Go. Li Yongwen, do you need me to accompany you? Get out. Come to the back door. Zhang Lian asked. Where to, sister? It's still early. Bai Nianxue took out her cell phone and showed it to Zhang Lian like a bright token. Let's go double row. Zhang Lian blinked twice and looked back at the lively party scene. He suspected his ears were mishearing. What's wrong? Not playing? Bai Nianxue asked as she looked at Zhang Lian innocently. She just got the number at night. Looking for her good sister has been borrowed, is a bit high, and the number of many people pull to play the game. Play? Then where are we going to play? Zhang Lian of course could not possibly refuse his schoolmate's request. Well, just go to the office? Bai Nianxue blinked her bad eyes twice. Stealing the school's video games. Zhang Lian pursed her lips and snickered, and the two of them were like the Tai Bai Jinxing and the Monkey King staring at each other. Subsequently, elbow. Zhang Lian barked out a command. The two then went out the back door and headed toward the office of the Arts and Culture Department. Chapter 77, Lonely Man and Woman in a Double Row. Hey, this dick fell down the toilet? Hasn't come back after more than half an hour on it? His game is online or double row with someone. It is estimated that he is hiding in which corner to play the game. Pang Housen, who also took out his cell phone to play the game while watching the party, said, Grass, leaving just like that, so ungrateful. Li Yongwen said with righteous indignation, Go back and don't let him into the dormitory. Yen Wei's, what if a person is squatting and playing at the same time? Meanwhile, the office of the literary department, locked room, gleaming lights, lone man and woman. Vaguely strange sounds can be heard from the room, drifting down the quiet corridor. You're so fierce, schoolteacher. I could have been a little more violent. Don't. I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up with you. It's okay, I'll slow down then. Occasionally, couples who want to find a quiet place for a rendezvous on a whim pass through this corridor and hear this sound and immediately blush. Did you hear something? Did you hear that? Well, let's just switch places. Good. Inside the office. Take it down. Wow geez. You're so schoolgirl. I was going to take you for a lie down. Zhang Lian praised without exaggeration. It's not enough to be good looking. How come you're still so good at playing games? That makes him a bit more groundless. Watching my sister play a mega-sized Dianwei level 4 into the opposite side of the wild area to wildly cut 5 kills. He played a jail gen can only level 3 in their own wild area to bully their own Quinquin. Really? Then, school brother, did you think I was a vegetable at first? Bai Nianxue smiled with satisfaction, staring at him with interest. Obviously when she played with Zhang Lian as Tinkerbell before, she was also playing Dianwei. He would only say you're a girl playing Dianwei. What's the difference between you going into someone's field and robbing them? Mouth. No, I thought that you, senior sister, were supposed to be playing a little center assist or something. Zhang Lian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. How is this the same as Tinker Car, both playing wild shot? Is he the only boy who plays center side? Of course, he's all powerful and plays them all. Senior sister, you're a bit too strong here. Then I'll play middle to go with your wild rhythm. Zhang Lian decisively switched positions. He had to see a handful of times here. Otherwise there was no point in losing face. Okay, then you play Zhao Jun, Bai Nianxue said. That's fine. Not understanding why his senior sister suddenly named Zhao Jun, but Zhang Lian immediately nodded in agreement. He's all fine in the middle. If you play Zhao Jun, I'll play Li Bai La. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and laughed. Zhang Lian blinked twice, his ears flushed. Bai Nianxue looked at him tenderly. Next, Zhang Lian, will this get into the wild? Bai Nianxue, it's okay sister. I don't even want the center line. I'll show you the field. Bai Nianxue, dumbass. Wang Zhaojun, 2-0-11. Li Bai, 14-0-1. Sisters of the school is a handful of blood. See again. Zhang Lian only felt that Bai Nianxue's style of playing the game. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember for a moment. It just felt very familiar. He also wanted to see schoolgirl for one round. So looking at it, the MVP should be schoolgirls again. It's disgraceful. Can the fighters open a dragon? All the opposite fighters know how to open the dragon. Just know how to kill people. You have to play a Li Bai. You can't even open a dragon. Can you play the field? Just as Zhang Lian was still thinking that he was being easily brought to lie down by his schoolmate again in this round, Marco forcing Luo, who had a record of 5-11, began to speak. Between the lines is his deep understanding of this game. Zhang Lian turned his head to look at his senior sister and realized that she was just expressionless and quietly operating by herself. Can this be tolerated? Zhang Lian frowned slightly. Not a senior sister, this record can still be sprayed? Competitive games, killing people all wrong? The lower road has been 2-1. The opposite side of the auxiliary has been followed by the opposite side of the field. The school sister 1-2 RC. The lower road can still play a negative record. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been helping his schoolmate's wild area would have been counter-rotated by the opposite side's wild auxiliary. You can't fight more or less, but you can't fight a dragon? You're that many hundreds of damage away from killing the opposite side, putting you on the right side of the battle? Thanks to the fact that he did not meet himself in the single row, if the old man Soci can still be said, directly opened the microphone to greet the family. Even though his schoolmate didn't give a word, Zhang Lian immediately typed a dislike for Marco Forcero. First correct your battle record before calling. Okay? Who knows? Zhang Lian does not dislike this sentence is okay. Once disliked, Marco forced Luo began to create a long essay. You so recognize this record? Just recognize this rating? Shouldn't it depend on what was done? Didn't I die in a negative battle to steal a dragon? Without me to cripple the opposite side you Li Bai can harvest? Now a sentence to see the battle record? Didn't care about my lower road the whole time? How many times did the opposite fielder come? You, the center single, didn't come either. And you're still screaming at me. We're all purely suppressing the opposite shooter down the road. Get it? Old me Big Peak 2300. 16,000 battle power Hoi. Steven, talking to me about understanding? Are you worthy? Zhang Lian unimaginable to watch Marco force Luo Han slow no to collect their own wild area. Li Bai's blue also snatched off. Big move to turn the line of soldiers began to carry out a series of disgusting operation. If it is not with the school sister playing together, Zhang Lian is not good to directly open the microphone. Otherwise this time is already with this Mark forced Luo passionate interaction on. He kept the last of his composure to reason with this sand dollar. You're 2 for 1, down the road. You can go into the factory even if you can't beat the pressure. Okay? Still think you're strong in your own maneuvers? Isn't it deserved to be caught when you press that deep? How are we going to catch it when it's pressed so deep? Bai Nianxue still didn't say anything, but seemed to be clearly affected by Marco forcing Luo, and with no blue buff, missed a point drop and died once. Again for the same reason as Zhang Lian. If she hadn't been double rowing with him, she would have been passionately lined up against this divine archer by now. But she has to keep up appearances and be reserved. And seeing Zhang Lian speaking for her in the game without saying anything to defend her, and the anger in her heart was drowned out by a wave of sweetness. It's just a game. In reality, she wouldn't even look at someone like Marco Forcedro. so why reason with him? So she kept quiet, not bothering to count. But when he saw Li Bai dropping points, Marco forced Luo to be sure not to let go of the opportunity to get on the face of the mouth. How did you die? You can die even after grabbing so many heads? What's the use of taking a Li Bai, in addition to picking up some heads? How come I always line up low-scoring stuff like you guys? Bai Nianxue didn't get angry, but Zhang Lian was hardened and made red warm. Passwords. It's also too strong. High-scoring players come into the platoon to play an inquisitive negative record. 2,300 players play dozens of stars platoon to play 5/11. Too much understanding. Too strong. How come it's so strong? Teammates can't even see with their lives. It's so strong. Do you know what your QQ farm sent you a message saying? It said that your vegetables are dead. This was already a yin and yang that Zhang Lian had nearly controlled without bursting into foul language. Bai Nianxue on the side saw the game message sent by Zhang Lian, and then glanced at Zhang Lian, who was sitting on the sofa and already red warm, like a reddish Usagi. Especially cute. What does anger feel like? She doesn't know. All she knew was that it was warm inside now. Used to be all in the game. He was scolded himself, he was also directly scolded back for himself. And the words used are quite intense. A girl may not like a guy who swears, but it's a different story if the guy is defending her before he explodes. Imagine you don't like a girl with a spunky personality, and she's not spunky in real life together, but one day you got into an argument with someone. She suddenly looked like a different person, standing in front of you to block you, not wanting you to do something overly aggressive, and the character became that sharp with others to scold. Afterward, you look at her tenderly, and she'll have averted eyes and blush and ask you, "What? Look at me like this." And now, Bai Nianxue, even if it is immersed in the experience of a slightly more civilized. Chapter 78, do you have a favorite person? Senior sister? Also because Zhang Lian has been defending. Marco forced Luo cannot bear to even directly open the microphone angry spray up. The use of strong words, guessing if the two are together, as well as going out on one-on-one fights and whatnot. Zhang Lian was not at all spoiled either. He suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Bai Nianxue. Sister, I can't stand it anymore. Bai Nianxue widened her eyes slightly and let out a light laugh. Then will you help me scold him? Curse him hard. She knew that Zhang Lian must not be able to let go either. Just like herself. As a matter of fact, she herself could not help herself for a long time, only to have her anger quenched by Zhang Lian's cuteness. And the essence of this matter is indeed to let Zhang Lian help himself to scold back. She didn't stand on the high ground of the matter and be a saintly mother, persuading Zhang Lian not to be angry and not to take it personally. That would only make the person who originally stood up for himself feel that he was meddling in his own business. That way, the people who were willing to help themselves out in the same situation in the future would no longer be willing to do so. The reason he couldn't stand it now, the reason he was angry, was because of himself. One has to give him this honorable reason to be right. Getting the affirmation, Zhang Lian took the cell phone and went out of the office, and also closed the door to the quiet corridor to turn on the microphone. Before leaving, he also glanced at Bai Nianxue's cell phone. Sister, you closed the mic, right? Bai Nianxue arched her eyebrows. I closed it. Isn't he scolding me? Aha. Wait until Zhang Lian goes out. Bai Nianxue hurriedly and secretly opened the microphone. The whole team's voice was a real bird of prey. Zhang Lian, %Yuan, #Yuan %, hashtag. Bai Nianxue also typed to the opposite side on the public screen, speed push. This kind of people, they pit themselves but also blame the big daddy who brought them to win. It's like scolding their own food and clothing parents. Give him to win for what? Directly missing Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue's two big C's. Led by 5'11's Marco forced Luo, the opposite side went up to the high ground very quickly, and the game was directly over after 1 minute. As for the remaining two teammates, didn't speak the whole time. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Marco for forcing Luo to go. You can't blame it on Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, the two big C's who tried their best, got out of the room and saw that. Good lord, it was still 3 rows away from Mark forced Law. Then, there would be no words to say. Their own pitiful teammates. Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue did not turn around and blame them already can. Zhang Lian came back again with his cell phone and couldn't wait to share it with Bai Nianxue. Now you see schoolmate, 2300? 16,000 Hoi. This season peak tournament 600 handful of still 1700. The highest battle strength 8000. This kind is just pure % yuan. Bai Nianxue mouth corner cocked to put Zhang Lian looked at. This time only gentle comfort. It's okay not angry. The voice is fluffy, and Zhang Lian's brain goes blank in a moment. Originally there is still some residual energy on the head. A moment Bai Nianxue coaxed. Zhang Lian, well, no. Bai Nianxue tilted her head and walked over to Zhang Lian, looking him over. Thank you, schoolmate. Zhang Lian, huh? Bai Nianxue looked at him and smiled, and didn't say anything. Her eyes were like two twinkling stars. playful and smiling, and she just stared him down, staring so hard that his heart skipped a beat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? School sister. Zhang Lian hurriedly dodged in one body position, skillfully bypassing Bai Nianxue to sit on the sofa. It's nothing, thank you for scolding him for me. Bai Nianxue turned around and took in his shy embarrassment. Well, it was his problem in the first place. Zhang Lian changed the topic. Still open? Drive. Well, two people waiting to be matched. Bai Nianxue sitting aside always from time to time deliberately look at Zhang Lian a glance. Zhang Lian afterglow can also always see. Suddenly, Zhang Lian spoke up. Senior sister, there's something I want to tell you. Aha, what is it? Zhang Lian, this, senior sister, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Well, this question, wasn't it asked before? Bai Nianxue replied. Then, sister, do you have a favorite person? Zhang Lian turned his head to look Bai Nianxue in the eye, and for some reason said with some weakness, Chapter 79, you think I like my brother? Last time, he had inadvertently gotten the news from others that his senior sister had held hands with other boys, although Zhang Lian felt that this was normal in his head, and there was never a lack of followers around outstanding people, but he was still very curious about what kind of boy could be with his schoolmate, even if they've only been together. Curious. Bai Nianxue obviously some unexpected Zhang Lian suddenly asked such a question, coupled with the fact that he was also staring directly at him. All of a sudden the original advantage of the aura weakened. Don't dare look at him. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Bai Nianxue asked nervously. Just, suddenly wanted to ask. Seeing this, Zhang Lian also lowered his head and looked at his cell phone to explain. In the end he didn't know what that feeling of weakness in his own heart was all about. It wasn't like he and his schoolmate had an unseemly relationship, so what was wrong with asking? Making him look like a cheater. Bai Nianxue stared blankly at her cell phone and thought for a moment before lifting her head, sighing, and saying softly, yes. When she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Lian with a glowing gaze. Zhang Lian touched his face and then his ears, a little embarrassed. His brain went blank again and he just responded woodenly. So, then seeming to realize that he was acting a little too lost, as if it was wrong to lose love. Zhang Lian eased his awkward smile to look at Bai Nianxue and continued to ask, he is, what kind of person? Bai Nianxue stared at him, silent for a few seconds before moving her eyes away and laughing. Stupid. Zhang Lian, huh? First time I've heard a girl say her favorite boy is dumb. Well, but he's a bit of a klutz really, but he's nice and handsome and a bit double standard. Bai Nianxue slightly narrowed her eyes with light, her voice soft like water, still very motivated. Sunshine, say yes. Zhang Lian noticed that when Bai Nianxue spoke of that favorite person, the cheerfulness in her tone was very obvious, and along with it, the softness in her eyes became a bit uncomfortable. Obviously the schoolteacher also has such soft eyes and a tone of voice when she looks at herself. Very cheerful. It seems that it's just that the older sister herself is a very nice person and treats people so gently, right? Oh, then he is now. Why isn't he with you, senior sister? Zhang Lian asked in a lost voice, but whether the loss at this time was a loss on behalf of the schoolmate's destiny had not yet arrived, or whether it was a loss of his own mood, it was impossible to explain. Bai Nianxue was still immersed in thinking about what advantages and disadvantages Zhang Lian had, which she hadn't thought about in the past. Only now, when she thought about it, her mind realized that his advantages were surprisingly increasing the more she thought about them. But she can't keep saying it, it would be a bit of a spoiler. And when she heard this sentence after Zhang Lian, she almost didn't understand the meaning of his words. What do you mean, why wasn't it with me? Of course it's not the right time. Talking as if all I have to do is make a confession and you'll immediately agree to be with me. I'm so obvious. What a douche. I'm tempted to call you a sand dollar. Bai Nianxue, what do you mean? Just, why didn't they end up together? Senior sister, you are so outstanding. Zhang Lian explained once more. The people chasing you could be lined up in France. Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh and stared at Zhang Lian. Which is not true. It's not like he likes me, so of course we're not together. Zhang Lian felt like the CPU was going to burn. It's not even ing holding hands. Scumbag. He quite rightly took the object of Bai Nianxue's fondness as that mysterious man holding hands that others were talking about. Then, even if he doesn't like you, schoolteacher, you still like him? Of course, it's not like the reason I like him is because he likes me. Bai Nianxue laughed. I just like him as a person. That's all. It's over. A person like you is still a love brain. Zhang Lian's mind calculates. Zhang Lian, that. Sister. Bai Nianxue, what else do you want to ask? Game on. Seeing Zhang Lian frowning and starting to play the game, Bai Nianxue keenly sensed that something was wrong. Should he be? Thought I had a favorite. Lost it. At this time, Zhang Lian's psyche has quickly shifted its attention to the game. This opposite hit the field red open or blue open it. The intense curiosity I just felt about the person my schoolmate liked was certainly no match for the fun of the game. Actually, he doesn't know that I like him. Bai Nianxue continued the topic from earlier while playing the game, trying to give Zhang Lian a little more hint, but not daring to give it all. I grabbed the opposite blue. Zhang Lian reported, "Hey, what did you say, Bai Nianxue? How did I forget about the fact that he's a sand dollar? I'm afraid of what he's upset about." Stupid. Bai Nianxue cursed lowly, this time is really a little angry. Do not go to see Zhang Lian also concentrate on the game. Hey, I've grabbed the opposite sides playing blue. Shouldn't I be praised? Oh senior sister, you just said that he doesn't know that you like him? Suddenly coming to a realization, Zhang Lian hurriedly followed up on Bai Nianxue's sentence, but once he thought about it, he realized that it wasn't right. Hey no, sister, didn't you even hold hands with him? He doesn't know? When did I hold hands with you? Bai Nianxue's eyes widened and she almost blurted out, but she put on the emergency brakes and rejoined. When did I hold hands with him? How come I don't know? I heard that you, senior sister, didn't a boy hold hands with you or something? As if that boy had already graduated? Only then did Zhang Lian tell Bai Nianxue about the rumors he had heard in his head. That's a rumor, Bai Nianxue said seriously. She turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Anyone can misunderstand. He can't. That's my brother. A real brother. Hasn't this rumor been dispelled a long time ago? She explained with incomparable seriousness as she looked Zhang Lian in the eyes. He hadn't experienced his older sister staring at him so seriously, explaining something to him, and looking at him like that made him feel very guilty, like a child who's done something wrong. I don't know. I heard about it. I'm sorry senpai. I didn't know that was a rumor. Really? When Bai Nianxue saw this, she was angry and helpless. Did she just talk to a cow? Is the chat between the two not even on the same channel? She sighed and let out an ah, cocking her head again to look at him with a slight frown. So, you just kept thinking I liked my brother? Chapter 80, look at the legs? Asterisk 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 in hell. The party's almost over and you're not even back. The game isn't online anymore, so I guess it's soon. Panghausen said. Yen Wei's, how do you guys keep your cell phone lit up green? Li Yongwen hurriedly turned off his cell phone screen. Yes, the youngest. You should not. Yen Wei's pushed his glasses, eyes slightly narrowed. The light reflected on his lenses, like the famous Detective Conan glasses glowing to tell the truth about the murder. Li Wingman sweats and swallows. Shouldn't have caught the dog lick. How can it be? Li Yongman ruffled his hair and said in a fake relaxed tone, I'm the king of the sea alright. Looking for my sister is lined up from here to Paris. While saying this, his tone was half joking, making it a bit inscrutable. Is it? Yen Wei's naturally do not believe. Just look at his screen bright green light. Cannot one day in the middle of the night sitting on the bed looking at the cell phone screen to fall tears, right? Is he going to have a glow stick in his hand like he does now? And then he's going to play Lost Heartbeat for him under his dorm bed. And then the whole emo text? Li Yongwen continued heartlessly. It's you. If you like it, punch it. Don't always wait for other girls to come to you, right? Oh, I'm not going to be a clown like you, Yen Wei said without saving face at all. However, Li Yongwen seems to be blunt and does not take it to heart. Continued. You take the initiative to find a girl to talk to ask for a contact information. How is this clown? And then what? To the point of staring at a glowing green screen like you later? Yen Wei's laughed. Then how do you know if you don't try? Li Yongwen still didn't care that Yen Wei's was making a joke out of him. Didn't you like that childhood friend of Lao Er's, Shin Yu, last time? What for? Yen Wei's face immediately changed when he heard the name Shin Yu. He had never asked a girl for her contact information, and the first time he took the initiative to ask Zhang Lian for it, it was also because we were all roommates on the basis of good talk, and Zhang Lian and Shin Yu had such a great relationship. Who knows that Zhang Lian pressed? He only took the initiative once, and he stopped asking Zhang Lian for Shin Yu's contact information after that. The right person will always come toward him, he thought to himself. If Lao Er doesn't give it, you can just ask for it directly from others, and they will definitely give it for Lao Er's sake. Li Yongwen said truthfully. In fact, judging from the fact that he had added Shin Yu's contact information and talked to someone, Shin Yu was a beautiful girl with no frame at all. It was probably because of this layer of having a penis relationship. At least the messages he sent to Shin Yu, people had replied properly. So there are some things that are actually difficult not at all in the thing itself, but in one's imagination. If he hadn't always had something to fight for Shin Yu's contact information in front of Zhang Lian, then the result of him and Shin Yu now would only be the same as Yen Wei's now, without even a contact information, let alone chatting. Forget it, the girl who played with Lao Er from childhood to adulthood, her vision must not be low. Let's not think about it. Yen Wei's patted Li Yongwen's shoulder to comfort him. Unbeknownst to him, The small essay that Lee Yongwon had just sent was also sent to Xinyu. The general content was that he wanted to seek Xinyu's help with his own store as well, and made a pretense that Zhang Lian would also do himself a favor. Of course, compared to Zhang Lian's own brother's free labor, he will pay Xin fish wages, as well as, if the store opens later, joked about letting her be the boss's wife. Having a good-looking girl like Xinyu as a waitress, or as a vase in the store, would certainly be extremely effective as well. This was actually the idea he had set in motion as soon as he had met Xinyu. He also played the idea of buying Nianxue, but the other side of the curry is really a little too high, coupled with the fact that when he talked to Zhang Lian about it, Zhang Lian directly just rolled away, so he didn't mention it. Li Yongwen listened to thoughtfully nodded his head in the affirmative, just that he had previously asked Xinyu to have dinner together to talk about part-time work, and the other party had already agreed to do so. So, he can eat alone with others. And Yan Wei's is still stuck in don't think about it. How can you get out of college if you can't capitalize on such a great resource as your own brother? In the meantime, I didn't know that was your brother. I just heard about it. School marm. Zhang Lian blushed as he was stared at by Nianxue, and a sense of shyness and shame that hadn't reappeared since 800 years ago inexplicably sprouted in his heart. It's never him who stares girls to blush. The first time I met a schoolmate so awesome and confident girl. My brother is also from High University and has already graduated. Nianxue slanted a glance at Zhang Lian and said in a nonchalant manner. Zhang Lian nodded his head repeatedly. Oh, no? Nianxue raised her eyebrows. Ha? Zhang Lian replied in person. What? Nianxue took a deep breath, together with what she said earlier, or in vain. Forget it, play the game. Ooh-hoo. Finish playing the game. Zhang Lian sneaked a glance at the side-faced stunning Nianxue, and seeing that the other party was expressionless and didn't look like they wanted to continue playing, he immediately proposed. Why don't we go for a walk? School marm? Nianxue was thoughtful, then agreed. Okay. Road. In fact, Zhang Lian wasn't stupid. Even though his senior sister was talking as if she was pointing him out, he didn't dare to think in that direction even if he thought about it, much less to himself. He wouldn't be stupid enough to think that a girl as brilliant as Hokage would like him without warning, and it was on the referral of his own online buddy. That's all it took to get to know each other for just a month or so. Even during this time he had sensed that his senior sister had treated him differently this past month, but he wouldn't think that way either. Maybe it's because he's so much like the person that schoolmarm likes, right? Amount. The cool wind rubbing the distant guitar sound. The night-infested tunnel. 3 or 2 chasing the back of the bicycle. Nianxue didn't know what was going on in Zhang Lian's head. Zhang Lian also didn't know what was going on in Nianxue's head. The two just walked quietly side by side. Suddenly, Nianxue broke the silence. Want to see the legs? Chapter 81, He's tired tonight. Ha 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 ha. Nianxue was instantly happy to see Zhang Lian's eyes widen with an incredulous look. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, was bewildered, completely unable to understand how his senior sister suddenly gave him such a sentence. Only Nianxue this time said unhurriedly, not that. Boys come in with a look at the legs if they're feeling bored? This stunt Zhang Lian had once sent to tinker car, while his own self at the time told him to get lost and pull aside. Nianxue also walked on the road suddenly thought of this, and said so on a whim. Zhang Lian listened to his eyes consciously look toward Nianxue's legs. Schoolmate wearing a short black skirt, revealing half of the snow-white well-proportioned calves, quickly glanced at it and then hurriedly averted his eyes. He was aware of the stunt, of course, but he wasn't feeling bored. He a heavy home plus love to play games. To walk such a boring thing is no different from the New Year's Eve let him accompany his mom to shop for clothes. With this time, he could game hang out more, or collect a dish, play a game of chess, or even lie in bed and get comfortable. You know, a month ago, just after school started, he had set a strong ambition. This season must give LOL on the king, to the online game to rise to the top 100 in the region, to the shovel to the master, to the farm to the national service. Aha! That's right, he just set so many magnificent ambitions. He's going to take back all the game time he once lost in high school and take it back in college through and through. But now a month later, the once genius teenager Zhang Lian has now become a waste. His daily time for playing games is less and less except for classes, sleeping and eating, and every day he is either working in the arts department or working with his schoolmates. Either you're a senior, or you're doing whatever you're told to do, and he didn't even have the slightest complaint in his heart because of it, including now. But any normal human being would want the party to end quickly, finish early and call it a day. But his subconscious is now wishing the party had lasted longer, so you can stay a little longer. Not so much as the end of the party will have to go back with the older sister to organize the scene, and then go back to their respective dormitories. There is this road. Class time is not a long it. With the youngest tricycle have to drive a few minutes. How so fast half of the way? His peeking behavior was naturally caught by Bai Nianxue, and seeing that he always looked dead serious in front of himself, Bai Nianxue couldn't help but want to tease. Who let him be so wild on the internet? So after all this time, the person who was really obsequious in reality is himself. Seeing that he looked and still didn't say anything, Bai Nianxue tilted her head and suddenly came closer to Zhang Lian, and the sudden proximity made Zhang Lian's heartbeat accelerate violently. Why don't you say anything? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and laughed, taking in his embarrassment. Ha? No, not feeling bored. Zhang Lian spoke his inner thoughts out. Not feeling bored? Bai Nianxue repeated, fluttering her eyelashes as she looked at him and deliberately said, then think it's fun to stay with me? Zhang Lian, what are you doing, senior sister? I'm not doing anything. Didn't you say you're not bored? Bai Nianxue put her hands behind her back and walked in front of Zhang Lian, deliberately leading his back to Zhang Lian so that Zhang Lian could look straight at him without the burden. Sort of. Zhang Lian replied in a twisted manner. Here we go again with this weird feeling. Sort of. So reluctant. Bai Nianxue laughed at this. Then you, still looking at the legs? Zhang Lian, still don't like looking at legs? Want to see the others? Bai Nianxue walked in front of Zhang Lian, facing him as she stepped back while looking at Zhang Lian and laughed. Sister, don't you screw me, Zhang Lian said with some red warmth. The voice of Rambo Redwing had somehow appeared in his head, warning, screw you? Bai Nianxue narrowed her eyes slightly and paused in her steps, and Zhang Lian was forced to stop as well. So are you going to watch it or not? After saying that, Bai Nianxue's shy hands grabbed the corner of the skirt, lifted up. Warning, SSS destruction level alert. Zhang Lian that moment, the brain completely into the blank, as if the consciousness from the ancient times of the gorilla, across the cosmic explosion, through the extinction of the dinosaurs, and finally slowly back to human society. The feeling of that moment was something he could not describe for the rest of his life. He also knew that there was absolutely no way that feeling could ever come back a second time in his life. It was as if the door to a new world had been opened in an instant. The series of XX contraptions that I had previously watched on the internet myself still felt particularly interesting, but compared to real life, it was all simply over the top. The latter proved to be true. Zhang Lian's geriatric CPU was completely scrapped by Bai Nianxue at that moment, and became indistinguishable from a human machine along the way. Bai Nianxue felt that if she just abducted him, he would obediently follow her. But in the end, she still brought Zhang Lian back to the party site and safely handed Zhang Lian over to his roommate, who was not needed to clean up the party site. Bai Nianxue, he's worked hard tonight. Let him rest. Pang Haosen, Li Yongwen, Yan Wei's three people heard this as like a bolt from the blue. It is difficult not to let people think more asshole. What did you and your schoolmate do tonight? Nope. What have you done to your schoolmates? Asshole. Chapter 82. Sisters are also too generous. On the way back to bed, Yan Wei's drove the car, and Li Yongwen and Pang Haosen sat on both sides of Zhang Lian, keeping him in dead center. Zhang Lian's face was still rolling, just like he had been drinking, and his brain was in a feverish state, slow to slow down from that state, and unwilling to come out from it. So when Bai Nianxue told him to leave, he obediently left. Pang Haosen touched Zhang Lian's face. Did the son of a drink? So hot? Zhang Lian skimmed away Pang Haosen's hand and let out an impatient ouch. Let me take a look. Is it flirty? Li Yongwen, on the other hand, was directly face to face with Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian was really pissed off and laughed again, slapping Li Yongwen on the right side of his face with a snap. Crawl. You're the one who's ing horny. You're horny. Touching the right side of his face where he had been hit, Li Yongman bristled. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. So it's really drained? Void? Pang Haosen laughed badly. Which grove? Get lost. Zhang Lian sked, not allowing the two to start a yellowish conversation. Okay, I won't talk about it. So what's the matter with you now? Like drinking fake wine? Pang Hao Xian waved his hand and continued to ask curiously. Li Yongwen also kept poking Zhang Lian waist table seconded. Zhang Lian sighed and backhanded Li Yongwen with another ear slap. Stop ing poking. It hurts. The temperature of his face dropped rapidly, forced out of that marvelous state as quickly as it had been, returning to normal in seconds. If he could, he would have liked to just stay in that marvelous state and sleep comfortably. Just want to play a couple games. That's all, he said lightly, his body sitting up straight. Then the senior sister said that you were tired tonight. Pang Haosen looked at Zhang Lian from top to bottom, revealing a lewd expression. See tired, huh? Li Yongwen said as he popped up again at this time. Zhang Loyan, to be precise, it's the schoolmarm see tired. Zhang Lian again recalled the image of Bai Nianxue lifting her skirt and vaguely seeing her thighs above the knee. The two just continued to gossip about Zhang Lian on the road, and the other side. After packing up the scene and returning to the dormitory, Bai Nianxue, it was already close to 11 p.m., When I returned to the dormitory, I heard the daily three sisters chattering about either which handsome guy they saw again or which cadet had some melons somewhere. Tonight, however, the trio's theme was placed on tonight's freshman party. They were seniors and didn't have seats, so they had to stand in the auditorium to watch. It didn't stop them from seeing the hot guys in the freshman class, though, so as soon as they returned to the dormitory, the three of them shared the video they took of the party scene with Bai Nianxue, and Lu Siki even sent the video to her friend circle. Shueshue, where did you go tonight? We couldn't even find you, and you didn't reply when we messaged you. Xiaotong asked curiously. Su Chanxian on the other hand did not speak. On the side of the sneaky ant smile, with her 12 fingers can also guess that Bai Nianxue is to go to find a certain elementary school brother to go it. I'm in the literature and arts department office. Something's come up, Bai Nianxue said truthfully, her surface rippling. In fact, if you give a few people know that his so-called something is with schoolmates in the office secretly open the air conditioning to play double row. That's a pity. There are several street dancing and guitar playing schoolmates tonight. Quite handsome, Lu Siki lamented. I sent it to the group. I didn't eat alone ow. Wow, it all looks quite milky. Kiki, you actually like this kind of Su Chanxian said with a shiver. I mainly look at my face. I'm going to take a shower first. You guys chat first, Bai Nianxue said expressionlessly as she listened. Then it was a quick pass by the trio, dropping off their own stuff and grabbing their pajamas to go to the bathroom. A set of operations running like pissed off. What? What's wrong? I don't know. Did I say something wrong? Lu Siki said with self-doubt. It's not that Lu Siki said the wrong thing, but when Bai Nianxue heard that they were still discussing which handsome guy, she would immediately think of someone. Mind screaming, he's too cute. She wasn't angry, but when she listened to them talk about men, she got a little clammed up and would think about that look of Zhang Lian turning into a dork tonight. It's silly to really dorky to follow yourself. So an inexplicable sense of superiority arose in her heart, and while they were still discussing how other men were doing, she had all started on her target. After taking a shower, Bai Nianxue hugged her cell phone and went to bed. The bottom three were still confused and asked with some concern. Shui, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Still not happy? Ha? Bai Nianxue revealed a head, exactly the same tone as Zhang Lian's. Ha? When you stay with someone you like, even the way you talk is unconsciously contagious. No I'm fine. Bai Nianxue had a light in her eyes, and she really didn't look like she was in a state of negative energy. Then what's she doing looking so anxious? Bai Nianxue, who had retracted her head back into her own bed tent, pulled the bed curtains closed and the night light inside the bed tent turned on. Then, pointing the camera at her long, snow-white thighs, Zhang Lian was already playing a small game on his phone alone late at night as a partial distraction. Without distraction, his mind would be like a movie projector repeatedly playing back and forth to the frames of Bai Nianxue lifting her skirt. He's not a color grant. He always thought so. Always been a firm believer. Although also will look at beautiful women, but definitely not so much as to look at a thighs like drinking fake wine on the head. Before, he had scolded Li Yonwan for being unproductive, but now how did he feel even more unproductive? Now it seems that your own previous perceptions of yourself turned out to be wrong. Should I send a message to my schoolmate and ask if she's finished with her work? Zhang Lian even in playing a small game is looking for, and at that moment, Bai Nianxue sent him a message first. Very classic and direct words. Bai Nianxue, what's going on? Zhang Lian immediately replied, playing a small game. Bai Nianxue as a tinkercar is aware that Zhang Lian usually also have to play some strange and weird little games that have never seen before, and did not ask much. Instead, it's a direct preconception. Bai Nianxue, look at the legs. It was fine if he didn't send it. After so many hours had passed, Zhang Lian already felt that scene was a bit dreamy. As soon as it was sent now, Zhang Lian's thoughts were immediately taken back to the dark green tunnel an hour ago. How can a schoolmate just, suddenly, the one who shows such a shy expression and makes such a provocative gesture? Zhang Lian immediately snapped a question mark over to Bai Nianxue. He didn't know what to say to that, but in his heart he wanted to see. But what? He can't really shamelessly tell his schoolmates, let me see. I want to see the legs. Change uninformed people look at this chat record. Also thought this man is how horny it. Who knows that the next second, Bai Nianxue generously sent Zhang Lian another picture. Bai Nianxue, this is as a reward for you, schoolmate, bringing me brown sugar water and medicine when I wasn't feeling well. Zhang Lian clicked on the picture. A pair of long, slender, snow-white legs. It looks like a photo taken now. The scent of a freshly showered body can be felt in the photos. Sister, this, it's also too generous. Chapter 83, which is Reward. Bai Nianxue, last time I was sick, didn't you send me brown sugar water and medicine? This is rewards. Bai Nianxue thought in her mind, but still deliberated on her words. Bai Nianxue, I don't have much I can give you, schoolmate. Just show your schoolmate your legs. Don't mind. In fact, when they were on the boulevard, Bai Nianxue asked Zhang Lian if he liked it after she lifted her skirt. At that time, Zhang Lian's head was hot, and he instinctively said that he liked it. So, Bai Nianxue was able to send the leg photos to Zhang Lian so directly and without any avoidance. Show it to someone you like and unconsciously think a little more about it. The original that fear of the cell phone across the coveted their own body Bai Nianxue already do not know where to go. And now in front of the phone only a young girl with a spring in her step. At the same time, wanted gentleman Zhang Lian enlarged the photo to observe. Schoolgirls actually have a mole on their thighs. Cough cough cough. Brain tingling. Zhang Lian only felt that the state of just dazed and feverish mind came back, not knowing what message to send to his senior sister in reply. He could only send the cute emoticons he got from Xinyu to Bai Nianxue by feel, as a way to express his mood at this moment. Bai Nianxue saw the situation then asked again, good perfunctory schoolboy. Bai Nianxue, don't you like it? Saying that, Bai Nianxue tried to concave a shape and re-snap one for Zhang Lian to send over, because she wasn't in front of her. Even if she knew Zhang Lian very well, she couldn't judge the other party's realistic reaction based entirely on the scanty text or emoticons. Even if she can feel that Zhang Lian's response is not considered perfunctory, but she can't see the other party's expression and can't hear the other party's tone, she still feels that there is some gap between her heart's expectations. However, Zhang Lian, facing Bai Nianxue's question, was even more at a loss as to how to respond. Don't like it? Are you kidding me? His nose is so hot he feels like he's going to get a nosebleed next. But hit like, bastard. How can one be so depraved and shallow? The next second Bai Nianxue's another leg photo and sent over. Still do not need to be picture has been Snow White estate, but changed to photo pose. With this look, Zhang Lian was certain that senior sister Bai Nianxue was indeed a current shooter. No, can't look at it anymore. Otherwise we're gonna have a bad night's sleep tonight. Usually in the jitterbug to see the rubbing chicken quite a lot. Zhang Lian is also unapologetic see a point alike. But now, Zhang Lian sends Bai Nianxue an abstract monkey emoji. Stop. Zhang Lian, sister, go to bed. It's late. Zhang Lian, thank you. Sister, good night. The words sound firm as if they have just entered the state of a sage. After sending it, Zhang Lian flung his cell phone towards the bedside and charged it, no longer bothering to look at it. Shattered senses, must shatter consciousness. Grip, penis sleeping first today? Panghausen's bed is opposite Zhang Lian, and he can see the bright light of Zhang Lian's bed tent, and the bright light of Zhang Lian's cell phone is turned off, so he can see it at a glance. Li Yangwen rolled over and got up when he heard Panghausen say that, standing on the bed and looking towards Zhang Lian. There was no bed net on his bed. Nothing, just a thin blanket and a bundle of coolers. Everyone hadn't installed bed nets in the days when school first started, and he was able to fling pillows right onto Zhang Lian's bed. Zhang Lian then took advantage of the fact that he was bathing in the toilet to directly move the bed for him to just the bare boards, and while doing so, he said, sleep sleep sleep, I'll let you sleep a damn. Come on, hide some in my bed too, give me the cooler. He can't see. Panghausen and Yen Wei's would also take the opportunity to joke about it. By the time Li Yongwen comes out from the toilet wearing only a black underwear, he will find his bed only empty shelf, the same as when he came to this dormitory in the beginning, like no one has ever slept in it. Li Yongwen stood and stared wide-eyed, like he wanted to stare a hole through Zhang Lian's bed tent without blinking. Grip the grass? The sun has come out of the west? Yen Wei's in the diagonal opposite bed, flirting. It seems that today is really tired. Sleep so early. There was no light inside the bed tent, so Li Yongwen couldn't see Zhang Lian inside from the outside. But Zhang Lian could see Li Yongwen's sand dollar face in it. In a low voice, he cursed, sand dollars, then turn your head and go to sleep. How dare you scold me? Lousy is coming to sleep with you. Li Yongwen said that he would do it and immediately got out of bed and came over towards Zhang Lian's side of the bed. But Zhang Lian didn't panic. Like in the boys' dormitory, between boys and boys, climbing the bed was an inherent program that occurred almost every night. There's always that one tie hoof in the dormitory. 2. Either saying she wants to sleep with this brother or that one. Li Yongwen, this 255 is such a tie and wavy hoof, which is also the reason why the last Panghausen underwear incident was said to be him in the first place. However, the bed tents were all zippered, and Zhang Lian had already locked the entire bed tent, so Li Yongwen would not be able to get in at all. He turned away and slept peacefully, listening to the bed tent being pounded by the sisal sound of Li Yongman. Soon the voice was gone. Zhang Lian raised his eyes to glance at it, just saw a face imprinted on the bed tent at the head of the bed. The entire face was buried right into the bed tent, causing Zhang Lian to see the shape of a person's face inside, and if he woke up in the middle of the night and saw this scene high or low, he would have to be startled. Zhang Lian raised his hand and slapped it. Holy, straight to the bed for Li Yongmoon. Ah, if you come to pull my bed again, I'll make you smoke. Chapter 84 I'll wait for you to get off work. After the freshman party, there was less to do in the arts and culture department. Zhang Lian wouldn't have to go to the Department of Literature and Art every day to go to meetings and do things, but this kind of day, on the contrary, made Zhang Lian feel a little boring. It was clear that this was his ideal life at the beginning, but now he was a little less interested in the grandeur of the game's promises. And with less going on in the arts and culture department, the tiramisu store opened by Li Yongmoon was officially open for business. As agreed from the beginning, Zhang Lian was going to give Li Yongwon a hand. Penghausen also want to make a scene, but it is Yen Wei's. Just find an excuse not to participate. Just hope that Li Yongwon's store can open a little longer. Do not open a month on the opening cannot go on. The three also knew he couldn't talk, so they didn't take it personally. And in fact, Li Yongman opened this store business is surprisingly good. Especially when Zhang Lian went to Li Yongwon's store to help, the store's business could directly double. As for the reason, the three weren't quite sure, because during that time Xinyu had also followed the agreement with Li Yongwon to help out. Although Xinyu was not the school flower of High University now, she still had no problem being a freshman department flower. Put on your apron, put on your mask and hat, step to the side and give a shout with a crispy voice. By all rights it should have worked much better than Zhang Lian, but on the contrary, the effect was not as good as Zhang Lian's effect at all. Moreover, Zhang Lian was still just wearing a mask to help pack the package, and would not yet dutifully shout thank you for coming like Xinyu did. Could the legendary beauty economy turn out to be women paying for men? Li Yongwon are a bit skeptical of what he learned before, and they don't know it. Everything is Baek Nim Suet. What flavor to eat today? Su Chanqian asked to Bai Nianxue with a smile as she looked at the long queue. She had been following Bai Nianxue to dabble in tiramisu for free for several days. Every day, she went directly to the front of the store to find Zhang Lian to take it directly, because Zhang Lian would tell Bai Nianxue every time he wanted to help Li Yongwon at the store. It led to Bai Nianxue using it as an excuse to ask him to leave a flavor for him in advance. However, she was staying as Tinker Car, because if she were to change her identity, Zhang Lian might be too embarrassed to ask for money. She didn't come once or twice. Whenever Zhang Lian wanted to go to the store, she would let him keep 2 copies and then let Zhang Lian send the payment code afterwards. In this way, she then asked Su Chanqian to take it brightly. This also led to, with Bai Nianxue's own self-contained eye-catching rate, students on the road would notice this tiramisu that Bai Nianxue bought. Plus Baek Nim Suet had publicly thanked his certain schoolmates tiramisu in his circle of friends. Li Yongwon's small store is also unknowingly and inexplicably doing brisk business. I'll go get it today. Bai Nianxue looked at the long line, and then saw Zhang Lian who was buried inside, and felt that the time had come to strike a little. You can't just let Chanqian go get it for you every day. Su Chanqian listened to the bad smile squinting eyes. Oh, understand. The time has come. The gnat? Bai Nianxue immediately slanted a glance at Su Chanqian. You can't even plug your mouth by eating so much cake. After saying that, he walked towards the entrance of the tiramisu store with great interest. Su Chanqian, on the other hand, could only shake her head and spit out her tongue behind Bai Nianxue. Is this still my Xue who was initially high cool and gentle? It looks like it's already fully transformed into the shape of Zhang Hokage. Hello. His body was covered by a shadow in front of him, and Zhang Lian greeted him lifelessly, raising his eyes to look. Haven't been to work yet, and now I'm already feeling the exhaustion of going to work. And this pussy boss next to me doesn't pay his wages. If he has a couple of tiramisu stores left over each day, he can still give you that as a paycheck. If it's not there, it's a wasted effort. What you owe this guy up front, you're going to have to pay back now. Just after Zhang Lian saw who the person in front of him was, the words he originally wanted to let the person in front of him line up got stuck in his throat, and the emotionless packing machine immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled. The surprise was palpable through the mask. Bai Nianxue smiled at Zhang Lian and said, "Schoolmate, is my share still available?" Zhang Lian nodded and immediately smiled as he proceeded to pack Bai Nianxue's bag. The people who were still standing in a long line next to them could only look at the scene with eye envy and backhandedly slapped their boyfriends. You, go open a store too. I'll take the VIP fast track too. Ha, me, I'm only $1,200 a month and I'm opening a store? Can I still live? Then I don't care. Then the people in the long line were treated to an even more eye-opening sight. Zhang Lian, a wage earner, right next to the face of Li Yongwon, the boss, to Bai Nianxue secretly at private goods. Li Yongwon is also still busy smoking to customers packing. Backhandedly saw Zhang Lian to the back kitchen refrigerator to get fresh fruit, and on the spot to Bai Nianxue added an extra round of cream. Didn't put Li Yongwon, the boss, in his eyes at all. Li Yongwon, Uing. Zhang Lian disliked back. Look at you, can't I eat more even though I'm working for you for free? I'll eat it. I'll just catch your cream as a drink dazzle when I get off work. Bai Nianxue covered her mouth and looked at this scene. The sweetness in her heart has been far better than this spiced tiramisu. This one for you to eat, senior sister, and this one for Tinker Car. Zhang Lian raised one eyebrow. And with an expression of know-it-all one unabashedly said to Bai Nianshue's eccentricity. The one that Bai Nianshue was allowed to eat was naturally the one that was spiced up, while the one in the ding-dong car was the original one without any additions. This scene is quite familiar. Bai Nianshue took the package, pursed her lips and smiled. How long before you get off work? She knew that Zhang Lian was giving Li Yongwen a favor, so she was able to ask this without any fear. Look at the boss. Zhang Lian blankly glanced at Li Yongwen and said without any humor. And at this time, immediately behind Bai Nianshue, there were other students who came up and asked, "Boss, can you make reservations here?" Because they saw that Bai Nianshue had actually picked up her meal early, someone immediately came up to ask. Li Yongwen waved his hand. "No, we don't have an appointment." Zhang Lian nodded in agreement. That. The passerby student looked at the object in Bai Nianshue's hand, her eyes saying everything. Li Wingman hadn't had time to respond that we knew each other so we could pick up our meals ahead of time. Zhang Lian then spoke up first. Senior sister is the exception. When he finished, his fellow passers-by got the meaning, and the people in line next to him were up in arms. Zhang Luoyan, on the other hand, explained to Li Yongwen in a low voice, "If you say that we know each other, then what if all of our classmates from our own class come to you for bookings in the future? A small store like theirs, which has only just opened, can be a pain in the ass to book, and hasn't yet expanded to the point of an online community. Wait until you get back and see how you can expand your online business." Zhang Lian finished in a small voice, then looked at Bai Nianshue and said, "Senior sister did us a great favor before." Oh, hearing Zhang Lian say this, the uproar from the students who had originally lined up only went down a bit, but the next second, Bai Nianshue was the one who once again ignited this uproar. The corner of her mouth curled up playfully as she watched Zhang Lian come closer to the window and said, "I'll wait for you to get off work." Wow. Chapter 85. What makes her so big? Get out. Seeing this, the snarky boss on the side, Li Yongwen, directly said to Zhang Lian, "The business of your own store is nothing but a small thing compared to the big things in your buddy's life." The instant he heard Bai Nianshue, the school flower schoolmate, personally say that she wanted to wait for her own buddy to get off work, before Zhang Lian could respond, he immediately answered for him. It's not that he, the boss, won't let him get off work. Oh, the boss is chucking him out now. Ha, are you really? Zhang Luoyan, still wearing gloves and with his hands hanging in the air, looked at Li Yongwen incredulously. I'm really going? Li Yongwen's rare forcefulness. Nonsense. Let you go or not? After saying that, he beautifully nodded and smiled at Bai Nianshue. Then your business. Zhang Lian's mouth was worried, but the motion of taking off the gloves on his hand didn't stop at all. You help me to call the oldest over here, Li Yongwen said. Zhang Lian, okay. And so it was. Zhang Lian went out of the store and followed by Nianshue while calling Peng Hausen. Hey, boss, I have something here. The youngest that store you come over to take over for me. He cannot be busy alone. Peng Hausen, what? I can't even take a day off. The phone is still ringing with the classic Rushby some first-person shooter sound. Hurry up, I've already left. The youngest is busy there. Grass. I'm not done fighting yet. What the hell? Let him top himself for a while. Get off the phone. Back to Bai Nianshue and Su Chanshan's side. Su Chanshan ate the tiramisu in her hand with satisfaction. For her, there was nothing more nourishing than a box of sweets than after dinner. Even if she's in a bad mood, a little something sweet can make her feel like her worries have flown away. Just after she saw the spiked version in Bai Nianshue's hand, she cruised back and forth between her own and Bai Nianshue's hand, then stared wide-eyed incredulously said, Why Shueshue your strawberries are so big? The cream is so much. Seeing this, Bai Nianshue hurriedly took the tiramisu away from Su Chanshan. This is mine. How come I've never seen this kind before? Su Chanshan continued to break the mold. Ryoga, seeing Zhang Lian, who was stealing a sinister smile to the side, instantly understood. Oh, I can't believe your store doesn't treat everyone the same. What? Zhang Lian played dumb. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why is Shueshue so good and why is mine so deflated? Su Chanshan was close to crossing her arms. Under the daily inculcation of Bai Nianshue, she now no longer had the fear she once had for Zhang Lian. Because, sister is more lucky just happened to get the creamy more. Facing Su Chanshan, the tinker car of his heart, he just completely blushed and talked to her with his mouth full. You fart. Su Chanshan was so angry that she sprayed a star of cream out of her mouth. She had taken it several times. How come she didn't see a time when it was different? This is clearly a new addition. Su Chanshan, you are bullying us consumers. Zhang Lian pulled out his ears. Well, you're right. You. Su Chanshan pointed at Zhang Lian. In the face of the other parties big and tall, she still couldn't get it in the end, and turned back to Bai Nianshue, who could only look to her again. Shue, you don't eat it. Bai Nianshue bites her spoon in a svelte manner. Say something. Comment. The corner of Bai Nianshue's eyes curved, slanted a glance at Zhang Lian, and softly said, I think, school brother must have his reasons for doing so. Zhang Lian, pfft, Cynthia Su? You guys? Su Chanshan very aggrieved looked at Bai Nianshue, gulp unclear voice teased, so quickly, with his own man bullying good girlfriends. Bai Nianshue didn't retort when she heard this and looked at her smugly. Su Chanshan turned her head to stare at Zhang Lian again and said in her native color, Wolf, lousy, traitor, alright, just make it up to you next time. Zhang Lian spread his hands and turned his head to look at Bai Nianshue, searching for what his senior sister was looking for him to do. But again, he never said. He then took the initiative to ask, what is it that you need me to do when you're waiting for me to get off work? Senior sister? The truth is, Bai Nianshue just got high, thinking that Zhang Lian might have to get off work quite late, and then she could legitimately ask Zhang Lian to send her back to her dormitory and take a walk. She didn't factor in the fact that Li Yongwan was a variable, and went so far as to release Zhang Lian in that high-pressure business state. Bai Nianshue well, in the middle of the day, she tentatively asked, playing games? When these words came out, Zhang Lian's eyes lit up, and Su Chanshan's eyes were even brighter. Su Chanshan, yes, what's wrong with you? Zhang Lian frowned, shouldn't he be saying this? He's a heavy gaming fan who hasn't even opened his mouth to get excited about this dinky car. You care about me? Su Chanshan disliked almost instinctively, and after disliking her, she realized that something was wrong and leaned towards Bai Nianshue's side with a weak aura. This was clearly felt by Zhang Lian, who only felt strange and weird, but still didn't think much about it. Su Chanshan, what game are we playing? Zhang Lian, what else can it be? Of course it's the intense and exciting King Pesticide? Hearing this, Su Chanshan nodded her head. Yes. To put it bluntly, the reason she was so excited was that she hadn't seen Bai Nianshue play the game of disliking people yet. This is now a chance to see it. Bai Nianshue but suddenly realized what. Pulling Su Chanshan road hand whispered to Su Chanshan ear said something. Then he said to Zhang Lian, why don't, let's go play LOL? Ha? Zhang Lian asked with classic quotes and a feeling of surprise. An internet cafe? A girl as clean and pretty as you, going to an internet cafe where the smell of smoke is so strong? Well, the gaming hotel is also. Okay, Bai Nianshue added. Zhang Lian scratched his ears. Anyone can. He also rarely touched a computer in his last year of high school. After all, you can hide a cell phone in a school dorm, but you can't hide a computer, can you? But Su Chanshan at this time was suddenly clapping her hands and said, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have forgotten to put away the clothes in my dormitory. I have to go back to collect the clothes. Said he was about to slip away. Zhang Lian directly picked her up with one hand. What the hell? Are you going to run away again? I've only been here a month or so. How many times have you pigeonholed me? Chapter 86, The First Date. Bai Nianshue saw the situation and wanted to come up to save the scene. Just now she whispered to Su Chanshan words are about the game technical problems. With Su Chanshan's strength, surely will be Zhang Lian found with the impression of the strength of the ding-dong car does not match. But she saw Su Chanshan suddenly exclaimed, oops. After giving Bai Nianshue an okay don't worry leave it to her gesture behind her back, Su Chanshan backhanded Zhang Lian and pulled him to the other side. Zhang Lian's head was full of questions. Su Chanshan deliberately pretended to be serious and said, are you stupid? Zhang Lian's classic quote, ha, why was he confused? I'm creating a chance for you to be alone with my family. Yuki, can you be a little bit smarter? Su Chanshan said with reason. Spare a thought for the fact that she was not a player in the situation, but she was often a spectator. And she had a good grasp of the progress of the two men. Not to say 100%, but 80%. It was already needless to say that there was no need to say what Xue Xue meant to Zhang Lian. As for Zhang Lian's meaning to Xue Xue, some clues could be seen from the fact that he had braved the rain last night and also specifically sent brown sugar water and medicine to Xue Xue. Although she's also a mother single, it doesn't stop her from watching a lot of idle romance dramas. This kind of episode, most likely it had already reached the point of mutual affection. She had just simply wanted to see what it was like for Bai Nianshue to curse, but after Bai Nianshue's reminder, she still resolutely chose to fulfill her sister's life's major event as being more important. As for the uncharted territory of Yuki, let's save that for later and explore it. In this situation right now, she directly turned the tables and took the first step to pinpoint Zhang Lian's mentality, which could achieve the effect of creating a chance for Xue Xue's to spend time alone, while also acting flawlessly in front of Zhang Lian. The Oscar should simply go to her. Xue, this brain of mine, I was actually forced by you to become a movie star, and not a single grain of your rice was eaten in vain before. Zhang Lian listened, frowning. His heart was actually somewhat certain of Su Chanshan being a brother, in the heart, but he still has to be arrogant. Oops, don't you? In fact, the corners of his mouth were grinning from ear to ear in his mind. What I don't? You can cherish a little chance. What? Tiramisu was able to favor Shui Shui openly and honestly, but now you're being pretentious instead? Su Chanshan teased. After saying that, Su Chanshan was also forced to pat Zhang Lian's shoulder in a self-congratulatory manner. I think I slapped his ass last time, and it was pretty nice? Cough cough cough. I can only help you up to here, Su Chanshan said firmly, turning back to give Bai Nianxue a wink, signaling the other party that okay, everything was under control. Zhang Lian could only snort and return to Bai Nianxue's side, inverting the anti-tangons to explain it all over again to Bai Nianxue. Ha ha ha. She, putting away clothes. There's talk of rain tonight. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I made that up. It's almost 30 degrees and you're telling me it's gonna rain tonight? Bai Nianxue also comprehended the awkward smile. Well, then let's both go play. Zhang Lian, good. The two of them then wriggled in the direction of the busy commercial street like a netizens' first run for appearances. When he encountered milk tea stores and various snack stalls on the road, Zhang Lian would ask Bai Nianxue if she would eat them, just like most couples who usually date. As for Bai Nianxue, she was also like the vast majority of girls, who wanted a portion of everything, and in front of Zhang Lian, choosing to eat this, she didn't purposely remain reserved, because she needed to break the distance between the two. A trip to play would seem boring if they both stayed formal. The two of them walked around with a cup of milk tea each and a couple of fresh kebabs in their hands. It was as if both of them had forgotten that their destination at the beginning was to play the game. Rather, it was Zhang Lian who reacted later when he saw a lighted internet cafe. Zhang Lian, sister, are we going to an internet cafe or gaming hotel? Both he and his schoolmate are now holding food. It's almost like they're on a date. And why didn't you mention it? Bai Nianxue also remembered only when Zhang Lian said so. To be precise, it was a deliberate attempt to not get up. She saw the gaming hotel at the beginning, but she and Zhang Lian were waiting for kebabs, so she didn't say anything. After shopping at the mall later, buying milk tea and watching the action, she had forgotten about it too. It's all in my head, first date. This was interrupted by Zhang Lian's thoughts. She looked up at the opposite side of the internet cafe, and very slightly beeped her mouth, somewhat displeased. Why interrupt her date? First, shopping again, right? Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian with anticipation in her eyes. You shouldn't have come to this shopping mall in the neighborhood of High University yet, right? Zhang Lian's straight man returned, strolled through. Bai Nianxue, shopped? Aha. Zhang Lian nodded dully. I came to hang out with those sand coins from the dormitory in the days after military training. Oh. Bai Nianxue turned her back and sighed. This idiot. Can't you just say yes? Seeing this, Zhang Lian also seemed to realize that he just seemed like he probably might said the wrong thing, was thinking about how to carry out salvage. Adjusted Bai Nianxue turned his head and said gently again, that, can you accompany me? Hang out? Yes. Without saying a word this time, Zhang Lian replied without a second's hesitation. Good. Then let's go. Bai Nianxue saw this naive reaction of his and laughed lightly as she walked ahead. Zhang Lian followed closely behind. I want to catch dolls. The mall is huge. In addition to the cat cafe script to kill the escape room and so on. Naturally, there are specialized in catching dolls like this project. Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian couldn't move their feet when they passed by a pink-colored grab-and-go store. Bai Nianxue even directly looked up at Zhang Lian to speak as if she was pampered. With such a sappy tone, Zhang Lian felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. More than that, he wanted to backhandedly pull out his bank card and slam it hard on the counter. Swipe it for me. Catch as many as you want. Fine. Then I'll go buy coins. Zhang Lian replied with a calm surface. Which one do you want to catch? Schoolmarm? Catch that pig, Bai Nianxue said, pointing to a stuffed pig in a yellow shirt. Ha, so ugly, why catch it? Zhang Lian laughed. Because it looks like you. Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian, who was also wearing a thin yellow jacket, and hid her mouth as she laughed. Also, not ugly. Chapter 87, Soft Marshmallows. Zhang Lian also do not know how they originally agreed to go together to find a place to play the game has become shopping to buy things. Catch dolls. By the time Zhang Lian reacted to what was wrong, his schoolmate had already bought the tickets for the movie theater. Bai Nianxue was still holding a little yellow piggy doll that she had caught while catching a doll. Let's go. Bai Nianxue smiled as she held the 2 tickets and waved them at the ticket gate, signaling for Zhang Lian to follow. Seeing this, even though Zhang Lian already felt as if he had been trapped in his heart, at this time, there was already no way to refuse. Come all the way to. Tickets are all bought. Do you want some popcorn? Bai Nianxue asked gently when Zhang Lian arrived in front of her. No food. Anything that was too much trouble. Zhang Lian instinctively discarded. Free oh. Bai Nianxue blinked twice. Couple's ticket can get a free extra large bucket. Free, or an extra large vat. Zhang Lian's eyebrows rose as he listened. Shouldn't the focus be on the couple's ticket that came out of the schoolmarm's mouth? Hey, then you must eat it. Zhang Lian immediately changed his face. It's free. If you don't eat it, you'll lose a lot. Sure enough, Bai Nianxue guessed that Zhang Lian's reaction would be like this, pursed her lips and smiled, then followed Zhang Lian and took a bucket of popcorn before entering the screening room. The two were seated in the center back with not much around them and the air conditioning was blowing right over their heads. The whole screening room was stuffy and cold. However, Zhang Lian was in good health and didn't feel anything. Add to that the fact that he was a man who had never been concerned with a no-loss principle for what was out there, and with his full attention focused on watching the movie, he was even more oblivious to his surroundings. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, was the opposite. Her mind was not on the movie at all. The whole time he was thinking about how to interact with Zhang Lian, taking advantage of the fact that the movie happened to be an urban romance that she had chosen. She could have a few words about the plot with Zhang Lian, but when the movie was halfway through and the hero and heroine were watching the movie in the theater like they were, it was the hero's behavior that just inspired her. The male lead in the movie is also hard to get the opportunity to watch a movie with the female lead. Want to talk to the female lead, and enhance the relationship, to see if the other person in his heart for their own meaning. So the male lead said, "That, can I have a sip of your milk tea?" Bai Nianxue directly apply the formula. "Schoolboy, Zhang Lian, huh? Can I have a sip of your milk tea?" Bai Nianxue asked as she approached Zhang Lian. "Zhang Lian, I want to taste what your cup tastes like. Didn't we buy the same flavor?" Zhang Lian only felt that this image how he just seemed to have seen it somewhere. Well, Zhang Lian was a little hesitant. In the end, there was still some instinct for life, a little cleanliness habit, but Bai Nianxue was unforgiving. Her eyelashes lowered as she stared at Zhang Lian's milk tea, puffing her mouth slightly. "Can't you? Zhang Lian, it's fine. You drink it. Senior sister, who can stand up to this?" Seeing this, Bai Nianxue was secretly happy in her heart. It was exactly the same as the movie plot. It's just that the movie is the male lead teasing the female lead, and she and Zhang Lian have it reversed. Having received positive feedback, she then had even more confidence in Zhang Lian. In front of Zhang Lian, he held the straw of Zhang Lian's milk tea and gently took a sip. "Hokage, why is yours better?" Bai Nianxue held the right side of her face and tilted her head in slight surprise. Zhang Lian was sitting on Bai Nianxue's right side, and was suddenly made to feel like a deer in the headlights by Bai Nianxue, so that she had no intention of watching the movie. "Yes? Really? If you don't believe me, drink mine." Bai Nianxue was waiting for these words, and backhanded her own milk tea over on her left hand. "Zhang Lian, I'm searching and I'm not saying you're wrong. I trust your sense of taste, senior sister." Zhang Lian tried to politely decline. "It might be. Gave me fresh ingredients to use. My luck is better than senior sisters, picking the good ones." Who knew that? Bai Nianxue frowned slightly, seeing through Zhang Lian's polite refusal with a single glance and not eating it at all. "How do you know if you don't even try?" Bai Nianxue puckered her mouth once again, her arm propped up on the armrest of Zhang Lian's seat, her eyes looking at him pitifully. "Makai, you dislike me again, schoolboy?" "No no no," Zhang Lian immediately explained. "Wait, I think I've heard that somewhere too." With a hot head, he immediately took Bai Nianxue's cup of milk tea and put it into his mouth in one bite. The corners of Bai Nianxue's mouth rose as she asked knowingly, "How was it? Flavor, isn't it the same?" Zhang Lian felt that there was no difference, but the only difference might be, sister's cup seems to be sweeter? As if tasting the flavor, Zhang Lian smacked his mouth twice and mused. "Senior sister, you may have put more sugar in this cup. You don't like sweetness, may not taste as good." Bai Nianxue's eyes widened slightly as she repeated, "Mine is sweeter. I can't believe it's the same feeling as my own." Zhang Lian, "Well, I'm drinking like this." Bai Nianxue immediately realized what was going on and smiled crookedly. "I also feel yours is sweeter. Better drink. Why don't we just switch sips for each of us?" "Ha?" Zhang Lian's face quickly reddened and warmed. How could he not understand what was being said? "Ha ha ha. Just kidding." Bai Nianxue withdrew her right hand and sat up straight again, returning her eyes to the big screen with a smile on her brow. Zhang Lian pinched his rolling ears at the sight. "Sister, why can you make my ears roll every time?" Without saying anything more, Zhang Lian continued to watch the movie seriously. Another short while later, the movie neared its closing climax. Zhang Lian was watching intently when suddenly his left shoulder was pressed by something fragrant. Bai Nianxue suddenly leaned on his left shoulder. "Sister?" Bai Nianxue, "Well." Zhang Lian listened and tried to keep his posture unchanged. His neck stretched out to aim at Bai Nianxue's side face. I only saw Bai Nianxue with her eyes closed, looking like she was already asleep. "Zhang Lian, sister? You fell asleep?" Bai Nianxue. There was no response, so Zhang Lian didn't dare to move around at all. But the mind, naturally, is forced to shift from the movie to the person next to it again. Careful Zhang Lian noticed that the handrail in the center was somewhat choking Bai Nianxue, so his right hand carefully removed the oversized bucket of popcorn between the two, carefully pressed the armrest down again, so that Bai Nianxue followed the trend and got even closer to Zhang Lian, like a soft marshmallow stuck to your left. Chapter 88, playing again. Then he picked up the jacket he had taken off at the beginning and rightfully covered Bai Nianxue's legs and hands. It wasn't that Zhang Lian noticed that Bai Nianxue was a bit cold between the clues, so he carefully made the usual warm-hearted behavior. Rather, he knew that since the beginning of time, it was necessary to sleep with one thing covered to avoid catching a cold. Sister cold or not he does not know. Anyway, sleep belly must be covered. Even if the world is only the last leaf, can only cover the belly. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold the next day. Only after doing so did Zhang Lian take his mind back, but at this point, his mind was already half on the movie and half on Bai Nianxue next to him, and his subconscious hoped that his schoolmate would sleep a little longer. Just the angle of his vision could not see. Bai Nianxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of her mouth also carried a smile. The movie is over. The audience exited in an orderly fashion and the entire screening room became noisy. Bai Nianxue was still leaning on Zhang Lian's shoulder without responding, so Zhang Lian had to wake her up in a low voice. I fell asleep? Bai Nianxue looked as if she had just woken up from a nap, and her eyes carried a drowsiness as if she had just opened them. She rubbed her eyes and noticed Zhang Lian's jacket that covered her legs, and directly hit the straight ball and said, "This is, schoolmate you covered for me bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who else built it if not me? My dress grew legs of its own and ran into your lap?" Zhang Lian reached over and took the jacket, humming softly. Bai Nianxue followed closely behind. "You're so warm, schoolboy." Zhang Lian. Walking out of the movie theater, the time had come to 10 p.m. It was almost time to go back to the dormitory. Back to the dormitory? Bai Nianxue was puzzled. Tomorrow is Saturday. You have classes? Nope, nothing. Zhang Lian was also puzzled. What? Listening to what senior sister said, is she still planning to stay out with herself for one more night tonight? What's the rush then? Play some more. Bai Nianxue said glowingly. But didn't you just doze off at the movie theater? Senior sister? The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched, although he also quite liked staying with his senior sister. It was also because he saw that she had dozed off that he was thinking of not going back to school. Bai Nianxue choked and casually said. I didn't doze off. Zhang Lian, No, I took a nap and I'm in good spirits now. Bai Nianxue hurriedly changed her words. Seeing that Zhang Lian still looked skeptical with a raised eyebrow, she immediately changed the topic. You want to go back? Hearing this, Zhang Lian immediately denied. That's not true. The movie was not bad. I was quite refreshed by it. Didn't doze off like you did, sister. Then, stroll around again. Bai Nianxue immediately made the call, then dragged Zhang Lian to the inside of various clothing stores. In the meantime, alright, get lost. Panghausen cleaned up the battlefield without a good mood and urged. Li Yongman, however, only snorted and bossed I love you while his hand speed of taking off his apron was not idle at all. The reason for this was that Xinyu was already waiting at the door. Because Xinyu was considered an official part-time job compared to pure helpers like Zhang Lian and Panghausen, Li Yongwan had to teach her how to make tiramisu, as well as go shopping for ingredients. Asterisk. When did the son of a go behind his dick's back and have contact with his dick's childhood friend? Looking at the figure of Li Yongwan and Xinyu gradually walking away, Panghausen narrowed his eyes and pondered. 5-finger cookies. Freeze for 10 minutes. Animal cream. Xinyu has always been serious about her work, and she carefully recorded the work that Li Yongwan gave her. Although with her family's condition she actually doesn't need a part-time job at all. She just wants to enrich her college life. She was still more interested in a part-time job where she could make money after being exposed to it firsthand than adding clubs and student government. Plus, Li Yongwan is also a freshman. Everyone is a freshman, but Li Yongwan is able to execute in the freshman pool full of their own open a small store, and their own craft. There's always a lot to learn when you follow great people that you don't get from books. How many seniors have not Li Yongwan such a plan? Close to graduation are still feeling confused about the future. So she felt admiration for Li Yongwan from the bottom of her heart. At least, it was more powerful than Zhang Lian. Of course, she's talking about certain aspects of execution. If it comes to playing games and stuff, Zhang Lian's execution is not expected to be low. What? The game? Get on the number. As a matter of fact, when Li Yongwan got serious, he was like a different person, completely devoid of his usual hangdog ways. Along the way with Xinyu to pick a good raw materials, and the whole process of making tiramisu and steps are one by one with Xinyu to explain clearly, and in some easy to ignore the point is also told especially clear. He was serious about this and wanted to teach Xinyu well. That's all for now. It's not difficult. if you have any questions later you can ask me again. Lee Yongwon smiled gentlemanly. Without the so-called boss frame, alone in front of a girl, he still needed to keep up a bit of an image. Good. Shin Yu nodded, and after recording clearly with his cell phone, he put the phone back into his pocket, and then prepared for the return trip with Shin Yu. Don't look at Lee Yongwon hanging around in front of Zhang Lian and the others, talking like a pea shooter, but after he got serious, he wouldn't even fart. Instead, it was Shin Yu who took the initiative to bring up the topic. Why are you so good at this? Opening your own store your freshman year? There, it's okay. Lee Yong-moon replied humbly. It's really impressive, and I don't think it's good to rent a store in a school, is it? How much is the rent? Shen Yu asked with simple curiosity. Lee Yongwon is not at all shy about this, more than 3,000. This store is really not good to rent. I have a relationship. Oh, Shin Yu expressed her understanding. The original owner of the store I happen to know. Lee Yongwon added. So what were you thinking? Opening your own store freshman year? The cost is so big. Shin fished 2 eyes glowing. Spare like she grew up to save money habit. Also cannot do so big boldness at once into so big cost. And talking about this, Lee Yongwon originally smiled with the color of God obviously a little gloomy. Like thinking of something bad. Chapter 89 School Bullying. This one looks good. This one too. It fits pretty well. Sister, why did you bring me here to try on clothes? Zhang Luoyan, honest as a Barbie doll, was brought to the clothing store by Nianxue to be dressed up. Although the outfit on Zhang Luoyan wasn't bad, but there was always an error in everyone's aesthetics, and Nianxue naturally still preferred the clothes that she had personally picked out for him. Nianxue rubbed her chin with her right hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. You forgot. What? Zhang Luoyan was changed into a snow-white shirt, and with his upright figure, he looked very clean and handsome. The buttons on the front of his neck were open, revealing his skin as white as a girl's. Although people are not so sunny, but people rely on clothes, so aware, Zhang Lian originally smiled on the sunny and cheerful look immediately more youthful vitality. Look at Nianxue all pursed lips and swallowed saliva. Have you forgotten that last time you lent me one of your shirt jackets? Nianxue said as she stepped forward to view a circle around Zhang Lian. Oh, Zhang Lian immediately nodded his head, remembering that the last time he got wet in the rain, he had given his senior sister a shirt. Isn't it proper for me to return one to you? Nianxue said with great satisfaction. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. But, senior sister, you can just return that shirt to me directly. No need to buy it for me. Zhang Lian said and was about to go back to the fitting room to take the shirt off. Here a thin shirt are $300. His shirt mom in the spell you above not to say $9 at most $100 to buy. And he gave his schoolmate that shirt or half a piece. That one I broke. Right. Nianxue immediately stopped Zhang Lian and said with wide eyes. In fact, that dress is still under her pillow, and she pulls it out occasionally to look at it or hug it. So I have to pay you for one. Zhang Lian, no need for schoolmates. If it's broken, it's broken. You must be compensated for one. Nianxue said without question. Just this one, and take a pair of pants. Little handsome brother, your girlfriend is really good. Take the initiative to buy things for you. You have to cherish. Without waiting for Zhang Lian to open his mouth, the clerk rushed forward to take a look at the label on Zhang Lian to take a backup and start packing. No? Zhang Lian was actually momentarily speechless. His hand stopped in midair at a loss for words. No, just wear it and go. Seeing this, Nianxue added, just cut off the label. How much is it? 688. What? It's kryptonite for skins. What a money grab. Zhang Lian shouted bandits in his heart. Simply bandits. If it was your own mom who brought you to buy clothes, the price would have to be cut in half. Sister, this loss to eat. The key is to buy for yourself. Drop. Payment was successful. Let's go. Nianxue said with a happy face, as if the shopping purchases were for herself. But Zhang Lian felt that his heart was in debt. A knight is a senior sister in the spending money. How can he, a big man, be good at it? Walking out of the clothing store, walking along the entire commercial street towards the beach, and passing by the beach at night, Zhang Lian looked at the time and the distance from the school. It was already 11 p.m. And the door to go back to the dormitory was also locked at this time. He immediately took it upon himself to book a gaming room. Full version. After clicking on the payment, the feeling of indebtedness in the heart immediately dissipated half. He wasn't a big fan of feeling indebted to others, so when confronted with someone's kindness, he would always want to return it. Sister, I've ordered. That's my alma mater there. Want to go take a look? Nianxue didn't know what Zhang Lian was messing with. She was just thinking of taking Zhang Lian to see her school like a girl shopping with her favorite person. If she could one day, she would also like to visit Zhang Lian's alma mater. There will be a former him there. Zhang Lian had nothing to hesitate about. He didn't need to remind his sister of this time period. he thought that she must have a number in her heart. Yeah, Haicheng Experimental First High School. A few large red block letters hung above the gate. It was almost 11 o'clock, but there were still a scattering of high school students hanging around the school. It looks like it should have just gotten out of late night study as well. Sister, what time do you have to go to night study? There are still students this late? Zhang Lian felt a bit too rolled up. He is a village person. The City Key High School evening study is only until 9 o'clock in the evening. 10:40 ah. Bai Nianxue replied as a matter of course. Looking at these familiar school uniforms, Bai Nianxue thought back to the days when she was in high school when she was chatting and playing games on her cell phone with Zhang Lian. Only then did he respond by asking, "Aren't you guys? We top 9:30. 10 o'clock the whole campus is cut off, but the dormitory is cut off at 11 o'clock. Zhang Lian answered truthfully. No wonder it's Haicheng. It's really ing rolled ah. Ha ha ha. There's a saying in Haicheng no. One middle school. If you don't work hard, you'll only be able to study in that university across the street. Bai Nianxue said in a pretentious manner, then looked at Zhang Lian. It's High University. Zhang Lian, ah, what a terrible curse. I didn't only go to High University. Bai Nianxue laughed. It's already very impressive. The two joked with each other as they passed through a snack street near the school and passed an alleyway. Saw a couple of boys in school uniforms inside as well as a girl stuck in a corner. Zhang Lian stopped his steps and instinctively stopped to watch. When she was in junior high school, Xinyu had once been blocked by a girl from the same school because Xinyu was too good-looking and had seduced a certain boy. Not only will this kind of TV show bridge appear in real life, but it will only get more outrageous. During that period of time Xinyu suddenly became uninviting and her behavior became more and more wrong. Until one time after school when Zhang Lian happened to see her being pulled close to the women's restroom by a couple of girls. Zhang Lian also did not say anything. This time also do not care what male or female toilet. Go in on several girls of fierce cut. What? Hitting a woman? The fight is female. In the internet he is the same for men and women. Not to mention in reality to engage in school bullying. That time big and small fights he quite a lot of fights. Who see him shall not call a speech brother, but also dare to hit his people. The women are beaten as usual. In the back. Even if the group of women also found someone to have a date with Zhang Lian, they were easily solved by Zhang Lian. What's wrong? Bai Nianxue was naturally inexperienced in this area since she was a child, and noticing Zhang Lian frowning as he looked into the alley, she followed suit and looked inside. It seems like there are a few people bullying a girl, Zhang Lian said. With that, Zhang Lian began to lift his sleeves and prepared to enter. Chapter 90 Let Go of My Sister. A person doesn't have a smile on their face when they really want to win. Bai Nianxue noticed Zhang Lian's gesture, and then saw Zhang Lian's serious and earnest face, which was déjà vu but different from that fierce look from the first time they met. This time it's for real. To do it, Bai Nianxue immediately pulled Zhang Lian to a halt. What are you doing? Zhang Lian turned around and smiled confidently. A hero rescuing a beauty. There are so many of them. Bai Nianxue was worried about Zhang Lian getting hurt and looked back in the direction of the school. The security guards closing up had already gotten off work at this hour. It's fine. I'll go and take a look. You can hide here, senior sister, Zhang Lian said with a light tone and a sense of security. But, Bai Nianxue wanted to say something else, but suddenly heard the cries of the girls inside. Heart also inexplicably rose a wave of anger. Hands also slowly loosened Zhang Lian. Then be careful. She chose to believe Zhang Lian and said, well, don't worry. Your brother won't come to your rescue unless you cry louder. Louder. Fatherless thing. Call your brother quickly. Let your dear brother come to your rescue. The girl was blocked in a corner and slapped by a couple of tall boys, her hair disheveled and her face marred by tears. She took the trampled cell phone and dialed her brother's number, as several people had asked her to do. A concerned voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Hello? Why are you calling your brother me so late? Brother. The girl couldn't help but bring a sobbing tone to her voice when she heard her brother's kind voice. What? What's wrong? Something's wrong. Your sister is waiting for you to save her. Come quickly. We're in the alley in front of the school. Come quickly. The chubby boy at the head of the group snatched the girl's cell phone and said into the phone in a provocative tone. Then he immediately hung up. The bullying of the girls continued in turn immediately afterward. So you are a local of Haicheng. Xinyu and Li Yongwen strolled through the commercial street before buying the raw materials to make tiramisu, and rode the subway to try to rush back to their dormitory before the school closed for the night. Yes, before my parents divorced, my sister and I lived in Ocean City, Li Yongwen said, but then my mom cheated on me and my dad, who wasn't my dad exactly. Found out that my sister and I weren't related to him. After the divorce, my mom was so tired of me and my sister that she left me and my sister with my oldest uncle. The good thing is that she probably had some conscience and left some money for me and my sister. At that time, I was 7 and my sister was 5. When she was leaving, she asked me to take good care of my sister, and I was stupid enough to agree. Li Yongwon's mouth carried a self-deprecating bitter smile. Shin Yu heard immediately quite sympathetic, want to try to comfort, but do not know how to speak. Li Yongwon took a deep breath and continued. It was only later that she realized that she actually didn't want my sister and I anymore. And that money was the final severance payment. Luckily my great-uncle was okay, not particularly nice, but he did raise me and my sister. Also this year, I got into Shanghai University, so I brought my sister back to Haicheng, and she got good grades, too, and she's studying in Haicheng First Middle School. So, I have to make money to support my sister to be able to. It's all just forced. It's not as great as you think. In the course of talking about the past, the two had gotten off the subway and returned to the front door of the school, which was just in time to close. Hurry up! Li Yongwon took the lead and ran. At that moment it was a phone call that suddenly came to him from none other than his own sister. Hey, what are you guys doing? Zhang Lian gradually approached the few people and shouted out when he was still several meters away from them. From a long way away someone among the few people noticed Zhang Lian walking in. From the point of view of the aura, Zhang Lian walking in from the bright light without any fear at all was indeed a bit of a bluff. Coupled with a thin shirt, one could see the muscles of the other person's body type. But the yellow hairs never rely on their own people. The momentum can never be false. The lead of the fat man immediately exported, none of your business. Get out. However, Zhang Lian who heard these words continued to walk in the direction of the few people without even stopping for a step, directly ignoring the fat man's words. Seeing this, the other yellow hair immediately said, "You're her brother." Yeah, what's wrong with her? Zhang Lian had already arrived in front of a few people by this time, and a few people saw this and consciously grabbed anything that could be used as a weapon around them in their hands, ready to start a fight straight away. Instead, Zhang Lian stood straight, glanced at the girl shivering in the corner, and ignored everyone to call out softly, "Come here." The girl raised her head tremblingly and looked timidly at Zhang Lian, a stranger she didn't even recognize, although completely unknown and with the same fierce face as those boys, but from the affirmative answer he just gave, saying that he was his brother, she felt an endless sense of security in Zhang Lian. "Don't be afraid, come here," Zhang Lian said gently, completely ignoring the few boys. The few bully boys were also a bit bluffed when they saw this completely different aura look of Zhang Lian. Mostly they needed to see what the fat boy leading the charge had to say before they could follow, which meant they needed a lead. The girl glanced fearfully at the few boys surrounding him and slowly stood up, literally about to walk towards Zhang Lian. That's when a boy exited. "Fatty?" The fat boy immediately had a bottom, although he is the leader, but also needs someone to follow. At least he knows that the posture of the person in front of him, strong, terrible. He wouldn't have been able to beat it if he'd gone one-on-one. "You'll go with you when you say so." He immediately glared at Zhang Lian and growled, turning back to grab the girl's arm again. "So what do you want? A few of you big boys bullying a girl?" Zhang Lian clenched his fists. If he wasn't worried about accidentally injuring the girl if he went straight for it, he would have already started fighting by now. "Cool. Your sister is very unintelligent at school. You know, why doesn't she know any better? Ignoring people with her, pretending, borrowing money and not giving it, not moving, saying she has a brother. I can give you as much as you want. First let my sister go dash." Just before Zhang Lian could finish his words, a black shadow directly rushed in, a kick directly to the fat man's stomach. Li Han, Chapter 91 Zhang Lian, God of War. The speed was so fast that Zhang Lian didn't even have time to see the silhouette, and Li Yangwon had already kicked the fat man who was dragging his sister to the ground. Li Han, after kicking down, he immediately pulled Li Han, who was frozen in place, behind himself with concern. "Is everything okay?" When Li Han saw that his own brother had finally arrived, his aggrieved tears snapped down and he lowered his head without speaking. Seeing this, Li Yangwon's anger went straight to the sky and he shielded Li Han behind him. "Tramp bullied my sister." While saying this, he looked around, this time snapping to attention who he had just passed, but at this moment, he didn't have time to greet each other with Zhang Lian. The fat man who was kicked down a few meters away immediately became angry as well. The kick he just received on his fat-filled stomach didn't do much harm. He immediately climbed up from the ground and spat a mouthful of spit cursing. "Cursed horse. Fight." He certainly wasn't afraid of more people hitting less people, not to mention the fact that before the fight even started, he, the one who was the boss, was kicked in the face first. Feeling disgraced as well as angry, all he had left at the moment was an adrenaline rush. No matter what, fight first. A few of the boys immediately came towards the two in a furious manner. Seeing this, Li Yangwon immediately pushed Li Han to Zhang Lian, signaling Zhang Lian to take his sister and go first. "Take my sister." He who did not know Zhang Lian's combat power, at this moment, just wanted to ensure his sister's safety. After saying that, he faced a few gangster yellow hairs that were not shorter than him with fear, and didn't step back. Instead, he directly roared and rushed up, fighting with a few people. yelling as they fight, as if that would dull some of the pain. Although Li Yongman was a few years older than the first few boys, it was clear that Li Yongman was not considered skilled when it came to fighting. In this situation, if you can't fight more with less, you should at least catch one of them inside and slash them hard, killing them without letting go. Only with this kind of desperate fight can the momentum bluff the others. Instead of yelling while playing like a schoolboy, "Hurry up!" Zhang Lian reached out to protect Li Han backward and said softly, but Li Han was helplessly frozen, not daring to go forward or run, especially after seeing his brother get into a fight with a few people. Who knew that in the next second, the big brother next to her also suddenly rushed forward. When Zhang Lian saw that Li Han was not moving, he did not force her to leave this place anymore. After all, his own brothers had already fought, and he was not available. So he went straight ahead, just making sure a few punks didn't hit Li Han. Compared to Li Yongwan and several people who had a big melee, hitting others less and getting beaten more, Zhang Lian was like a god of war. Several people were still surrounding Li Yongwan when Zhang Lian kicked one of the smaller boys with a flying kick, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand up for half a day. It was only immediately afterward that the rest of the group switched their targets from Li Yongwan to Zhang Lian, armed with an assortment of sharp weapons, including the bricks in the corner of the alley. But their attacks couldn't even touch Zhang Lian. They were held in one hand by Zhang Lian, and then pressed down on the alley wall with a slap. Their heads let out a muffled sound the moment they hit the wall, and the person who was hit also fell to the ground with a wail, only to feel his headache spinning in the sky and the earth, followed by absolute crushing, Superman punch, whirlwind palm, the jackhammer, crow in an airplane, without any effort. Together with the fat man in the lead, he stepped on his feet and couldn't move. Fight me? Next, it was Zhang Lian's turn for the winner to speak. I started practicing when I was 3 years old, beat Sunshine Kindergarten Invincible when I was 5 years old, had a date with a middle schooler when I was 7 years old in elementary school, and was 8 years old. Li Yongwan opened his group too quickly, causing Zhang Lian to not follow him in the first place, so he took a bad beating, with blood seeping from his face. But seeing Zhang Lian's competent and decisive strikes, his hands are vicious and venomous, 1 foot at a time, 1 fat man at a time, simply fierce like a god of war. After knocking a few boys to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes and stomping on this dead fat guy to deliver his victory speech, he still couldn't hold back and asked Zhang Lian, "What's wrong with 8? Zhang Lian?" Zhang Lian of course will not tell him that at the age of 8 he accidentally saw Shinyu bathing. At that time he was stupid enough to go up to Shin Fish and ask how come there was no little Gigi. "Let me know you're bullying my sister at school again. Don't dare, don't dare. Li Wingman, in the future at school, know what to do, right? I know, definitely won't bully your sister." "What?" Li Yongwan raised his hand in a fox-like manner to teach the fat man a lesson. "In the future, you guys are in school, give me good protection for my sister. If my sister suffers any more grievances, I'll assume that you guys did it behind my back." Zhang Lian clasped his hands to his chest and said coldly to the few people, his tone not one of consultation but a bullying tone exactly like the few people. The meaning of this sentence was also very obvious. If Li Han was bullied in school again, Zhang Lian would directly identify it as the work of a few people. Then at that time, he didn't mind coming back to the entrance of Haichang No, 1 middle school to block a few people from school. Do unto others as they do unto you. He is simply evil. The fat man at the head also had to agree. Not to agree, he felt that tonight cannot leave. Only after the several people had all trembled and agreed to Zhang Lian and Li Yongwan's request did Zhang Lian release the several people and made a gesture of keeping an eye on them at all times. This action was simply horrifying in the eyes of several bullies, who kind of felt the fear of being bullied for the first time. But this same action, in the eyes of Li Han, who has always been scared to death, is a sense of security pulling full. He's practically a prince. While supporting his wounded old brother, his eyes glanced several times toward Zhang Lian. "Brother, are you okay? It's fine. Light injury. Those few people won't dare to bully you in the future," Li Yongwan said lightly. "Well, I know." Li Han looked at his oldest brother with heartache, and at the same time, his tone was a bit complaining. "Brother, why are you so stupid every time?" "Where am I stupid? Can't fight but still charge forward. It was like this when I was a child," Li Han said aggressively. "Who asked you to be my sister? They bullied you." Li Yongwan didn't feel that he had done anything wrong in protecting his sister. "You could have pulled me and ran," Li Han complained. "What about you at school? Can you still hide? Then you can't beat them in school, they are still the same." Li Han was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped speaking. Li Yongwan also understands, but how can he, as an older brother, not be able to put up with bullies who bully his sister to get away with it? And he has to fight even if he can't. Fight to the death. Zhang Lian then quietly listened to the two chattering as the three of them slowly made their way out of the alley. Bai Nianxue also ran to the alley at the first opportunity after seeing a few punks come out of it first. When he saw Zhang Lian, he immediately went forward and carefully observed. No injuries, right? Let me see. Chapter 92. Is this brother's girlfriend? Senior sister. I'm fine. It's this guy who's not fine. Faced with Bai Nianshua's obviously anxious concern, Zhang Lian only felt somewhat flattered. There seems to be a rabbit hopping around in my heart. Bai Nianshua didn't even have the heart to look at the person next to her, only focusing on seeing if Zhang Lian was injured. On the contrary, Li Yongwan and Li Han on the side of the two. See this scene, reveal completely different two expressions. Li Yongwan, even with the color hanging on his face, after seeing Bai Nianshua's eager concern for Zhang Lian to the point of ignoring the people next to him, his face quickly overflowed with the usual lewd and pleased expression. Literally translates to roughly, yo so concerned? If the two of them returned to the dormitory at this time, even if he was injured, he would still act out the scene on the spot, pulling Zhang Lian's hand in a death-defying manner, and following Bai Nianshua's tone, he lustfully screamed, "Schoolboy, quickly let me see if there's any place where you're hurt," then inevitably exchanged for Zhang Lian's storm. Li Han, on the other hand, was looking at Bai Nianshua with a puzzled face thinking, this is this brother's girlfriend? So beautiful. That's right, if you're so powerful and good-looking, shouldn't you have a pretty girlfriend? Strange, why is the heart empty? After checking a bit, she was relieved to find that Zhang Lian was indeed not injured, but only his white shirt was stained a bit. Only then did he notice Li Yongwan and Li Han on the side, especially after seeing Li Yongwan's face full of color and Li Han's hair messy look. She turned her head to look at Zhang Lian again. The gap between this picture style is not a little too big. A voice suddenly rang in my heart. Is he so good at fighting? Then will he beat me up in the future? I can't beat him. Turns out he really had it in him when he first said he was coming true to me, not just saying it off the top of his head. For a moment, Bai Nianshua looked at Zhang Lian and took half a step back, suddenly feeling a little fearful and vain about the tall handsome boy in front of her. She is now, but she's still lying to him. Suddenly, Li Yongwan, who was on the side, spoke out. Done. I forgot about Xingyu. Zhang Lian, what the hell? Xingyu is still out there with you this late. Zhang Lian's eyes widened as she reached out and grabbed the clothes on Li Yongwan's chest. He did have the heart to help this kid. After all, he had pushed Xingyu's Weibo to him. But you boys can't progress that fast. Too soon to be insincere. M3. As Xingyu's childhood friend, he naturally still had to be Xingyu's gatekeeper for the low-quality males around her, and couldn't just stand by and watch her get cheated by scum and then hurt all over. What's more, the scumbag passed through customs on his own. Seeing Zhang Lian change his face so quickly, Li Yongwan hurriedly explained. It's not what you think, Dick. It's not where I thought it would be. My muddy horse. Zhang Lian easily picked up Li Yongwan like a small chicken. What do you want to do when you're still out there with her that late at night? What the hell are you trying to do to her? Bai Nianshua blinks and blinks when she hears it, silently retreating half a step again. Why does that sound a bit like she's being told that? Listen to me explain to you. First send my sister back to her dormitory, okay? Then we'll go find Xinyu and I'll slowly tell you. Li Yongwan said in a clear and organized manner, although his brain was beaten, but fortunately, his brain was not broken. Alright, then let's send your sister back to her dormitory first. Hearing this, Zhang Lian glanced at Li Han, whose hair was still in a messy state, and felt compassion. He also introduced himself to Li Han. Your brother and I are classmates and in the same dormitory. Li Han nodded obediently and responded with Asmal O. Li Yongwan at this time as big words said, you can also directly tube him called brother. Not bad generation. In the dormitory he is the smallest. Zhang Luoyan. Li Han nuzzled her mouth slightly, wanting to laugh a little at the sound. Ha, Zhang Lian, who is the youngest? Not you? You old too. I old one. Li Yongwan sophomoric. After all, the word youngest also means one. Cowhide. Zhang Lian was speechless. He had been completely defeated by Li Yongwan's thick skin. The dormitory of Haichang No. One middle school was next to the school, not inside the school, so the three of them sent Li Han directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory building. After seeing Li Han safely back to the dormitory building, Li Yongwan is considered to be in the heart of the sigh of relief. Ghosts know that he 10 minutes or less from the Haicheng University directly to the heart of the Haicheng first experienced in the end what? Li Yongwan is not afraid of anything. The only thing he is afraid of is what happens to this sister of his, and originally their own sister in the original high school on Quite Good. Just because he got into the Sea City University, do not want to be separated from their own only to transfer to here. If something happened to his sister because of himself, he really might do anything. So this was the reason why he, who was usually the most hangdog in the dormitory and remained easy to get along with and had a mild personality with everyone, unexpectedly struck out faster than Zhang Lian and angrily fought with someone as soon as he came up. I didn't see it unusual, fighting quite fiercely? Saying goodbye to Li Han, Zhang Lian teased. Li Yongwan immediately peeled on Zhang Lian's shoulder. Ouch 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 called out. I can't, it hurts too much. can't walk. Bai Nianxue on the sidelines to see the situation immediately cover the mouth gently laugh. But then a little jealous. He can directly touch Zhang Lian. Isn't it quite powerful? One against several. Zhang Lian did not intend to let him go, elbowing him while flirting. No, you can fight. You are really able to fight. In the future you cover me. Brother Yan Li Yongwen know that I'm a horse. He is now walking without Zhang Lian is a little difficult. Alright, where is Xingyu? Hurry up and get in touch. Zhang Lian didn't have the good sense to say. Chapter 93. You're not going to get smoke in your head like last time, are you? I'll do it. Bai Nianxue saw Li Yongwen picking at Zhang Lian's dead appearance, so she took the initiative to undertake. It just so happens that I have little fish's WeChat. Zhang Lian saw this heart feel surprised. School sister and small fish relationship has been so good. That Shin fish that guy. Can't be late at night with the school sister to spit out their own faults and so on. Bad. It seems that the ding dong car is also very close to the schoolmates, so what they know about their own embarrassing things. Not good. My persona. Danger. In his heart, he felt bad at once, but on the surface he did not say anything more. The two of them tacitly followed by Nianxue's footsteps to head to join Xingyu. Eventually, the trio managed to meet up with Xingyu on a flyover in a commercial street near Haicheng One middle school. As soon as the joint, Xingyu was stunned by Zhang Lian behind Bai Nianxue's eyes. In the cell phone did not say too much about the cause. Bai Nianxue just told her to meet and say. So when she saw Zhang Lian, who shouldn't have appeared here, her reaction couldn't be described as big. Zhang Lian is here. Schoolmarm looking for me. This guy is actually on with his schoolmate's late night date? Xinyu's brain has already staged a Zhang Lian crappy dating scene. Why are you here? Why are you here? The two men jointed and spoke in unison. The tone of surprise used by one and the questioning tone used by the other. I just came out to have something here. Bought the ingredients to make tiramisu. Shin Fishbody is not afraid of the shadow slant said. She is now carrying 2 bags of ingredients in her hand. This is the evidence. Originally, both she and Li Yongman had returned to school, but kindly she heard how bad things seemed to be coming from Li Yongman's phone and how anxious Li Yongman was, coupled with the fact that she heard the story of Li Yongwen from childhood to adulthood. Her heart was compassionate, so she did not think so much to follow Li Yongwen out of the school again. Wondered if she could contribute or something, but nay, Li Yongwen ran fast, and she was the first time to come to this side of Haicheng First Middle School. Even if she followed the navigation, she missed the direction of walking into Haicheng First Middle School several times, and finally came to this flyover. But Zhang Lian, who heard this explanation, narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? Li Yongwen nodded his head repeatedly. Yeah, Xingyu and I really just simply came out to buy ingredients. He had already explained things to Zhang Lian along the way. Didn't let you talk. Zhang Lian elbowed Li Yongwen again to shut him up. It's so late. What are you doing following this sand dollar around? He is going to fight. What are you following for? Zhang Lian said in a good-natured manner, but in reality, he was concerned about Xinyu's safety. Fighting? Xinyu looked at Li Yongwen, who revealed a mask of pain and begged for mercy after being elbowed by Zhang Lian, and hugged Zhang Lian like a sloth in a dead embrace, and she thought that this was a unique way for the two of them to get along. A fight? She looked at Bai Nianxue full of doubts. Bai Nianxue nodded affirmatively at the sight. I don't know Shin Fish honestly said. She this rabbit legs and pincer dragon hand. Also deal with Zhang Lian. Really let her fight with other boys. She will not be junior high school when the school bullying still need Zhang Lian save. So in the face of Zhang Lian's tone that was almost educating her, she was self-conscious of her shortcomings, so she answered honestly like a child who had made a mistake. She also knew that it was Zhang Lian's concern for her that made her say that, and even if other people were crippled or something, it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Lian. Seeing this, Zhang Lian saw that she reacted honestly, and the grumbling went down for the most part. Concerned again, he asked, and where are you staying this late? Turning his head, he glanced at Li Yongwen. Is it hard to force with this? When Xinyu and Li Yongwen heard this, they immediately explained to each other. No way, how could it be? Can't I just find a hotel? Zhang Lian viciously gouged out Li Yongwen and said in a bad mood. Your kid had better, if you dare to mess around. After saying that, Zhang Lian, just like the chartered lady in the Star movie demonstrating to the Axe gang boss, stretched out a fist and squeezed the bones to snap. Li Yongwen immediately buried his head in Zhang Lian's neck, squirming uncharacteristically said, Aya, how can I dare small and not seen your male wind? Zhang Lian was filled with black lines. Get lost, dead human demon. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, didn't hold back her laughter. After finishing talking about Xinyu, it was naturally Zhang Lian's and Bai Nianxue's turn to be questioned by the two. The few people set off towards the gaming hotel that Zhang Lian had booked. Zhang Lian carefully took over the 2 big bags of ingredients. Shin Yu and Bai Nianxue walked together with their arms around each other like two long-lost good sisters, while Li Yongwen was still hanging on to Zhang Lian. Passerby, what a match made in heaven. Passerby B, what do you think of them as two pairs? Passerby A, isn't it so obvious that there are two pairs? Those two men are almost kissing each other. Passerby B was struck by lightning? Are you talking about two couples? Passerby, or what? Shin Yu naturally wouldn't torture Bai Nianxue, and after wrapping her arms around Bai Nianxue and glancing at him, she pursed her lips tightly and asked Zhang Lian, Zhang Luoyan, why are you still out so late? Zhang Luoyan, and with a schoolmate? You have something going on as well? The topic was originally directed at both Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, but Shin Yu was heartened to speak only to Zhang Lian, just to see how Zhang Lian was going to answer. Zhang Lian turned his head to glance at Bai Nianxue, wanting to match his schoolmate's statement, but as soon as he locked eyes with Bai Nianxue, the other party immediately looked away, purposely not looking at him. So not knowing how to answer, he got yuan at %% stuck in his throat and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Shin Yu continued to snicker. What are you talking about? Zhang Lian, it's just something. I remember someone saying that there is absolutely no other reason in this life to stay out at night other than an internet cafe? Shen Yu flirted. Right. Zhang Lian said sheepishly. So it's a gaming hotel. Oh, Shin Yu deliberately stretched his voice. So it's a gaming hotel. With whom? Zhang Lian's ears have reddened into a brilliant. Li Yongwen was very close. Immediately felt it. His eyes swept back and forth between Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian. His eyes turned. Ghost ideas were born. Hey, Lao Air, you have a fever? What's with the ears? You're not going to have your head smoking again later like last time, are you? Chapter 94, Sister Schwerer, take a bath together. Like they had smelled some gossip, Shin Yu and Bai Nianxue looked to Zhang Lian's ears. Zhang Lian immediately reached out to cover it, while not forgetting to throw Li Yongwen under his shoulder. What's a smoking head? Shen Yu laughed. She hadn't seen Zhang Lian's head smoking yet. Li Yongwen let out an ouch, dragging his injured leg and refollowing Zhang Lian in 3 or 2 more steps, although in return, the other party still peeled him off again and again. He also unhurriedly explained to Shin Yu, it's just like a cell phone smoking. He will. Ha! Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian as if she had discovered a new world. Shin Yu also stared wide-eyed. Really? Quickly perform one for me to see. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he listened, and Yin Yang said, why don't I perform one for you? I'll show you another explosion in place, okay? But I haven't seen smoke coming out of my head, and I haven't seen you do it before. Shen Yu pulled Bai Nianxue, wanting to ask if it was her, but in return, Bai Nianxue pursed her lips without knowing, but Bai Nianxue thought about it carefully. It is not impossible. After all, when she lifted her skirt before, have seen Zhang Lian's CPU overloaded stupidity with my own eyes. It was just late in the day and she didn't see if it was smoking. Shin Yu, why were you smoking? Did you see something? Zhang Lian, get lost. Li Yongwen, he was looking at his cell phone. Let me go teach him to make tiramisu that ouch. Before the words were finished, he received a solid elbow strike from Zhang Lian, forcing the mic to close. Although Zhang Lian's reaction had been quick, the message of Li Yongwen's revealed words was still captured by the two girls who were naturally sensitive. Seeing that Zhang Lian was seriously silent, Shin Yu also stopped continuing to tease him. Instead, he and Bai Nianxue glanced at each other as if their hearts were in the same place and smiled at each other. At this time Bai Nianxue's thoughts, naturally, is not forgotten at all recalled that oversized version of the Qingti pudding. Open another one. Okay, ID's out. When he arrived at the gaming hotel, Zhang Lian had originally booked only one room. Of course he wouldn't sleep in a room with his senior sister. And when it came to the second half of the night, he would go to an internet cafe to deal with the night. He's not poor, but he's influenced by his own mom. And he's also mastered a fine-tuning. Come all the way. Of course, he is directly overnight. Since the beginning of the school year so far, he has not even once overnight. High school have not developed early to bed and early to rise. To the university are almost developed. And the reason for all this is because of Bai Nianxue. But then, because of the arrival of Li Yongwen and Shin Yu, he now had to temporarily modify his plans. But Li Yongwen, who was next to Zhang Lian, asked without understanding, why do you want to open another one? Wouldn't it be better to just get a 4-bedroom? Zhang Lian deflated. The two of us have a room, and senior sister and Shin Yu have a room. Open a 4-bedroom. In the middle of the night we go to sleep in the internet cafe is not enough? Li Yongwen had a rare chance to think with Zhang Lian on the idea of an internet cafe. Zhang Lian immediately looked at Li Yongwen with considerable admiration. This son must not be retained. He will have great achievements in the future. This point hadn't even occurred to him. A brain comparable to Einstein's. Then change it to a 4-room gaming room. But at that moment, Bai Nianxue spoke up, walked to the front desk, and said without question, no, Just 2 double rooms. Shinyu pursed her lips at the sight and didn't say anything, but her eyes were more wonderful than anything else. To put it bluntly, by Nianxue, how could she let her favorite boy go to sleep in the internet cafe? And the boy who handbakes his own cakes and delivers brown sugar water. When they got upstairs, the 2 girls and the 2 boys each went to their rooms. Li Yongwen looked at the entire computer configuration. Suddenly excited. Up number. Zhang Lian was also wringing his hands 1 second, but the next second he sat down on the comfortable gaming chair, took out the standard Fat House Happy Water and various snacks from the small refrigerator and snack rack on the side, and began to enjoy himself later. Internet cafes always still do not have this kind of environment in sense, just a little more expensive. The 2 boys sighed into the state that is quite fast, to play the game of the ground that is naturally immediately take advantage of the geographical advantage. A second refused to waste on the start of the first-person shooting. On the other hand, the 2 girls had a bit more brewing to do, a review of an earlier series of conversations. Do you want to take a shower first? Bai Nianxue asked. Shinyu looked at Bai Nianxue with 2 glowing eyes. Are we together? Bai Nianxue. She doesn't have a fetish for it. Shinyu finished and palmed his mouth. I didn't mean that, Sister Schwer. We can review the game while rubbing the bath. She had already shown that she wasn't the same by rejecting Bai Nianxue last time, but she didn't mind bathing with a super pretty girl. Moreover, she could give Bai Nianxue a back rub. She had the technique. Boys are different. You're ing handsome, you get the out of my way. Don't ing stand behind me. Also, no picking up soap. Bai Nianxue heard. To Shin Fish she also felt nothing, so she nodded to agree. The 2 girls then went into the washroom together. Soon the bathroom was smoky, 2 hidden figures in which to endure infinite reverie. From it came a constant stream of silvery laughter, as well as compliments on each other's well-built bodies. Sister Cher, why are you so white? Like milk. So smooth. How did you do it? Bai Nianxue was tickled and pursed her lips. I'll push the link for you later. Shinyu smiled cheekily, and his hands continued to massage Bai Nianxue. How is it? This strength of mine is okay, right? Quite comfortable. Bai Nianxue closed her eyes to enjoy it, and Shinyu's hand wandered over Bai Nianxue's back. Sister Cheryl? It's also because I made the first move. Shinyu flirted while rubbing, the meaning outside the words naturally understood by both of them. It means that Zhang Lian hasn't touched it yet, but she did first. Bai Nianxue blushed, and she didn't know if it was because of the temperature or the fact that it was her first time bathing with another girl. A helpless smile. Chapter 95. I'll be back early. School. Your mom's kiss. Zhang Lian looked at the screen, quite large 2 words of failure, and then looked at his own record. Killed 17 did not win, and then look at the middle of the record belonging to Li Yongwen. 3-22. Directly put down the headset to the side of the bed to pick up the pillow. Back to Li Yongwen, a set of unexplained moves. Again you can send 22 ing. You poet. Ouch. Don't hit Brother Yan, I'm not injured. It's not very maneuverable. Li Yongwen sophistically said. It's also true that he has an injury on his hand, and playing the game more or less affects his operation a bit. Your grandma, the pit is dead. Zhang Lian threw the pillow away after hitting it and sat back in his seat. Seeing this, Li Yongwen hurriedly handed Zhang Lian the unscrewed coke, while saying in a beautiful manner, it's been an hour. You should be able to ask if the schoolmates are coming or not, right? Zhang Lian deflated his mouth. Originally he was able to have a sweet double row with his schoolmate. Now he was screwed. He didn't even have a chance to sit together and play the game. After waving his hand, he took out his cell phone with the intention of sending a message to his schoolmate, asking Bai Nianxue if she wanted to come along for a game of hacking. As for Xinyu, that guy has been concerned with his studies since he was a kid, so he shouldn't be playing games. I don't know what the 2 of you, Sister and Xinyu, are doing at this time. So it turns out that the other night downstairs in our girls' dorm room, when he came running to deliver the tiramisu, he was actually delivering it to you, and I was just dropping it off? Xinyu had already been communicating with Bai Nianxue since the bath, grasping the progress of the 2 by and large, while also giving Bai Nianxue an all-around dissection of some of Zhang Lian's small behaviors. I said, why did he idly send me tiramisu that night? Xinyu adjusted her roll over on the bed to adjust her posture, her 2 snow-white rabbit legs bent and overlapping together as she realized. Then just now, at the footbridge there, Li Yongwen said he taught Zhang Lian to make tiramisu. This guy, when did he become so thick and thin? Everything strung together. Xinyu marveled. Bai Nianxue listened to Xinyu's analysis. Her eyes curved like the snowy moon in the sky, and her heart was like a piece of sugar that she had contained before, which suddenly got a second taste and became even more sweet and rich. Sister Schwerer, he has never been like this. This point I dare to assure you. I think. Shinfish bulging mouth, pinched his pointed chin. Use words conservative, some said. This guy is the mouth is more hard. In fact, the heart has been. Listening to it, Bai Nianxue sat on the gaming table side and immediately shyly buried her head on the gaming table, her voice whimpering as it came from her arm. He didn't say I can't be sure. He's just tough talking. Shenyu got up and came to Bai Nianxue's side. The important thing is to see what he does, not what he says. Bai Nianxue slowly raised her own head, her eyes brightly squinting at Shenyu. Shenyu pursed her lips, being adorable by Bai Nianxue's appearance, and then instantly thought that school sister Bai Nianxue would even like this Zhang Lian guy. Leaning back, it's really cheap for that guy. Sister Cheryl, you look like this. If I were a boy I'd like you too. Bai Nianxue sat up straight and lifted her hair, dropping it to her ears, tilting her head and looking at Shenyu with a smile. That's not what you said last time. Obviously the first time we met. Said nothing can deba. He. Shenyu collapsed onto Bai Nianxue's shoulder. One size fits all. It's almost time. I'm going to ask him to play the game. Do you want to play together? Bai Nianxue gently patted Shenyu's head and asked. Yeah, but I'm not very good at it. Shenyu agreed. It's okay. What do you know how to play? The game as well. Having fun is most important. Bai Nianxue said gently like a big sister. Zombies. And that online game. In the end, since Shenyu really didn't know how to play the game, plus the time was already quite late, she didn't have the habit of staying up too late, so she was the first to flee the battlefield and chose to sleep. The remaining three engaged in a period of intense three-rowing, and because Li Yongwen couldn't keep up with the two men's technical operations, and was pressured by Zhang Lian, as if he was intentionally driving him away, in the end, he had to play his own game, and then lay down on the bed to play with his cell phone. Then, it is the sweet double row time belonging to Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue. Good kick, good catch, it's huge. Yes, it was rare to work together so well, and it was the first time that Zhang Lian was able to work together so well when playing with someone other than Tinker Car. Next time, senior sister, you and Tinker Car together, the three of us 3 rows, the package of points, Zhang Lian said at the headset microphone. Ha, ha ha. Bai Nianxue listened to the embarrassing laughter to sound. This is still now rented number. Next time I won't know which number. It's quite late. Do you want to rest, senior sister? Looking at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. Zhang Lian was concerned. He himself does not matter, but girls generally love beauty and cleanliness, and their work and rest must be more regular than that of boys. Of course, the fact that Bai Nianxue can play with Zhang Lian online for so many years and be a netizen for so many years, her work and rest is no better than Zhang Lian's, but you can still maintain fair, smooth and acne-free skin. This is natural beauty. No comparison to people who break out whenever they drink milk tea. To be frank, isn't Zhang Lian the same? A disorganized routine, but it doesn't stop him from being a good-looking guy. 2. Not resting, Bai Nianxue said softly with an airy voice. In the end, it was late into the night. People would seem much softer when they spoke. Zhang Lian couldn't say, but only felt that it was very good. So, I'm open? Well, how about, we'll play another game, Bai Nianxue suddenly suggested. Other games? What? We'll connect first. You come out first. Bai Nianxue used her cell phone to dial over the WeChat call to Zhang Lian, then retreated from the game room. Zhang Lian's side picked up in seconds, mouse pointing at the game lobby in the center of the screen, waiting for Bai Nianxue's next command. Play which one? He basically has numbers for all the games that are hot on the market. Play. What are your 4th of July plans? What is your National Day arrangement? Zhang Lian recited once in his mouth and mouse clicked on the search box to search. There's no such game. Oh, ask me? I should be making a trip home. Zhang Lian answered Bai Nianxue honestly, somehow already on the verge of being able to answer any question. Oh, Zhang Lian lowered his tone. What's wrong? My country celebrates. Also go home. Bai Nianxue said for no reason. My home is in Haicheng. Oh, a moment of silence. Good. Zhang Lian responded dully. Good what? Bai Nianxue asked in a small and extremely gentle voice. At this moment her ears along with her cheeks had already reddened into cherries. I'll be back early. School. Well, 1 hour later. Good night. Good night. Chapter 96, being the first on his list? Since waking up that night, for some reason, Li Yongwen and Shenyu always felt that there was something wrong with both Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, but they couldn't tell. Obviously it was also the same as before. It wasn't uncommon for the two to be together, but before they had more or less had a feeling of eating melons, and now that strange melon-eating mania disappeared. Instead, there is an indescribable lightbulb feeling. It's like, looking at the two before, it's like two dead ducks with a stiff upper lip, especially Zhang Lian. That dead look similar to a tangmonk makes people just like to tease, but now and then tease. There is absolutely no that kind of feeling. On the contrary, there is a kind of oneself in the two flirting. Obviously they are still single. In front of the two live like a clown feelings. Are the two together? Can The way the two get along hasn't changed too much. Is it possible that the two have become resistant because of more teasing? Those who also had this feeling, besides Shin Yu and Lee Yongwon, there was also Su Chanqian, the only person who knew about Bai Nianshue's dormitory. The leaderboards are out. Xiaotong's first time back in the dormitory. This news broke out. Su Chanqian and Lu Siki hurriedly clicked into the link to check it out. Let's see if any of your favorite male gods and goddesses are up there. Xiaotong laughed, then looked at Bai Nianxue, who was sitting in her seat with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Xue, what are you looking at? Bai Nianxue hurriedly turned off her cell phone, which was clearly displaying a chat box. She tensed. No, nothing. What's wrong? Xiaotong squinted slightly and didn't see clearly, deliberately snickering if she was chatting with some handsome guy. Then, since it was someone else's privacy, she didn't ask any more questions, but turned back to return to the topic. This time, our school's #1 school flower is still our Shui, and the total number of votes has already reached more than 13,000 votes. From the 4th-year seniors down to the 1st-year students, all of them have been captured. Snapdash. Applause flood. Bai Nianxue. Look. Yuki herself didn't even react at all. Is this the ultimate suppression? Damn it, Lu Siki bit the corner of her pillow in jealousy. Su Chanqian spoke out at this time, the corners of her mouth rising subtly, unable to suppress it. I don't think showing Yuki a list of her own massacres certainly doesn't feel like much. I think you have to show Yuki dudes, and she definitely reacts to them. Bai Nianxue listened to the heart inexplicably gave birth to a wave of bad feeling. The body tilted back, staring at Su Chanqian. That's right, Shui is a girl no matter what. She definitely likes handsome guys. Xiaotong affirms Su Chanqian's statement. This time the school grass list has been updated quite a lot. In addition to each grade respectively, some new handsome guys have popped up. The total school grass list #1 is now also changed. No longer before the Hua Zhenyu. You'll never guess who this man is. Lu Siki hurriedly clicked in to see. Wu Hao, a sophomore, a cute-looking little boy. No, I want handsome guy. What is this? Lu Siki frowned tightly, although she usually is like to smile wickedly like Shurji Maiden. Seeing a handsome man or a cute kitten or puppy will trigger. Brushing some small handsome man, she will also small puppy call others. But, she wanted a little puppy that wasn't this kind of boy who looked even cuter than she did. Rather, I want the kind of guy who is fierce on the outside, but pulls on the contrast of wooing in front of himself. What the hell is this? Didn't expect it, did you? I didn't expect it either. He's the #1 right now. This list is simply too watery. I don't even know who's voting for him. Su Chanqian did not follow Xiaotong and Lu Siki to spit out the list, but and Bai Nianxue looked at each other. Bad smile. Then a slide came to Bai Nianxue in front of. Dry. What for? Bai Nianxue's eyes flickered. She had already guessed what Su Chanqian was going to do again. Wild list? What to do? Su Chanqian's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes slanting upward to look at Bai Nianxue. What's it to me? Bai Nianxue twisted her body, holding the mouse and quickly refreshing the computer screen twice. He didn't make the list. Hey, Su Chanqian muttered in a small voice. If it's not on, it's not on. Bai Nianxue said indifferently. She didn't care about this at all. On the contrary, she didn't even want Zhang Lian to be on the list. She just wanted to have him all to herself, and it was best if no one else found out. Really? Su Chanqian narrowed her eyes slightly. Then you've sorely missed a chance to be his top one. Ha! Keyword triggered. Bai Nianxue turned her head. Look, this whatever Wu Hao can be on the first place. Obviously all brushing votes. Su Chanqian took her cell phone and showed Bai Nianxue. If you brush Zhang Lian for the first place, and then tell him that you are the first on his list, doesn't that take your relationship one step further? Bai Nianxue's eyebrows knit slightly as she considers a few things in her mind. Although she was indifferent to the matter of whether Zhang Lian was a school bully or not, it didn't matter to her if she was a school bully or not. She's only been charting him as a person from the beginning. But if it's a schoolboy, doesn't seem to hurt? Of course, she wasn't thinking about some schoolboy girlfriend title, although it sounded okay. Mainly, Su Chanqian said, he became his list a big sister this point. Sounds like it does. Very cool. Then originally one could only order him around in the student council, after having the title of Peng One Big Sister. Wouldn't that be a legitimate excuse after work hours? Again, with her understanding of Zhang Lian, this excuse of her own is even completely in line with Zhang Lian's tastes. Chapter 97, You've Become a Schoolgirl. See page 32 of the book. Class, and let's look at this picture again. The white-haired old man on the podium lectured, and the words spat out from his mouth were like a hypnotic spell pouring into the ears of the university livestock underneath, directly hypnotizing a large swath of. Li Yongwon, who was lying on the desktop and starving to death, turned his head to look at Zhang Lian, who was listening to the lesson intently, and asked weakly, "What will you eat later?" "What else can I eat?" "The standard cassoulet set meal clucked." Zhang Lian said sarcastically. He has a peculiar point of intense concentration, which seems to have something to do with his gaming, causing him to stay refreshed even when he's in a hypnosis session. It's one of the reasons his high school grades have stayed consistent, and it's the basis for his ability to improve so much in the course of his senior year. Hearing that answer again, Lee Young-man buried his head in despair. On the other side, the students who didn't sleep were basically swiping their cell phones, and so were Yen Weis and Pang Housen. Suddenly, Pang Housen and Yen Weis whispered a few words before simultaneously looking at Zhang Lian, who was staring at the blackboard. Then the two men pushed Lee Young-man and showed the cell phone to the dying Lee Young-man again. What the hell, let me see. Lee Young-man's eyes are going to be unable to open, half squinting to look at a glance. High University Schoolboys List. With a thump, Lee Young-man's originally listless and tired eyes whitened abruptly. There's such a list? He immediately took Pang Housen's cell phone and flipped through it. Don't you scroll down. You first look at who the number one is. Pang Housen was all but speechless at Lee Young-man's blindness, reaching out to re-scratch the top of the screen twice to return to the top. Lee Young-man's hands gave way, allowing Pang Housen to flip through the list. He just instinctively wanted to see where his handsome ass would be on this list, so the first thing he did when he got it was to scroll down and look for his name. However, when he heard Pang Housen say this, he immediately made a show of silencing his perfect jawline. Could it be that someone has discovered the beauty of this handsome man? Pang Housen flipped to the top, blankly glanced at Lee Young-man, and unceremoniously scolded. Ugly then. Lee Wingman mouthed a reply. I'm on the morning 8. Then coalesce your eyes to the position of the person at the top of the leaderboard. He'd like to see what kind of Yakuza is in first place and what he looks like. Immediately after seeing the name and photo of the person on it, read their name out slowly. Zhang Lu. Words. What do you call your father? Zhang Luoyan, who was listening intently at the side, turned his head when he heard it, his two eyebrows twisting up and down, and his eyes were big and small as he looked at Lee Young-man. Seeing this, Lee Young-man shook his head speechlessly and let out a light laugh, then grabbed Zhang Lian's clothes in front of his neck and opened his eyes angrily. Uing, grasped by the kernel of reviews? Damn you. Ha! Zhang Lian was dumbfounded, viewing the Lee Young-man in front of him like he was looking at a sand dollar. Who are you to say? Are you as handsome as me? The corners of Lee Young-man's own mouth curved up in an arc when he said this. Zhang Lian did not follow the little cutie playing. He moved his butt to the other side of the empty seat and said perfunctorily, No, I'm ugly then. What do you mean? Then why the hell did they select you as the school grass? Lee Young-man followed closely behind. Zhang Lian, you go away. My mom won't let me talk to cutie. Play. See for yourself. Lee Young-man held Pang Housen's cell phone out to Zhang Lian at this time. The first thing on it is a picture of himself, still in his military training outfit, lying down under a tree. But the good thing is that the light side is very good. Hit on the face with his fair and flawless skin. Looks very sunny and handsome. The whole photo just seems to have both the sunshine and vigor of a teenager, and the abstraction and hilarity of giving an intimate. Who took the picture? I'm going to sue him for violating my personal portrait rights. Zhang Lian didn't care about the matter of being number one on the list, but instead pursued who took advantage of the fact that he was resting on a cool chair to take ugly pictures of himself. Can your ing focus be normal? Lee Young-man tugged at the corner of his mouth without any good humor. Zhang Lian continued to click on it, and besides the first one on the cover, there were surprisingly several photos of himself inside. There were those who rode their bikes by themselves, those who played soccer, and those who stayed by themselves with their schoolmates, mostly from a passerby's point of view, as you can tell from the photos themselves. The only one, the same one of myself in my military uniform, under a tree, but extra close to myself. At this distance, how could one not notice? Why did you miss it? When was this taken? This would surely only be the work of an acquaintance. It can't be these three assholes. Why are they filming me? Who else could it be? Shan Yu? She was in the military training when she was in the military training herself, and she didn't even come. Tinker Bike? I did come here with my sister during military training. Wait, schoolgirl. Zhang Lian looked at this photo. Thought suddenly returned to that afternoon, the day Bai Nianxue first came to give them milk tea. That time, he seemed to be the one who saw the schoolteacher seemingly take a cell phone and snap at him inexplicably and wonderfully. But the schoolteacher said no. This photo, could it have been taken at that time? It's kind of like that. Cell phone, give it back. Just as Zhang Lian was contemplating this, Pang Housen, who was separated by one Lee Young-man, was already urging Zhang Lian to return his cell phone. Zhang Lian immediately handed the cell phone back to him. Thank you, schoolmarm. With that, there was an immediate delight in a fresh title. Schoolmaster is mighty. Zhang Lian frowned. Nuts. Ha, don't dare to dare, we're just ordinary people. How dare we deal with Lord Schoolgrass? When Lord Schoolmistress is angry, he ambushes 1,000,000 corpses and bleeds for 1,000 miles. I wonder how many little fangirls at school will want to verbally attack us. Zhang Luoyan. School marm sama. Schoolboy brother. Schoolboy. Roll it. Sand dollars. Sometimes meet so few detrimental friends, but also quite helpless. Not only do not dare to mess with the circle of friends, and even be sent by others have to suffer a wave of ridicule. Zhang Lian only wanted to know who signed him up for this what hooker schoolboy list. He was going to get him. Chapter 98, The Schoolboy's Brother. By Nian Shueshui, top, pictures. Sister by Nian Xue, top, congratulations. You're already our schoolboy. Just as he was thinking hatefully about which bastard had idly signed him up for this school grass selection, Bai Nianshue's message was sent to his cell phone. The picture was exactly the number 1 ranked cover image that Zhang Lian had just looked at. Zhang Lian saw this and replied, shy, helpless, hold forehead bitter smile, I do not know who voted for me up. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll make sure he gets a taste of what it means to be haunted by nightmares. Zhang Lian continued to type and spit continuously with Bai Nianshue. Response from Pak Nim Snow, I voted it up for you. Bai Nianshue, I'm still on your list. What? Just click send. And the message that was sent Zhang Lian hurriedly long pressed to withdraw. But at this time the opposite side of the cell phone by Nianshue is holding the phone is sending him a message. Forgive the back and forth interval is only a second. She has also seen. Immediately after Zhang Lian quickly re-edited and sent. So it's you. Senior sister. Zhang Lian, I thought someone was deliberately playing a prank on me ha. After sending it, the opposite party returned an adorable head down kitten emoji, and then didn't send another message over. Seeing this, Zhang Lian sucked in a breath of cold air and changed the topic to ask, why did you vote me up, sister? Opposite nearly seconds back, because I think the schoolboy is quite handsome. Zhang Lian stared at the message sent across the screen, didn't move, put down his cell phone, and turned his head to look at Li Yongwen, who was dangling a mouthful of soul around his mouth. Li Yongwen noticed Zhang Lian looking over. His head didn't move and his eyes slowly turned towards Zhang Lian. Frowning slightly after seeing Zhang Lian's expression, he tilted his head in doubt. You laughing at your mom? Obviously it is to praise a person's good looks. From the mouth of his own brother and from the mouth of the girl he loves, the taste is one heaven and one earth. This is not. In the face of Li Yongwen's mockery, Zhang Lian even directly chose to ignore, and immovable re-pick up the phone. Sand dollars. In the ear once again came Li Yongwen's guilty voice. What the hell are you screaming again? The upturned corners of Zhang Lian's mouth collapsed downwards, and a dragon claw hand went straight for Li Yongwen's waist. Hiss. Ignoring you you're still cursing. Zhang Lian clapped his hands. The sweet words of a schoolmate can only exempt this guy from dying once, and if he still dares to be then don't blame him for being merciless. Looking at his cell phone again, Bai Nianshue sent him another message about having something to do with the Arts and Culture Department in the afternoon. Zhang Lian immediately replied that he had received it, and then resumed listening carefully. After eating the classic cassoulet at noon, a few people passed by the fruit store to buy a little fruit fish to replenish the body, and then back to the small dormitory of a few square meters of their own lying board lunch break. Except Zhang Lian was called away by Bai Nianshue for lunch. In the office of the Department of Arts and Culture, with the air conditioning cooling on and the fan fanning, a man sits in a leather seat eating a fresh lunch. How was it? Is it good? Bai Nianshue sat across from Zhang Lian, propping up her face with one hand and staring Zhang Lian down with a smiling face. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Zhang Lian didn't exaggerate at all as he wolfed down the food. Since he came to school, apart from going to restaurants, most of the time it was cassoulet and pre-made dishes from the school. It's been a while since I've had this fresh, home-cooked flavor. If you like it, let's go to the store next time. I guess you like this kind of Sichuan food once you're from the south of Sichuan. Bai Nianshue pushed all the dishes towards Zhang Lian's face, which she herself didn't really eat. Seeing this, Zhang Lian carefully captured this and raised his eyes just in time to meet Bai Nianshue's. You eat too. No, I'm not used to eating it. Bai Nianshue unapologetically stared closely into Zhang Lian's eyes and said tenderly. After a moment of staring at each other, in the end, it was Zhang Lian who lost the battle and averted his eyes. If you can't eat it and you buy several of them, doesn't that mean it's for yourself? Zhang Lian only buried his head and fiercely dazzled his rice, no longer raising his head. Bai Nianshue didn't say anything, so she quietly looked him over and didn't look at her cell phone. She didn't make these dishes, and she doesn't know how to. While indeed she went to a Sichuan restaurant and packed them back, she was prepared to give it a try. But when she saw the chef in the back kitchen scooping a good spoonful of chili sauce into each dish, and the smoke going straight up by one half a hemi one half into the sky, she was dissuaded from giving it a try. But even though she didn't make these dishes, she still felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart when she saw Zhang Lian eating so well. Right, the message you withdrew in the morning. Do you think I'm deliberately screwing you over in a prank? Bai Nianshue suddenly thought of it and directly opened her mouth to ask Zhang Lian. No. Zhang Lian chewed chewy, I thought. Chewy that someone deliberately screwed me over before putting me up. Chew chew chew. Ah, so cute. Bai Nianshue's eyes were soft with water as she watched Zhang Lian chewing with both cheeks as he spoke to her. Oh, what about now? Now, Zhang Lian chewed chewy, you must have your reasons for doing this. Senior sister, chewy, chew. What reason can I have? Bai Nianshue broke the mold. Anyway, chewy, you're not going to hurt me. Chew. After saying that, Zhang Lian continued to show off a meal to the many dishes in front of him, not the least bit afraid of whether there would be any problems here. The corners of Bai Nianshue's mouth hooked up when she heard this reply. Looking satisfied, immediately after that, she threw Zhang Lian another question. Then, how do you count this matter of me being your list one? Cough. Zhang Lian almost didn't choke to death in one mouthful, her face swishing scarlet. Slow down. Bai Nianshue unhurriedly handed over paper towels to Zhang Lian. What list one? Zhang Lian asked as he took the paper towel and wiped his mouth. He hadn't even received any money. Where did he get the top one? Where's the money? Just I give you vote I give you brush a lot before you brush to the school grass list first. Bai Nianshue blinking eyes smiling said. School grass brother, you cannot be a school grass on the list of a sister to throw away it. Schoolboy brother. Cough. In the morning, he had only just gotten various schoolboy beginning titles given to him by a couple of good older children, and this was refreshed with a new one here in the schoolgirls. Bai Nianshue's smile deepened as she covered her mouth at the sight, and this time, she pulled the tissue and stood up directly from her seat, bending down to reach Zhang Lian's mouth. Schoolboy brother, let my sister rub it on you. Chapter 99 has to be increased. Zhang Lian was made to blush by Bai Nianshue. In the end, he is also a virgin. It is impossible to have no reaction at all when being teased by a beautiful girl like this, but he wasn't exactly a blank slate. Neither did he duck, nor did he just act like a little kid too scared to fart when his big sister teased him. He looked positively at Bai Nianshue, who was approaching towards him, very skillfully cooperating. Even his expression was fully restored, and said with that unwillingness and remaining dignity between his eyes, Sister Pengwan, this is another price. Gotta add money. Bai Nianshue's hand holding the tissue stalled in midair, her eyes widening. Her hand was already touching his mouth, hardly amused by Zhang Lian's unexpected reaction. But of course she wouldn't just stop after she had touched it. Gently wiped the corners of Zhang Lian's mouth, then smiled smoothly. That's school brother. I've wiped it now. What should I do? Zhang Lian kept silent and didn't say anything. At this time his brain CPU was spinning several times faster than when he was playing the Peak game. Ever since I was a kid, what girl would wipe her own mouth except for her mom? No, there are also, that is, girls who have liked themselves since childhood, but who have been physically repulsed by themselves. So, he hasn't encountered this with his CPU and is now frantically searching for knowledge on how he should react and cope with this relevant situation. Not good. What about relevant knowledge that only exists in novels and anime? Wait online. Urgently. But it was a good thing that when Zhang Lian's eyes dodged away and he didn't know how to answer Bai Nianshue, the door to the office of the Department of Literature and Arts was pushed straight open, breaking the deadlock. Lu Fei, anxious, after lunch to come to the office to pick up a chapter, just bumped into Bai Nianshue bent over, holding a paper towel in her hand. A scene that was wiping Zhang Lian's mouth. Her hand stopped in midair, and watched the first reactions of both. Lu Fei's brain instantly went down for a second. Then she looked down with an anti-smile on her face and apologized. Sorry minister for the interruption. You continue. In the image she saw, Zhang Lian was a petulant and mute figure, revealing a surprised and dumbfounded look after seeing herself. And Bai Nianshue was originally a face of gentle smile. In the turn of the head to see their own open the door the moment the face is suddenly serious up look. For someone as imaginative as she was, this was the kind of image that she could have just constructed an entire storyline of the two of them getting along. It's obvious that the minister is flirting with the innocent little brother. Zhang Lian, sister, this is an office. Not good. Bai Nianshue, it's okay elementary school brother to sister feed. Is it good? Yummy. Look at you. The corners of your mouth are stuck on from eating. Come, I'll wipe them for you. Lu Fei had already thought out the whole story and picture in her head. I didn't expect. The minister also likes this, and even likes to play office play. Stand still. Just in the next second after Lu Fei's words had just fallen and she wanted to slip away, Bai Nianshue immediately shouted in a cold voice. Hey, changing face so fast. Lu Fei's unhealthy images in her head were shattered by the reality of Bai Nianshue's indifference, and she muttered in a small voice. Then he looked up at Bai Nianshue. What's wrong minister? Do you want me to bring the door for you? Or, want me to stand guard for you guys outside as well? When she said this, Lu Fei was pursing her lips to stifle her laughter, while also glancing at Zhang Lian with slight anticipation. Zhang Lian was no longer surprised by this. After all, after the last dinner, he could not avoid being joked about when he ran into this vice minister at school. It was obvious that this vice minister had thought he was getting into some kind of a thing with his schoolmate, so he didn't bother to stand up and open his mouth to explain. The way he disciplined his senior sister last time she ate hot pot was still fresh in his mind, and it would be good to leave this kind of situation to his senior sister to solve. And, again, for the same reason as in the past when the relationship was misunderstood, Zhang Lian didn't want to appear as if he wanted to clear the air with Bai Nianxue. In this case, it's good to leave the interpretation to the schoolteacher. However, Bai Nianxue didn't explain, but directly turned towards Lu Feifei. With Zhang Lian's back, he couldn't see Bai Nianxue's expression at this moment, only to hear Bai Nianxue faintly say to Lu Feifei, "You come with me." Turning his head to look at Zhang Lian again, his expression was not at all endowed with tenderness. "You eat yours." Oh, good. Zhang Lian's heart was big, so he could finally eat properly. Unbeknownst to her, when Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Lu Feifei again, she immediately reverted to a smile full of murderous aura. The two reached the hallway outside the office and closed the door behind them. Bai Nianxue maintained her smile, but her tone was somehow filled with a threatening intent. "Fifi, what did you just see?" Lu Feifei pursed her lips. The last time she saw Bai Nianxue this way, or she was in the hot pot store that time. After she came back, Bai Nianxue assigned her a bunch of things. "No, Minister, I didn't see anything." Lu Feifei looked at Bai Nianxue with a stifled smile. "Really?" Willow Fei nodded her head like garlic. "The lesson from last time." Seeing this, Bai Nianxue's tone eased slightly. Don't do anything extra." Oh. Lu Feifei continuously nodded her head. Aha. I promise that this time, I will never tell them that, Minister, you were dating schoolmate Zhang in the office." Bai Nianxue's head is full of black lines after hearing. "Fifi, for the position of deputy minister, I think it's still a bit difficult for you to fulfill. How about, don't Minister, I was wrong. I don't dare to skin it." "Late," Bai Nianxue said in a calm voice. "Minister Sama." Lu Feifei beamed and pouted, but suddenly reacted with a flash of light. "That's not right. Shouldn't I be the one threatening you in this matter?" Bai Nianxue, huh? Lu Feifei suddenly realized something and in turn smiled badly. "Minister, you don't want to be known either. In the office with schoolboy Zhang, you even wiped his mouth, right? Bai Nianxue, how dare you threaten me?" Lu Feifei covered her mouth and looked at Bai Nianxue mischievously. "It seems, the truth is like this? Minister Sama, it's okay if I don't say anything. I don't want to work in the afternoon. I'm so tired from the work you assigned me last time." "Then what do you want?" Bai Nianxue's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Feifei. "I also want to touch the fish. Play the game," said Lu Feifei with a bad smile. Chapter 100. Bai Nianxue's favoritism was more or less felt by everyone. For example, the last time Zhang Lian touched the fish behind the curtains of the auditorium in public, there were many other student union cadres present at that time. Naturally someone saw it, but at that time Bai Nianxue didn't say anything about Zhang Lian after she found out. There was also the freshman party when everyone came back and cleaned up the party site, and Bai Nianxue herself came back, but she said that Zhang Lian wasn't feeling well and went back first, and still gave Zhang Lian his full credits afterward. So, Lu Feifei said that on purpose, and only Zhang Lian, who was in the middle of it, didn't know this. By 2 p.m., everyone went to work in the school's performance hall. When things are almost dry, Lu Feifei, the deputy minister, directly took the lead and began to play the game. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue also had to turn a blind eye, although it is not false to touch the fish, but in the final analysis is still in the things dry almost time to start, so it cannot be regarded as touching the fish. This time, Fei Lu also kept her promise and didn't tell the other student council members about the office scandal at noon, and with a vice minister like Lu Feifei taking the lead, she was soon surrounded by students from other student council departments watching her operate. It didn't take long for a group to gather around. "Can Minister Lu play quite well? Come play with me." Hu Fan to wear all in. Although it is the disciplinary department of people, but because the same student union, which department has any extra credit work he is basically in. "What's your strength?" Lu Feifei laughed. She played auxiliary, not with a rookie. Alpaxis Hu Fan patted his chest and assured, "High University's #1 Marco Polo, alright." "Oh, it's you." Fei Lu had seen some of her school's hero rankings on the game. Currently one of the top players in his own school is a national hitter nicknamed Tinker Car, and a national confrontation nicknamed Makabaka. Looking at the names like a couple who engage in abstraction, and the Hufan in front of him was under the impression that it was a small GB Marco coming up. "Isn't there a tournament at 4 o'clock over at the game club for teams? Let's form a team and go?" Someone immediately proposed. "You can't even get on that king you're going to play in a tournament? It's not someone to lead. Play for fun." As soon as the game is mentioned, Zhang Lian automatically refreshes around it. Just now she was beside Bai Nianxue talking to her, but the next second Bai Nianxue turned around and didn't see Zhang Lian. There don't seem to be enough people, short of a counter and a center single. "Hu Fan, being the strongest among several people, naturally became the captain of this temporarily formed team. A few people around, other than those who were just too good to play, were also not playing and simply not working to come over and touch the fish. However, as soon as Zhang Lian was refreshed, Hu Fan immediately captured him in the crowd. I remember that schoolmate Zhang also plays farming, right? Hu Fan grabbed Zhang Lian by the hand and said enthusiastically, Zhang Lian, what are you talking about? There will be a tournament later. Let's form a team to play. Just in the game club, across the street, playing for fun. Hu Fan was very confident. Although his strength wasn't top-notch, it was already second to none in High University's peak score ranking, usually in the dormitory. A few of the good oldest children also called him righteous father and asked him to take the fly, so he was feeling kinda fun about forming a team for a random fight. But then, he still automatically ruled out the 3 good big children in his dormitory. Too pitiful, even he, the national service Marco, cannot bring a. Hearing this, Zhang Lian immediately agreed confidently. Okay, if he was not confident in his own strength, he would definitely add later that he might not play very well, but Zhang Lian did not. What's your score? Didn't play much this season. Peak didn't touch. Just ranked glory. Zhang Lian said modestly. Oh, it's fine. Glory is enough. Hu Fan did not ask in detail. Immediately invited Zhang Lian into his team. Anyway, the last C is him, as long as the other positions do not send it. So now, still missing a centerfold? Fei Willow said. Well, Hu Fan made a thoughtful look. Really can not only pull their own good big son to make a number. At this time, Bai Nianxue looked over to Zhang Lian with auto-tracking on, walked behind Zhang Lian, and patted his shoulder. Zhang Lian turned around and saw that it was Bai Nianxue, whose face automatically overflowed with a smile. What for? Bai Nianxue asked knowingly, her tone teasing. It wasn't because Zhang Lian was groping the fish, but his tone was a bit chastising as he ran off without saying hello to himself. Hey, I came over to take a look. Zhang Lian, however, was innately attuned to Bai Nianxue in general, and immediately apologized and explained. This explanation immediately dissipated Bai Nianxue's blame. Then Zhang Lian thought of something. Last time Bai Nianxue's number he glanced at it. It seems to be the one who plays the middle single A, and the strength is also quite powerful? Senior sister, you play center single, right? Zhang Lian asked. Although the last time with their own double row in the office Bai Nianxue has been playing the field position, but that is not her main playing position. Especially that into the opposite side of the field of the huge Dianwei, loading page or a green bean. That think must. If the infrequently played positions are so powerful, then the frequently played positions, it must be so powerful that it will go to the sky? Bai Nianxue stammered for a moment, her eyes glancing elsewhere as she casually said, Ah, right, that's just right. We're still missing a center single? Zhang Lian said, You can do it, senior sister. Race? Bai Nianxue, that game club competition? Right. Zhang Lian nodded, his eyes staring her down rather expectantly. Bai Nianxue looked at the childish him and for some reason just kind of wanted to laugh, like facing a pampered child asking for candy. She smiled and softly hummed, so I'm reporting it for you? Zhang Lian was surprised to see this. Well, report it, Bai Nianxue said favorably. This contest is just a play club event, done for fun, and the prizes are just dolls and meal vouchers, all still provided by her. You know, the meal she brought to Zhang Lian at noon was more expensive than these prizes. I didn't realize that nowadays I would have to play hard to get this prize. Hu Fan, who was thinking of finding a random mid-ranking player, who would be able to eat both ways directly, suddenly heard Lu Fei say to him that he had a mid-ranking player. Who? The minister of our literature and art department. Lu Fei looked at Bai Nianxue with deep meaning and an anti-smile. Heart a burst of joy, when it is really a husband and wife. Chapter 101, Participation in Competitions. The gaming club side of the program is mainly the members of the gaming club forming a team, and then letting other students compete as they please, even if it's a live team. This kind of event is just pure entertainment, not too much preaching, everyone just wants to have a good time, and the game is also a one-game series, where you win and walk away with the prize. After finishing their work in the performance hall, Zhang Lian, who formed the group, came to the outside of the game club's teaching room, and underneath this entire teaching building, they built a shed, next to which there were a few standing signs, on which the game posters and the requirements for the competition were printed out in a clear manner. At the same time, sitting under the shed of the game club members are very enthusiastic. In order to attract the attention of passers-by students, the game club of the schoolgirls also wore a special COS outfit, COS of Daji, Hu Fan plus Zhang Lian, and a boy who is also from the Department of Literature and Art, that is, their team's playing field. The 3 boys did not say anything, only their eyes inexplicably glanced at each other after seeing Daji, and then they raised each other's eyebrows, and then they were so good that they put their arms around each other's shoulders, as if they were blood brothers. It's a bit big. Where did you say? I'm talking about the tail. Obviously, there were quite a few boys who were attracted to it, but only a limited number of them actually came forward to sign up after all. Signing up was still about putting together a quintet out there. For the students of this school and Haiku University, the dormitory are just 4-person dormitory. The vast majority of college students to socialize in the university is also only since the other 3 good daughters. Classmates basically will not have contact. Even calling out all the good oldest children in your family is still one short. And that's still not excluding some of the good oldest children who don't attend. So, people are just passing by to see what's going on and participation is more limited. And at this time, Zhang Lai and several people hugely, directly walked to Daji's school sister in front of. Are you guys registering? Daji's senior sister smiled with a warm brow when she saw a few people walking over, and her hand automatically picked up the registration slip on the table. Hufan, yeah, okay, make a note. Upon hearing this, school sister Daji turned around and reached for her pen again, her large fluffy tail whipping into the face of the innocent Zhang Lian on the side. Hufan pursed her lips at this and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian reacted before he had time to laugh. Suddenly behind him was pulled, followed by turning his head to see expressionless Bai Nianxue staring ahead. Didn't look at him or anyone else, but it just pulls him back. Somehow, Zhang Lian a burst of weakness. A big man of more than 1 meter 8 was very easily Bai Nianxue pulled to the side of. From the moment Zhang Lian and Hufan's trio raised their eyebrows at the sight of Daji, Bai Nianxue noticed. She didn't understand boys, but she understood Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian's eyes rolled. She knew he was thinking of something else. So when she approached the game club her eyes kept glancing towards Zhang Lian. And when she saw the 3 of them laughing happily, she became a bit jealous. Now that she had been swept in the face by Daji's fluffy tail again, she interrupted Zhang Lian's casting of another spell that was going to make him laugh with Hufan, and pulled him down in the process. Hufan this side saw the situation immediately converged on the laughter. See, Daji's school sister has been upright to put the paper and pen on the table. He will be serious, sit up and start to fill in the information. Zhang Luoyan, who was standing on the side of Bai Nianxue, sneaked a few glances at Bai Nianxue with his eyes, and he didn't dare to say anything after seeing Bai Nianxue's expressionless side face. At times like this, he who has long been with Xinyu is experienced enough to know that this is the Schrödinger state that girls cannot be messed with. Once you say the wrong thing, that no anger can turn into real anger. If it was Xinyu, he had already taken the pinch and could just talk in a way, and that guy Xinyu couldn't even get angry if he wanted to, but now it's Bai Nianxue, he can't hold a little. But he can probably guess the reason why his schoolmate is angry. Myself and Hufan are a little too uncollected. At this time, however, Bai Nianxue suddenly opened her mouth, still not looking at Zhang Lian and staring flatly ahead. Like Daji? Zhang Lian stifled a laugh at that and stammered. No, like, dislike or like. Bai Nianxue turned her head sideways and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lian. Not like that. Zhang Lian shook his head. Don't like that you're still smiling so happily. Bai Nianxue teased. The corners of her mouth hooked, seeing through Zhang Lian as easily as she looked at her bottom. Zhang Lian scratched his ears. Meanwhile, Hufan in the front filled out the information of several people and handed it over to Sister Daji. Okay, why don't you guys go sit in the classroom for a while? Okay, thanks. Hufan nodded his thanks, then turned his head to the 4 behind him and cocked his head, signaling, go. There's another team in the classroom fighting the game club. Zhang Lian's 5 people were sitting on a waiting seat to the side watching the large screen projected in the classroom. There were also quite a few students watching from the seats over in the audience, which looked like they should be the family and friends of the 2 teams, and against no one. Of course, there is no professional gaming arena as well equipped, but the move of the 10 seats on both sides, the 2 teams sit on each side. So humble. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched, a scene he found both bleak and funny. There are also free drinks to drink. Not bad. Bai Nianxue pointed to a bottle of Coke on the table of both teams, and then looked to the podium where there were several boxes of drinks at the feet of the referees and commentators. When you can't beat them later, can you just trash talk them to their faces? Hufan's brain was new, and he instantly thought of this damaging trick of off-court interference. 3 fights against 1 being countered. Will you guys play? Zhang Luoyan, Bai Nianxue, Fifi Lu. The narrator at the podium was passionately narrating with a small bee that he had taken to some subject teacher's office, and I have to say he had enough to say. And the audience, even the so-called coach wearing headphones with a notebook, looking at the projector a moment excited, fist a moment to hold his head regret. The family friend supporting the challengers next to him didn't recognize him and asked, dude, are you on our side? Me? I'm from the game club. The so-called coach pursed his lips and laughed, apparently on purpose. Then why did you come to our side? Roll. Friends and family heard this and said how their own team lost the group battle. This dude was so agitated that he instantly kicked him out of the team. In the meantime, Hufan looked at the projected battle and gave a few people a lecture on tactics. It's obvious now that Red is out of it, with all three paths broken, and waiting for the next wave of tyrants. Because of Bai Nianxue's character, Hu Fan didn't think she could play much better. On the contrary, he felt that a good-looking and excellent person like Bai Nianxue, who was busy on and off every day, where would she find the time to play games? Definitely playing noob. But since Bai Nianxue was a minister, and since he himself was just trying to have fun, he didn't say much about Bai Nianxue's joining. Therefore, he still considers himself the backbone of the whole team, and is especially responsible for taking on this burden. Wait, you guys, just don't send it, and you don't need to support me, just clear the line of soldiers under the tower to develop, and then Sister Fifi, you just pick Yao to follow me, I'll pack the seas to rest assured. Chapter 102, Attentive Treatment all the time. I'll start the tempo when I get my gear in shape and just win. Listening to Hu Fan's talk, Lu Fei Fei, who was the most vegetable in the room, nodded her head and was also infected by Hu Fan's confidence. She had never played in a tournament, and at her level, she hadn't even played in a team tournament. Although the game club tournament wasn't exactly a serious tournament, it was at least a tournament, and there were people attending, and there were spectators watching, and there was even a commentator. She is still more or less nervous, in case she makes any foolish operation later. The scene is immediately able to explain to her, and Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, who were listening to Hu Fan's speech, nodded in agreement without saying anything more. All the way up to the stage, Hu Fan was making tactical arrangements and calming down with a few people, so that they didn't have to be so nervous either, and it didn't matter if they lost, especially the most nervous Lu Fei Fei, pulling Bai Nianxue's hand, eyes wide open, holding the phone's hand straight, shivering. Compared to Bai Nianxue, she was puzzled. Why aren't you nervous at all, Minister? Are you good? She was nervous more because she was afraid that she was too much of a rookie and would be a drag for a few people later. Bai Nianxue smiled back. No, I'm not even on glory yet. The truth was that the number of the sisters she played with Zhang Lian really hadn't gone to glory yet. Lu Fei Fei heard. She is at least in honor. The heart more or less balanced. The four of them took their seats, and Hu Fan sat on the right side of Lu Fei Fei, continuing to make jokes to Lu Fei Fei to appease her, and at the same time appeasing Bai Nianxue and the boys on the other side of him who were in charge of playing the field, to relax and play. Hey, where's Zhang Lian? Appeasing and pacifying. Hu Fan only noticed that Zhang Lian on Bai Nianxue's side had disappeared. Bai Nianxue moved her fingers and turned her head. At this time, Zhang Lian is talking to several commentators by the podium. Here, the members of the game club didn't expect there to be games that came directly at their drinks before the game even started, but at that moment, they still directly handed the Coke to Zhang Lian. Thank you, can I exchange it for a sugar-free bottle? Zhang Lian took the 4 bottles and returned one, saying, here. The girls who were handing out the drinks were so helpless they laughed, covering their mouths with a smile and giving him a different bottle. Kinda picky. Zhang Lian smiled playfully for a moment. Okay, thank you, senior sister. After saying that, Zhang Lian took 5 bottles of Coke and walked back, distributing the Coke down. Hu Fan saw this. It seems that Zhang Lian is not nervous at all, so there is no need for me to say more. Ha ha ha. Sugar-free. The only bottle that was taken to Bai Nianxue was a special one, and Zhang Lian confidently claimed credit with Bai Nianxue. He remembered that when he was watching a movie with Baek Nim Suet said something about it being too sweet or something. At this time he faced such a game without a bit of tension. His family has a national service center single, their own national service against the opposite side of the strength of the commentator. He just learned that his 5 gold standard, which cannot win he still how to rush the summit match and Bai Nianxue, who received the cola, immediately glanced at Hu Fan and their cola and immediately understood. No one will find the details unimportant, and even more so, no one will dislike the unique treatment. The corner of her mouth curled up, even if she didn't actually dislike sweet food. At this moment, her eyes stared straight at Zhang Lian, and she tenderly said, how meticulous, and you still know that I don't drink anything sweet? Zhang Lian instinctively dodged when he met Bai Nianxue's eyes, and the calmness he had just felt when facing the commentator's sister swished away, and the urgency of the start of the match seemed to have suddenly made him constrained, suffocating like a boa constrictor wrapped around a snake. Well, last time, stumped, language system returns to novice status. Before the words were fully organized, Bai Nianxue instantly came closer and whispered in his ear, good boy, anaconda entangled, red warmed up, what the hell is a good boy? Zhang Lian hurriedly took a sip of Coke to cool down while his eyes glared back at Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue smiled wryly and resumed her seat. This scene was Lu Fei Fei in the eyes. Look at the two flirting. She was on the sidelines and laughed like crazy. The nerves of the game went right out the window. Give her 2 handfuls of melon seeds and she could sit and watch the two all day. By the time the opposite side adjusted, the game was almost underway. But it seems that one of the people across the street had a temporary commitment. so there was a change. And this person, who Zhang Lian happened to recognize, was Wang Jia, who had previously misunderstood himself and the tinker bike downstairs in the girls' dormitory. And like the tinker bike, oh, Wang Jia is actually from the gaming club. Zhang Lian muttered at the sight. You recognize? Bai Nianxue tilted her head. Well, I'll tell you later. Old interesting. Zhang Lian thought of this one as chasing after Tinker Car, and it was just right to tell his schoolmates about it, so he could have them ask Tinker Car what she thought of this matter. Bai Nianxue let out a no sound, not even realizing that Zhang Lian was planning to play a game on his own. As the referee announced the start of the match, both sides began to ban each other's heroes. Even though it was a match, Hu Fan did not point his finger at Zhang Lian and the others in choosing heroes, except for letting Lu Fei choose Yao Mei to follow him. The ban ended. It was good that the opposite side did not ban Yao Mei. It looked like the opposite side was also going to take Yao Mei, so they left this ban. Immediately after that, there was the respective hero selection phase. As expected, the opposite side directly took Yao in one hand, immediately after his own Mayo first took. After choosing his hero, this time Zhang Lian chose to abandon his own jail 9 gates and instead chose the more faction-bearing Kuan Xiaoman. The reason was simply because he saw Bai Nianxue pick Fire Dance. There was nothing else to think about. It was simply that he felt that he could perform his martial soul fusion technique with his senior sister in mixed doubles, so it went with